Chapter 1.
Willow. It can't be my baby. Reuben tossed the pregnancy report onto the bed where I sat, my eyes wide with shock. What do you mean? I stammered, my voice hardly escaping my throat. My heart sank as I watched him deny his own flesh and blood. I returned from the pack after 2 months, and now you're telling me you're pregnant? Does that even make sense? Reuben's growl was filled with frustration. My mind went blank as I stared at my soulmate. I had anticipated his return with excitement, expecting him to embrace me and share in the joy of our first child. I had imagined he would be overjoyed to know that he was going to be a father. However, I never expected Reuben to react with such rage to the news of my pregnancy, indirectly accusing me of infidelity and rejecting his own child. It's our baby, Reuben, my voice shook. Have you forgotten that you showed up in my room 2 months ago when you were in a rut? We made love the whole night without protection. I tried my best to remind him of that night, desperately seeking Reuben's soft, love-filled eyes, but all I got in return was sternness and growing bitterness. So you're using my rut as an excuse? He growled. I was in rut, but you were in your senses, right? If I hadn't used a condom, you could have used the morning after pill or birth control to prevent this from happening. Or at the very least, you could have told me about our mistake that night. A mistake? My heart shattered into tiny pieces at Reuben's heartless comment. Every moment I had shared with him that night was precious to me, but he reduced them to a mere mistake. I bit my lip and continued. When I woke up that morning, you were already gone to the neighboring pack to deal with rogue matters, and our pack was in lockdown. I couldn't leave the territory in these 2 months. If an unmarried she-wolf had gone to the pack doctor for birth control or the morning after pill, the news would have spread to every pack member within minutes. Do you think I was ecstatic when I found out I was pregnant? I choked on my own words due to sadness. Getting up from the bed, I took slow steps closer to Reuben, who did not tear his eyes away from me. I was scared, Reuben. I was so scared. If someone asked who the father of the baby was, what was I supposed to answer? But I love our child more than anything else because this baby is a sign of our love. I smiled weakly, placing Reuben's hand on my belly. However, I didn't realize that my actions had somehow triggered Reuben even more. Sign of our love? He pulled his hand back with an angry growl that startled me. I looked at him with a pale face. He had never acted violently towards me before, but today he was different. This child would expose our mate bond to the pack members, Willow. They will find out I'm mated to you, an Omega. He grabbed my arms and pulled me closer to himself. Was I not clear when I told you that we have to keep our mate bond a secret until I take over my father's alpha position? Reuben Emerald was the son of the Alpha of Emerald Bright Pack, and I was Omega, lowest in the pack. Moon Goddess mated me to an alpha. My secret crush was already surprising for me. Reuben and I were like sky and ground from the beginning. My eyes watered up slightly, but I blinked away the tears to control my emotions as I spoke. I know, but it just happened. Don't give me excuses, he gritted his teeth, releasing my arms angrily. I can't believe you're using this baby to manipulate me into marrying you, Willow. Reuben clenched his fist, his eyes now filled with a hatred for me I had never seen before. Trick you with the baby for marriage? I couldn't believe my ears. He accused me of being one of those women who would use their bodies and pregnancy to gain power and status. I can't believe you think so little of me, Reuben. My emotions finally broke through. For the sake of our love and mate bond, I patiently waited for a year for you. We mated on the day we recognized each other as mates, but I never asked you to mark me or reveal our mate bond. I did everything as you wanted. Now, as the Moon Goddess has blessed us with a baby, shouldn't we accept it? My voice echoed in the room as he looked at me with tear-filled eyes. Blessing? You already decided it's a blessing, but did you ever think about me? Did you consider whether I want a baby or not? He and his wolf spoke in unison. I froze in my spot in surprise. Somehow, I felt myself growing distant from him. It was as if the Reuben I knew had disappeared, as if he had become someone else. This feeling was frightening for me. Reuben, don't talk like that. Of course I care about you. My voice was like a whisper as I stepped closer to him, but his stern glares took me aback. Nonsense, he growled, turning on his heels to leave. His cold demeanor alarmed me. He was walking away. The distance between us seemed to be growing larger, to the point where I could no longer see the love I had once seen in his eyes. Reuben, wait, don't go. I ran after him and held his hand tightly. I couldn't bear to lose him. My voice shook, barely audible. Let's take a break and deal with the situation together, okay? I forced a smile to hide the pain and fear that was rising in my heart. Reuben had never walked out on our conversations before, and it scared me. Together? Reuben snapped, pulling his hand out of my grasp. I'm thrilled you even know the meaning of together when you decide to become pregnant without my knowledge, he accused. Reuben. I couldn't hold back the tears and broke into sobs. How could he say such things? Why couldn't he see that I was also in pain? I could no longer see warmth and care in his eyes. The happiness I had stored in my heart and planned to share with him seemed to have vanished. Please. I moved closer to him until our bodies touched. Please, don't do this to me. Let's talk, okay? I cupped his face with my cold, trembling hands. There's nothing left to talk about, Willow. Reuben pulled his face out of my hands. I don't want to see you. His face showed no emotion as he mercilessly crushed my heart with his cruel words. What? I bit my lips, tears streaming down my cheeks. He did not want to see me? He hated me that much? As he turned to leave again, I cried, Reuben, please, no. I tried to follow him. Don't follow me, he growled in warning and stormed out of the house. I stood in the middle of the living room, a crying mess. My sobs were covered by the sound of pack members eagerly shifting into their wolves and heading into the woods to play and hunt. It was a full moon night, and the whole pack was waiting for the moon goddess to rise full and bright in the dark sky and bless them. I gazed at the wide window where the full moon shone brightly. I touched my belly. I couldn't give up. My baby was also a blessing from the moon goddess, and there was no way it could be unwanted. Wiping my tears away, I left the house to catch up with Reuben. He was my soulmate, my lover, my everything. I knew he was angry, but I believed that once we talked, he would understand me and our situation. No matter how upset he was, he couldn't ignore his child. He couldn't ignore the emotions and feelings of a father. I put on a smile and left my courtyard. Willow, where are you going? My best friend Ella met me on the way. She was heading to join others. I'm going to see Alpha Reuben, I began, but she cut me off. Wait, are you also going to visit Alpha Reuben's fiancé? She smiled. She is really beautiful. No wonder Alpha fell for her at first sight, she giggled as she gossiped. My face turned pale. Fiancé? Ella nodded. Yes, Alpha Reuben brought her with him. Didn't you know? Ella, come on. The moon is about to rise. Let's go into the woods. She was about to say more when someone called her name. Coming. She shouted back, shifted into her wolf, and hurried away. I stood there, frozen in shock. Reuben? Fiancé? I gasped for air as I found it difficult to breathe. I had never paid much attention to the rumors about Reuben's arranged marriage with the Alpha's daughter that had been circulating in the pack for months. I had dismissed it as just another rumor, but it had turned out to be true. Reuben was marrying someone else. I fell to my knees on the ground, tears streaming down my face. From the beginning, I was well aware that an Omega and an Alpha were impossible together, but I had held a glimmer of hope in my heart that one day Reuben and I could be together. I had hoped that all the patience and penance I had shown towards our mate bond would eventually bear fruit. But now, all my hopes and dreams were crushed by Reuben's hatred towards our baby. The child that was supposed to bring a new beginning to our lives had become the end of our mate bond. Reuben had chosen another woman over me. He betrayed me, betrayed our mate bond. I stayed in that same position for hours, listening to the howls of the pack members as the moon shone brightly in the sky. I waited, desperately hoping for Reuben's return, but he never came. I was abandoned and indirectly rejected. I clenched my chest, my wolf cried in pain in my head. Now, in my pregnant state, I had neither a soulmate nor a pack. Heartbroken, I returned to my house, packed my belongings, and left the pack forever. Willow. Congratulations, you're pregnant with twins, the female doctor smiled at me. Twins? Lying on the hospital bed, I looked at the doctor in shock. Was I hearing things? How could I be pregnant with twins? After leaving the Emerald Bright Pack's territory, I had started feeling sick. I had vomited on the side of the road and felt increasingly dizzy. My emotional turmoil had taken a toll on my health, and my wolf refused to communicate with me. I had come to the doctor for a checkup, but I never expected to receive the biggest surprise of my life. "Yes, twins," she affirmed, pointing at the monitor to show me the two innocent lives growing healthily in my belly. Tears welled up in my eyes. They were really twins. The doctor prescribed some medicine, and I left the hospital feeling dazed. Subconsciously, I placed my hands over my belly and whispered, "Don't worry, my babies. Even if Daddy doesn't want you, Mommy loves you very much. I will raise the two of you with everything I have," I sniffled. With my luggage in hand, I headed to the bus station, but I didn't know where to go. The Emerald Bright Pack had been my only home, and I had no family or relatives to rely on. I was alone in this vast world. Once again, thoughts of Reuben crossed my mind, causing my heart to ache, and tears gathered in my eyes. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, a car crashed into a nearby tree with a deafening impact on the deserted street. Startled, I looked at the accident in front of me with wide eyes and raced closer to the car to check. The car's front end was badly crushed, and there was only a middle-aged man in the driver's seat, his head bleeding profusely. "Oh my goddess," I gasped, pulling out my phone to call an ambulance. But before I could do anything, a man crawled out of the car on his own and collapsed at my feet. I quickly tried to grab and support him, asking, "Sir, are you okay?" I helped him lean against the car. His strong aura and scent confirmed that he was a werewolf, an alpha. "Wait, I'll call an ambulance," I began dialing the number, but he grabbed my hand. "You're Willow Rathbone, right?" he asked, his voice heavy with shock. How? How do you know?" My eyes widened at him, mentioning my last name, a name that had always been hidden from the world. 6 years later, Britain. The coffee on the table remained untouched and eventually turned cold once again. I carefully pinned a lace dress on a mannequin, ensuring it draped perfectly over its form, accentuating the curves and contours of the gown. It was the finishing touch to my creation. I finally removed the curtain, parting my room into two. Wow! Lola, who had just entered the room, gasped while standing at the door. She stared at the long red gown with wide eyes and an open mouth. "So this is the masterpiece you created in just 2 sleepless nights," she marveled, stepping into the room slowly. "You are really blessed," she exclaimed. "I was the most famous fashion designer in the country. My designs graced the bodies of models, celebrities, and adorned the runways of countless fashion shows. With my extraordinary ability to understand people's desires when it came to clothing, I had become the youngest fashion designer to claim the top spot in the industry, amassing awards and accolades in my name. I wish I could wear it. I'm so jealous of your talent," Lola exclaimed. I chuckled in response. Lola was a human and my helper. "Did you come here for something?" I asked as I walked over to the basin to wash my face. After staying up the entire night, my back was sore and my eyes felt heavy. All I wanted was to shut them for a while. "Oh yes, I almost forgot about it. The kindergarten teacher just called," she informed impatiently. I stopped in my tracks, my fatigue momentarily forgotten. "Don't tell me Wyatt and Lori did something in kindergarten again." Lola gave me a nervous smile. "You should see for yourself. They've already returned from kindergarten." I pinched my forehead warily. They had returned after only 1 hour? What had my little devils done this time? 6 years ago, the moon goddess blessed me with twins, a son and a daughter, Wyatt and Lori. With them in my life, I had found my whole world. To raise them and provide them with a bright future, I began working and decided to pursue my dream. With a 3-month belly, I left America and came to Britain, where I continued my studies and worked towards my dream of fashion designing. During these years, I had been living among humans, with no contact with the werewolf world. I blended in seamlessly with the human population and focused on raising my children. However, my children were werewolves, and not just any werewolves. They were alphas, which posed its own unique set of challenges. Taking a deep breath, I left my room to find my 2 children sitting at the dining table, enjoying cupcakes. Seeing them like that melted my heart. "Mommy." As soon as they spotted me, they both jumped down from their chairs and raced to hug my legs. "Are you done with your work finally?" they chirped in their cute, childish voices. Yes, and now I'm free until this weekend. I knelt down in front of them, kissing their cheeks. Yay! Lori hugged me tightly. Mommy, you had promised that we would be good until you finished your work and then you'd take us for ice cream, right? She reminded me with excitement. Yes, but I paused and narrowed my eyes at them. It was only 1 hour since you two went to the kindergarten and you came back? I couldn't pick up your teacher's call earlier. So you tell me, what trouble have you two caused this time? I crossed my arm over my chest and looked at Wyatt suspiciously. I did nothing. Wyatt pouted. Teacher just gave us this note to give you and told us to go home. We followed her instructions, he explained, and Lori nodded in agreement. Frowning, I took the letter from Wyatt's hand, stood up, and looked suspiciously between the two of them while opening the letter. Their cuteness and innocent eyes might have fooled others, but I knew their mischievousness could challenge anyone. Shaking my head slightly, I began to read the letter. Miss Willow, this is a letter to inform you that you do not need to send Wyatt and Lori to the kindergarten. In the past 5 days since they started attending, 3 teachers have resigned from their positions. I'm afraid we are not equipped to handle your children. Teachers left their jobs? I gasped and looked at Wyatt and Lori. What exactly happened? Lori, you did not pull pranks on teachers, right? I inquired. Mommy, my brother and I really didn't do anything this time. Lori blinked her big, innocent blue eyes. It's just that the teacher was stupid. Stupid? I was speechless. Lori explained the whole incident to me. Today, some boys in the class were challenging my brother to a race. Brother didn't want to participate in those childish things and wanted to read a book. But then the gym teacher, who clearly favored some students, provoked Brother by saying that he was afraid of the race because he knew he couldn't win. Brother didn't rise to his provocation, remembering your words about not causing trouble, but the gym teacher took Brother's silence as a challenge to his ego. He forced Brother to participate in the race. The gym teacher had also said some ugly things about Mommy indirectly, which provoked my brother. Finally, fed up with the bullying, Brother challenged the gym teacher to a race, with a condition that if the teacher lost, he would have to apologize to Brother and Mommy. In the end, not only did the gym teacher lose the race to Brother, but he also lost his dignity in front of the entire school and the other teachers. He became a laughingstock and resigned from his job in humiliation. I listened to Lori's explanation with a mix of pride and concern, my children's boldness and resourcefulness leaving me both impressed and worried. I sighed deeply. It was the 3rd kindergarten I had to change in the last 5 months due to similar incidents happening each time. In reality, Wyatt and Lori had inherited a strong alpha bloodline from Reuben, which set them apart from normal children their age. Lori's intellect was far sharper than that of typical kids her age, which had created tension and insecurity among their previous kindergarten teachers. Usually, werewolf children begin developing their abilities around the ages of 8 to 10, but in the case of my twins, they had started manifesting their gifts much earlier, at around 4 to 5 years old. They were stronger and more astute than other children their age, or even some adults. In the race, Wyatt had outpaced the gym teacher, even though he was only 5 and had yet to get his wolf. Mommy, are you angry with us? Lori asked and bit her lips lightly as she looked like a little snowy bunny. No, Mommy can never be angry with her babies, I reassured them, offering a loving smile and rubbing both of their heads. It wasn't their fault that they were different from others. In fact, it was a blessing, a gift from the goddess. We'll find a new kindergarten for both of you. But for now, let's go get some ice cream. I grinned, trying to brighten their spirits. Yay! Wyatt and Lori jumped up and down in excitement. I couldn't help but chuckle at my baby's smiling faces. Wyatt began telling me what flavor he wanted, and I nodded, listening to his cute, childish voice. He had forest green eyes just like Reuben, inheriting his father's handsomeness and sharp features. He was like a miniature version of Reuben. Mommy, I want chocolate and vanilla, both. Lori tugged at my sleeves, drawing my attention. Thankfully, my baby girl hadn't inherited everything from her father. She had sea blue eyes and radiated cuteness. I couldn't resist pulling both of them into a warm hug. Mommy is so happy today, so you two can eat whatever you want. I smiled, and their eyes shone with excitement as they eagerly nodded. Just as we were talking, Lola came in and said, "Willow, there's someone looking for you." I turned to her, slightly puzzled. I couldn't recall having any appointments with anyone. "Who is it?" "It's me," a deep male voice echoed through the dining room, along with the sound of approaching footsteps. "Grandpa?" Wyatt and Lori exclaimed in unison and rushed over to the man. I turned to see the elderly wolf hugging and kissing my two little ones. "We missed you so much, Grandpa," Lori chimed in. "I missed you too," he picked them up in his arms. "Lori, my princess, how did you become even more beautiful and cute? What if some prince appears and steals you away from me?" He looked genuinely concerned. "Grandpa, don't worry. Lori will always be Grandpa's princess," Lori reassured him, hugging him tightly and planting a kiss on his cheek. "Yes, Lori is only Grandpa's princess," he laughed and added, "My little angels have grown taller and stronger." He exaggerated his words for dramatic effect. Wyatt nodded seriously and said, "Yes, Grandpa, by getting stronger, I can protect Mommy from any bad guys who try to become my daddy." "That's my boy," he remarked seriously. "Alpha Benjamin, please don't encourage them in this matter," I scolded with my arms crossed over my chest, displeased. Ever since Wyatt and Lori had started understanding the complexities of adult relationships and had noticed the attention from a few male models on me, they had been quite overzealous in their attempts to protect me from potential suitors. "We just don't want some evil man to be our daddy, Mommy," Wyatt stated, and Lori nodded in agreement. I rolled my eyes and turned to face them, accustomed to their protective nature. "Me too," Alpha Benjamin stated. Alpha Benjamin was the alpha I had saved in a car accident 6 years ago. On that fateful day, he recognized me, even though I had no memory of him. It turned out he was my father's best friend. In gratitude for saving his life, he had asked me to join his pack, explaining that my father had once saved his life when Alpha Benjamin was a young alpha. To repay my father's kindness, he took me in as his daughter. He was so kind that I accepted to be his daughter. During my time in his pack, he had provided me with a home and fatherly love. With his help, I was able to leave the country and come to Britain to pursue my successful career. Alpha Benjamin was like a father to me, and I held a deep respect for him. He had raised my twins as his own grandkids and loved them over his life. "Willow, how are you doing, my girl?" Alpha Benjamin walked closer to me and enveloped me in a warm hug. "I'm fine, Alpha," I replied with a smile, hugging him back. "We hadn't seen each other in half a year. What brings you here today?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. Whenever he paid a visit, he always brought some kind of surprise, and I was curious to see what it was this time. "Willow, it's time for you to return to America, my girl," he said with a smile. "America? Why?" My smile faded. I hadn't been back there in 6 years. Alpha Benjamin took my hand and placed an invitation in it. "You're going to attend an alpha ball on my behalf." 6 years ago, when I had expressed my desire to go to Britain to Alpha Benjamin, he hadn't been pleased. He wanted me to give birth to my babies in the care of his pack before considering moving on to other opportunities. However, when I insisted on raising my child independently, the alpha had to agree. He sent me to Britain for studies and supported me financially until I could do so myself. Originally, the plan had been for me to return to America, to the Wade Moon Pack, as soon as my studies were over. Still, the alpha allowed me to pursue my career and stay in Britain. However, I never imagined that an alpha would ask me to return for an alpha ball. It took a few seconds for me to grasp his words. "I should attend it on your behalf?" "Yes," he nodded seriously. "You remember our enemy, the Shine Moon Pack, right? The alpha of the Shine Moon Pack has finally agreed to meet and discuss a peace treaty with us. Since the alpha is so busy, we can only meet him at the ball. Originally, I was going to attend this alpha ball, but my heart surgery is scheduled for that day here in Britain. If I miss this opportunity to meet with the alpha, we risk our pack's safety. Neither the alpha ball nor my surgery can be avoided. So I thought of you, a person that could secure this peace treaty for our pack without any loss," he explained. His face was filled with pride and confidence, and rightfully so. When I joined Alpha Benjamin's Wade Moon Pack as his daughter, he had imparted extensive knowledge of pack politics and survival in the werewolf world onto me. I had learned a great deal from him, and I was eager to repay his kindness. I worked behind the scenes, solving old disputes among neighboring packs with Wade Moon, and helped the Alpha establish numerous new treaties. That was all before I had left for my studies. Willow, the Shine Moon Pack is a two-headed snake that has lusted for our lands for decades, girl. We need this peace treaty no matter the cost, the Alpha emphasized. But I'm just an Omega Alpha, I reminded him. My identity had been a curse for me my whole life. I lost everything in my life in the past due to the very fact that I was an Omega. How can I go on your behalf? It goes against the rules of the Alpha Ball, and besides, I think Sky should be the one to attend the ball, not me, I pointed out. Sky was Alpha Benjamin's only son and the next Alpha in line. When I was pregnant, he and I had become best friends. He was the one who always attended Alpha balls and mating ceremonies for the Wade Moon Pack. Alpha Benjamin sighed. Sky has gone to a friend's pack to help them with rogue issues. I wanted to call him back, but it seems the situation over there has grown worse, and I can't contact him. Sky wouldn't be able to make it in time for the Alpha Ball, so I looked for the help of my daughter. The Alpha took my hands and looked into my eyes with hope. Willow, you will help, won't you? I stood there, my mind completely blank after listening to the Alpha. What kind of game was the goddess playing with me? Due to bad weather, the plane landed 2 hours late. Stepping into the lobby of the airport, I took a deep breath. 6 years later, fate had led me back to the place that held my past and memories in its palm. It was the place that I never wished to return to, but I could not refuse Alpha Benjamin's request. He was in poor health, and this was the first thing he had ever asked of me. I understood the significant problems the pack would face if the peace treaty slipped through our fingers. So, here I was, back in America. Mommy, Wyatt and Laurie's voices entered my ears. I tilted my head to find their small hands filled with chocolates and snacks. Behind them, Beta Ken walked with a handsome smile on his lips. He had come to pick us up in front of the airport. Now I understood where he had disappeared to with the kids. He loved Wyatt and Laurie just like Alpha Benjamin. Mommy, Uncle Ken bought us these treats. Can we accept them? Laurie chirped. Okay, but remember that we are going to behave here. I only brought you two with me because you are not going to kindergarten at the moment and have never been to Grandpa's pack. Promise me that you two will not run around and that you will obey me, okay? Okay, they both gave a serious nod. I smiled and looked up at Beta Ken. Long time no see, Willow. I'm glad you returned, he smiled, walking closer to give me a hug. Thank you, Beta Ken. I pulled away and said, I could have returned to the pack on my own, Beta Ken. You should not have come out here to pick us up with your busy schedule, I stated. I am never too busy when it comes to my little alphas, he grinned, picking up our luggage in his hands. Let's go. I'll explain to you about the Alpha Ball while driving. I nodded. Wyatt and Laurie walked with Beta Ken, chattering away. They were walking so fast that I was left behind. I couldn't believe my twins were so happy about visiting their grandpa's pack. I shook my head and checked my phone while I continued walking. The Alpha Ball was being held later this evening at a 5-star shifter hotel. I decided to go straight to the hotel and prepare for the ball. Just as I was thinking about all of these things, the familiar sharp scent entered my nose, awakening my wolf. I froze in my tracks as my heart started to drum in my chest. My body turned cold when I found this feeling very familiar to me. I slowly lifted my eyes to find a pair of intense green eyes looking right into them. My eyes widened as I took steps back. How could the first person I meet after 6 years be Reuben? Willow? Reuben whispered my name like a prayer under his breath, his eyes dark and intense. I clenched my fists at my side and turned to walk away. The memories from 6 years ago, when he betrayed me, flashed in my mind's eye. Willow! Reuben yelled again, but I did not stop. I heard his wild footsteps behind me, wanting to follow me, but I took advantage of the large cargo that 4 employees were carrying. It blocked Reuben's path and gave me enough time to vanish from his sight. Willow! Reuben screamed like crazy again and again, looking here and there for me. Willow! Willow! The police came hearing that commotion, but no one dared to stop the most dangerous and powerful alpha and the country's richest man, Reuben. Hiding my scent, I leaned on the bathroom entrance wall with slightly red eyes. My hands were still clenched at my side. Willow! He growled at the top of his lungs without caring about the humans around him. My wolf stared into my eyes deep as I heard that 6-year-old obsession and craziness in Reuben's voice. Why? Why was he looking for me? Reuben. Billionaire Reuben Emerald, the owner of Emerald Airline, was seen shouting a woman's name within the flagship airport for his airline. However, that viral video was swiftly blocked and deleted a mere 5 minutes after it went viral. Who was the woman that made the richest man in the country lose his composure? Who could she possibly be? In the lobby of the airport, everyone's phone displayed the same news as their incessant chatter found its way to the CCTV control and monitoring room of the airport. I sat in front of hundreds of monitors, displaying nothing but corrupted CCTV footage of the airport. How did the CCTV cameras get hacked? My beta Oren barked at the staff standing in a row, holding their breath, their heads lowered in terror. Everyone working my airline, from lower to higher ranks, were werewolves and members of my pack. It was my own little fiefdom that I had established among the humans. The wolves remained silent and trembling, but Oren noticed my emotionless gaze fixed on the blank passenger manifest. Sudden panic surged in his heart as he yelled at them, "We can't even find the passenger list. Are you all courting your own death?" Just 5 minutes earlier, a virus infiltrated Emerald Bright Airlines like poison coursing through blood. Before the company's top security specialists had the chance to contain the situation, the virus had already obliterated not just all of that day's footage, but also the passenger manifests. All that remained were the blank monitors in front of me, while another wolf connected it to a phone belonging to a blogger who had been recording in the airport. Nearly every person in the terminal had their phone playing the recording. That was the final one. Alpha. Finally, the head of security gathered his courage and stepped forward to respond, his heart pounding like a drum. Everyone in Emerald Bright Pack knew that there was a zero-tolerance rule when it came to mistakes. This incident was no less than a crime that took place. Alpha, we're truly sorry. It happened so suddenly. Please give us another chance. The footage will be... Oren, I called for my beta in a low yet resonant voice. The wolf that served as my head of the security immediately bit his tongue as the entire staff broke into cold sweats. Their hearts pounded like drums in their chests, the sound echoing in the room. Alpha, Oren stepped closer to me, awaiting orders. Banish them all, I commanded, without looking at any of them. I continued to stare fixedly at the video playing in front of me. Alpha! Every wolf standing in a row fell to their knees in horror. They instantly turned into rogues without a pack. Please don't do this to us, Alpha. The room filled with their collective pleas and cries. Please have mercy! Crying and begging, they crawled closer to my feet, but before they could touch, Oren had the other wolves drag them out. The other wolves were chilled down to their bones as they watched my emotionless eyes remain stuck to the screen. They did not move until I spotted a familiar figure on the video playing on the large screen in front of me. Pause, I growled. The wolf operating the video was startled and immediately pressed the button. Reverse. I ordered. As the video rewound 5 seconds, I ordered again. Stop. Everyone glanced at the video, holding their breaths where the blogger's face was prominent, but my focus was on a figure in red at the back of the lobby. Zoom in and resume. The man nodded, following my instructions. As the video played once more, I rose from my seat, observing the tall, stunning figure exiting the airport. My wolf appeared in my eyes, and as soon as she turned to look back, causing her face to come into my view. I clenched my fists, standing mere inches away from the screen, watching her flee from me. She had truly been here, right in front of me, but she ran away. Her hair had grown longer, her figure a bit leaner, but she was as beautiful as ever. Slowly, I placed my hand on the screen, touching her rosy cheeks. I knew it. I knew she wasn't a figment of my imagination. She just ran away from me. My eyes darkened as I scraped my claws along the screen while watching her fleeing back on the video. You shouldn't have run away from me, Willow, I whispered. Willow. Standing under the shower, I felt each drop on my skin, clear and cold, yet my mind was still enveloped by thoughts of Reuben's piercing green eyes. His heavy, resonating voice as it called my name continued to echo in my ears. How likely was it that upon returning to America after 6 years away, I encountered the person that had been the reason I left the country to begin with? After a long shower, I dressed and headed to the room where Wyatt and Lori were engrossed in playing a video game. When they saw me, they raised their heads. "Mommy, why did you come in the taxi? Why didn't you come to the hotel with us in Uncle Ken's car?" Lori asked as she blinked her big blue eyes. I paused for a moment, not expecting this question. I had opted for a taxi to obviously avoid drawing attention by being seen with Wyatt and Lori. There was no way I could let anyone find out about kids. Concealing my scent, I had quickly left the airport in a taxi, instead of traveling in Beta Ken's car. Later, we rendezvoused at the restaurant connected to the lobby of this hotel, where we had lunch together before coming up to the room. Before I could respond, another voice chimed in. "Your mom forgot something, so she went to retrieve it." Beta Ken entered the room, holding 2 cups of coffee. "Now go and play your video game. Your mommy has only allowed you to play for an hour, right?" he suggested. Wyatt and Lori quickly returned to their game as Beta Ken placed the cups on the table. "Care for some coffee?" he offered. "Absolutely," I smiled, taking a seat opposite him. He took a sip of his coffee and said, "You and the kids must be tired from traveling. How about getting a few hours of sleep before the Alpha Ball? The ball starts in the evening, and you still have time to rest," he suggested. I shook my head. "Once they start playing video games, they won't stop, and they won't be able to sleep right now." I chuckled and took a sip of my coffee. "After dinner, I'll put them to bed and head to the ball. I need to prepare for the Alpha Ball and review the peace treaty documents, so I won't be sleeping either," I said, placing the coffee on the table and picking up the envelope of documents that he had brought with him. The ball isn't for kids. It's a den of greed, treaties, and profit. Wyatt and Lori would be bored to tears, he agreed. I just smiled as my real intentions for not taking my kids with me were something else. Then I should be going. The Alpha is not there, so I am overseeing the pack. If you have anything you want to ask, just give me a call. As he rose, I placed the papers on the table and stood up. "I understand and thank you for your help earlier with the CCTV footage, Beta Ken." When we were leaving the airport, I had contacted Beta Ken to erase the CCTV footage as quickly as possible. Hearing Reuben calling for me, I had the realization that he wouldn't rest until he found me. The good thing was our pack, the Wade Moon pack, was powerful and had effective approaches with hackers. Beta Ken dealt with the footage quickly and efficiently. "It's not a big deal," he chuckled, but paused at the door, turning back to me. "Well, who did you run into at the airport that you don't want to find out about you?" His eyes gleamed with curiosity. In the Wade Moon pack, no one knew much about me beyond my name. When I joined the pack, I kept my past a secret, even from Alpha Benjamin. He did not know which pack I left or how I had lived. The only thing he knew was that I did not have anywhere to go. He didn't push me to share, but the pack members were always curious about the father of my children. I just wanted to leave my past behind and start anew, so I remained silent on the matter. However, this time, hiding from Reuben was my priority, so I sought help from Beta Ken. "It was just someone I didn't want to see again," I replied casually. Beta Ken raised his brows and simply nodded, understanding that I didn't want to discuss it further. "Then I'll be on my way. Best of luck at tonight's ball. I'll be back in the morning to pick you up," he remarked. "Okay." I smiled as he bid us goodbye and left. Closing the door and turning around, I found Wyatt and Lori standing there with my luggage. "What are you two doing now?" I questioned. Those little devils were unpredictable even to me. "Mommy, you're going to the ball, right? We'll help you choose a dress," Lori excitedly exclaimed. "You two want to help?" I raised my brows in surprise. "Yes, come on." Wyatt pushed my luggage inside the room while Lori took hold of my hand, leading me in. Seated on the sofa with my laptop, I allowed Wyatt and Lori to browse through my selection of dresses while I seized the chance to review the treaty papers. Their being distracted was a rare opportunity. Alpha Benjamin was deeply concerned about this treaty and held high expectations for me. Opening my laptop, I delved into research about the Shine Moon Pack. I assessed their weaknesses, strengths, and their affiliations with other packs. They were indeed powerful, akin to the Wade Moon Pack. I also learned that their alpha had a notorious reputation and harbored intense animosity toward Wade Moon and its members. I took a deep breath. It was evident that things at the Alpha Ball wouldn't be easy. Moreover, the disadvantage was that he had agreed to meet only at the ball. Almost every alpha in the country was planning on attending this particular function. What if? My thoughts abruptly halted as a chill ran down my spine. I hastily skimmed through the papers Beta Ken had provided. I recalled that he had given me a list of attending alphas. Ignoring the names of females, hosts, and elders, I focused on the young alpha's names. I held the paper tightly as I scanned the names. Thankfully, Reuben's name was absent. I breathed a sigh of relief and silently thanked the goddess. It was a blessing that powerful packs often didn't attend such balls. Knowing that in the past 6 years, Reuben had taken over his father's position, becoming the alpha of the Emerald Bright Pack, the most powerful and feared wolf in the werewolf world. "Mommy, how about this dress?" Lori's voice pulled me out of my thoughts. She brought a black dress over to me that I had never worn before. She also brought a matching purse and sandals. "Do you like it?" "I love it. It's beautiful," I smiled. At a young age, Lori possessed great knowledge of clothes, colors, and designs for various occasions. Merely by observing someone, she could gauge their personality and attitude as well. "I'll definitely wear it tonight, thank you." I accepted the dress from her little hands. "Mommy, are you sure I can't come with you?" Wyatt asked while perched on the edge of the bed. "Yes, it's a dull gathering of alphas," I chuckled, lifting the dress up. "Then Mommy needs to be careful of strange men at the ball," Wyatt remarked. My heart warmed at his ever-protective nature. "Strange men?" I chuckled, hanging the dress up. "What strange man?" "The kind of man that you met at the airport earlier and was calling your name," Wyatt remarked. I froze in place for a second, quickly turning to look at him. "Some man was calling my name? Is that what you are saying?" I couldn't help but give him a nervous smile. I had been certain that Wyatt had left the airport when that happened. "I heard a man calling your name when I was about to sit in Uncle Ken's car. The man's voice sounded obsessed and crazed," he explained. Lori nodded in agreement, adding, "Yeah, Mommy, you should stay away from those kinds of people. When I heard him, I felt like he would steal you away from me." My breath caught in my throat as I listened to them. So Lori also heard Reuben? What they felt was only possible if... I clenched my dress at my side, realizing Wyatt and Lori had sensed a connection with Reuben. Perhaps Reuben could feel it too? There was no way Reuben could find out about Wyatt and Lori. Willow. Dressed in black, I left the hotel room at 9 in the evening. After putting Wyatt and Lori to bed post-dinner, I could attend to tonight's business without worry. My children were mature and accustomed to being without me for extended periods, even days. Wyatt was a responsible older brother and took wonderful care of Lori. The Alpha Ball was being held on the top floor of the Shifter Hotel where I was staying. Taking the elevator, I entered the venue. It was vibrant and lavishly decorated, filled with alphas from various packs. They were gathered in clusters, chatting and laughing, all representing powerful packs. Being around them, I felt as if I had traveled into my past. It had been 6 years since I had been among so many werewolves. A tall man in a gray suit at the entrance observed me for a few moments, as if trying to discern something. "Excuse me, miss. May I ask which pack's alpha you represent?" He was remarkably polite and respectful, bearing the air of a high-ranking warrior. Clutching a list of guest alphas, he seemed responsible for vetting guests and preventing non-alpha blood from entering, what they referred to as intruders. "Actually, I'm familiar with every attending alpha, but I've never seen you before," he clarified with a smile. "I am the daughter of Alpha Benjamin. Due to an urgent situation, he couldn't attend the ball, so I am here representing him," I explained. "Alpha Benjamin has a daughter?" He frowned, visibly surprised as he flipped through the list. "I am his adoptive daughter," I clarified, searching for the invitation in my purse. "Oh, it appears that he informed us about this beforehand. He read something from the paper. "Are you here to meet the Alpha of Shine Moon Pack?" he inquired. Upon hearing that I was Alpha Benjamin's adoptive daughter, he assumed that I would also have Alpha blood, so he did not inquire about me further. "Yes," I nodded, feeling a deep sense of relief when he didn't ask for the invitation. I recalled picking it up from the table before leaving. "Did I drop it somewhere? Could you tell me if the Alpha has already arrived at the ball?" I asked. "Yes, he's here and waiting for you. Please allow me to show you the way," he replied with a smile. "Thank you so much," I returned the smile and followed him. I was relieved that I didn't have to wait unnecessarily to meet with the Alpha. His notorious nature turned out to be helpful as he simply wanted to discuss business. I anticipated quickly concluding the meeting and returning to my babies. Lost in my thoughts, I was unaware that back in the room, Lori had woken up. "Brother, I found this invitation in the living room." She hurried over to Wyatt, who was pouring her a glass of water. He always slept lightly and would instantly know when Lori woke up, shadowing her until he put her back to bed. Wyatt frowned upon seeing the invitation. "It looks like Mommy accidentally dropped it." He bit his lips. "Mommy can't attend the ball without the invitation," he remarked. "Then, brother, let's take this invitation to her," Lori suggested, her eyes shining with excitement at the idea of the chance to get out of the hotel room. "Okay, but we will return as soon as we deliver it to Mommy," Wyatt pointed. Okay, she nodded, then hurried to put on her small skirt and top. Once dressed, they both left the hotel room together with the invitation that gave them the location of the ball. They crossed into the hallway and headed toward the elevator, but encountered a hurdle at the door. Being short, they couldn't reach the elevator button. It was placed too high for their little hands to reach. Lori glanced around and noticed two long legs in front of her. She lifted her gaze up to find a man dressed in black with a cold, sharp aura. Tugging at the man's trousers, she said, "Uncle, can you please press that button for me?" As the sweet, childish voice reached the man's ears, he looked down at the two children who barely reached his knees. His green eyes flickered between the boy and girl, who were holding hands. Studying them carefully, his gaze trembled uncontrollably. His gaze was fixed first on the little girl's stunning big blue eyes. Those innocent blue orbs and her small, lovely face seemed oddly familiar. Unable to resist, he reached down to touch the little girl's soft cheek. She felt as soft as a doll. Never in his life had he had the desire to touch a child, but at that moment, his hand had a mind of its own. "Uncle," a small yet authoritative hand suddenly stopped him from touching Lori's cheek anymore. The man glanced at the boy standing beside the little girl, emanating a sharp and protective aura. When the two sets of green eyes met, it caused the man to abruptly halt. His wolf stirred within his mind and reflected in his eyes as he looked at the child. Those green eyes, they were the same as, "Please, can you help us call the elevator door?" Wyatt asked, interrupting the tense moment. The man tore his eyes away from the children, straightened up, and pressed the elevator button. After a few minutes, when the elevator door opened, one tall and two small figures quietly walked inside together. The man had his hands tucked into his pockets as he glanced at the two little ones beside him. Their little hands obviously could not reach the buttons again. "Which floor?" Wyatt looked up at the man and replied, "The top floor, please, where the alpha ball is being held." The man pressed the button for the top floor, and the elevator began its ascent. "Thank you, Uncle," Lori and Wyatt said simultaneously as they smiled at him. Their sweet, childlike voices were pleasant to hear. The man couldn't help but give a slight nod in acknowledgement as he glanced down at the two of them whispering to each other. "Brother, Mommy says not to talk to strangers, but this uncle helped us," Lori whispered to Wyatt. "And he is handsome too." Wyatt secretly glanced at the man from head to toe. He does not look like those men that he had chased away from his mommy before. The man acted as if he was not listening to their whispers. "Why are you two going to the alpha ball?" he asked in a slow yet authoritative tone. It was evident that the man seldom engaged in conversation or concerned himself with anyone else's affairs, yet he was doing so at that moment. "We're going to find our mommy," Wyatt replied. "Why?" The man raised his brows. "She forgot her invitation in the room. We're bringing it to her," he explained. The man glanced at the invitation in Wyatt's hand, noticing its golden hue typically given to the second powerful packs. "Which pack are you from?" he questioned. "We don't live here. We're just visiting our grandpa's pack for the first time," Laurie mentioned. The man paused, surprised by this being their first visit here. He turned to look at them. "How old are you two?" 5 years old. Laurie held up one hand, displaying 5 little fingers. The man's expression darkened. "What's your mommy's name?" "You're quite the drinker, Miss Willow," remarked Alpha Alex, the alpha of the Shine Moon pack, pushing another glass toward me. We stood alone on the balcony on the top floor of the hotel, far from the other guests. If it hadn't been for the peace treaty, I would have declined his offer of wine, let alone be alone with him. "Thank you, Alpha Alex," I said with a sweet smile as I accepted the glass. "Honestly, I wasn't expecting you to be so young. It seems the rumors about you are false," I added, taking a sip of my wine. He was a handsome, charming man around 22 years old, 3 years younger than me. Given his notorious reputation in the outside world, I had imagined him as some older, overweight alpha with wrinkles. Yet the man in front of me was the complete opposite of my expectations. "Well, the rumors do hold some truth." He leaned in closer, a mischievous and wicked smirk curling on his lips. "It's just that beauties managed to bring out my softer side." He enveloped me with his sharp, dark eyes, his demeanor radiating an evil persona, waiting for my reaction, expecting me to flinch away. I took a sip of my wine, maintaining eye contact with his brown eyes, and asked, "So should I assume you're ready to sign a peace treaty with the Wade Moon Pack?" I raised my brows, observing his amused expression. Since I had broached the topic of the peace treaty and explained its advantages and disadvantages, he maintained a constant smile, but didn't initiate discussions about these matters on his own. Not keen on spending more time with him, I aimed to get straight to the point. I couldn't leave Wyatt and Laurie alone in the hotel room for much longer. "I will sign it, but only—" He edged closer, our bodies just a few inches apart. "Only?" I asked, noticing a playful smile on his lips. "Only if you agree to date me, Miss Willow," he whispered. "I'm afraid you won't ever be able to date my mate, Alpha Alex." A sudden, deep, and heavy voice pierced the air. Alex was startled, and I tightly held my breath as a chill ran down my spine at the sound of the voice. Slowly, I turned toward the source, where a large figure stood in the dim light, his wolf-like eyes glinting like a predator. Reuben. My eyes widened in shock. How had he found me here? How could he be at the Alpha Ball? I had checked the attendee list, then I realized I hadn't checked the names of females, elders, and hosts. Wait, was he the host of this Alpha Ball? Alpha Reuben. Alpha Alex stammered, his legs starting to shake. Then he turned to me with wide eyes. You are his soulmate?" He stepped back from me in horror, then quickly ran away from the balcony as if his life depended on it. The slap of his running feet faded away. The next sound I heard was, "Mommy." Wyatt and Laurie raced out from Reuben's side and hugged my legs. I froze in shock. What were Wyatt and Laurie doing here? How was it they came to be with Reuben? My eyes locked with Reuben as he walked closer to me, his eyes as dark as the night sky. "Willow," he stopped a hand breadth away from me, watching Wyatt and Laurie calling me Mommy before locking eyes with me again. "Mommy, is that Uncle our daddy?" Wyatt asked. My heart sank. My worst fear had come true. They felt a bond with Reuben. I glanced at Reuben. He stood as straight as ever. There was no change in his expression at the news. "No, he is not," I replied, meeting Reuben's intense gaze. I held both of Wyatt and Laurie's hands and said, "He is nothing to us," I added as I started to walk away. Suddenly, Reuben grabbed my arm and pulled me into his chest. "Nothing," he whispered, his gaze probing mine. "Nothing," I whispered back. "Willow." "Nothing," I whispered, locking my eyes with Reuben. Hearing me, his eyes darkened, his expression turning devilish. "Oran!" He suddenly yelled for his beta, who had been standing at a distance like an invisible presence all along. Alarmed, I looked toward Oran to find him swiftly picking up Wyatt and Laurie in his arms and striding away. "Mommy! Mommy!" Both Wyatt and Laurie screamed, squirming to get free from Oran's firm grip, but they were no match to a tall, strong man. Oran effortlessly carried both children as though they were feathers. "Wait, I won't let you take them," I screamed as I desperately tried to free myself from Reuben's grasp. My attempts were futile, his hold on me too strong and tight. "Let me go! Let me go!" "Let you go so that you could run away from me again?" Reuben's voice boomed, resonating across the balcony with an eerie intensity. "How dare you run away from me, Willow?" His grip tightened as he drew me closer, his eyes burning with intensity. "How could you ignore my love and leave without a word? You fled even after seeing me at the airport. Do you have any idea what the past 6 years have been like without you?" "It was you who betrayed me, Reuben," I screamed, wrenching myself free from his grasp. "You chose to obtain the alpha position over being with me. You couldn't accept my unexpected pregnancy and basically accused me of cheating on you," I pointed out, my emotions in disarray. Never in my whole life had I expected that I would be talking about the most painful moment of my life. "What?" His brows furrowed. "I was betrayed, rejected, and abandoned. What else did you expect from me?" My voice trembled with the hurt of the past. The memory of that full moon night, discovering Reuben's engagement to an alpha's daughter, still haunted me. The dreams that I had woven with him 6 years ago being shattered left scars so deep that I hadn't been able to forget it for even a second. My soul was wounded, and having him reappear in my life only opened those old wounds again. "When did I ask you to leave me? Did I even reject you, Willow?" Suddenly, he was close to me again, his voice turning into a growl. "You should have waited for me." His wolf eyes bore into mine, filled with intensity. "You should have waited for my return instead of leaving me. You shouldn't have hidden from me all these years, Willow. More importantly," he paused, gripping my hair and pulling me closer to his face. "You shouldn't have hidden my children from me," his breath warm against my skin. When he mentioned Wyatt and Lori, his eyes held very different emotions. "They are not your children," I retorted, staring right into his eyes. "They are," he murmured, feeling the bond with Wyatt and Lori the moment they met. Now seeing them with me, he was certain. "They are my flesh and blood. They are a part of me. They are my children." "That you rejected from before they were even born," I cut him off sharply. Reuben froze, his grip on my hair faltering as my words struck a chord within him. "You rejected your own child before they were even born, Reuben. You lost them at that moment when you said that they were not yours. You lost any opportunity that you had to be called their father." I pulled away, my eyes slightly moist and tinged with red. "So let me go." "Impossible," Reuben murmured, closing the distance between us. "There's no way I'm letting you go, Willow," he growled, his aura becoming sharper. "I'm already gone," I declared, stepping back. "And I'm never coming back," I whispered, holding his gaze for a moment before turning to leave. This whole diabolical plot on his part had to end here. The story that had concluded 6 years ago couldn't be restarted. I needed to get away from him. As I neared the doorway, 2 strong hands turned me around and pinned me against a nearby wall. I gasped in surprise, meeting Reuben's eyes. "If you're gone, I'll bring you back, Willow." He gently pressed his body against mine. "If you're never coming back, then I'll steal you away from yourself, Willow." He softly trailed a hand behind my neck, whispering near my lips. "I'll do anything to reclaim you, but you can't run away from me now, mate." My eyes widened, my heart racing at his words. I tightly clutched my dress, trying to steady my heartbeat as his obsessively possessive gaze met mine. My wolf was also stunned in my mind when she heard him call us mate. Tearing my large eyes away from him, he glanced at my parted lips. Just as his breath brushed my lips, I lifted a hand to his chest. "You can never win me back, Reuben." I shoved him away. "I hate you," I declared, then turned and walked away from him. Walking down the empty hallway and quickly returned to the ball. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to rein in my emotions. What did he mean when he said that he would not let me run away again? My fists clenched at my sides. We meant nothing to each other. Why did he want anything to do with me 6 years after he rejected me anyway? Especially when he was married to someone else? My wolf growled within my mind, furious. No, I couldn't let myself be played by him again. I refused to let Reuben take Wyatt and Lori from me. Following Wyatt and Lori's scents, I arrived at the banquet area where I found them seated in chairs, Oren offering them a glass of juice with a smile. They shook their heads, not wanting to accept anything from a stranger. Mommy? Wyatt and Lori noticed me approaching and rushed over to me. Are you okay? Wyatt asked. I'm fine, I smiled, holding their heads to my chest. Let's go. Turning away, I left the ball without a backward glance. Having them back in my arms brought a sense of relief. Once we were back in the hotel room, I couldn't help but hold my children tightly. Mommy, we only came to the ball so that we could give you the invitation that you had dropped in the room, Wyatt clarified. We were not being naughty and were going to return to the room right away. A small smile appeared on my lips. I just remained silent, hugging their warm little bodies. Mommy, what's wrong? Wyatt and Lori asked together, hugging me back with their little arms. I pulled away from them and shook my head. Nothing, Mommy is just so happy to have both of you in her life. My voice shook with emotions. I kissed both of their heads and said, Let's grab our luggage and go to Grandpa's pack now. Yay, we are finally going to Grandpa's pack. Lori jumped in excitement as they both raced to grab their bags. I smiled at the sight of them bringing out my luggage. We were supposed to stay at the hotel tonight, but not anymore. I couldn't risk staying in this hotel any longer, and couldn't wait for Beta Ken to show up in the morning to take us to the Wade Moon pack. Grabbing my luggage, I exited the hotel with my children. Outside the hotel, the taxi stood waiting for us as I had called in advance. Wyatt and Lori jumped in the taxi while the driver put our luggage in the trunk. Still standing outside, I messaged Beta Ken about our impending arrival before putting the phone away. Then I felt someone's eyes on me. I slowly turned to the hotel. Unconsciously, my eyes went to the terrace where I found a dark figure standing dangerously close to the edge, watching me. Mommy, let's go, Lori called out. I tore my eyes away from the terrace and climbed into the taxi without looking back. Reuben, Willow took the children from me earlier, and now she's nowhere to be found in the ball or hotel. Oren rushed onto the terrace at lightning speed, his breath heavy from the sprint, his heart pounding wildly at his failure to keep track of Willow. I think she's run away with the kids. He abruptly stopped, noticing my lack of the expected aggressive reaction to the news of Willow's escape. Unconsciously, he followed my line of sight down to the front of the hotel, where Willow was handing her luggage to the taxi driver. Oren sputtered in shock. She's running away with her children. His eyes widened. Not just hers, they are Willow and my children, I interrupted him with a growl. Oren stared at me, speechless. Her attitude and hatred towards you tells me that she won't even let you linger near Wyatt and Lori for a second, Reuben, he murmured, taking a deep breath. I can't believe Willow gave birth to twins. I can tell at a glance that they're yours. Wyatt looks just like you did when you were young, he remarked. I remained silent, my gaze shifting to the car window where Wyatt and Lori looked up at me with their big, innocent eyes. A brief flutter of my eyelids brought forth the memory of them cradled in my arms in the elevator. What is your mommy's name? I found myself squatting down so that I could be at the same eye level as them, a veil or darkness taking over my expression after hearing them. I didn't believe in coincidences, especially not in this context. They were visiting America for the first time. They were 5 years old, and most importantly, my wolf sensed a connection with them. It was too much to dismiss as mere coincidence, especially considering their striking resemblance to Willow and I. The moment they replied, "My mommy's name is Willow," it felt like a jolt ran through my entire body. Willow? My mind went blank for a second. It was as if my entire being was struck by lightning. Suddenly, everything fell into place. The inexplicable bond I felt with them finally had a name. I could now recognize it as the parental bond. My eyes widened with the revelation of my children. 2, not 1. So 6 years ago, that day we were anticipating not 1 but 2 babies. My hand instinctively reached out, tenderly brushing their cheeks. "Uncle, are you okay?" Wyatt asked, concern flickering in his green eyes. "Uncle's eyes are red. Is Uncle in pain?" Lori asked, her little lips pursed with worry. My wolf, too shocked to even blink, finally howled in my mind. Overwhelmed by emotions, I immediately pulled them into an embrace. "Call me Daddy, not Uncle," I said, closing my eyes as I hugged them tightly for a long time, feeling their warmth, the reality of them, their undeniable presence in my life. I could still feel their warm little bodies in my arms, but Willow noticed me up on the terrace and turned her back before getting into the car. As the taxi started to drive away, Orrin panicked. "Reuben, you're letting Willow run away?" He looked at me in disbelief. "You finally found her after 6 long years. I can't see you going crazy like that again without her." Orrin wasn't just my beta, he was also my childhood friend. He knew all the shades of my dark sides, my sanity and insanity, including my addiction to Willow. She had been my drug for the past 11 years of my life, a craving I couldn't replace with any other. The last 6 years apart had only intensified my addiction to her. It had become sharper, more irresistible, adding a deeper lust to my craving. "Willow can never run away from me. She just thinks she can," I said, watching the taxi vanish from my sight. "The ball is over. Call the Alphas from the West, North, and South Territories to the Emerald Bright Pack. Willow." After 2 hours, the taxi stopped outside Wade Moon Pack territory. It was already late at night, and my children had fallen asleep with their heads on my lap. Beta Ken arrived at the borders to pick me up, gently placed my sleeping kids in the back seat, and warmly welcomed me back to the pack house. He was understandably curious about my sudden return from the Alpha Ball. Once I settled Wyatt and Lori into bed, I explained to him the events at the ball involving Alpha Alex. I deliberately avoided mentioning Reuben and assured him that the following day, I'd personally visit the Shine Moon Pack to finalize the peace treaty and secure it for our pack. Beta Ken listened calmly and placed his trust in me, much like Alpha Benjamin had before retiring to bed. "Let's discuss this more in the morning. You should get some rest too," he said with a reassuring smile. "Good night," I smiled back and returned to the bedroom, joining Wyatt and Lori. Watching them sleep peacefully warmed my heart. I kissed them both good night and settled beside them on the bed. So much had unfolded in these 20 hours. Reuben had found me, and my 6-year-long secret about my children was finally revealed to him in the worst possible way. But the most frightening thing was, he seemed even more obsessed than he had been in the past. A voice sounded in my mind. "Sari?" I gasped, hearing my wolf's voice. "Sari, you talked to me?" I couldn't believe my own ears. Was I hearing things? 6 years ago, Sari's voice faded into silence, a casualty of heartbreak and the unspoken rejection from the man we both believed to be our soulmate. Her presence lingered in my mind, a constant ghost that neither departed nor was fully present, existing in a state of muteness. For years, I was the sole conversationalist, speaking into the void that echoed with her absence, receiving no response in return. "Sari?" I called out once more, hopeful for a sign of her presence, yet I was met with continued silence. Minutes elapsed, each one stretching into an eternity, my racing heart slowly steadying itself. It dawned on me that Sari had also felt Reuben's other side like me. The sound of Sari's voice couldn't have been a figment of my imagination. Her sudden communication after so many years brought me a faint sense of relief, shattering the notion that I might live forever as a wolfless she-wolf. Every time my eyelids shut, Reuben's possessive gaze and haunting words invaded my thoughts, repeatedly tearing me from my slumber. Little did I anticipate that returning to this country would resurrect my painful past, unveiling Reuben once more. He even blamed me for hiding my children that he clearly had not wanted. I drew Wyatt and Lori close to calm my agitated heart. Lost in thought, I drifted into an abyss of exhaustion, unaware when sleep claimed me entirely. The next thing I knew, the sound of knocking against the bedroom door jolted me awake. I sat up on the bed, alarmed at the sound of the knocking. My initial instinct was to check on Wyatt and Lori. Both of them were still nestled against my sides in a peaceful slumber. The morning's brightness filtering through the curtains, signaling the arrival of the morning. When there was another insistent knock, I rose from the bed to answer the door. I found Beta Ken standing on the other side with an impatient look in his eyes. "Willow, change and come downstairs immediately." Beta Ken's urgency was palpable when I opened the door. "What's happening?" I queried, slightly taken aback by the early hour. The clock had barely struck 8. "Alpha Alex is here, wanting to meet with you." "Willow, Alpha Alex is here, wanting to meet with you," he revealed. "Me?" Surprise flickered in my eyes. Yes, it caught me off guard too. He showed up out of the blue at our borders, requesting an urgent audience with you. I presumed it was tied to the peace treaty, so I welcomed him in. Now it's in your hands, Willow. I'll have him wait in the study while you swiftly prepare to meet him, he clarified. All right, I'll be down shortly, I affirmed, closing the door and swiftly making my way to the bathroom for a quick shower. The unexpected visit of someone as arrogant as Alpha Alex, stepping foot into what was considered enemy territory, requesting a meeting with me, was certainly not something I had anticipated. This was my moment, a chance I couldn't let slip through my fingers. No matter the circumstances, I needed to secure his agreement so that he would sign the peace treaty. Clad in suitable attire, I made my way to the study where Alpha Alex sat straight on the sofa, seemingly indifferent to the refreshments arranged on the table. His sharp gaze locked onto me the moment I entered, as if he were on high alert. Alpha Alex, what a surprise, I remarked, displaying neither excitement nor surprise as I stepped into the room. Alpha Alex rose abruptly from his seat, his tone direct. Luna Willow, let's dispense with the formalities and dive into business. I halted in my tracks, taken aback. Luna? I furrowed my brow, caught off guard by the use of the unexpected title. I observed the seriousness etched across his face, noting the dark circles beneath his red, weary eyes. His appearance hinted that he hadn't slept. It was evident by the fatigue reflecting in his demeanor. The fact that he still wore last night's suit didn't escape my notice. Without addressing my query, he strode closer. I've already signed the peace treaty with the Wade Moon Pack, he declared, extending the papers toward me. The realization hit me like a bolt of lightning. He had already signed it. Surprised, I glanced at the papers I had left in his care during last night's ball. At that time, he had held them with an air of indifference. Now, as I looked at them again, his pack seal and signature sat neatly beside Alpha Benjamin's. The treaty was official. This agreement meant the Shine Moon Pack was bound by its terms. They had to refrain from attacking the Wade Moon Pack for the next decade. What suddenly made you change your mind? I inquired, meeting his gaze. A thought struck me, and my expression turned to a frown. It's not because of Alpha Reuben's influence, is it? Alex's demeanor underwent a sudden shift at the mention of Reuben. Fear flickered in his eyes. As he drew nearer, his words cut through the air. I certainly don't want to risk tangling with Alpha Reuben because of you, Miss Willow. His blunt words left me reeling. I had wanted you in my bed to secure my signature on these papers, but I saw the fire in your eyes at that moment. I'm certain that if Alpha Reuben had not intervened, you were close to slapping or breaking my balls for requesting such a condition of you for the treaty. I've signed this contract because of your compelling argument about the treaty. You've earned it, Miss Willow. Additionally, I have no desire to face Alpha Reuben's wrath for making advances toward his soulmate, so I'm marking this meeting as our last to avoid an unfortunate fate, he elucidated, holding my gaze steadily. Then, without another word, he passed by me. His transformation from the previous night was striking. Wait, Alpha Alex, I called out, halting his departure. He paused, turning back to face me. Since this marks our final meeting, I request that you refrain from disclosing anything about Alpha Reuben and I. I can't divulge details, but I'd rather keep my personal life out of the rumor mill, I stated firmly. Alex's eyes held a mix of surprised curiosity, yet he nodded in agreement. Even without your request, I wouldn't dare meddle in Alpha Reuben's affairs, let alone his personal life, Luna Willow, he replied respectfully before taking his leave. I furrowed my brow in annoyance. Why did he keep addressing me as Luna repeatedly? Pushing aside the thought, I focused on the treaty papers with a faint smile. Leaving the study, I sought out Beta Ken, only to find he had left to attend to some pack matters. Handing the papers to the pack's gamma for safekeeping, I made my way to the grand kitchen in the pack house, intending to prepare breakfast for Wyatt and Lori. Dismissing the Omega to handle other tasks, I took charge of the kitchen. Wyatt and Lori were particular about eating only the food I cooked. I dedicated over an hour to whip up a spread of pancakes, eggs, home fries, and fresh fruit. Additionally, I prepared strawberry milk for them to drink. Mommy! Lori dashed into the kitchen in her nightdress with Wyatt trailing behind her. My little ones are awake, I smiled, bending down to plant a kiss on their heads. Yes, we've brushed our teeth already, Lori chimed in proudly. Good job. Now, go sit at the dining table. I've prepared pancakes for both of you, I instructed. Lori and Wyatt hurried over to the dining table as I brought out the food, setting the platters out one by one for them to enjoy. Mommy, when are we going to explore the pack? Wyatt's excitement was written all over his cute little face. It was the reason he woke up so early this morning. Uncle Ken promised to show me the pack's river and woods. Both he and Lori gazed at me with hopeful, shining eyes. Chuckling softly, I replied, First, finish your breakfast. Uncle Ken is occupied at the moment. When he returns from doing his job, he'll take you both for some fun, but you two are going to behave and obey him. No wandering outside alone and no running around, okay? I served their food and settled into my seat, anticipating Beta Ken's return so that we could all have breakfast together. Mommy, won't you come with me? Wyatt's question held a note of curiosity, sensing something in my words. I hesitated for a moment, quickly conjuring an excuse. I have some work to attend to here, so I won't be able to come along, I explained, gently ruffling their hair. The thought of me appearing with Wyatt and Lori in the pack house raised concerns. The pack members had long been curious about the identity of my children's father. Their presence by my side might provoke gossip and hurtful comments. It was one of the reasons I had wanted to leave the Wade Moon pack all those years ago. I didn't want my children to endure people's judgmental remarks. Just 5 minutes later, Beta Ken's enthusiastic voice echoed through the room. Willow, you did it, girl. His excitement was palpable as he held up the treaty papers triumphantly. Beta Ken, I smiled, rising from my seat, observing his jubilation that was akin to that of a child, embracing the papers tightly in his arms. You have no idea what a tremendous feat you've accomplished, Willow. You've cleared our biggest obstacle. Beta Ken's joy was infectious as he enveloped me in a tight hug. Thank you so much, Willow. The Alpha will be overjoyed when he hears about this. Returning his embrace, I chuckled softly. Thank you, Beta Ken. The Wade Moon pack is my home, too. I'm always ready to assist whenever our pack needs me. As he released me, a wide smile graced his face. Alpha Benjamin's surgery must be concluded by now in Britain. I'll go and make a call to share this fantastic news with the Alpha, he said, brimming with excitement before hurrying off to inform the Alpha. Beta Ken, I called out, catching his attention. As he turned toward me, I approached him with a hesitant expression. There is something I need to inform you of. What is it? He maintained a bright smile. I'm planning to return to Britain tonight, I revealed. The smile on Beta Ken's face vanished instantly. Why? You and the kids just got here last night and you're already planning to leave? Didn't the Alpha request that you stay at least a month or two? What's the rush? His displeasure was evident in his tone. Actually, I have some pending projects that require my attention back in Britain, I lied, feeling a pang of guilt, but it was necessary. My initial plan had been to stay at the Wade Moon pack for a few days, but circumstances had changed. Reuben's presence and his discovery of Wyatt and Lori had changed everything. If there was anything that unpredictable and dangerous in this world, it was Reuben. Staying in America felt like dwelling in a tiger's den. I needed to leave as soon as possible. I'll inform Alpha Benjamin about the change in plans. I'm sure he'll understand, I continued, mustering an innocent blink. Please, don't be upset, Beta Ken. I promise I will visit the pack next year, I promised, hoping to ease any disappointment Beta Ken might feel. He couldn't maintain his displeased expression and reluctantly conceded, If that's what you want, then I won't stop you. I just hoped you will stay until Sky returns, he murmured with a hint of disappointment. I'm certain Sky will understand my situation as well. I promise to catch up with him next time, I assured, flashing a convincing grin that seemed to sway Beta Ken completely. Fine, he finally relented, giving in to my playful insistence. Thank you, Beta Ken, I giggled appreciatively. But Mommy, we were going to have fun in the pack. How can we go home so soon? Wyatt protested, hopping down from his chair. Beta Ken chuckled, scooping him up in his arms. My little rascal, you're in for loads of fun with me today. Let's go. We've got plenty of time before the flight, he enthused. I'm coming too. Lori dashed toward Beta Ken with quick little steps. Mommy, bye-bye. I couldn't help but smile at their infectious excitement as they made their way out the dining room. They deserved that much fun, at least. I took a deep breath, intending to head back to the bedroom and start packing our luggage while they were distracted. Just as I turned, I received a call from my assistant, Lola. "Willow, the airline tickets booked for you for tonight have been canceled." Lola's voice held a note of concern. "How and why?" My frown deepened. I had messaged Lola last night to book the tickets, as I usually did for my travels. While leaving the Alpha Ball, I had already planned everything in my head, including my escape plan, just to make sure that Reuben could not find me here at the Wade Moon Pack. "I'm not sure. The strange part is every time I try to book another flight for tonight, or even for tomorrow, it keeps getting declined," Lola explained with a hint of frustration in her voice. My grip tightened on the phone. Lola had been handling my travel arrangements for years, and this was the first time such an issue had occurred. A sinking feeling settled in my stomach, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "Book a ticket for yourself from America to Britain," I instructed firmly. "Okay." The sound of rapid typing emanated from the other end before Lola's shocked voice pierced through. "It's booked, but it keeps declining whenever I try to book for you." The hand holding my phone trembled uncontrollably. How was it possible that only my tickets were being declined? I needed to fly back tonight, but now I was trapped? But why? And who was? Before I could process the shock, shouts erupted from outside. "Beta Ken! Beta Ken!" I hurriedly rushed out of the pack house to find a warrior urgently approaching Beta Ken. He sent Wyatt and Lori with the Gamma back inside the pack house and asked, "What's wrong?" "Beta Ken, someone has breached our territory and overpowered all the wolves guarding the borders when they tried to stop him," the warrior exclaimed urgently. "He entered alone?" Beta Ken was shocked. "Only someone insane would attempt such a thing," he growled in disbelief. "Someone insane breaking in alone?" My heart raced at the thought. Stepping forward, I inquired, "Who is it?" The warrior glanced at me, then hesitated before responding, "I don't know. He's only calling out one name." Before the warrior could finish his sentence, a voice resonated through the air. "Willow." I gasped, my eyes lifting to see a figure entering the clearing, dragging wolves by their fur. My gaze widened in shock. Reuben. Willow. 11 years ago. Peering through the iron bars, I retched until my stomach emptied completely. The overpowering stench of blood and decaying hides lingered, mingled with the cacophony of screams and moans emanating from the other prisoners in nearby cages. How had I ended up in the clutches of these traffickers? The memory flashed vividly. I had been foraging in the woods last night, seeking a rabbit or any small animal to sate my hunger, when I was captured by these rogues. The next thing I knew, I was confined in this cage alongside other children my age. Witnessing the abuse, failed escape attempts, and even murders, that's when it dawned on me that these rogues were trafficking young werewolves. Exhausted and famished, I longed for food. They had only given me water once, which I had vomited. I felt the gnawing hunger clawing at my insides. All I wanted was to flee, yet fear of my captors kept me rooted in place. Witnessing a 13-year-old boy's brutal murder as a warning left me trembling with dread. As evening descended, hunger pangs gnawed at me, leaving me curled up in a corner of the cage. The sudden sound of the cage door opening snapped me to attention. Hope surged within me at the chance of food, but instead, a figure was thrown in beside me. Startled by the violence, I shifted into the corner of the cage, alarmed. "Damn it! I'll kill you later, you bastard!" The rogue's furious yell pierced the air before he slammed the cage door shut. I flinched, eyeing the bleeding figure beside me. What just happened? This person seemed newly captured. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a boy around 16 years old. His body bore the signs of severe beatings. Covered in dried layers of his own blood, he appeared to be at death's door. Panic surged within me when I noticed his closed eyes and slow heartbeat. I couldn't bear the thought of witnessing another death after the horrors I'd seen over the past few hours. "Hey, are you okay?" I gently shook him, but there was no response. Desperate to rouse him, I slapped him lightly on the face. "Hey, can you hear me? Open your eyes. Don't you want to go home? If you do, then open your eyes and look at me," I pleaded, trying my best to wake him. I pressed on his chest to stimulate breathing and rubbed his hands, hoping to revive him. How could he ended up beaten to death? Suddenly, his palm twitched in my hand, and he gradually opened his eyes. A pair of striking forest green eyes met my blue ones. My heart skipped a beat at the sheer beauty of them. "Thank goodness you're not dead," I breathed out, feeling a slight watering in my eyes at the sight of him alive. I closed my eyes for a moment, regaining control over my emotions. When I reopened them, I found his intense green gaze fixed on me, as if he couldn't blink. I felt very strange. Why was he staring at me so intensely? It was then that I became aware of the dirt and mud smeared across my face and body. My hair was a tangled mess. I must have looked utterly disheveled and dreadful at that moment. I instinctively released his hand, whispering, "Rest for a while." Then, to my surprise, I felt his grip tightening around my hand. Startled, I turned to look at him. "You said you'd take me home." His deep, yet oddly alluring voice reached my ears, catching me off guard. Despite his bloodied and wounded appearance, his tall stature and commanding voice hinted that he was around 16 years old. It dawned on me that he had opened his eyes only when he heard my promise, a promise I couldn't possibly fulfill. I was trapped here, just like him. In my desperate attempt to wake him, I had uttered words of comfort that he seemed to have taken seriously. Fearing that the truth might crush his spirit, which was already weakened and battered, I chose to lie. "Yes, I'll take you home," I assured him, placing my hand over his and gazing deeply into his eyes. "I'll protect you, so please don't give up, okay?" I whispered, holding his hand tightly to conceal my own trembling. At my words, I noticed a slight shift in his green eyes. Suddenly, he drew me a little closer to him. "Do you promise?" His breath brushed against my face, and my heart raced at our closeness. Unable to meet his gaze, I lowered my eyes and nodded. "I promise," I whispered, lifting my eyes to meet his once again. I knew making such a promise was utterly nonsensical, but something about him compelled me to agree. His eyes glistened as he continued to stare at me until the sound of the cage's opening interrupted us. I quickly distanced myself from him, but he remained leaning against the bars, fixated on me. I reluctantly tore my eyes away to see a rogue standing outside the cages. Suddenly, the cage door swung open, and a piece of bread was tossed near my feet. It was hardly enough to alleviate my hunger. As the rogue began to shut the cage, panic surged within me. He hadn't given any bread to the boy. "There are two of us," I reminded him in a rush. The rogue paused, his expression twisted into an ugly scowl. "Shut your mouth!" he growled before slamming the door shut. I tightened my fists at my sides, feeling a surge of concern for the boy. Why hadn't he asked for food? Was he planning to starve himself? "Eat this." I pushed my portion of bread toward him. He seemed taken aback for a moment, then furrowed his brow. "Why? You eat." "I don't want it," he refused. "Don't worry, I know you're hungry too. I'll ask them for more," I insisted, pressing the bread into his hand. He looked at the bread, then back at me. Swiftly, I crawled closer to the iron bars before all the bread was handed out. "Can I please have one?" I called out to the man outside the cage. Ignoring my pleas, the man outside the cage remained indifferent. "Please, I'm hungry. Just give me half a piece of bread," I pleaded desperately. His gaze wandered, but then he paused, noticing my outstretched hands through the bars. "You're hungry?" He raised an eyebrow. "Yes," I nodded, hoping he'd relent. "Here." Unexpectedly, he opened the cage door and extended a piece of bread toward me. I stared at him in disbelief. Was he really giving it to me? "Take it before I fucking change my mind," he grumbled with a growl. I couldn't afford to lose that piece of bread. Hastily, I reached out to take it from him when he tightly gripped my hand. I stared at him. Terror flooded my senses as I noticed a sinister grin spreading across his face. Frantically, I tried to retrieve my hand, but he yanked me out of the cage. "Ah!" I screamed in terror as he threw me to the ground and slammed the cage door shut. My knees struck the ground, causing intense pain. Tears welled up as I cried out in agony. "You're hungry, right?" The man sneered, unfastening his pants. "Let me fill your stomach with something else." "No," I shrank back in horror, scrambling back on the ground. He grabbed my hair and forcibly drew me toward his lower body. "Open your mouth," he ordered sharply. "Please, no," I cried out in terror, fighting desperately to break free. You little. He erupted in fury and slapped me sharply across the face. The blow was so intense that it knocked me to the ground. Tears streamed from the corner of my eyes as my head throbbed violently. My vision blurred as I saw him advancing over me. As his cruel laughter echoed around me, I struggled to remain conscious. No, no. I weakly attempted to slide back, but my efforts were futile. He pushed me down to the ground, laughing, and reached for my clothes. I felt utter despair as I thought I was about to be violated. Just as I resigned myself to a terrible fate, a large black wolf leaped over the man's head. The wolf opened its jaws wide and attacked, swiftly tearing the man's head off in a single ferocious motion. My eyes widened in shock as blood splattered all over my body and face. The wolf tossed the man's head back into the cage, which now lay broken and empty. Suddenly, a swarm of pack wolves stormed the area, attacking the rogues and liberating the caged juvenile wolves. It was a raid by the pack, and the large black wolf that had leaped to my rescue earlier was their alpha. My eyes widened as he shifted into his human form. He had been the wounded, dying boy from earlier. His shifting left him completely naked. His features were defined, his eyes darker, and his naked body was lying atop mine. You're not dying?" I whispered in disbelief. He leaned in close to my lips, gently raising my chin. "I found a reason to live," he murmured. "Willow, is he calling your name?" Beta Ken's voice snapped me back to the present from my memories of the past that had been triggered by Reuben being wounded. The wolves attacking him were being left half dead. Panic surged within me. They were clearly no match for Reuben. Who is that monster? If this continues, our wolves are going to be left crippled. Beta Ken's anger was evident. It dawned on me then that Beta Ken didn't recognize Reuben as the alpha of the Emerald Bright Pack. Beta Ken suffered from prosopagnosia, or facial recognition blindness. He typically identified others using their aura and scent. Being the second most powerful pack, Wade Moon had never encountered an alpha as powerful as Reuben, so Beta Ken failed to recognize him. "Stop it," I growled, stepping into the courtyard. The wolves attacking Reuben immediately backed off, but what unfolded next sent chills down my spine. "Uncle?" Wyatt and Lori dashed out of the pack house, racing toward Reuben. They reached him and Reuben crouched down with his arms outstretched, pulling them into a hug. My heart sank at the sight. "Uncle?" Beta Ken frowned, completely perplexed. Since I hadn't acknowledged Reuben as their father, Wyatt and Lori referred to Reuben as Uncle. "Wyatt and Lori know that man?" Beta Ken turned to me for an explanation. The situation was dire and my thoughts were a jumble. Revealing my mate bond with Reuben or the true relationship between him, Wyatt, Lori, and I would terribly complicate things. "Mommy, Uncle is injured." Lori and Wyatt held Reuben's hands, drawing him closer to me. As Reuben stood before me, his gaze locked with mine. His intense gaze triggered Beta Ken. "Wait a minute, Willow. Do you know this man?" he questioned, then turned to Reuben impatiently, demanding, "Who are you?" "Me?" Reuben glanced at him before locking eyes with me again. Fear struck my heart at the thought of Beta Ken, Alpha Benjamin, and the other pack members finding out the truth. Suddenly, Reuben leaned closer to me and horror swept over me. "I am just someone she promised to take home," he whispered, sending my heart racing. He still remembered? It's just that I'm still waiting."
Willow. Beta Ken's office. "You don't really have to do this, Willow." Beta Ken reluctantly signed and sealed the document before him that I had requested. "It's okay, Beta Ken." I neatly picked up the paper from his desk. "My friend showed up out of the blue and caused a lot of trouble for the pack. He always had a few screws loose. There wouldn't have been so much chaos if I had informed you in advance of his arrival, so I'll take responsibility," I smiled. Since Reuben hadn't disclosed our mate bond, Beta Ken assumed that he was my friend given my disinterest in love and relationships. Since he formed his own conclusions, I just refrained from clarifying the situation for him. That way my secret remained hidden from the pack members. Beta Ken chuckled. "As always, once you make up your mind, it's impossible to change it, huh?" "The pack and its pack members are a priority, Beta Ken," I replied with a sheepish smile. After a brief exchange, I left Beta Ken's office and made my way toward my bedroom. It was situated in a quieter part of the pack house, seldom frequented by others. But as I approached the room, I heard a lot of noise. "Daddy, you're too tall!" Lori complained, stretching up on her tiptoes to reach Reuben's face. I paused by the door, observing everything that was unfolding in the room. She had a first aid box in her hand as she tried to apply medicine to Reuben's wounds. Reuben chuckled and scooped Lori up into his arms. "If Daddy's too tall, then he can have his princess sit on his lap," he said, settling Lori gently onto his lap and planting a kiss on her soft cheek. "Daddy, you were so cool when you fought those wolves." Wyatt's eyes shone as he watched Reuben. "Please teach me to fight like that. I'll join you in beating the bad guys next time." "Of course," Reuben chuckled, ruffling Wyatt's hair. "Grow tall quickly, and I'll teach you." "Really?" Wyatt's excitement soared as he climbed on Reuben's arm. "I will beat all the bad guys with Daddy!" I was taken aback by their conversation. It was unusual to see Wyatt and Lori so at ease with Reuben. They were usually quite protective and reserved around men who showed interest in me. Yet, with Reuben, they seemed entirely comfortable, as though they had grown up around him. "But Mommy says fighting is bad." Lori puckered her lips, turning to Reuben. "Daddy, why did you fight if you knew you'd get hurt?" Wyatt rolled his eyes. "Isn't it obvious? Daddy's chasing Mommy." Lori thought for a while, then nodded with all seriousness. "Yeah, women fall for bad boys, after all." My eyes widened, listening to my children talk. How did their innocent minds think up such things? More importantly, did they already know true identity? Were they calling him Uncle just to deceive the pack, but were secretly aware that he was their father? Had Reuben disclosed the truth to them at the Shifter Hotel? The realization hit me hard. Reuben seemed to have intentions toward Wyatt and Lori, a desire to claim them as his own. He was attempting to steal my children. I entered the room, quieting everything in an instant. Reuben lifted his gaze, meeting mine along with the children. "If I recall correctly, I asked you to remain in the living room," I stated firmly. Reuben held Wyatt and Lori close, defending himself. "I'm injured and weak. The kids brought me here to rest." I couldn't help but feel a bitter twist in my expression. His claim of being injured didn't match the truth of the situation. He'd put 50 wolves in the hospital. Some had suffered broken bones from his assault, while Reuben had slyly taken advantage of my innocent children to gain entry into my bedroom. "Here," I extended the paper toward him. "What's this?" He raised an eyebrow, taking the paper from me. "The amount of compensation that you owe," I replied. His easy intrusion and single-handed confrontation with numerous wolves jeopardized the pack's safety. As an apology, I requested Beta Ken to double the compensation amount. Reuben silently reviewed the paper, noting the $10 million in compensation. He looked at me. "I was hurt too," he abruptly stated as he rose and approached me. "I don't care," I glared at him. "Mommy, can you please treat Daddy's wounds?" Lori walked over to me with the first aid box, her blue eyes full of concern. I glanced at Reuben from the corner of my eye. He was an alpha and had a very strong constitution. He did not need first aid to heal. His wolf could easily heal those wounds. They wouldn't even leave scars on his body. Yet he was sitting there pitifully on the bed, playing at being weak and pitiful in front of the children. "Lori, how about you and your brother go downstairs?" I squatted in front of both of them and took the first aid kit from her hand. "Beta Ken said that he is going to take you two to the Pax River to play." "Play at the river?" Wyatt's face instantly lit up. "Yes," I smiled with a nod. "Go quickly, or he will leave," I exclaimed. They nodded excitedly, then raced back to Reuben. "Daddy, we are going to play with Uncle Ken. From here on out, you are on your own in chasing after your mate," Wyatt stated. "Don't worry, Daddy will handle it," Reuben smiled and gave both of them a hug. Listening to what Wyatt said, I was too stunned to react for a couple of seconds as Wyatt raced out of the room holding Lori's hand. As their steps faded away down the stairs, I put away the first aid box and turned to Reuben. "Did you tell them about us being soulmates?" I demanded. "Do you really think I had to tell them such an obvious thing?" He raised his brows, moving closer to me. "My children are smart enough to come to that conclusion about the two of us themselves." "They are not yours. They are my children, Reuben," I snapped at him. "I know what you are trying to do. Stop manipulating my kids or trying to get close to them. You cannot steal them from me. I will never allow it." "Who said I was trying to steal them?" Reuben wrapped his arms around my waist. "What do you mean?" I gasped. Could it be he was planning something worse? My target is not our children, but you. Once I steal you, they will also be mine, he whispered, his eyes overflowing with possessiveness. I was stunned for a long time after hearing his plan. For a second, it felt like I had gone back in time 11 years to when Reuben had ambiguously declared his pursuit of me. However, at this point, his words only made my blood boil. Is this the reason you broke into Wade Moon? Don't think for a second that I don't know that it's you who is stopping me from leaving the country. I gritted my teeth, breaking free from his hold. Let me tell you something, Reuben. I will leave this country no matter what. I will get far away from you, to a place that you can never find me. You cannot stop. Before I could finish my sentence, Reuben grabbed my arm and pulled me close to his chest. Don't even think about escaping, Willow. He let out a very low and threatening growl. His voice was deep, his eyes as dark as storm clouds. You will never be able to escape me now, Willow. I am not the same Reuben you left 6 years ago. You can no longer trick me and escape like you did in the past. I would go so far as to dig a hole to the center of the earth to search for you. So don't even think about trying to make a run for it. Even if you try to escape, you'll only end up losing Wyatt and Lori forever. I felt a sudden chill make its way down to the marrow of my bones when he mentioned to me about losing Wyatt and Lori. What do you mean? The moment you try to escape in any way, I will file for sole Wyatt and Lori's custody. His voice was low as his eyes fixed on watching my changing expression. Custody? My face went pale. You can't do that, Reuben, I screamed, hitting his chest. Wyatt and Lori are mine. You cannot steal them from me. Try me, you know what I can do. He grabbed my hand and pulled me closer, causing my breath to fan against his hard chest. You should not have run away from me, Willow. You owe me so much, he whispered, looking deep into my eyes. I don't owe you a thing, I growled, pulling away from him. I owe you nothing. I pushed him away. Nothing? Grabbing my hand, he pinned me against the nearest wall and pressed the length of his body against mine. Let me tell you what you owe me. He slowly spread my legs with his knees. What are you doing? I gasped in horror. Let me go. Shh! He hushed, softly weaving his fingers into my hair. You owe me 2,190 days, Willow. He leaned in close to my ear as his hot breath kissed my sensitive skin. My wolf suddenly awakened in my mind as I felt a forbidden feeling inside me that I hadn't experienced for the last 6 years. You owe me 72 ruts and countless fucks, he whispered. Dream on. I snapped, shoving him away, only to be pinned against the wall under him again. Oh, did I forget to add 6 babies? He added. The room fell into a dead silence as it took a couple of seconds to understand what he meant. Shocked and angry, I wriggled in his hold but failed to break free when confronted with his insane strength. Let me go, I demanded, taking short, frustrated breaths. Since you owe me so much, he trailed off, get ready to pay me back for every single one, Willow. So don't run around and make me return again, he whispered. Like I said, dream on. I stared straight into his eyes. If you are not the same Reuben that I knew 6 years ago, then I am not the same old Willow you knew. There is no way you can get me back. Even if it costs me my life to escape from you, I am willing to pay that price, I declared. Reuben's grip on my wrist tightened as his expression turned blank and emotionless. He hated change and challenges as usual. He was easily triggered by them. You are no longer the same old Willow, he chuckled softly. Don't you understand that only increases my craving for you? He slowly let go of my hand and pulled me closer by my waist. I put my hand on his chest in alarm as he said, So I will love tasting this new flavor of yours.
Reuben. Leaving Wade Moon packed territory, I sped away in my black Mercedes, which I had intentionally parked about a kilometer away from their borders before breaking in. I had no intention of exposing my identity, as my suspicions had turned out to be true. Willow had kept her soulmate a secret in the past. The memories of encountering Willow again flooded my mind. The way she looked, the fire in her eyes, and the resistance in her voice, all of it made me both frustrated and exhilarated. Beneath the dark sky and along the deserted streets, I accelerated my car, receiving a call from Oren. Reuben, where are you? His tone carried impatience. Driving, I replied curtly. Driving? You suddenly disappeared, skipped a meeting with the elders just so you could go for a drive? He paused for a second, recalling the moment that he had informed me about the plane tickets being booked in Willow's name right before I left the pack. He gasped, "Don't tell me you broke into Wade Moon to go after Willow. Do you want war? You are so loud." I cut him off. "Tell me why you called, or I'll hang up." My hand moved to the button, ready to end the call. "Wait, wait, wait!" Oren's voice boomed through the speaker. "I called to inform you that I've gathered all the information you requested about Willow." My hand paused in its motion. The morning after the Alpha Ball, I had tasked Oren with uncovering the details of Willow's life during the past 6 years. "Go ahead, read it to me," I said in a composed tone, attempting to ready myself before hearing the information. The sound of pages turning echoed from the other end of the line before Oren began. "Willow has been residing in Britain for the past 6 years. That aligns with what Wyatt and Lori mentioned at the Shifter Hotel. She's become a prominent fashion designer that has only returned to America for the Alpha Ball as a representative of Alpha Benjamin in the capacity of his adoptive daughter." Adoptive daughter? When did that happen? I furrowed my brows. 11 years ago, when I first encountered Willow in that rogue trafficker's hideout, she was an orphan and completely alone. I had brought her home with me to the Emerald Bright Pack. Since then, I knew every little thing about her. "It seems that Alpha Benjamin adopted her 6 years ago after she left you," Oren explained, uncertainty evident in his tone. "But yes, he's the one who helped her relocate to Britain," he added. My expression immediately darkened. How dare he send my mate away? So that was why I could never find Willow, regardless of how hard I tried. "Did she change her name in Britain?" I inquired. I had even searched for Willow in foreign countries through packs connected to friends of mine, but no one seemed to have heard of a woman by that name. "She did not change her name, but I see she used a stage name everywhere. She never appeared in front of cameras or at any other fashion shows. She remained anonymous except to a select few higher-ranking people and models," Oren relayed, reading from the notes, then hesitantly continued. "Reuben, she has been hidden incredibly well for 6 years with her 2 children. If this time she escapes, then—" "She will never escape from me now, Oren," I growled. The intensity in my voice shook Oren. "I would turn any place that she escaped to into ash until she returned to the path that leads her back to where she belongs, with me." My wolf spoke with me, sending shivers down Oren's spine. I did not mean that," Oren stammered. "You see, Willow thinks that you have betrayed her. She sees you as the one that abandoned after getting her pregnant. She was heartbroken. It seems that she has chosen a new life." "She is my life," I interrupted him sharply. "She can choose a new life, but she will always be my choice and my life." Oren remained silent for a moment before asking, "Then what are my orders?" I stared ahead at the dark road with intensity, saying firmly, "Get me all the information there is about Wade Moon and the Alpha family." "The Alpha family?" Oren asked in surprise. I hung up the phone, speeding towards Emerald Bright Pack while my wolf kept growling in displeasure in my mind. "We can't leave her in the Wade Moon pack." My wolf, Dex, grew increasingly impatient, aggressive, and loud as he vividly recalled the 6 years we spent without our soulmate. "She has to be with us." Us. Dex's sense of impending actions from Willow mirrored my own. "I know," my muscles tightened. "Then turn the car around and take her back with us," Dex growled. "Forcing her will only cost us Wyatt and Lori. Even if I forced her to come to my pack, she'll still scheme to escape at the first chance she gets," I explained. "Then what's your plan?" Dex probed, peering out of my eyes. I remained mute but shifted my gaze away from the road, fixing it on the picture I had taken from her room. A photo of her, Wyatt, and Lori, with Alpha Benjamin and his son, Willow. The following day, I received a $10 million check from one of Reuben's men. Beta Ken hesitated to accept it, but eventually relented when I mentioned it was for our injured pack members and damages to the pack. Over the next 2 days, I worked hard to quell rumors about an unknown wolf intruding on the territory, hoping to minimize Alpha Benjamin's attention to it upon his return. However, what I failed to achieve was leaving the country entirely. I discovered I couldn't book a plane ticket and was also barred from departing via transatlantic cruise liners. What shocked me most was my inability to leave in any direction, west, north, or south, each of which was controlled by different influential alphas, all of whom were friends with Reuben. Sitting at the dining table, I stared at my coffee, teetering on the edge of fury. I couldn't see any way to escape the country. Reuben had ensnared me from every possible angle, but I had decided not to give up. "Wyatt!" Laurie's voice drew my attention. I looked up to see them darting into the room, closely followed by Beta Ken. I smiled and stood up. "You two are back. Did you have fun?" I asked. "Yes, Uncle Ken took us to the training grounds, Mommy," Wyatt exclaimed. "There were lots of wolves fighting and running around, then we went into the woods. After that, Brother and I caught fish," Laurie chirped. "Look, Mommy, I caught this one." She proudly raised a small fish in her hand. I chuckled. "Well done." I used my handkerchief to gently wipe the dirt from their cute little faces, which they'd acquired while playing with Beta Ken's wolf. "Thank you, Beta Ken," I smiled at him. Lately, he had been taking Wyatt and Laurie around on his wolf's back, allowing me time to focus on my design work and new ideas. "If you want to thank me, treat me to Wyatt and Laurie's fish," he teased. "Of course," I chuckled. "Lunch is ready. You three, go and quickly wash up." I started, but stopped abruptly when I saw a tall, bloody figure entering the door. When curly blonde hair and brown eyes came to my view, I recognized him. "Sky?" I gasped in horror. Beta Ken immediately turned to find the Alpha's son standing there covered in his own blood. "Alpha, what happened to you?" Beta Ken panicked as we both hurried toward him. He returned to the pack after a month away, his condition questionable. "Willow?" His brown eyes widened in surprise at the sight of me. "Sky, why are you in this state? What happened?" My eyes scanned the blood trailing from his head to his cheek. A deep cut marred the side of his face, and his shirt was torn. "It's nothing," he suddenly flashed a smile at me. "If I had known you'd returned, I wouldn't have wasted my time on the wolf outside the territory." "So, Alpha, you were fighting with a rogue outside?" Beta Ken frowned. "You should have informed me, Alpha. I would have sent a warrior to deal with it." "It's not a big deal, Beta Ken. I just happened to encounter a rogue on the way. You know how much I despise them. Once I saw it, I had to get rid of it," he chuckled, then glanced back at me. I just forced a smile, sensing Sky's lie. Despite being only a year older than me, as his best friend, I could easily read his body language. My gaze shifted to his torn shirt, revealing numerous bite marks on his body, deep and still bleeding. There was no way a rogue could have inflicted such severe wounds on a powerful alpha like Sky. If I were a betting woman, I would say that Sky had been attacked. Simultaneously, I caught the scent of numerous wolves emanating from his body, a scent distinctly different from that of a rogue. Sky noticed my assessing eyes and quickly turned away. "I'm going to take a shower." He hurriedly climbed upstairs, then added, without looking back, "Beta Ken, I need some rest, so please don't disturb me. Enjoy your lunch." I stood there, a mix of feelings swirling within me. This was the first time Sky avoided talking to me when our eyes met. He had eagerly awaited my return to the pack all these years, yet upon my arrival, he seemed indifferent. What was he hiding? Why the lies? Am I overthinking things? I questioned myself. "Mommy, I'm hungry." Laurie tugged at my clothes, seeking my attention. "Okay, let's go clean up then eat," I smiled. Later, I returned to the dining room to have lunch with Beta Ken and the kids. But when Sky didn't show up for evening tea and dinner, I felt uneasy. After putting the children to bed, I decided to check on him. His room was on the second floor. As I approached, I heard Sky talking to someone on the phone. "Didn't I promise I'd pay you the money? Why are you calling me like I'll run away?" Sky shouted, throwing his phone to the floor in anger, where it landed on my foot. He slowly lifted his eyes to find me standing on his doorstep. "Willow." His face paled when he noticed me. "Sky, did you start gambling again?" My voice trembled with shock as I stared at him with wide eyes. When I joined the Wade Moon Pack, Sky struggled with a gambling addiction. It had angered Alpha Benjamin, considering Sky was the future alpha of the pack. Over time, as Sky and I became friends, he had ceased gambling for my sake, focusing on the pack and business. However, what I had just heard was a sudden and shocking revelation. "Willow, I'm sorry. I couldn't stop myself." Sky dropped to his knees. "My business was on the verge of bankruptcy. I'd invested so much in it and couldn't afford to lose it. So I gambled at the shifter's gambling house and lost everything. His voice quivered, tears welling in his eyes. What? My legs felt weak. What did you gamble, Sky? What did you lose? I managed to approach him and I knelt in front of him. He slowly raised his gaze to meet mine, and my heart raced with anticipation before he uttered the most devastating outcome possible. Wade Moon Pack. You lost the Wade Moon Pack? My eyes widened, a chill racing down my spine. You gambled your father's pack? I gasped in horror. He gambled the land that he grew up on? Sky broke down completely, crawling closer to me. Willow, please don't tell my father. Please. He gripped both my hands in his cold, trembling ones. My entire body turned cold as I listened to his begging. I stared at him in shocked disbelief for a moment before asking, barely above a whisper, "To whom did you lose the Wade Moon Pack?" He looked at me with red, teary eyes and said, "The Emerald Bright Pack." Reuben. Around midnight, the drizzle that had been hanging over the pack intensified into heavy rain. The cold wind crept through the window, opening and closing the curtain in front of it, as I remained engrossed in the document in my hand, unfazed by the lightning and thunder outside. While the entire pack slumbered, I found myself unable to sleep. Instead, I delved into work. 6 years ago, Willow had not run away alone. She stole my heart, mind, soul, and sleep. I was lucky to catch a few hours of sleep, and whenever I dreamed, it was always about her. Now that I had finally found her, I could not get even a wink, as my wolf was agitated by the distance separating us. The thought of her staying in someone else's pack and home while ignoring me was unbelievably nerve-wracking. Clenching my fists, I tightly closed my eyes, attempting to rein in the urges of my baser side that sought to act upon thoughts that I shouldn't even entertain. A couple of seconds later, just as I gained control over myself, my entire being was struck by a familiar sensation. My eyes shot wide open and my wolf came to full attention in my mind. I stood up, rushed out of my study, then out of the pack house at lightning speed. The growing feeling inside led me out into the heavy rain, soaking my entire body in a second, but all my attention was focused on the figure emerging from the woods ahead. A slender figure with a beautiful face with clothes that were soaked through came into view, causing my heartbeat to quicken. "Mate," Dex's voice was barely above a whisper in my head. He was completely mesmerized by Willow, just like me. A wolf guarding the borders mind-linked me. Alpha, a she-wolf that fits the description you have been giving us for the past 6 years, has intruded into the pack just now. I know. We drew closer to each other until we were merely a hand's breadth away from each other. That was when she locked eyes with me. My heart began to race like crazy. She was not a figment of my imagination. She was really standing there in front of me. "Why did you do it?" she asked, her lips trembling from the cold and glistening with raindrops. "I did nothing," I replied, meeting her slightly reddened eyes, rimmed with rain-soaked lashes. "Liar," she snapped, lifting her hand as if to slap me, only to hesitate halfway there when I neither evaded nor attempted to stop her. "Hit me if you want." I stepped closer until we were inches apart. "But my answer will remain the same," I whispered. Willow's blue eyes snapped with fire as she looked deep into mine. She lightly bit her lip, knowing that I wasn't one to hide my actions, be they good or bad. If I did something, I'd admit to it without hesitation. Slowly, she lowered her hand. "Then is it a lie that you hold the papers for the Wade Moon Pack?" Her voice was soft, but her eyes were filled with sparks. "I do have them," I confessed. "Even though just now you said you did nothing," she frowned. "Come with me." I grabbed her hand and started leading her inside. "Where?" she panicked. "Inside the pack house." "I am not going in there," she protested, trying to break free from my grasp. "Whatever you want to say it out here." She stubbornly stood her ground. I stopped and stared at her. "I don't mind talking out here in the rain, but I can't guarantee how long I'll be able to control myself," I stated, my gaze drifting down her body. Confused, Willow followed my line of sight, only to realize her wet clothes were clinging to her figure, outlining her curves and bra. Alarmed, she quickly adjusted her clothes with her free hand, then looked at me with wide eyes and a flushed face. "Let's go." I tore my gaze away from her and resumed walking toward the pack house. This time she followed me quietly. Upon entering the pack house, it was dark, with no moonlight filtering in. When we reached my study, I stopped at the doorstep and gestured for Willow to enter first. She stood still for a few moments, seemingly contemplating something. Eventually, she lifted her legs and walked into the room. My eyes traced her slender, wet figure as I followed suit, closing the door behind me. The click of the door locking resonated in the silent room, drawing Willow's immediate attention. The two of us were alone in the pack house, and her expression conveyed her awareness of this fact. "Why did you bring me here?" she asked as I took slow steps toward her side. "Why do you think?" I halted, facing her, my hands buried in my pockets. Unconsciously, my gaze fixated on a few droplets of water that cascaded from her wet hair down to her glistening chest. A surge of heat shot through me as I found myself captivated by her allure. Willow's lips parted slightly, sensing my intense scrutiny. "Reuben." She said my name, drawing my attention back to her face. "Why did you take over Wade Moon Pack?" she asked as she drew closer to me. "What did I do?" I raised an eyebrow. "You know exactly what I mean. The Wade Moon Pack, it's under your control now," she pointed out, her tone laced with anger. "Why did you claim it?" "Why?" she demanded. I stared at her for a moment before reaching for a tablet on my desk and picking it up. "Here," I selected a video and handed it to her. "What's this?" She hesitated, but took it. "Footage from a werewolf gambling house," I explained. As the words left my mouth, Willow's eyes widened in surprise. She immediately played the video. It revealed Sky gambling with a group of shady individuals. He continued playing, cursing, and growing increasingly frustrated as he lost every penny. Eventually, he was left with nothing, completely broke. He engaged in a fight and eventually wagered the Wade Moon Pack papers in a final gamble, only to lose them as well. Willow's hand trembled as she watched the video. Sky was drunk, her grip tightened on the tablet. He gambled away years of his father's hard work like it was. Since Sky was the heir to the Wade Moon Pack, his signature held legal weight. It meant the pack was now truly no longer in Alpha Benjamin's possession. "Sky told me that Wade Moon now belongs to the Emerald Bright," she murmured, puzzled. I retrieved the tablet from her hand and handed her a paper that legally stated that the Wade Moon Pack now belonged to Emerald Bright. "How is this possible?" Willow looked up at me in surprise. "Later that day, I bought Wade Moon from that criminal wolf." I slowly took the paper from her hand. Her eyes grew wide in surprise. "Why did you acquire it in the first place?" I took a step closer to her and lifted her chin up. "Because I wanted to." Willow's eyes shook in realization. "Did you do it because I am staying there?" I released her chin and stated sternly, "Since you are here, inform Alpha Benjamin that he has 15 days to vacate pack lands with his members." "No, it's their home. Where will they go?" Willow's face turned pale. "Why should I care?" I raised my emotionless eyes to her. "Those that protest will be taken care of," I added. "No, you can't do that, Reuben." She stepped closer to me. "Why can't I?" "I am the legal owner of the Wade Moon Pack land," I stated. "Name your price. I'll buy it back." Her eyes showed determination. I chuckled darkly, triggered by her love for the Wade Moon Pack. She was ready to offer up years of her savings and fortune for a stranger? My wolf growled in my mind as I replied, "Then pay me 10 times the original price." 10 times? Her face turned white in horror. "That's the amount I paid to obtain those pack lands," I revealed. Willow's eyes blazed at the additional papers on my desk, then back to me over the obscene amount I had paid. "You paid 10 times the land's original price just to get Wade Moon land?" Her eyes were perfectly round in shock as she stared at me. "Yes, 10 times. Pay me back." "Are you insane? Where am I going to get such a sum?" I raised my hand and pulled her closer to my chest. "Pay it or accept the inevitable, Willow," I whispered close to her face. The room fell into dead silence as Willow stared into my eyes with slightly teary eyes. "Why are you doing this, Reuben?" Her voice shook in defeat. Her eyes were full of self-blame. "You know why, Willow." I caressed her cheek and brushed my thumb across her lower lip. Her heart rate quickened with our close proximity, and she closed her eyes briefly before asking, "What do you want from me in exchange for Wade Moon?" "Move into Emerald Bright Pack." I wrapped my arms around her slender waist, pulling her closer to me. "What?" Her eyes widened in shock. I ran my fingers through her hair and pulled her closer to my lips. Move in, into my house. Move in, into my house. His whisper entered my ear so softly that even the thunder and lightning outside silenced themselves before the weight of his words. Your house? Shocked, speechless, I could only stare into his possessive green eyes for a long time. Earlier, after learning of Sky's gambling away the Wade Moon Pack territory away, I had entered the Emerald Bright Pack to meet with Reuben right away. I had to handle this situation quickly before other packs or Alpha Benjamin learned about it. It was not an easy decision to return to the place that held almost all of my most painful memories. It instantly triggered the pain that I had been hiding deep in my heart for years. It was not easy to stand in front of Reuben again, in a place where all those shared memories of us were wounding my heart, and now he wanted me to move in? Impossible. I closed my eyes for a second in an attempt to control my emotions. I am not moving in with you, I declared. Why? He demanded, his expression changing. I admired the audacity it took for him to ask me such a question. I don't want to play your mistress when you have a wife, I snapped, wriggling to break free from his hold. My wife? Reuben growled bitterly, stubbornly holding me tight. I never got fucking married, Willow, he remarked sharply, clenching my cheeks. Never married? I froze in his arms, staring at him with wide eyes. How was that possible? 6 years ago, he had brought a fiancée back to the pack. He wanted to get engaged to her. That's right. I never married. He loosened his grip on my cheeks as he caressed them. My heart quickened with this discovery as my wolf's presence in my head grew sharper. Sari had been listening to Reuben along with me and was just as shocked as me. Why had he not married during these 6 years? Time seemed to stop as Reuben and I stared into each other's eyes in silence. Suddenly, Reuben's wolf Dex began making moves towards Sari, catching me off guard. What was he doing? This feeling rooted me in place. I was unable to resist as Reuben leaned closer to my lips. I held my breath as I watched his lips mere inches away from mine. Just as our lips were about to touch, my phone rang. I jolted back to my senses. I placed my hand on Reuben's chest, then pushed him away before I could make a mistake that there would be no coming back from. I took a step back hurriedly, gazing up at him with wide eyes. What had gotten into me that I let things reach that point? What had happened to Sari when Dex made that bold move towards us? I stood there for a couple of seconds in confusion with a crazy heartbeat until my phone rang the second time. I averted my gaze from Reuben and glanced at my phone. Wyatt was calling. I took a deep breath before speaking, but Wyatt's panicked voice erupted from the other end first. Mommy, where are you? Grandpa Benjamin is in bad condition. What? I nearly shouted in shock. Bad condition? Did the Alpha return to the pack? What's happening? I rapidly fired off my questions in confusion and panic. Wyatt normally did not panic over things. Simultaneously, I heard some odd noises coming from the other side of the phone. It seemed that they were not home, even though I had left them in Beta Ken's care. Wyatt, where are you? And where's Lori? As I asked, I noticed Reuben growing alert beside me. His expression did not seem good. It quickly turned into a crazy one again. Suddenly, Beta Ken's voice cut in. Willow, quickly come to the city hospital. I don't know all the details, but when I returned from a meeting late tonight, I found out that Alpha Benjamin had returned and had an argument with Sky about the pack territory or some gambling issue. Then Alpha discovered something and was suffering from chest pain. The pack's Gamma has taken him to the hospital. I'm on my way there now. Since you weren't home, I couldn't leave Wyatt and Lori behind. So I'm taking them with me, but I will send them back to the pack with the Gamma once I arrive at the hospital. I'll send you the address. Hurry up, he said hurriedly, and the line went dead. No, I put my hand over my mouth. What I feared had happened. The Alpha found out about Sky's gambling and the loss of Wade Moon Pack. I looked at Reuben, who was silently watching me. Alpha Benjamin had undergone surgery a few days ago, and now he had experienced chest pain after hearing the news. It was not a good sign. He was like a father to me, and I could not lose him. I need to go. I turned on my heel to leave. I will take you. Reuben came to stand beside me. I paused and glanced at him. Obviously, he had heard everything with his wolf hearing. There's no need. I will take a taxi, I stated firmly. There was no way I could be seen with him in public. "That would be a waste of half an hour, and dangerous this late at night," he remarked. His statement made me think twice. I really didn't have time to waste, but if someone from the Emerald Bright Pack saw me, then it was going to be a big problem. "Then just take me to the hospital doors, and don't act like we know each other," I muttered, preparing to leave. "Fine." He grabbed the car keys. His compliance caught me off guard. It was unusual for him. Ignoring the doubts in my heart, I strode out of his study, but I could feel him trailing behind me. He didn't walk beside me. Instead, he followed a few paces back. Descending the stairs, I sensed his intense gaze burning into my back. A sudden heat spread through me, and I stopped, catching him staring at my hips. "Why are you walking behind me?" I shot a glare at him. He gave me a lazy look. "You said not to act like I know you. Strangers don't walk together, right? So I'm behind you," he reasoned with his hands shoved into his pockets. A bitter twitch touched my lips. Without a word, I turned around, hastening through the living room toward the pack house's exit. Fortunately, the rain had ceased. As I stepped into the courtyard, my pace slowed, and Reuben walked past me, heading toward his car. I hurried after him until a sensation of being watched sent a chill down my spine. I scanned my surroundings slowly, finding only darkness. I had deliberately chosen this late hour to avoid familiar faces and curious gazes. Glancing back at the trees, I wondered if it was just my imagination. "Get in." Reuben opened the car door for me. Shaking off my unease, I averted my gaze from the trees and swiftly entered the car. He drove us out of the packed territory toward the hospital. As the car sped along the main road, I couldn't help but repeatedly check my watch. My thoughts were consumed with Alpha Benjamin's condition. Simultaneously, I sensed Reuben's persistent gaze fixed on my face throughout the drive. It had been 6 years since I'd last been in a car with him, but circumstances were vastly different now. The journey remained silent, yet Reuben's intense stare spoke volumes. I maintained a composed demeanor and avoided looking at him until we arrived at the hospital. As soon as the car stopped, I hastily exited and hurried into the hospital without glancing back. After confirming the room number with reception, I rushed into the corridor only to find Beta Ken walking in my direction. "Beta Ken," I jogged closer to him in a hurry. "How is the Alpha doing?" "Willow, you are finally here. I have sent Wyatt and Lori safely back to the pack, and the Alpha is fine, but still unconscious. The doctor said that he could not handle the stress, and he is incredibly sensitive because of surgery. I also learned about what has transpired with Alpha Sky. He really lost our pack. It is obvious that the Alpha could not bear the news." His voice was full of disappointment and sadness. "I can't even dare to think what will happen when the pack members learn that they are going to be homeless." "No, I will not let that happen," I exclaimed. "Really? How?" he asked, his eyes full of hope. I bit my lip and internally made up my mind. "I will find a way," I assured. Beta Ken nodded and said, "All right, I trust you, Willow. For now, I am returning to the pack. I can't be away too long when the Alpha is not there." He smiled lightly and left while I remained standing there. I slowly pulled my phone out of my pocket and dialed that number that I had not forgotten, even though it had been 6 years since I had called it last. He answered the call after one ring but did not say a word. He kept listening to my breathing until I chose to speak. "Let's talk. Come out. I know you are watching me." A couple of seconds later, Reuben's footsteps stopped behind me, and I turned to look at him. He stood right in front of me, with both of his hands shoved in his pocket, while his handsome face remained expressionless as he waited for me to speak. "Will you give me the papers to Wade Moon if I agree to move in with you?" I questioned. His eyes changed immediately as he took a step closer. "Want to come with me, and I will give them to you right now?" He raised his hand and tucked a stray piece of my hair behind my ear. I stared at him in surprise. He was willing to return something that he paid 10 times its worth for, in exchange for me agreeing to move in with him. I looked deep into his eyes and could not help but ask, "Why are you so obsessed with me moving in with you?" Reuben's hand paused as he stared into my eyes. "Because I want you back." Before he could complete his sentence, the news playing on the screen behind him said loudly, I looked past by Reuben to the screen where it played a news of him. News about billionaire Reuben Emerald has been leaked on the internet. The marriage that has been on pause for the last 6 years has finally been given a date with his fiancée. It is said that within the next month or two he will be getting married. While it is still unknown why there was a years-long pause before the marriage was suddenly back on the table. Reuben furiously glared at the screen. What the fuck? Who leaked this news? I let out a low laugh, causing Reuben pause. He glanced at me to see my smile. So this is the reason you want me back? My heart was stabbed like a sword was shoved inside my chest. Willow, Stop it, I yelled, pushing him away. He dared to deny it, after the whole world knew about his impending marriage. Now I understand why you are not married yet. We have not rejected each other. We are still tied together by our mate bond. You could not marry your fiancée, make her your mate, and the Pax Luna until you break all bonds with me, right? That is the reason you want me to move into your pack. It's so we can finish the rejection ceremony. I clenched my fist at my side, my eyes slightly watery in anger. Willow, he tried to get closer to me, but I took a step back. You could have simply asked me for a rejection, Reuben. What the fuck you are saying? He growled and grabbed my hand, pulling me into his chest. Why? How can I reject this rejection in a more dirty and humiliating way? I chuckled, my eyes slightly watery in anger. Stop it. He took a deep and angry breath. True, it is really time to stop and end everything, Reuben. I looked straight into his eyes, my expression serious. What do you mean? He frowned, his expression changing as he felt something unexpected coming his way. You want me to move in with you so that you can be free from our mate bond, right? Then I will do it, I declared, and pulled him down closer to my lip. I will move in, then I will leave after rejecting you. Reuben, how the fuck did that news get leaked? I growled, throwing the laptop off my desk that was playing the news about my impending marriage as the pack house echoed with roars. To be honest, I wasn't sure how I managed to keep my tenuous control on my sanity enough to return to the pack house from the hospital after Willow had talked about rejecting me. I don't know, Reuben. Oren stood with a stern expression on the side, clearly disappointed in himself. I'm also not sure how a marriage that was buried deep in the papers for years suddenly bounces back in the news. Come to think of it, your marriage and finances are only known to those among our pack. More importantly, I noticed that the news about the wedding only leaked when Willow reappeared in the Emerald Bright pack. He highlighted the point that I had already noticed. For the last 6 years, this matter had been laying in wait, unbothered by anyone, but suddenly, with Willow's appearance last night, it was revealed at the worst possible time when Willow misconstrued everything. Luckily, it did not reveal the bride's name, or he bit his tongue when I glared at him. I don't fucking care what the news revealed or what not, Oren. I walked over to him with heavy steps. What I know is after watching this news, Willow would never believe me that I never intend to marry anyone. Even if I give her thousands of proofs, she would think I am lying and deceiving her. This news have fucked up my relationship with Willow to the point that she has agreed to return to the Emerald Bright Pack only to reject me. I roared, my wolf howling in my mind like an insane beast in the name of rejection. What? What? Oren's face blanched as his whole body grew cold at the news. I turned away from him, bracing both my hands on the desk. Oren rushed over to my side in panic and horror. What will you do now, Reuben? He asked. I clenched my fists and lowered my eyes to glare at the old paper from 6 years ago with emotionless eyes. 6 years ago. If this continues, he will die. A man's shaking, fearful voice echoed in the surroundings. I cannot believe that he is still alive after surviving a year of such torture, another man whispered. Their eyes were unable to bear the sight of the countless cuts, wounds, and whip marks that riddled my body. Blood oozed from my wounds, mixing with the mud that coated my body, turning it into a muddy brown-purple mixture. Both of my hands were tied with silver chains, while my knees were forced to stay on the cold, dirty ground. I kept my eyes closed as my head hung down against my chest as their whispers entered my ears. Shut the fuck up! The presence of the third individual in the room silenced them with his cold, warning-filled stare. Why the fuck has he not waken up yet? You're sure you did not make any mistakes, right? If he dies, then all of us will be dead as well, he demanded of the other two men. Their faces turned pale with the man's statement when faced with the prospects of their future taking place in the depths of hell if the man's suspicions came true. Startled, one of the men picked up a bucket of water, only to throw it in my face. All three of their heartbeats intensified. Their eyes were fixed on the movement of my eyelashes, and once I opened my eyes, they finally let out the breath that they had been holding. Alpha Reuben, can you see me? Vin, squatting in front of me, asked carefully. I just gave him a blank stare. A slight panic raised in his heart as he moved on to his next question. Alpha, do you know who I am? He desperately looked into my eyes, but only got silence in return. Did he finally forget everything? Is this all coming to an end? The two other warriors whispered to each other. Listening to them, a smile came over Vin's lips as he pulled a paper out of his pocket. Alpha, sign it. He put the paper on the ground in front of me that he had been bringing with him every single day for the past year. Agree to this marriage, and you will become the alpha of our pack. Who would willingly pass up such a golden opportunity? No? His eyes shone when I did not reply this time either. His eyes shone with my repeated silence. Open these silver shackles, he loudly ordered the two warriors in the room. The alpha is ready to sign. His voice was full of eagerness. He desperately looked for the pen in his pocket. Just sign it, and you will be free to leave. He put a gold-cast fountain pen in my hand. I glanced at the pen as Vin drew closer to me. Alpha, sign it. Before he could say another word, I raised my hand and stabbed the pen in his throat, then in his heart, and finally in the middle of his head. He could not even make a noise or struggle a bit. The two wolves who had opened my silver chains a second ago froze on the spot in horror as I dropped Vin's body dead to the ground. Picking up the paper from the ground, I glanced at my name as the new alpha blankly and thumbed at it with my bloody finger. When the warriors guarding the prison saw me thumbing through the papers, they knelt on the ground for their new alpha, the alpha of Emerald Bright Pack, Alpha. I stared at the open door with emotionless eyes. They were bound by the magic that was connected to this arranged marriage and new alpha agreement paper. Only after my thumb touched the magical contract would the cell to the door unseal itself, so that I would be able to leave. Dropping the papers on the ground, I walked out of the prison naked and bleeding all over. Why are you not saying anything, Reuben? Oren asked me again. Willow has only agreed to live with you. You are getting Willow back, but she is coming solely for a rejection ceremony, Reuben, he said in a panicked breath. Will you reject Willow? He asked. Reject Willow? I murmured, looking at the large portrait of her on the wall in front of me. I raised my hand and touched her lips. The thought has never crossed my mind, and it never will. Willow. Wyatt and Laurie's father is Alpha Reuben Emerald? You are soulmates? Laying on the hospital bed, Alpha Benjamin stared at me with wide eyes and his mouth agape. In the werewolf world, there was no one that didn't know Reuben. He was the apex predator, ruthless when dealing with his enemies. He was the alpha that was at the top of the food chain. The revelation of my past seemed more shocking to Alpha Benjamin than Sky's gambling away the Wade Moon pack had been. Alpha Benjamin had regained consciousness a day after his argument with Sky. His mental state was worse than anyone could have imagined. With the pack having been gambled away, it left more than 400 pack members facing homelessness. He couldn't stay calm. The loss of a lifetime's worth of his hard work left him frustrated, furious, and cursing himself for raising a snake-like son for 26 years, only to be betrayed in the end. Thankfully, Sky didn't show up at the hospital for a visit. Otherwise, Alpha Benjamin might have succumbed to anger. As it stood, his wolf teetered on the brink of insanity, and even the doctors struggled to approach him. Wyatt and Laurie were the only ones that managed to reach Alpha Benjamin without getting hurt. Their innocence softened his heart and eased his agitation. With Alpha Benjamin in a more stable state, I explained to him how the pack ended up in the Emerald Bright Pack's possession. At the same time, I discussed my plan with him on how to regain control of the Wade Moon pack. Of course, this meant that I had to reveal the truth about Reuben and our mate bond. I apologize for keeping the truth hidden from you for all these years, but the bond with Reuben posed a potential threat to my children and their future. However, now that I need your permission to depart from the Wade Moon Pack and join the Emerald Bright Pack, it's necessary for me to reveal it to you. As I mentioned, Reuben is willing to return the papers to you, Alpha. No pack member will be left homeless as long as I move in with him. Please don't worry. I promise to resolve this issue, I assured. Alpha Benjamin's surprised expression softened as he regarded me. Willow, I won't inquire as to why you left Alpha Reuben 6 years ago, or what transpired in the past that led to such a drastic decision while you were pregnant. But are you truly prepared to make the sacrifice that returning to your soulmate for the sake of our pack will entail? It's nothing compared to what you've done for me, Alpha, I said, placing my hand on his with a smile. You provided me shelter when I was homeless and had nowhere to go. Now it's my turn to repay that kindness. I will do everything within my power to protect the Wade Moon Pack, I assured him with a smile. Alpha Benjamin couldn't find the words to express his emotions at my promise. He simply nodded, placing his trust in me, his eyes brimming with gratitude. I wish you were my real daughter, Willow. Eloise and George were so lucky to have you, he said, smiling as he gently placed a hand on my head. I smiled, my heart filled with warmth as we reminisced about my parents. Although I had forgotten what they looked like, I still remembered their names. Whenever I felt curious about them, I would ask Alpha Benjamin, who had been a friend of my parents and knew everything about them. After exchanging a few more words, I exited the hospital and got into my car. Mommy, why did you pack our luggage? Lori, who was sitting in the back seat with Wyatt, questioned. We are leaving the Wade Moon Pack, I replied, driving towards the Emerald Bright Pack. Thankfully, the distance between the hospital and Emerald Bright was not that great. Once we were on the main road, I sped up the car. Mommy, are we going back to Britain? Lori's voice held a hint of panic. Mommy, I am not going. I want Daddy. Wyatt's face grew flushed with unwillingness. He had been alert since the moment he sensed us leaving Wade Moon. He was so angry that he had even refused to get out of the car at the hospital. So I had to leave both of them in the car when I went to visit the Alpha. Yes, I want Daddy too, Lori pouted. Their mood had turned sour ever since I asked them to pack up and sit in the car. Initially, their reluctance to return to Britain was due to their fondness for spending time at the Wade Moon Pack. However, after meeting Reuben, their behavior had shifted drastically, becoming uncharacteristically stubborn about wanting to see him again and again. I had been deflecting their requests with various excuses, but now that we were leaving, the two of them were showing a strong reluctance to go back to Britain thanks to Reuben. In the past few days, I'd noticed that unlike other children, they avoided discussing Reuben with me, aware that things weren't normal between Reuben and me. They had been keeping a low profile, pretending ignorance about finding their father. However, when they sensed our departure from Wade Moon, their facade crumbled, revealing their strong desire not to leave Reuben. While driving, my grip tightened on the steering wheel. It seemed that just 2 encounters between Reuben and my children was enough for him to steal them away. Suddenly, Lori's big blue eyes, fixed on the passing signboards, lit up. Brother, this isn't the way to the airport, right? Wyatt perked up, glancing outside and noticing our car entering a woods that clearly belonged to someone else's territory. Mommy, where are we going? He asked curiously, but his question halted when his gaze landed on a tall figure standing a short distance away. I stopped the car in front of him. Daddy! Both Wyatt and Lori exclaimed simultaneously as they dashed out of the car. Smiling, Reuben squatted down, arms thrown wide to warmly embrace Wyatt and Lori. Did you miss Daddy? He tightly hugged them. I slowly got out of the car, watching the 3 of them lost in their own world. Yes, we missed Daddy! Lori was so excited that she was louder than usual. How much? Reuben playfully raised his brows. Lori spread her short hands wide. This much. Daddy missed you 2 a lot, Reuben chuckled, kissing her chubby cheek. I stopped by the car door, closely observing Reuben's expression. His eyes were filled with desperation. His hold on Wyatt and Lori's small bodies had a lot of possessiveness. This level of patience to meet his children was not characteristic of him. He was known for snatching his possessions and ruthlessly destroying his opponents, but in Wyatt and Laurie's case, he displayed an unusual amount of patience. "Daddy, you really kept your promise and fulfilled my dream." Wyatt wrapped his arm around Reuben's neck. "You promised you'd see us again and bring Mommy to your house so we could live together." He tightly hugged Reuben. I froze upon hearing Wyatt's comment. Wyatt always wanted his biological father in the picture rather than a stepfather. He used to push away any men from getting near me, but I never knew he wanted us all to live together. Unfortunately, it was impossible. Reuben and I were impossible. He was going to marry someone else, so I had to leave as soon as possible after rejection. "I'll do anything for my children." Reuben slowly raised his eyes to look at me. "You two are never going to leave me." His intense gaze quickened my heart. What did he just say?
"Willow, you two are never going to leave me." His intense gaze quickened my heart. What did he just say? A very bad feeling raised in my heart. "Wyatt, we're not going to live here," I intervened, guiding Wyatt and Laurie to my side. "But Mommy, didn't we come here with our luggage to live with Daddy?" Laurie asked in confusion, her eyes wide. "No, we're leaving as soon as I take care of some unfinished business," I faced Reuben, meeting his green eyes. My wolf had felt a sense of despair since I discovered Reuben's intentions to reject me for another woman. My heart felt constricted, but I kept my emotions in check. "My children are leaving with me after the rejection," I stated firmly, maintaining eye contact with Reuben. "Leaving?" He raised his brows in amusement. "Unfortunately, that's not going to happen, Willow," he chuckled, stepping closer as Oren suddenly appeared and took Wyatt and Laurie away. As their backs faded away, Reuben added, "Wyatt and Laurie are my children too. They're never leaving me." "What do you mean?" I snapped at Reuben, my patience running dangerously low. "You know I am going back to Britain with Wyatt and Laurie." There was a sudden shift in his eyes when I mentioned Britain. "Have you wondered why you've been barred from leaving the country by air and sea?" He reached out, gently tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. "Why?" I had attempted to investigate this but found no answers. "Why am I blocked from leaving?" "You are trying to leave with Wyatt and Laurie." He softly rubbed the tip of my ear between his finger and thumb while staring into my confused eyes. "Until their custody case is resolved, you can't take my children away." "What? You filed for custody of them?" My face turned white in shock. "Yes." He slid his hand down to my neck and pulled me closer to his chest. "And let me tell you, I can win custody any time I want." His green eyes were full of dark promise. "You..." I clenched my fist and gritted my teeth. "Why did you file for custody of my children?" I demanded, almost screaming in fury. "Shh!" Suddenly, Reuben put his finger on my lips, causing me to flinch with our sudden proximity. My wolf was awakened from her depressed state. "I filed for custody the day you ran away from the Shifter Hotel. That's why you were blacklisted when you tried to book a ticket." His voice was barely above a whisper as his eyes lingered on my wet lips. I bit my lip and took a deep, angry breath. "There is no way I am letting my children have a stepmother, Reuben." "Obviously, I am not letting that happen either. My children have only one mother, and that is you and will be you," he stated. His words helped to ease my agitation over my children being stolen. "Then withdraw your case for custody," I demanded. "Like we had decided, you will return the Wade Moonpack papers to me. We will complete the rejection ceremony. Then after that, I will leave your life with my children," I reminded him of his promise. I knew that without the rejection, I could not take Wyatt and Laurie smoothly away with me. "I wish I could do that, but at this point things have changed, Willow." He put his hand on my cheek. "What changed?" My body shuddered slightly, sensing something unexpected that was going to change my life. "The Pack's holy cave, where the rejection ceremony is held, will be sealed for the next 3 months," he revealed. "Sealed?" My eyes winded at the news. "Yes, we have to wait 3 months for the rejection ceremony. You are not going anywhere. Stay here with me. Leave before then, or you will lose Wyatt and Laurie," he remarked softly. "What?" My mind went blank at the thought of having to live for 3 months with Reuben. "Impossible," I growled, pulling away from him. "There is no way I am living with you, Reuben." I glared and tried to pass by him to walk towards the pack house so that I could get Wyatt and Laurie. I should not have come here. I am leaving with my children right now. I yelled then, before I could take another step, a strong arm wrapped around my waist. My body was lifted up from the ground, and before I could understand anything, Reuben threw me over his shoulders and started carrying me inside the pack house. "What are you doing? Let me go!" Shrieking, I struggled to get out of his hold, but with each passing second, he continued tightening his grip on my waist. "Let me go!" The facade of calmness that he had been wearing was torn off. He just wanted to get me here when I was no longer a member of the Wade Moon Pack so that he could claim me completely, but his silence scared me. "Where are you taking me?" Suddenly, he started climbing the stairs and alarms started ringing in my head as I realized where he was taking me. "No! Put me down! Put me down!" I screamed, hitting his back and throwing my arms and legs in the air to jump out of his hold, but before I could succeed, the door of his bedroom was kicked open, and the next thing I knew he threw me on his bed. As my body bounced on the bed 2 or 3 times, I immediately tried to run away, but Reuben grabbed me and pinned me to the bed. "No!" I screamed at the top of my lungs when he pinned both of my hands over my head and hovered over me. "Don't move," he warned in a very deep voice. What are you doing?" I stammered, my breath stuck in my throat. Reuben leaned down slowly towards my face. "I have been like this for the last 6 years, Willow." "No, don't," I struggled a little, clearly understanding his intentions. "No?" He grabbed my cheeks and leaned down dangerously close to my lips. "If no, then don't you dare to run away from here again, or I don't fucking mind having you tied to my bed, naked and moaning for the next 3 months." "Willow, if not, then don't you dare to run away from here again, or I don't fucking mind having you tied to my bed, naked and moaning for the next 3 months," he stated as the room fell into a dead silence. I could not open my mouth to argue, as I knew what Reuben was capable of when it came to me. Only the sound of our breathing and intense heartbeat was audible in the room, as neither of us were willing to look away from the other. My wolf Sari had become just as enlivened in my mind as she had been years ago, due to this dangerous proximity between Reuben and I. She had grown so sensitive that I could even hear her heavy breathing. "Mate," Sari suddenly said in my mind. I gasped hearing her voice, but more than that, Dex appearing in Reuben's eyes scared me. It turned out that Sari had somehow seduced Dex. I held breath in panic as a sudden wave of heat swept over my body alongside the shame that I experienced at that moment when Reuben caught me affected by him. I bit my tongue to control my body's shiver and reaction, but as he rubbed himself against my belly again, my whole body jolted. His eyes shone with burning desires as he stared at my lips and began to lean down more and more until our lips were an inch away from being touched. I clenched my fists tightly and immediately turned my face away before it was too late. Reuben instantly paused, staring at my flushed face as I felt his hot breath brushing my cheeks. Still pinned under him, I could not control my shiver, which snapped Reuben back to his senses. He tightly closed his eyes to control his wolf immediately. Taking long, deep breaths like an animal, he abruptly shoved himself off from my body, got off of the bed at lightning speed, and left the bedroom without looking back. I lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling for a long time before I slowly sat up on the bed. My hair and dress was messed up while my heart drummed inside my chest with the scary discovery that I realized too late. I was still quite affected by Reuben. After the betrayal, I suffered greatly and had hated Reuben for these past 6 years. I had thought that if we ever meet again in the future, we would be complete strangers. That I would not be affected by him even a bit, as the weight of hatred in my heart was more than the love that I had for him years ago. The problem was at the moment, my wolf was giving in to Reuben's seduction and close proximity, which installed panic in my heart. My wolf was returning to her old self, becoming responsive and sharp inside me only because of Reuben. I closed my eyes, not letting tears gathered in my eyes. No, this could not be happening to me. I could not possibly. No, I definitely could not. "Mommy." Lori's voice jolted me out of my dark thoughts. I immediately raised my head to find Lori running inside the bedroom with her stubby little legs. "Mommy, what are you doing in here? I have been looking for you everywhere." she chirped, holding my hand. I was still in somewhat of a daze and stared at Lori. This was reality, my children. I was a mother of my 2 beautiful children. They were my life, and I should not feel anything. What the hell had I been thinking just now? There was no way I still would be. There was no way. I was just swayed and misinterpreted Reuben's actions, and by my wolf's sudden response, I had to wrap my head around these feelings that were a hellhole for me and focus on the people I loved, my children, and the Wade Moon Pack. Taking a deep breath, I controlled my emotions and returned to reality. Mommy, are you listening to me? Lori pulled my sleeves to get my attention. I blinked and smiled at her. What did you say? I said that Daddy's house is bigger than Grandpa Benjamin's. There is a swimming pool and a big playground, too. She was standing on her toes and her eyes were shining bright. I did not know how I felt about her excitement. The kids were already liking Reuben's place. But having my baby back to me, I felt better and smiled. Is that so? Do you like this pack house? I loved it, she happily exclaimed. I chuckled, getting out of the bed and fixing my appearance. Why are you alone? Where is your brother? He is still exploring the pack house with Uncle Orrin. I saw Daddy going to the 2nd floor, but you were not with him, so I came here searching for you, knowing you would be feeling lonely without me. I laughed a little at her choice of words. Yes, Mummy was lonely because Lori was not with her. I held her hand as we exited the room. Along the hallway, she talked nonstop about what she saw around and what she liked. I listened to her with a smile and acted surprised, even though I was aware of every little thing in this pack house. Glancing around, I felt as though I had been transported back 6 years in time to when I used to come to visit. Everything was the same, down to the color of the paint of the walls on the interior of the house. I paused when I realized everything was what I had chosen in the past. Every design, pattern, and even the colors. Nothing had changed. I couldn't help but glance at Reuben's bedroom. Earlier, I was so shocked to be back that I hadn't noticed, but taking a closer look, I found something else. My heart quickened and I blinked in surprise. His room, it looked exactly the same as my room from 6 years ago. How could that be possible? Was it a coincidence? Mommy, what's wrong? Lori pulled at my arm. Let's go. Lori, you go and find your brother. I have something to do, I told her, without looking at her, as my eyes would not allow me to look from Reuben's bedroom. Okay. She obeyed and raced downstairs to find Wyatt, while I climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor, only to stop in front of Reuben's office. Slowly entering, I found Reuben standing next to the desk, his back towards me and a lit cigarette between his fingers. I slowly walked inside. Obviously, he was aware of my arrival, yet he did not look at me. I am ready to live in the Emerald Bright Pack for 3 months until the rejection, but I have 2 conditions, I declared. Reuben slowly turned towards me. What are the conditions? He asked without actually looking at me as he put out his cigarette in the ashtray. After the 3 months are over, I will be allowed to leave with Wyatt and Lori, I stated, instantly earning Reuben's penetrating eyes, but I continued. Secondly, I want the Wade Moon Pack papers right now, I remarked. Reuben silently walked closer to me with our eyes locked. Here, he stood in front of me and passed me the pack's papers without any argument. I looked up at him in surprise. He was just giving them to me so easily? I raised my hand to take them from him, but Reuben did not let the papers go. Instead, he pulled me closer to his chest. Remember what you just promised, Willow. Don't make me chase after you, okay? He whispered. His words were quiet, yet his eyes were full of threats. At this point, obtaining the Wade Moon Pack's papers was my priority. I blinked and only nodded. Good. Reuben let go of the papers. I quickly took it safely in my hand, but he did not let go of me. Willow? Suddenly a familiar voice entered my ears. I turned to look at the door to find a short woman with blonde long hair, dressed in top and skirt like a doll entering the room. And behind her, a tall man in his mid-20s with hard expression was standing. The woman was my best friend Ella and Reuben's Gamma Bix. Both of their faces were full of shocks at the sight of me. I had last seen them 6 years ago when I left without saying goodbye. I was not prepared for such an early meeting with them. Why are you here? Bix frowned as his eyes moved between Reuben and I. That's when I realized I was still in Reuben's grasp. I tried to pull away from him, but Reuben held me tighter as he turned to them. Willow has come back to the Emerald Bright Pack and is now going to be living here, he announced. My eyes instantly snapped at him. Why did he tell them half-truth? I was only going to be there for 3 months. Willow, is it true? Ella, who had been too shocked to speak earlier, smiled and walked over to me. That's wonderful news. Bix stopped her, halfway across the room, bitterly spitting out, Why are you smiling at the woman who is in your man's arm on the first day of her return? Ella bit her lip and lowered her head as if she was holding back tears. Her man? What do you mean? I questioned, glancing at Reuben once. It's nothing, Reuben interrupted with a growl as he glared at Bix. What the fuck are you doing here when I didn't call for you? Get out! Ella flinched and said, Bix, let's go, she whispered, following the Alpha's order. She turned to leave while Bix shot me a hateful glare and turned to follow her. No, wait, I shouted and broke out of Reuben's hold. Tell me why you said that, I demanded of Bix. Ella also stopped but did not turn to look at me. Don't pretend to be innocent when the whole world has found out about it in the news. Bix turned to me sharply and said, Ella is Reuben's fiancée.
Willow. Ella was the daughter of a powerful Alpha, but she was a member of the Emerald Bright Pack. This was due to Reuben's father, Alpha Reuben Emerald, taking her in after the death of her parents at a young age. The two packs had been allies for decades. Of course, Ella stood to inherit her parents' pack when she came of legal age. It was at that point that she could take over the running of it. After I joined the Emerald Bright Pack, Ella became my first friend. She was cheerful and friendly, unlike me, who spent most of my time finding part-time jobs to pay my tuition fees and living expenses. I was a new member of Emerald Bright Pack and an Orphan Omega. Ella and I went to the same school, and we spent more time together. Ella became my best friend in a year. She told me all her secrets, her love interests, her ex and boyfriends, but I could never do the same as my life was full of secrets and mysteries, especially when it came to my love interest. Willow, do you have a boyfriend? We were at a club where Ella had dragged me along with her after school. A boy questioned me as everyone sat around the table playing Truth or Dare, and unfortunately, the bottle stopped on me. My hand froze on my glass as everyone's curious eyes fixed on me, especially Oren and Bix, who were Reuben's best friends. They were both friendly and mostly curious about me from the beginning because the aloof, self-centered, and short-tempered Reuben had personally brought me in the pack. The other survivors of the rogue trafficking ring were labeled rogues and set free to go their own way, but Reuben refused to let me go into the woods and die. He never let Emerald Bright or Alpha Luis know that I was one of the survivors, so I was not labeled a rogue, but a normal Omega that people normally did not pay attention to. I don't have a boyfriend, I answered. Judging by the expressions of many of them, it was clear that they did not believe me. Then do you like someone? Someone else asked. There are a lot of hot guys at school, they winked. As soon as this question registered in my brain, my heart started beating wildly in my chest, and his face came to my eyes. I subconsciously raised my eyes and looked at a dark corner of the club where I had been feeling someone's eyes on me for a long time. I had yet to get my wolf, but still I had a strong feeling of being watched. The more I thought about it, the more sure I was. Then a couple came sneaking out of the dark corner. The woman's makeup was messed up, and the man was fixing his pants. The couple walked away like they had not done anything. I blinked in surprise. It turned out I was overthinking. There was not anything there. This was my first time visiting a club. Even though I was with my friends, every little thing was getting my attention. Hey, you are taking way too long to reply, Bix stated dryly. I focused back on them, and just before I was about to answer, Ella spoke up. Guys, don't tease Willow just because you are seniors. She wrapped her arm around my shoulders and glared at Bix especially. Oren and Bix were 2 years older than us and in the same class as Reuben. Willow is shy and a good girl. She does not like anyone, Ella replied. That's what she always assumed about me. Yes, I was a little shy and maintained a healthy distance from boys, but I was not a good girl. I just smiled at them until Ella got a call from one of our classmates that was running late. She was short on money and she needed to pay for a taxi. This girl, Always forgets to grab enough money before leaving the house. Ella gritted her teeth as she did not want to leave the game. Before Ella could get up, I stopped her. Ella, you play the game. I will go and help her. I got up. Are you sure? Ella asked. Yes, I smiled, grabbed my purse, and turned to leave. Passing by people that were dancing and chatting, I opened my purse to pull out money when suddenly a strong hand grabbed my arm. I yelped, but a hand was pressed to my mouth as I was pulled into the isolated area of the club. When my back touched the wall and a tall, hard chest pressed against, my eyes shot open to see my capture. Shh! He slowly pulled his hand away from my mouth. You! My eyes widened at finding Reuben there. He had been out of the town for the last 2 days only to suddenly appear here. Were you expecting someone else? He wrapped his arm around my waist and pulled me closer to him. Tell me, Willow, were you expecting someone else? No, I gasped and put my hand on his chest as our lower bodies touched each other. He was too tall and always bold whenever he touched me. Even though we had yet to cross that line, his every touch and soft gaze used to set my body on fire. Why did you say you don't like anyone? He softly touched my cheek, his breath fanning my face. My heart quickened at his words. My feelings were correct. Reuben had been in the club watching me. Tell me, Willow, why did you lie? He raised my chin. The two of us being together is impossible, Reuben, I whispered as my chest rose and fell rapidly. An alpha and omega together is impossible. Shabma, my heart hurt, but I had to admit that this was true. The Emerald Bright Pack had a long history of hating omegas. Omegas could be pack members, but high-ranking members could not be in love with omegas. Even knowing this fact, I could not stop myself falling in love with Reuben. Impossible? Reuben frowned. Is this your way of trying to make me stop, Willow? He grabbed my hair and tilted my face up. It's too late if you are trying to run away from me. I will fucking lose my mind if you even think about leaving me, he warned, pulling me into a passionate kiss. I love you, Willow. I love you, he confessed. My eyes widened at Reuben's confession. The word I was scared of the most greeted me in this way. Reuben confessed his love. I closed my eyes and a teardrop slipped out from the corner of my eye. I had fallen for him, but he had fallen even harder for me. If I had stopped this from the very beginning, we would not have reached this point. Maybe then I would not have become his addiction. I could not confess my feelings, but I could not stop myself from kissing him back either. Even though we had kissed before, this kiss held different feelings and emotions for us. As I wrapped my arms around his neck, Reuben grew excited. He grabbed my leg and pinned me against the wall as he kissed me deeper. I love you, Willow, he said again and again between kisses. While unknown to us, someone had overheard him. You guys, a familiar voice echoed in the isolated area. I broke the kiss in surprise, and I tilted my head to find Ella, Oren, and Bix standing some distance away in shock. They had come looking for me when the friend waiting outside informed them I had not shown up. My secret and forbidden relationship with Reuben, that had remained hidden for a year, had just been exposed to our friends. Reuben did not care about knowing about our relationship, but I was scared. Surprisingly, none of them ever exposed our love to anyone. Oren and Bix were cool and already considered me their future Luna, while Ella supported me. But never in my wild imagination had I thought that Ella would be Reuben's fiancée. My best friend was my mate's future bride. In Reuben's office, I stood there frozen in shock for a long time. Ella and Reuben. My wolf was violently howling in my mind and burning in a raging fire. I slowly turned my head to look at Reuben. He had already been watching me this whole time with an expression that I could not read at all. Once our eyes met, I realized whatever Bix said was true. Reuben did not deny it. Ella was really Reuben's fiancée. Ella stepped forward and opened her mouth to speak. Willow, Congratulations, I said to Reuben without breaking eye contact. He frowned bitterly, then I turned to look at Ella. Congratulations to you too, Ella, I smiled, walking closer to her. She stared at me with wide, watery eyes. I really admire your choice that is coincidentally my past lover. She bit her lip at my word choice. Bix looked at Ella's tearful eyes and growled at me. Watch your tone, Willow. Am I talking to you? I raised my eyebrows at him, silencing him. He gritted his teeth and wanted to argue, but once he looked past me at Reuben, he swallowed his words. Willow. Ella touched my hand, but I pulled my hand back. That's enough. Reuben's growl silenced everyone in the room as he ordered Bix and Ella, "Get out of my office right now!" Ella quickly turned away, wanting to run out in tears while Bix was ready to chase after her, but Ella stopped when two little children walked through the door. Who are they? Bix cocked his brows as he exchanged confused looks with Ella. Both of their gazes followed Wyatt and Lori as they raced all the way over to me and hugged my legs. They were shy around strangers. "Mommy, we are hungry," Wyatt said softly as he clenched my dress in his small fists along with Lori. "Mommy?" Ella gasped at the sight of my children while Bix lost his voice in shock. "Willow, did you give birth?" she asked in disbelief as they were sure that I was not married. I chose not to answer and ignored her, taking Wyatt and Lori out of the room to feed them when suddenly Bix started laughing. "Willow, you gave birth to bastards." I immediately pulled Wyatt close to me and Lori so that I covered their ears while I glared at Bix for his audacity. Did he really use that word to describe my children? I moved Wyatt and Lori aside and stepped forward to deliver a harsh slap across Bix's face. But before I could do that, a very strong punch landed on Bix's face, throwing him outside of the room and breaking the wall. I flinched at the sudden action, while Ella screamed in fear at the dangerous sight Reuben presented. "How dare you call my children bastards?" Reuben growled. "Reuben, how dare you call my children bastards?" I struck Bix with so much force and violence, it was as if he were one of my sworn enemies. Bix had always possessed an eccentric personality, a foul mouth, and a penchant for bold actions, but labeling my children bastards had crossed every line. In that moment, my wolf took control, overriding the knowledge that Bix was one of my closest friends. Amidst Ella's fearful scream, Willow shot me a startled look as Wyatt and Lori rushed back to her. Willow instinctively pulled them close, covering both of their ears. When our eyes met, I noticed her eyes were slightly red. The word bastard seemed to affect her more profoundly than it did me. It became apparent that she had faced similar situations before, where people derogatorily referred to Wyatt and Lori as bastards. I clenched my fists at my sides as I stared into Willow's slightly watery eyes. Anger welled up inside me, directed not only at Bix, but at myself as well for not being there for Willow during those challenging times. Our emotions intertwined through the mate bond, and I felt every emotion she harbored in her heart. I noticed her eyes change when she sensed my hatred for myself. She began to turn away from me, prepared to usher Wyatt and Lori to safety, when Oren, who had been absent until then, arrived in a flash. "What's going on here?" His wide eyes first fell on Bix, whose face bore evident injuries and bleeding. Bix's mind had gone blank with my attack, and he was struggling to comprehend the scene around him. From there, Oren shifted his focus to my office broken wall and my bleeding fist, locking eyes with my wolf's dark expression. Without needing an explanation, he pieced together the situation. "Bix, what the heck did you do?" His voice was a growl. Bix coughed a few times, struggling to find his voice. "Oren, did you know they are Reuben and Willow's children?" Oren's eyes widened in realization, understanding the root of this violent altercation. "Fucking shut your mouth if you don't want to die." Oren forcefully silenced Bix with his words, gripping his collar and dragging him away. "Ella, you're coming with me," Oren firmly commanded, addressing the woman whose wide brown eyes were fixed on Wyatt and Lori as if she'd seen a ghost. "Willow, how?" Ella's pale face held questions about Willow's pregnancy from 6 years ago. The curiosity was evident, but Willow pressed her hands against her children's ears, shielding them from Ella's impending inquiries. Dex growled in my mind at the look Ella had been giving my children and my mate. "They're mine. That's all outsiders need to know," I interrupted firmly, cutting off Ella's line of questioning. "Outsiders." She gazed at me in disbelief, incredulous, but I couldn't care less. Disregarding her, I turned to Oren. "Oren, mind link the Omegas in charge of the kitchen and get food ready. Wyatt and Lori need to eat." "Okay," Oren nodded. I moved closer to Willow and lifted Wyatt and Lori into my arms and then grabbed her hand. "Let's go," I whispered. She looked from my hand, then back to me. Her eyes held a mix of emotions as I held her hand and ushered her and our children out, ignoring the others in the room. She followed me down the stairs without any protest or trying to get free from my grip on her hand. I felt Wyatt and Laurie's gaze on my face all the way. I looked at them and smiled. "Did Daddy scare you too?" I softly asked, realizing that I had unintentionally frightened their innocent minds. "No, Daddy, you're really cool when you half-shift." Wyatt's childish voice brimmed with excitement, his green eyes sparkling with surprise and admiration as he finally broke his silence. So they were not actually scared back there? My children knew when and where to speak, showing their sensible nature. "Yeah, Daddy, you were like a Prince Charming fighting for your princess." Laurie giggled. I couldn't help but laugh at Laurie's comparison of me to a Prince Charming for Willow. "My children have better sense than some people," I remarked, glancing at the she-wolf walking beside me. Willow caught the meaning behind my words and pulled her hand back right away. "Yes, that's what they call an innocent mind. They can't see the devil hidden behind the mask of Prince Charming," she commented, heading to the dining table ahead of us. Wyatt and Laurie hopped down from my arms and settled onto the chairs that the Omega had just pulled out for them after serving the food. I turned to respond to Willow, admitting, "True, I'm a devil behind a Prince Charming mask." Placing my hand on the back of her chair, I continued, "I'm the worst, and I don't regret it. It's just that some people don't understand me." Willow looked up at my eyes that were full of sincerity, but suddenly, as if she recalled something, her eyes grew emotionless as she stated, "Even your fiancé doesn't understand you?" My eyes instantly went blank when I heard her using the word fiancés. "You used my children and the Wade Moon Pact to drag me back here in order to complete a rejection that you can't marry her without. So how is it that your fiancé doesn't understand you?" Her words were laced with venom, meant just for me. I knew that once this particular bit of information was known to Willow, she would hate me more than ever. That was why I had hidden it in the first place. I wanted to reveal it to her myself, once everything had been started going well between us, but Bix and Ella showed up out of blue, fucking with my plan. Being paired with another she-wolf by Willow caused Dex to growl in my mind. "Willow, let me clear something up for you." I dug my nails into the chair, leaned down towards her face, and whispered, "There is nothing between Ella and I. We are engaged only on paper." There was a sudden change in Willow's eyes after hearing that statement. "On paper? How?" My heart tingled when she was finally ready to listen to me. "Yes, it is just on paper. Years ago, I faced a situation where I had to sign those papers, but it meant nothing to me or Ella. I don't love Ella." I raised my hand to touch her soft cheek. "She is just a friend, just like she was years ago. She knows about it as well, and she does not like or love me either. I am not marrying her." I revealed the whole truth. Willow's hear-bait intensified as she silently stared at me. Dex got excited in my mind as I felt her emotions being soothed. There was no more hatred in her eyes for me. "I only want you." "Reuben," Oren arrived in the dining room, interrupting me. Willow saw Oren and quickly pushed my hand away from her cheek and sat up straight in the chair. I was close to make Willow believe me if Oren had not come. I gritted my teeth at him. "What?" "There's an urgent matter." His expression was serious. I took a deep breath to control my emotions and responded, "I'm coming." Oren nodded and left the pack house. I turned back to Willow. At this point, I had no idea if she believed me even a bit or not. She had started eating like I had said nothing. "I'll be back late tonight." She paused and glanced at me. "Why are you telling me?" She looked confused. "So that you don't wait for me," I clarified. It took her a couple of minutes to comprehend. "I'm not staying in your room, Reuben," she firmly declared. I frowned and leaned closer, placing a hand on either arm of her chair and meeting her intense eyes. "Impossible." She also looked at me firmly and said, "Then I'll stay in the guest room," she countered. "No," I firmly disagreed. "Then on the first floor," she argued. "That's not happening," I shook my head. She gritted her teeth, glaring at me. "Then I'll be staying next to Wyatt and Laurie's room, and that's final," she firmly announced. "Done," I smiled. She was taken aback by my sudden agreement. After a moment's thought, she realized the room she had chosen was actually the room that was between the children's room and mine. We'd be separated by just a wall. You, she caught on to my trickery, opening her mouth to protest, but I ruffled her hair and walked away. I will be late. Don't wait for me. Who's waiting for you? She growled at my retreating figure. I chuckled and left the pack house to meet Oren, who had been waiting for me in the garden. Reuben, don't sever ties with Bix. Oren approached me in a panic, momentarily forgetting the urgent matter that he wanted to discuss. He had witnessed how effortlessly and ruthlessly I could cut people out of my life. Once I made that decision, there was no turning back. That guy doesn't know when to keep his mouth shut, Oren added when I didn't respond. I lit a cigarette, observing him. Oren and Bix were the sons of my pack's former Beta and Gamma. We had grown up together, but Oren never appreciated mediating our conflicts. He'd always step in to resolve things, but this time he understood the gravity of the situation. He had to step back, and it frustrated him. Judging by his appearance, he had likely sent Bix to the pack hospital before coming to see me. Reuben, you know why Bix acted out like that, don't you? These last 6 years have been tough on all of us, watching you change like this. So he lost it in the moment and said some nonsense. Just tell him not to come near me anytime soon, I interrupted, taking a long drag from my cigarette. Oren breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Okay. What was the urgent matter you wanted to tell me? I exhaled a puff of smoke. Oren's expression turned grave as he remembered the original reason for this conversation. The Silver Moon Pack has been wiped out, he informed me. Wiped out? The hand holding the cigarette stopped abruptly. The Silver Moon Pack was among the top 5 packs. They had not an enemy, but our ally for decades. We had numerous treaties and a strong friendship. No other pack dared to even make a noise in their presence, let alone declare war. How could the Silver Moon Pack have been wiped out? How did that happen? Who dared to attack them? I asked, my brow furrowing. I don't know. Actually, nobody knows. Word has it, the entire pack was celebrating the Alpha's birthday last night, but by morning the pack was found engulfed in flames, Oren explained. In flames? I raised an eyebrow in confusion. Yes, what's more, when the neighboring pack arrived to assist in extinguishing the fire, they discovered no bodies or remains of a single member of the Silver Moon Pack, Oren exclaimed, surprised by the shocking nature of the information. How in the world is that possible? I questioned incredulously. An entire pack burns and there's no trace of the bodies? Did the corpses or bones just walk away or bury themselves? Oren remained silent, giving me a meaningful look. Reuben, all the packs are terrified after this mysterious incident. If a powerful pack like the Silver Moon Pack can be wiped out in such a manner, then anyone can. There's something else at play here that we're not able to see, he concluded. Indeed, I agreed, turning to stare at the first floor of the pack house, where Willow's room was located. This isn't a normal incident, I remarked, observing Willow as she arranged a plant on the windowsill in her room. So what do you think? Oren asked curiously. I believe this is just the beginning. I paused when Willow spotted me too. Oren followed my line of sight. As Willow's and my eyes locked, she looked at me for a couple of seconds, then closed the curtains. Shocked by her boldness, Oren looked at my reaction. I crushed the cigarette in my palm. So, she did not believe what I had said earlier. You have finally made Willow stay by your side, Reuben. Though the sword of rejection seems to have gotten sharp at your neck after revealing your impending marriage with Ella. My muscles tightened as I looked down at the crushed cigarette in my hand. No matter how much she hates me at this moment, I will regain her love over the next 3 months. I dropped the cigarette on the ground and looked at the window again. 3 months.
Willow. I lay in bed staring up at the crescent moon all night long. Sleeping in the room that was next to Reuben's was already distracting me, especially when we were only separated by a wall. Whenever I closed my eyes to sleep, Reuben's words echoed in my mind again and again. There is nothing between Ella and I. We are fiancé only on paper. Ella does not love me, and I don't love Ella. I only want you. I rested my hand over my crazy heartbeat as I sat up on the bed. Why was I not able to forget it? He has to be lying to me. The news of his marriage was all over the media. She was his fiancée. Everything had been laid bare in front of my eyes, Yet my wolf was suddenly calm after Reuben's earlier claim. I had felt sincerity in his claim that he did not love Ella. "I only want you." His words echoed in my ears as my heart started to drum in my chest again. "No, stop thinking about it." I buried my face in my hands and wanted to scream. The whole night I had been struggling with diving into different pools of emotion that had been raised by Reuben's claim. I was torn between the betrayal of the past, trust, and the present. The night felt as long as a year, yet I had not managed to catch an hour's sleep. With the first ray of sun, I got up from my bed, stripped out of my clothes, and went for a run in the woods. To help keep my emotions in check, I let Sari out. I had to let my wolf out, otherwise I was going to go crazy with all the thoughts that I continued to turn over in my head. Sari ran so fast it seemed like she was riding the wind. We had missed the greenery here so much. This was the first time I had let Sari out in too many months to count. Back in Britain, I had to be cautious. Shifting in your own territory was one thing, but shifting in while in random woods was far too risky. If someone would have spotted a white wolf in the woods, then it would have been huge news and incredibly dangerous for us, so I had hardly shifted in the past 6 years. I had concluded that it was part of the reason my wolf had gotten silent. I passed the small bridge and entered another part of the woods. I was familiar with every corner of the Emerald Bright Pack territory, including the woods. I had spent some of my most formative years here after all. Enjoying the greenery, I ran for hours until I reached deep into the woods, ending up in a place that was normally avoided by wolves in the pack. Slowing my pace, I glanced at the large, sacred cave where I had only been once before. It was the place where the rejection ceremony was held, since it was actually a location that was designed to be a place where sadness, tears, and broken bonds were laid to rest. People avoided even coming within eyesight of it. I stopped in front of the cave, glancing at it with mixed emotions. 3 months from now, I would have to return here. So that I could complete the rejection ceremony, all the thoughts that had churned in my mind last night cleared when I saw the cave. It was like reality slapped me hard across the face, clearing my mind of all the nonsense I had been clouding it with. "Did you come here to check if the cave is really sealed or not?" A sudden mind link surprised me. I had not received a mind link for the last 6 years. Startled, I looked ahead of me to find a big black alpha wolf standing in front of me. It was Dex. What was he doing here? But wait, had Reuben actually mind-linked me? Since I had abandoned the Emerald Bright Pack, breaking all ties with them in the past, it should be impossible for Reuben to mind-link me. So how could he have done it? "Because he is our soulmate," Sari replied, surprising me further. She talked to me again. When I did not answer why I was here, Reuben frowned. I could see his thoughts starting to run wild again. "You came all the way out here. It seems you cannot wait for rejection," he growled. Why was he so triggered by me being here? His dark green eyes were fixed on me, boring deep into mine like he never learnt how to blink. The more he stared at me like that, the more I felt as if he wanted to swallow me whole. Suddenly, he started walking over to me. My heart quickened by his sudden action. What was he thinking? I quickly took a few steps back, doubtful of his intentions. We were alone in the woods, especially in this isolated area where he could do anything he wanted with me. I immediately turned around and decided to leave with quick steps, but just as I turned, a black wolf blocked my path. Reuben shifted into his human form and stood there, as naked as the day he was born, in front of me. My eyes widened and my face turned red in shame. "What the hell are you doing?" I yelled at him through a mind link. Compared to 6 years ago, his body looked stronger than ever. My eyes subconsciously went to his 8-pack abs, then his manhood. My face turned scarlet and I looked away. "Shit!" He smirked at my reaction. "It is not like you have never seen me naked." He knelt in front of me and brushed a hand through my fur. "Why are you being so shy, Willow?" He spoke softly as he locked eyes with me and whispered. My face turned redder at his statement. The memories of the wild sex we shared in the past flooded in my mind, causing me to burn with embarrassment. "If your memory is weak, should I remind you?" His eyes shone with lust and desire as his hand boldly began roaming through my fur. "You." I wriggled and bit his hand hard, but surprisingly, he showed no sign of pushing me back or pulling his hand from my mouth. That's when I realized I had fallen into his trap. I immediately let his hand go and tried to run, but he caught me. "Are you running after ogling my naked body?" My eyes widened. "Are you insane? Who said I was enjoying your nakedness?" I snapped at his crazy words. "Still, you saw me naked, right?" "I felt molested," he accused. Molested? I glared at him for such a low-handed accusation. That shameless man was molested by me? "How about you shift into your human form too?" he suggested. A chill ran down to my spine. If I shifted then, I would be naked in front of his eyes. "Nonsense." I growled and tried to run away, but he caught me quickly in his large hands. The next thing I knew, my wolf was lifted in the air. "What are you doing?" I screamed through the mind link struggling in his arms. "Don't move. Let go." I did not obey him. I said don't move. He softly nipped my wolf's ear, sending sparks all over my body. Sari let out a low moan, and I felt like I melted in Reuben's arms. What was that? I froze in his arms, shocked by my own reaction. I was feeling hot all over my body. That's when I noticed the direction that he was walking in. "Where are you taking me?" I asked in a panic. "Back to the pack." My mind went blank at his remark. He was naked and holding me. If someone saw us together in this condition, then— "No! Stop! Put me down, Reuben!" I demanded. "Why?" "We can't enter the pack in this condition. Put some clothes on, Reuben, and let me put on mine," I demanded. "I thought you did not want to shift." I glared at him furiously. "I will shift, so put me the fuck down." I gritted my teeth. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips when I agreed to shift. He slowly put me down. "Don't run away, or I really will carry you into the pack like this," he warned me. I ignored him and went behind a tree to don my loose shirt and shorts. The whole time I was slipping into the clothes, I felt Reuben watching the tree that I was changing behind. A few minutes later, when I came out, he was already wearing jeans and a t-shirt. Reuben glanced at my long bare legs, then shifted his eyes at my sweaty neck. I acted as if I did not notice him checking me out and started to walk away. He followed me closely the whole time without making a sound. Whenever I looked back, his eyes were set on me. I ignored him and quickened my pace. Wyatt and Lori must have woken up by now. I had lost track of time, so I had to return to the pack house soon. Yesterday they had eaten the food made by Omegas, but today I had to cook for them. An hour later, we finally made it out of the woods, but once I stepped into the front yard of the pack house, some voices reached my ears. Reuben and I paused together at the sight of way too many people having crowded into the living room. My eyes fell on Wyatt and Lori, who were among them. "What is going on?" I raced inside the pack house, passing by the crowd, and pulled Wyatt and Lori into my arms. "Wyatt, Lori, are you okay?" I asked them in panic. "Willow!" The group's gasps entered my ears. I raised my head to find the pack members that had once been my friends and neighbors 6 years ago were there. "Willow, it really is you. The news of your return was true," the girls excitedly exclaimed, pulling me into a hug. I was surprised for a couple of seconds by the unexpected greeting. They were all happy for my return. "We missed you so much." I smiled and hugged them back. "I missed all of you too." "Are these 2 little ones your children?" one of my friends asked, attracting my attention. My heart started beating faster. If they also called Wyatt and Lori bastards, then— "Our little Alpha looks exactly like Alpha Reuben," one of the women giggled, pinching Wyatt's cheek, and others agreed. I was stunned to hear them. They knew Reuben was my children's father? "How do you know?" I opened my mouth to ask before someone replied. "Last night, Beta Oren announced to the pack the news about Alpha Reuben's twins and your return. Why did you hide such beautiful children from us all these years, Willow? We were all so excited that we came to see you and your children." I blinked at their smiling faces and the love they were exhibiting towards Wyatt and Lori. Reuben revealed it? The whole pack found out that Reuben and I had been in a relationship and that I had given birth to his children? I looked past the crowd to find Reuben standing there watching me. Why did he do that? My heart skipped a beat at the intensity of his gaze. What did he want from me?
Willow. I looked past the crowd to find Reuben standing there watching me. Why did he do that? My heart skipped a beat at the intensity of his gaze. What exactly did he want from me? Without breaking eye contact with me, Reuben made his way through the crowd towards me. My heart suddenly raced. What was he planning? I looked around a little. There were way too many people. The pack members moved out of his way, while Wyatt and Lori raced from my side to Reuben. I did not know why, but I felt as if he was going to do something only because he was distracted by both of the children. Daddy, they happily hugged Reuben's legs, but I could tell that they were nervous, as if he were their lifeline in a turbulent sea. They had been incredibly shy around all the admiring visitors, especially the women. Reuben rubbed Wyatt and Lori's little heads and smiled. These are all our pack members. They are good people, friends, and are just like family, he calmly explained to them. Both children looked up at the smiling pack members and gave a hesitant nod before their big eyes came to me. I smiled and nodded. Wyatt, Lori, say hello to everyone, I remarked. They had never lived among so many people, so I could understand their hesitation. Hello, they said together in a low tone. Ah, your children are so cute, Willow. The woman's heart melted. Alpha, your daughter is so beautiful, just like Willow, someone said. Reuben's eyes immediately went to me as he replied, It's true, really beautiful. His voice was like a whisper. The tips of my ears turned red as I quickly looked away, acting normal. Reuben put his hands on Wyatt and Lori's backs and announced to everyone, Today breakfast is on me for all the pack members. I blinked in confusion. Breakfast? Why so suddenly? An excited cheer broke out in the living room. Everyone wanted to hang out, chat, and have fun, but Oren's voice was louder, and he was the most excited. Let's go out into the front yard. I will have the servants set up tables and chairs there, he yelled. One by one, everyone started exiting the living room and mind-linking other pack members to invite them to the Alpha's breakfast gathering. One of my friends turned to me. Willow, let's go. We have a lot of catching up to do. Okay, I nodded, but then I got a call from Alpha Benjamin. I had called the Alpha the previous night, but the signal was poor for some reason. Hearing my phone ring, Reuben turned to look at me. Everyone should head outside. I'll join you shortly. I just have to take this call. I smiled at them and turned to the backyard. I would be alone there, and it was a good place to talk. Hello, Willow. How are you doing, girl? I am perfectly fine, Alpha. How is your health? I asked worriedly. I am absolutely fine. How are my little angels doing? They are fine, Alpha. Very excited and still exploring the pack, though they are a little shy about meeting new people. Alpha Benjamin laughed. That's all right. I will talk to them later. Bring them over to the pack when you are free. As we spoke, I heard Beta Ken's voice in the background. He seemed to be talking about some files. Alpha, did you return the pack already? I exclaimed. Yes, I left the hospital this morning. I can't stay in the hospital at a time like this when you are doing your best to save the Wade Moon pack. I have to find a way to save the pack. Sorry for interrupting you, Alpha, but I have already retrieved the Wade Moon pack papers from Alpha Reuben. Really? Alpha gasped in disbelief. How could he have given up such a thing so easily? I have heard Alpha Reuben is ruthless. He did not make you do anything weird, right? Are you okay? There was a hint of panic in his voice. He did nothing wrong, Alpha. I am completely fine, Alpha, I chuckled. The terms of our agreement for the exchange were already set. I am doing well here. Now I want you to get some quality rest and be tension-free. The papers are safe in my possession, and the Wade Moon pack is still yours. I will come to visit you soon to hand over the papers, I calmly explained. On the other end of the phone, the Alpha's breathing became stable, which gave me a sense of relief. I still cannot believe that we got our pack back, Willow. If it was not you, then. Please, stop thinking about it now, Alpha. Everything has returned to normal, and the Wade Moon pack is safe. Don't worry, I assured. Actually, the pack is not that safe, Willow. Suddenly, the Alpha's voice became serious. I cocked my brows. Why are you saying like this, Alpha? I have secured a peace treaty with the Shine Moon pack. This is not about the Shine Moon pack or the peace treaty. It seems you have not heard the news about the Silver Moon pack. They were wiped out under mysterious circumstances yesterday. Wiped out under mysterious circumstances? My eyes widened at the shocking news. I had good working knowledge of how powerful Silver Moon used to be. On top of that, they were friends of the Emerald Bright Pack. Alpha Benjamin told me about the rumors surrounding the fire and the terror that had spread all around the werewolf world due to this incident. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, I ended the phone in a state of confusion. It was impossible that Reuben was unaware of this news. I slipped my phone back into my pocket and walked to the front yard where the atmosphere was lively. A large table was set in the middle of the garden. People were chatting, and I noticed something surprising. Wyatt and Lori were playing with other children. They had returned to their usual naughtiness, but instead of playing amongst themselves, they were making new friends, which had never happened before. Wyatt was playing catch with some boys while Lori, who was playing on the swings with boys and girls. How did they? That's when I noticed Lori waving. She had obviously not seen me, so who was she waving to? I tilted my head to find her waving at Reuben, who was talking to Oren about something important. Yet his focus was on Lori as he smiled and waved at her in response. I blinked, witnessing all of this. Wait, so? Reuben had intentionally invited the pack members to breakfast today so that he could give Wyatt and Lori a normal environment and help them to meet other children and make new friends. I was so lost in thought that I did not realize that Reuben had caught me watching him long ago. That's when someone bumped into my shoulder. Want a coffee? Mia, my previous neighbor and friend, asked. Thank you. I took the offered cup from her hand with a smile. I am so glad you returned to the pack, Willow. Since you have decided to live here, have you looked into a kindergarten for your children? She asked curiously. Yes, I have looked for a shifter's kindergarten and have talked to the kindergarten to start the registration process. I will send Wyatt and Lori in a day or two, I explained, noticing Reuben had overheard me with his wolf ears. After learning the extent of Reuben's conditions for me staying in the Emerald Bright Pack, I had started looking for a kindergarten for my twins. Luckily, I found a shifter kindergarten where all the staff and children were going to be werewolves. Thankfully, Wyatt and Lori were not going to be treated differently there. Mia nodded and started talking about other things, but I noticed something very odd. Why were the pack members acting so normal after finding out about me giving birth to the Alpha's children? 6 years ago, if this secret would have been revealed, then it would have been considered the ultimate stain on the pack's reputation. But now people were acting as if that Omega rule never existed. No one was asking uncomfortable questions or being rude. Heck, there was not even one judgmental stare among the group. Let's eat, everyone. Just Oren attracted everyone's attention. The Omegas had finished placing the delicious breakfast on the table. People started sitting at the table, while Wyatt and Lori came running back to me. I pulled a chair for both of them, telling them that the food prepared by the Omegas was just as good as mine, and they should try it. Then suddenly everyone went silent. I raised my head, only to find everyone's attention focused on one particular location. I followed their line of sight to find Ella entering the front yard with Bix. His face was still badly injured, and he looked like he had only gotten out of the hospital just now. When our eyes met, he gave me a blank look, but Ella had a smile pasted on her face. Wow, everyone is here. I hope I'm not late. Smiling, she elegantly walked in. She was wearing a knee-length dress and looking beautiful like always. Willow, Ella smiled at me. The silence remained in the yard as people slowly looked at me to see how I was going to respond. I recalled Reuben's claims about Ella and their impending marriage. He said there was nothing between them, but still I could not bring myself to return her smile. Of course, my silence caused a wave of gossip. Ella is the Alpha's fiancée, but Willow is the Alpha's children's mother. Now they are both in one place. Could it be that the Alpha is finally going to announce his wedding date with Ella? Someone whispered. Wedding date announcement? But Reuben had said, was he lying to me? My mind went blank at the news as I could no longer hear what the gossip said next. The gossip's attention went to Reuben, who just now returned to the garden after a phone call. The gossip immediately died with Reuben's dangerous presence. His steps slowed when he saw Ella and Bix. With guilty eyes, Bix abruptly walked away at the sight of Reuben, but Ella stayed behind. I glanced at Reuben once, then ignoring the eyes of the other people at the breakfast, I began serving to Wyatt and Lori. Slowly, everyone began taking their seats, and the lively atmosphere returned. I raised my gaze to find that Ella had taken the seat beside the head of the table where Reuben had to sit. Everyone was acting normal about it. It seemed that Ella had been sitting beside Reuben all these years. A strange feeling rose in my chest that I decided to ignore until Reuben approached his chair. "Reuben," Ella smiled at him. "I heard you were going to announce something." She placed some pancakes on his plate. Watching her prepare Reuben's plate made that feeling in my chest grow sharper. Standing in the middle of the table, Reuben looked at me. "Yes, I have something to announce, but it is more like a confession," he stated without tearing eyes from me. My breath slowly grew uneven. He was really going to announce his wedding date with Ella. Everyone grew excited, talking about their impending wedding, while my emotions were getting the best of me. I tuned it out, deciding to leave before Reuben could make his announcement. Why was my heart so upset? I knew he had been lying to me. He was marrying Ella. I should take this news in stride. So why were my eyes teary? I closed my eyes tight to help control my emotions. This was how it was from the beginning. "Willow," Reuben suddenly called me out. My feet stopped of their own accord. Why was he calling my name instead of announcing his wedding? I slowly turned around to find Reuben standing right behind me. His features were as sharp as ever, but his eyes looked different than I had ever seen. "Willow," he called my name again, only softly this time, decreasing the distance between us as he wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me into his chest. "Willow, will you give me a chance at redemption?" "What are you doing, Reuben?" I gasped, putting my hand against his chest. He locked eyes with me and said, "Trying to win your love back, mate." An uproar erupted in the garden as my eyes widened. Reuben, he just revealed our mate bond. He put his hand on my cheek and confessed, "Let me love you again."
Willow, 7 years ago. "Willow, you're taking forever to choose a gift," Ella sighed, slouching against the jewelry shop's wall. "I dragged her here after school. I want to get something special for Reuben." "Something made just for him," I replied, my focus on the display of beautiful gold rings on the counter. "You're too pure, Willow," Ella chuckled. "It's Reuben's 20th birthday. Trust me, he's a young billionaire. He doesn't lack for anything. Just get him whatever you like." "As for me, all I care about is dancing and the wine at the party," she said dreamily. I shook my head in amusement. Since her breakup a week ago, Ella had dove headfirst into partying, dancing, and wine. Bix often tagged along, skipping his college classes to be with her. As I perused the rings, my attention was captivated by a stunning man's earring. It was a small gold piece with intricate designs etched onto it. Admiring its beauty, I knew instantly that I'd found the perfect birthday gift for Reuben. "Could you please pack this one up for me?" I asked the shopkeeper, holding up the earring. With 3 years' worth of savings, I could finally afford a gift for Reuben at the age of 18, or at least I believed I was 18. I did not remember my birth date, but I knew it fell somewhere in October, coincidentally the same month as Reuben's. As the end of the month approached, I assumed I had already crossed that threshold. Unlike other she-wolves in the pack, I had yet to get my wolf. While werewolves typically shifted into their wolves in our pack at 16, at 17 I was still waiting for that pivotal moment in my life. Leaving the shop after making the payment, I walked out happily, holding the small box tightly against my chest. Reuben's birthday party was only a few hours away, and I couldn't wait to present this gift to him. Evening had settled in, shortening the wait. As I stepped out of the store, I noticed Ella engaged in an intense phone conversation. Drawing nearer, her growling voice became audible, tinged with anger. "Oren, where the hell are you guys? Are you boys having a party? Just now I saw one of my friend's posts. Is Bella really with Reuben?" Ella's voice halted abruptly as she noticed me approaching. "What's going on?" I asked, sensing something was amiss. "It's nothing." She hurriedly ended the call. "Don't lie, I heard you mention Reuben's name," I pressed, skeptical. "What post were you talking about, Ella?" I inquired further. Ella met my gaze with a helpless expression. "Willow." "Ella," I prompted, my expression serious. Finally, with a defeated sigh, Ella confessed, "It seems that Reuben's college friends have thrown a party for him at the club. So why were you acting strange earlier?" Are you upset that they're partying without you? No, don't worry. We'll join the party tonight. Plus, I'm fine with Reuben having a private party with his friends, I chuckled, making my way towards Ella's car. Actually, the issue isn't the party, it's this. Ella handed me her phone. I paused before continuing to open the car door. On the screen was a post from Ella's friend showing several pack members, boys drinking and dancing. In the background, Reuben was visible, not alone, but with a tall, striking woman dressed in revealing attire, locked in a close hug. My grip tightened on the phone, unsettled by their intimacy. Who is she? I asked Ella, my voice tense. That's Bella. I've seen her once with Bix and Oren when they were hanging out with their college friends, Ella explained. Oh, I nodded, forcing a smile. In truth, I was trying to rationalize the situation to ease my concerns. Maybe they were old friends or close pals who hadn't seen each other in ages, explaining the prolonged hug. Let's go. We need to get ready for the party, right? It's already past 6 in the evening, I diverted, attempting to shift my focus. Yet, as I tried to return Ella's phone, another post flashed on the screen, drawing my attention. I couldn't resist checking it. The new video showed Bella dragging Reuben onto the dance floor, despite his initial refusal. Both were laughing. The boys cheered as a romantic song played, creating an intimate atmosphere. Bella moved provocatively while blushing and touching Reuben's chest as they assumed a dance position. I felt incredibly uncomfortable witnessing their close dance, their bodies pressed together with each movement. Seeing Reuben smile at her and reciprocate on the dance floor made my mind go blank. A mix of strange sensations, anger, and an unfamiliar emotion stirred within me. Clutching the phone tightly, I turned to Ella. Do you know which club this is? She hesitantly nodded, sharing the name. Without a moment's delay, I hailed a taxi and went straight to the club. An hour later, I arrived. The sky mirrored the darkness that had clouded my emotions as I stepped out of the taxi, only to spot Reuben exiting the club, hand in hand with Bella and surrounded by their friends. My blood boiled at the sight of it. Isn't that Willow? Oren noticed me approaching them quickly. Reuben's surprise was evident as he turned to look at me. Before he could react, I leaped toward Bella, landing a punch. How dare you? Oh, crap! Bix and Oren exclaimed in shock. Ha! Bella cried out, clutching her injured nose. Willow, what are you? Reuben stood to the side, bewildered and stunned. Did you enjoy dancing with her? I glared at Reuben, then delivered a hard kick to the woman as she struggled to stand. Damn! Oren was taken aback as Bella staggered and fell toward him. He hesitated to assist her as he watched me charge toward her. Just as I reached out to grab her hair so that I could slam her down, an arm wrapped around my waist. Oren, get Bella out of here! Reuben's voice pierced through the chaos as he held me tightly, swiftly pulling me away. No, let me go! I screamed, struggling against his hold, but his grip remained tight. Bix and Oren managed to escort Bella away. Once they were gone, Reuben released his hold on my waist. Willow, what are you doing? Now that I was free from his grasp, I stood tall and turned to face him. Cheater! I screamed, hurling the small box at his chest. Cheater? Reuben raised a brow, observing the earring as it came tumbling out of the box to land at his feet. You were smiling, dancing, and even holding hands with another woman. You're cheating on me, I shouted, my face flushed red with anger. Reuben's expression suddenly shifted. He picked the earring up from the ground and approached me. If helping a friend in gaining her lover's attention and assisting her in pretending a bit is considered cheating, then yes, I unintentionally cheated on you, he stated calmly, stopping right in front of me. My eyes widened at his revelation. You were helping her to gain her lover's attention? It dawned on me that he had been dancing, holding hands, and smiling at her all as part of an act. Reuben nodded. Bella has unrequited feelings for her young stepfather. She deliberately dressed and behaved provocatively to catch his attention by sending him a video of us together. Her plan worked. Her stepfather was on his way to take her home, but... He paused, lifting my chin so that I would meet his gaze. I didn't anticipate that my performance would provoke jealousy from someone that has never once responded to my confession over the last 3 years, he said, smiling. My heart raced in my chest. I had completely misinterpreted everything, causing jealousy stir within me, despite never having mustered the courage to respond to Reuben's confession of love. Caught off guard by Reuben's charming smile, my ears burned red. Who was jealous? I turned my face away in embarrassment. Reuben softly chuckled and gently urged me to meet his gaze again. You looked so beautiful fighting for me, Willow. His whisper brushed against my lips, sending a tingling down to my heart. You looked so beautiful fighting for your love. A faint smile played on my lips as I shyly lowered my gaze. I was afraid of losing you, Reuben. I confessed in a whisper, lifting my gaze to meet his. I can't live without you, Reuben. With that, I raised myself on my toes, pressed my lips against his, and poured out my feelings. I love you, Reuben. I love you. I finally admitted. Time seemed to stand still for Reuben, as he did not react for a couple of seconds. When he finally realized that he was not dreaming that this was reality, his eyes widened, shining with emotion. I love you too. He pulled me into a deep, passionate kiss. I love you, Willow. I fucking love you more than you can ever know, he repeated those words fervently between our kisses. I smiled, parting my lips to grant him full access. Our tongues danced in sync as I wrapped my arms around his neck, losing myself in the moment. Fuck! Willow, I can't wait any longer. I want you to be mine tonight, he declared, lifting me effortlessly and guiding us into the back seat of his car. As he laid me down on the car seat, my heart raced wildly. He leaned in, his lips meeting mine in a series of kisses, his fingers deftly sliding my top from my shoulders. His kisses trailed down my neck, eliciting a loud moan from me. I was drawn so deeply into Reuben's passionate embrace. I yearned for him as much as he did for me. Reuben, wait. I placed a trembling hand on his chest. Why? He looked at me, desire clouding his eyes. I'm scared, I whispered, clutching at his chest. Reuben looked at me for a moment before asking, Don't you trust me? I do, but... My voice trembled as I met his gaze, a tear escaping. What if we're not meant to be together? What do you mean? He frowned. My throat went dry when I said what I had never wanted to even think. What if we are not soulmates? I bottled up my feelings as my heart broke into a million pieces. Suddenly I felt Reuben's warm hand cupping my cheek. I could not help but open my eyes and look at him. That's it? A faint smile tugged at his lips as he leaned closer to me. That's it? If we do not turn out to be soulmates, then we can't be together, Reuben. It will be the end for us. A tear raced down my cheek. The mere thought of being bonded to someone other than Reuben shattered my heart. I couldn't fathom a life without him. He gently brushed away the tears at the corners of my eyes and murmured, Look deep into my eyes. What? I blinked with wet lashes. Do what I say. He rubbed my lower lip. I followed his instructions and locked eyes with him. Keep looking until you see it, he whispered. See what? I asked, listening to him. At that moment, I saw a green-eyed black alpha wolf gazing back at me through Reuben's eyes. When our eyes met in my mind, Reuben and my wolf echoed the word, mate. I gasped at the resounding words reverberating in my mind, realizing it was my wolves emerging from within me. My wolf was acknowledging the alpha in front of me as its mate. Reuben was my soulmate. How is this? I choked on my words. A faint smile graced Reuben's lips. I recognized you the day our eyes first met, Willow. My eyes widened. What? My voice barely rose above a whisper, so he'd been waiting for me during the past 4 years, restraining himself. Why did you do that? Why didn't you tell me? Is there anything sweeter than earning the love of your soulmate before the revelation of a mate bond? He gently lifted my chin and tenderly brushed his lips against mine. I had to win your love, Willow. Not just through a mate bond, but a love that would bind you to me forever. He raised my hand that held the earring. When he moved it closer to his ear, my eyes widened, sensing his intention. As I tried to take my hand back, he held my hand tightly so that I would focus on him as he pierced his ear with the earring. Thick blood dripped from his ear as he promised, a love that will never fade. Willow.
Willow, let me love you again, he whispered with Dex in his eyes. The whole garden fell into a dead silence when they heard Reuben. Frozen down to my very soul, I stared at him with wide eyes. What did he just say? Sari had completely faded from my head when the pack members began to come out of their shock and get up from their seats one by one in surprise. How is this possible? Slowly, gossip filled the garden. Did I hear that correctly? Willow is the alpha's soulmate? Now it finally makes sense. That's why Willow was able to give birth to the alpha's children. True, they have been soulmates from the beginning. But if the alpha is Willow's soulmate, then what about Ella? One by one, everyone looked at Ella, who was still sitting in her chair like a statue. After the revelation of Wyatt and Lori late yesterday, she was on the receiving end of another knockdown by a second secret less than 12 hours later. Her eyes were as large as an owl, and mouth was wide. Oren, Bix, and Ella had known about Reuben and I's love for each other since we were in school together, but none of them had ever known that we were soulmates to boot. That secret had always remained hidden between Reuben and I up until this point. Ella could not help but shift her gaze to Oren, who stood some distance away with a casual expression on his face, until she realized that everyone's attention was now on her. Is not Ella the Alpha's fiancée? What will happen to her? I heard their marriage is unavoidable. Listening to the pack members knocked the sense back into me. Reuben's wedding to Ella was unavoidable? I looked at Reuben, but he still. A shiver ran down my spine when I sensed everyone's judging expression finally being cast in my direction. Suddenly, the demons that I had long feared while residing in this pack 6 years ago began lurking around the yard as I began to feel everyone's disgust for me like a layer of film on my skin. The people that had been smiling at me earlier, in my mind, seemed to be laughing at me now. I could feel the years of anxiety and fear that had almost chained me to the point of being immobile as I waited for my biggest secret to be revealed. My head spun and I felt like throwing up. My breathing became so uneven that I felt suffocated. I broke out of Reuben's arms and walked away from the garden with clipped steps. "Willow," Reuben called after me, but I continued walking into the woods without looking back. I had to be alone. I needed to breathe. I needed to get away from Reuben. "Willow!" he roared, but I did not so much as glance back. His roar mixed with the thunder and lightning that had grown worse in the sky with the dark clouds over my head. Moving deeper into the woods, my walk turned into a jog before I began running faster. But no matter how fast I ran, Reuben's words followed me like shadows. "Willow, will you give me a chance at redemption? Let me love you again, Willow." "No," I murmured under my breath as the rain began to fall. "Let me love you again." "No," I gasped, running as I heard him again and again. "Let me, Willow." "No," I screamed, tears welling up in my eyes. I had to forget it. I should not. Rain started pouring down heavily while I aimlessly ran through the woods just to escape the hunting shadows until Reuben's roar entered my ears again. "Willow!" I skidded to a stop in the mud when he appeared in front of me. He seemed to have taken another path to catch me. I turned in a different direction, but he raced to catch me. "Stop! Didn't you hear me?" he growled as the rain soaked the both of us completely. "Why are you running away from me?" He grabbed my arms and stared deep into my eyes. "Please give me a chance. Give me a chance at redemption." "Redemption?" I broke out of his grip, raised my hand, and slapped him hard across the face. The sound of the slap echoed in the woods, slowly mixing with the sound of rain. "You want redemption? Redemption for what?" I screamed. Reuben looked at me in silence as my fresh tears mixed with rain. "You expect redemption for refusing to accept our baby 6 years ago?" I asked, recalling the memory of him tossing the pregnancy test at me. "Or do you expect redemption for accusing me of cheating?" I took a step closer to him and poked him hard in the chest with my finger. "Or do you want redemption for betraying me, Reuben?" My voice had become a whisper. Reuben's eyes shook at my words. I watched as his eyes grew slightly teary. His actions in the past came crashing down on his heart as he stared into my eyes, broken. "I want redemption for all of the sins I committed against you," he whispered, taking a step closer to me slowly. "I want to be punished for all my crimes." A tear rolled down his cheek as he put his shaking hand over my cheek. "I want to love you again," he paused and said with his wolf. "I love you, Willow." My eyes widened at his confession. All the tears that I had been fighting hard to hold back began flowing down like a river over his words. "I love you, Willow." His confession brushed my heart, touched my soul, and awoke that forbidden feeling that I had sealed away 6 years ago. "I don't believe you." I took a step back as I stared into his eyes. "Willow." Reuben tried to grab my hand, but I pulled away. "I am not falling for the same trick twice." I shook my head. Willow, trust me. I love you. But I hate you. I cut him off, stopping a reasonable distance away from him, and said while looking deep into his eyes, I hate you, Alpha Reuben. No, you don't. Reuben stretched out his hand and pulled me closer until my breasts bumped into his hard chest. You don't hate me, Willow. I do. You love me, he whispered, quickening my heartbeat. I don't, I yelled, shoving him away. I don't love you or trust in your love. I just hate you. I declared, then turned to leave with tears in my eyes. If you don't, then I will make you fall in love with me, Willow, Reuben warned, standing in where I had left him. I did not turn to look at him, or I stopped. If you hate me, then I will chase after you until you forgive me, even if I have to wait until my dying breath. My feet paused of their own accord, hearing the possessive obsession in his words. I clenched my fists, though once again lifted my feet to continue walking, but suddenly I felt Reuben's arm wrap around my waist from behind. I will struggle, bleed, and even die to get you back, Willow. His chest rested against mine as he whispered into my ear from behind. But there is no way that I will ever willingly let you go, mate.
Chapter 24.
Willow. I will struggle, bleed, and even die to get you back, Willow. But there is no way that I will ever willingly let you go, mate. After being called his mate for the first time 6 years, Sari was no longer under my control. All our past memories crushed the both of us under their weight to the point where I was able to break out of his possessive hold, give control to Seer by shifting into my wolf, and run back to the pack house. The guests had returned to their homes, but once I entered the pack house, I found Ella and Oren waiting there. Ella stood up at the sight of Sari. Willow, can we talk? She asked, but the mere glimpse of her raised pain in my heart as the pack members' claim of her unavoidable marriage to Reuben burrowed a bleeding hole in my chest. Ignoring her, like she was invisible, I passed by her and climbed the stairs to my bedroom. Once I entered my room, I shifted back and closed the door behind before scumbling to tears. His stubbornness in never letting me go was incinerating my soul, when he was the one that had not wanted to hold on to me that day 6 years ago. His obsession with redemption for the crimes that he had committed against me could never be undone. It was compounded by his oath to reclaim me when he was already going to be bound to another woman, which made my heart bleed. His confession of love and him asking me to let him love me when we are going to reject each other tore at my heart. I closed my eyes and lay on the floor for hours until the night fell. My tears had long since dried, but my heart and soul were as cold as the darkness in the sky. I had locked myself in this room, not even wanting to face the memories of the day that I had recognized Reuben as my soulmate. Then afterwards, we had made love in that car. Slowly, those precious memories mixed with my nightmares that had reared their ugly heads as my unexpected pregnancy burned my whole world down to cinders. When the first rays of morning light filtered through the curtains, I got out of the bed and stood in front of the mirror inspecting myself. One thing was for certain, I could not trust Reuben. Believing Reuben was just going to lead me to another heartbreak. I could not give him another chance, or I was going to end up in the same pathetic condition I was in 6 years ago. I could not let my heart follow that forbidden path that was bound to end in rejection. It was 8 a.m. when I exited the pack house with Wyatt and Lori. I had dressed for the day and fed them on time so that everyone would be ready to drop them off at the shifters' kindergarten. Lori, obey the teachers and remember to finish your food, okay? I bent down slightly to kiss both of my precious children that looked absolutely adorable in the morning. Wyatt, look out for your sister in the kindergarten and no fighting, okay? I reminded them again. I had started sending them to kindergarten today. Thankfully, there was no problem so far. Okay. Both of them obediently nodded and kissed my cheeks. I smiled, leading both of them towards the car. Mommy, where is Daddy? Wyatt looked up at me while Lori was searching the yard for Reuben, like always. I was silent for a couple of seconds. I had not felt him in the next room the whole night, so he had not returned to the pack house last night. I replied in a casual tone, I don't know. Sari made a few noises in my mind at the mention of Reuben. I had decided to return to my normal life and try to forget everything that had happened yesterday. Just as I pulled out my car keys, a car parked in front of us. As the car window slid down, Mia's face came to view. "Good morning," she smiled at me as she got out of the car. "Good morning," I smiled back softly. She was studying my expression. "Are you okay?" she asked worriedly. "Yesterday, you did not look so good when the Alpha, and you ran away." She bit her lip guiltily. "Actually, I wanted to come and visit you after that, but I was hesitant since you could misinterpret my approach." "It's okay, I am fine," I nodded with an assuring smile. Since I had left my room that morning, I had noticed that everyone in the pack was slightly hesitant to approach me. It was obvious that no one wanted any contact with me to be misunderstood that they had a hidden agenda towards the Alpha's soulmate. Of course, none of them wanted to cross the line with Ella either, who remained Reuben's fiancée. The people close to her obviously would not be comfortable with me. "Willow," she took my hand gently in hers. "I don't know what is happening between the Alpha and you, but trust me, your status as the Alpha's soulmate or anything will not impact our friendship. If you want to talk about anything, I will always be here for you." She hugged me. Her sincere words moved me. "Thank you." I returned her hug. I took a deep breath, feeling good to have a friend like Mia. We pulled away and I asked her, "How come you are here this early? If I am correct, you have told me that you just got a part-time job." "That's why I am here, to start my part-time job," she remarked. "Your part-time job is here?" I was so confused. She grinned. "Actually, after we talked about kindergarten for our little Alphas, Alpha Reuben offered me a part-time job driving them to kindergarten. So from now on, I will be Wyatt and Laurie's personal driver," she exclaimed happily, while I stood there shocked, speechless. I knew Mia's father and brother worked as drivers for the high-ranking wolves in the pack. However, Mia, becoming my children's driver, took me by surprise. I was surely going to have to look for a driver for them, since I was going to be busy working on fashion projects. Now that I was going to be handling my work from America, on top of that, I had to go to Wade Moon soon to drop the papers off with Alpha Benjamin. All of that made it really difficult for me to drive Wyatt and Laurie to kindergarten every day. I just did not understand why Reuben suddenly hired a driver to take Wyatt and Laurie to kindergarten. My brows frowned when the thought of him not wanting me to leave by myself with Wyatt and Laurie from the pack crossed my mind. Did he suspect that I would run away? My frown deepened with doubt. Noticing my silence, Mia hesitated. I promised to drive them safely. Actually, I have been a driver for the pack for years, but if you are still worried." "Oh, don't misunderstand," I gasped at her discouraged face. "Actually, I am relieved that someone I know will be driving my children. I know your driving is wonderful. They are in safe hands. That's all that matters to me," I remarked. "Thank you. Then I will take them to school." She happily opened the door for the children. "Oh, I completely forgot to tell you." Just as she was about to sit in the driver's seat, she remembered something and turned to face me. "Actually, us pack members have decided to throw a welcome home party for you," she grinned. "For me?" I blinked. "Yes, actually it was already decided before the Alpha asked us to join him for breakfast, so don't misinterpret anything that they are doing as something that was done after learning you are the Alpha's soulmate." She winked and sat in the car. "I really don't need a welcome party, Mia," I protested. "Please, don't break our friends' hearts, Willow. Well, this welcome home party is not only for you, but also for our little Alphas too. I will inform you of the date soon." She winked at me. I chuckled and nodded. "All right, drive safely." "Bye, Mommy." Wyatt waved at me. I waved back to the two of them, but suddenly I noticed Ella standing some distance away looking at me. As our eyes met, she tried to walk over to me, but Siri growled in my mind, and I immediately looked away from her, focusing back on my children. Ella stopped in her tracks, watching me waving to Wyatt and Laurie. "Bye. Bye, Daddy." Suddenly, Laurie shouted as she waved up at the pack house. Confused, I tilted my head and glanced up at the pack house where Reuben was standing in his office's large window watching me. It did not look like he was just standing there. He had been watching me from the beginning. When our eyes locked, the memory of last night flooded back into my mind all at once. My heartbeat quickened thinking about it. I tore my eyes away and walked towards the other side of the pack. Reuben, I watched her leave, just as I watched her cry all night through the window of her room. She had locked herself in her bedroom, and I knew there was no way she was going to let me in. So I spent the entire night crouched in the large tree next to the pack house, where I could watch her. Dex was a hot mess in my mind from the moment we felt her hatred. I clenched my fists at my sides, unable to hear what Oren was saying as he read a paper to me from the other side of the room. That's when the sound of door slamming broke into the relative calm of the room, followed shortly by angry steps stomping up the stairs to my office. "Alpha Reuben," a man barked. "Alpha Adam?" Oren frowned bitterly at the familiar face. "What the fuck do you think you are doing entering in the Alpha's office like a rogue?" he demanded. "I have to act like a rogue when your Alpha is fucking announcing some other woman is his soulmate and openly pursuing her when he is engaged to my niece," he growled while staring at my back as I had not even glanced over my shoulder at him once. Alpha Adam was Ella's uncle and my father, Alpha Luis's, best friend. After Ella's parents' untimely death, he had been managing Ella's pack until she was able to take over the pack, which was meant to be very soon. "Tell me what the fuck is going on, Alpha Reuben." When he got no reply, Alpha Adam went wild. While I was fucking overcome with the worry about protecting my pack after the mysterious accident with the Silver Moon pack, I suddenly learned that you already have 2 children and a fucking soulmate. Not only that, but they have been staying with you in your home where my Ella is supposed to live. Listening to him speak ill of Willow made me slowly turn towards him. His face was red and had turned ugly with his anger. "Don't forget that the papers you put your thumbprint on 5 years ago were not a joke. Your marriage to Ella is unavoidable in every way. You can't act on your own, Alpha Reuben," he growled as I slowly walked towards my desk. "Or?" I inquired as my fingers roamed among files and stationery. He was taken aback for a second at the calm in my tone. He gritted his teeth, knowing he could not do anything other than threaten me with words. He sucked in an angry breath and said, "Are you planning to disrespect your father's decision for some random she-wolf, Alpha Reuben?" Just as those words slipped from his lips, I grabbed a pen from my desk, slammed his head to my desk, pinning it there, and aimed the pen right in his eye. "Ah!" Alpha Adam screamed in terror, but the pen never punctured his eye. He opened his fearful eyes to find the pen an inch away from his eye. "Alpha? Reuben?" He stammered in horror as the side of his face that was pinned to the desk bled. "You shouldn't make the fatal mistake of thinking that I don't fucking know you, also hand in that accident of 5 years ago, Alpha Adam." I leaned down closet to his ear. Adam's eyes widened in shock as he broke out in a cold sweat. All these years, he had been mistaken in believing that I did not know his innovation the whole time that I had been locked up that year. I did not do anything, Alpha. It was your father. When my father's name fell on my ears, my sanity snapped. I clenched his hair harder, then stabbed the pen into his cheek, making him scream in pain. "I recognize your golden-rimmed pen that Vin offered me to use to sign, Alpha Adam," I whispered, watching his blood pour out of his cheek as he struggled in my grasp in pain. "Remember," I yanked his head back and growled in his face, "those fucking papers cannot stop me from being with my mate. That marriage may be undeniable because of those papers, but that does not mean I will be forced to marry Ella. I will only allow Ella to save face in front of the pack, since she is known as my fiancée, but that's all. She cannot have more than that, and if you're greedy for more, then you can take back your niece back to your pack." I let him go, pulling the pen out of his cheek. Moaning in pain, he moved away from me at lightning speed and looked at me with red, teary eyes. "Oh, and one more thing. Don't worry about being attacked and killed like the Silver Moon pack. Just say another bad thing about my mate, and see how quickly I wipe out your pack in an even more mysteriously brutal way, all before the real culprit has a chance." Willow. With my eyes closed, I felt it once more, the sensation of a touch, of someone tenderly brushing away the fallen strands of hair from my face and delicately tucking them behind my ear. The touch was so tender and soothing that it felt almost surreal until it began to caress my cheek. I couldn't help but murmur, drawn toward the unexpected, comforting warmth leaning in and brushing my cheek against it. At that moment, my phone rang, jolting me awake from my slumber. My weary head rested on the desk where I had toiled through the night. Slowly, I opened my eyes and straightened up in the chair, glancing towards my closed bedroom door. Once again, my room was empty, and I was alone. Was I dreaming again? But that touch, that warmth, it had felt too real for it to have been a dream that had been recurring for the past 4 days. While sleeping, I'd sensed someone's presence, even felt a gentle touch on my face. Yet, whenever I'd stir and open my eyes, the room would remain empty, the door closed as it had been before I succumbed to exhaustion at my desk. Could it be? Sari's voice echoed in my mind, suggesting we were both thinking along the same lines. However, I shook my head to clear my thoughts until my gaze landed on the wall clock. 8 a.m., I gasped. Damn! Grabbing my phone, I hurriedly dashed out of my room and downstairs. It was time for the children to go to kindergarten. How could my alarm have failed me today? As I entered the dining area in haste, I paused abruptly at the sight that greeted me, 3 pairs of eyes staring in my direction. My hair and clothes were a mess. Blinking in surprise, I found Wyatt and Lori seated with Reuben at the dining table, happily chatting and enjoying their time together. "Mommy, good morning," Lori greeted me with a bright smile. "Why are you?" I looked at them in confusion. "Mommy, what's wrong?" Wyatt blinked up at me, looking concerned. "We already brushed our teeth and took our baths." "It's Sunday," Reuben suddenly explained, seemingly aware of the reason behind my frantic morning rush. I blinked in response before sense was knocked back into me. Wait, yes, it was Sunday, and the children didn't have kindergarten today. Reuben looked at me with a hint of amusement in his eyes. The corners of my lips twitched in embarrassment. Ignoring him, I attempted to make a quick exit. "Mommy, let's eat. We've been waiting for you." Wyatt halted me. "Why were you waiting for me?" I turned to examine the plates in front of them. None of their food had been touched, especially Reuben's, and the children had been nibbling on fresh fruit until my arrival. "Daddy said he was going to wait for Mommy, so we were waiting with Daddy," Lori explained in her innocent voice. Subconsciously, I locked eyes with Reuben. Why was he waiting for me? His entire day was usually meticulously planned, and he despised waiting, especially for food. "Let's eat," he invited me to the table, setting a pre-prepared plate next to his. Did not that mean I would have to sit beside him? "I'll eat later," I replied. "Why?" he frowned, unaccustomed to receiving a refusal. "I just want to." "Are you scared of me?" He raised an eyebrow, leaving me speechless for a moment. Wyatt and Lori glanced between us. The corner of my lips twitched bitterly at his deliberate provocation in front of the kids. "Why would I be?" I retorted in a controlled way. "Then come and have a seat." His eyes were lit with the desire to argue with me. I couldn't help but glare at him. I knew I did not want to be around him. I was more likely to ignore him. Why the hell was he so obsessed with me eating with him? Under Wyatt and Lori's watchful eyes, I couldn't refuse. Otherwise, they might think I was genuinely scared of Reuben. With a deliberate motion, I took a step forward, pulled the chair slightly away from him, and settled beside him. Staring at my food, I completely ignored him. Even without looking at him, I could sense the smug satisfaction on his face. "Yay, we are finally eating with both Mommy and Daddy," Wyatt and Lori stated happily. The two of them looked so beautiful together. My hand stopped on the fork as I listened to their innocent remarks. I glanced at Reuben from the corner of my eye, only to find he had never looked away from me. He looked somehow happier listening to Wyatt and Lori. "Did you teach them to say all of this?" I stared at him with an emotionless gaze. "The truth cannot be taught. They realized it on their own," he remarked, his eyes sliding down from my eyes to my lips. I tore my eyes away from him and focused on my food. If I argued, then he was going to say something that would only make me speechless. I just wanted to eat quickly, get up from this table, and escape this awkward situation. Once I began eating, he also picked up his fork and knife, and we all started our meal. Both children animatedly shared stories about their kindergarten experiences, friends, games, and other activities while we ate. It warmed my heart to see Wyatt and Lori enjoying themselves and feeling comfortable at the Shifters' kindergarten. Surprisingly, this time there hadn't been any complaints from the kindergarten. which was a relief. Thankfully, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Thank the goddess. Reuben was deeply engrossed in their stories, showing a level of interest that made it seem as if he had been the one raising Wyatt and Lori all along. Sari and I shared a mirrored concern about Reuben's strong influence over them. They had grown remarkably attached to him. In 3 months, when we eventually left the Emerald Bright Pack to return to our previous lives, explaining things to Wyatt and Lori would be incredibly challenging. I tightened my hand slightly on my fork. I had to stop it before it was too late. "Mommy, I don't want to drink my milk," Lori whined like always. "Lori, you have to drink your milk. Otherwise, I will only be taking Wyatt for ice cream today," I told her a little sternly. "Every Sunday, I usually take them out to play, shop, and get ice cream." "Mommy, I want ice cream too." She looked at me with big shimmery eyes. "All right, quickly finish your milk, and once we are done with breakfast, we will go shopping for ice cream, okay?" I smiled. "Okay." Both the children happily started finishing their food. They were always eager to go out, and that's why they would dress up from the day on Sundays. That's when my phone rang next to my plate on the table. Reuben's gaze immediately flickered towards my phone. Lola's name flashed on the screen. It was my assistant calling. Answering the call, Lola's excited voice came through. "Willow, I have good news for you." "What is it?" I responded casually, rising from my seat to walk over to the children's side to pour them some water. "The grand runway event of the year that you had declined to participate in because you couldn't return to Britain anytime soon is now being organized in America," Lola announced eagerly. I paused abruptly, taken aback. Really? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The Grand Runway event occurred just once a year. It was an eagerly awaited event for all fashion designers, including the top-tier ones. Being invited was an honor reserved for a select few and renowned designers. Despite receiving an invitation this year due to my growing reputation in the industry, I had to decline due to my current circumstances. However, it seemed that fate was unexpectedly on my side this time. "Yes, Walter personally came to the office to invite you to the event. He was truly disappointed at not being able to see you." Lola's words sent a chill down my spine. My eyes immediately darted to Reuben. His hand froze on the fork at the mention of Walter. He didn't raise his head or meet anyone's gaze, yet I sensed the air around him turn frigid, as though a dark storm was brewing within him. "And you know what? When I explained to Walter that you wouldn't be returning to Britain due to personal reasons, that crazy guy decided to move the event to America," Lola continued, oblivious to the effect her words were having. Her laughter filled the air, unaware that every word she uttered was triggering a reaction in Reuben, darkening his aura like a devil from hell. I swiftly muted Lola, excused myself from the dining table, then left the pack house altogether to continue the conversation. My heart raced wildly, but I regained control as I spoke. "All right, I will participate in the event. Send me the details through email, and I'll start working on the designs." "Great. Then I'll organize the models and everything for you, then send the details," Lola exclaimed cheerfully. I shook my head at her enthusiasm, chuckling softly until Ella's voice interrupted us. "Willow," Ella called out to me, standing a small distance away from me. "You've really become a fashion designer," she smiled warmly. Back in school, we had all shared our aspirations for the future. I aimed to become a fashion designer, while Reuben hadn't had any specific dreams other than wanting to be with me. However, Ella's dreams were affluent, much like her bloodline and status. She aspired to become a Luna and lead the pack. Considering that she was now Reuben's fiancée, we both had achieved our dreams. Of course, the path she was on had once been solely mine. I swiftly ended the call with Lola and turned to leave, as had become my routine, but this time Ella blocked my path. "Willow, wait," she pleaded. "I want to talk to you all the time, but you have been ignoring me." I stared at her in complete silence, refusing to say a word for the time being. Sari had become relatively violent in my mind since our best friend had dared to turn our soulmate into her fiancé, so I was specifically avoiding Ella. "Why? Why did you never tell me you were Reuben's soulmate?" she quietly questioned. "Does it really matter?" I countered. "Who my soulmate is, who I'm mated with. Why should that affect anyone or anything, right?" She bit her lip, visibly distressed. But we were best friends. So you knew. A cold smile formed on my lips. Yet you conveniently forgot about it when you became my lover's fiancée. Her complexion paled slightly. Willow, I can explain everything, she stammered, moving closer to me in a state of panic. I was coerced into signing those papers for the sake of my pack by my uncle. Coerced? I asked, unable to control the small giggle from escaping at the hint of amusement her words caused. Yes, I. Was someone holding a silver knife to your throat, forcing you to sign? I questioned. She fell silent for a moment, then shook her head. Well, no. I nodded, continuing. So, were you in a life or death situation where signing was the only way to survive? I raised an eyebrow. She hesitated, unable to respond. No, she finally managed to say. Then I failed to see a reason for you to sign a marriage contract with Reuben, I stated flatly, drawing closer and intently meeting her gaze. I was forced by my uncle, Willow. An uncle you could have easily refused, I interjected, catching her off guard. Even if my life were in danger, I'd never sign a marriage contract with my best friend's lover, unless... I paused, peering deeply into her eyes. Unless I were in love with my best friend's lover, and my best friend's absence provided the golden opportunity. Ella's eyes shimmered upon hearing my words. She took an abrupt step back from me, her face drained of color, speechless. I held her gaze until she turned on her heel and walked away. Clutching my fists at my side, I tasted the bitterness of betrayal once more. I had hoped she'd deny my suspicions. I had hoped my suspicions were wrong, but they weren't. At that moment, I finally realized. Ella loved Reuben. Reuben. Who the hell is this Walter guy? Dex's growl echoed in my mind as Willow left the dining room during her phone call. The intensity of my frustration matched the clattering noise of the fork hitting the plate. The mention and interest of this man concerning Willow set me on edge. I pressed the middle of my forehead, restraining myself from using my wolf senses to eavesdrop on her conversation to learn more about that guy. Suddenly, another familiar voice reached me from outside, despite me not using my wolf hearing. It was unclear and faint. Rising from my seat, I strode to the window. Out in the front yard, Willow and Ella were locked in a tense confrontation. Before I could hear a single word, Ella abruptly left, leaving Willow with a betrayed expression. Confusion knitted my brows. What was happening? My gaze followed Willow the entire way as she returned to the pack house a couple of seconds later. She glanced toward the dining area where I stood by the window. Her eyes held a new layer of hatred as they shimmered with unshed tears and had a slightly red tint to them. My frown deepened. Why had she glared at me like that? She averted her gaze from me, and instead of returning to the dining area, she headed upstairs. I stood there, thoroughly confused, when another voice resonated in my mind. Reuben, Oren's voice came through the mind link. Could you please come up to your office? There is an important matter we need to discuss. Coming, I replied, leaving my spot by the window. The children were engrossed in their food and conversation, so they'd be occupied for a while. Leaving the dining room, I ascended the stairs to my office where Oren greeted me with a letter. This letter arrived this morning from the Blue Heaven Pack. What's this about? I inquired, arching an eyebrow as I unfolded the paper marked with an official seal and Alpha Konar's signature. The Blue Heaven Pack stood among the top 5 packs. It was robust and formidable, much like my own. Alpha Konar and I had been best friends since we were in school together. We shared numerous profitable treaties and engaged in several joint business ventures. However, due to our responsibilities and busy schedules, our meetings were limited, often occurring at Alpha Balls. This letter from Konar marked the first time he had ever sent me an official communication. As I delved into the contents of the letter, Oren spoke up. To save you the bother of reading that, last night another pack was mysteriously wiped out, much like the Silver Moon Pack, Oren revealed. What? I was taken aback, my gaze locking onto Oren. Which pack? Oren's expression was grave as he replied, the Green Wood Pack. The Green Wood Pack. My eyes widened instantly. Similar to Silver Moon and Blue Heaven, the Green Wood Pack held a position as one of the strongest and top-ranked packs. Yet it had suffered the same fate. With their extensive number of pack members and unparalleled strength, it seemed utterly impossible for the Greenwood pack to be eradicated in a single night. So this letter. I paused in suspicion. Oren nodded in confirmation. Two powerful and top-ranking packs have been annihilated in a very short span of time, causing fear and concern among all the packs. All the leading packs have convened to investigate. The meeting is being held at Blue Heaven, and Alpha Konar has requested your presence, given that our pack is the foremost among all the packs, Oren clarified, summarizing the essence of the letter. I tossed the letter onto my desk and leaned back in my chair. Reuben, are you considering going? Oren inquired. I nodded, lost in thought. Now that this situation has escalated to this extent, I can't just sit idly by. The destruction of both the Silver Moon and the Greenwood packs, two of our allies, is a significant loss to our pack. If this continues, chaos will reign and I won't stand for it. I stood up, moving toward the window. Absolutely, if this pattern continues, we could be the next in line for an attack, Oren warned. I don't care if we're attacked, I remarked, lighting a cigarette. In fact, I find it intriguing how a pack of thousands could simply vanish. Oren looked at me in confusion. If the attack doesn't concern you, then what does interest you? The person behind all of this. I exhaled a puff of smoke and glanced over my shoulder, noticing a third person standing in the doorway. Oren frowned and turned toward Bix. Why the heck are you here? I told you to stay away from Reuben for a while. It's been over a week. How long am I supposed to stay in exile? Bix snapped back. I can't stand being ignored by him. I'd rather take another beating just so I can stand beside him again. He entered the room, eyeing me. Reuben, I'm truly sorry about that day. What I said was a result of pent-up frustration from the last 6 years. I didn't realize when I crossed the line. Willow suddenly appeared with 2 children, and at that moment, I judged her based on the information that was in front of me. She acted ruthlessly selfless towards you years ago. So I wanted to hurt her like she did you when she abandoned you. You're not in a position to hurt Willow, Bix, I sharply interrupted him. Bix valued friendships and relationships above all else. He would react strongly if someone close to him, especially me, were upset. He had started holding a grudge against Willow the day she left me. Bix fell silent and stopped as I moved toward him. Whatever happened between Willow and I isn't for others to handle. She left me, took my children, and shattered my heart. Whatever she did to me, and I'll handle her as I see fit, I stated firmly, staring him down. I understand, he stuttered with a nod. I'm truly sorry, so please don't ignore me. His eyes were filled with regret. You won't be forgiven next time, I muttered as I passed by him. Bix's face brightened. Of course, he grinned, reverting to his usual self. I paid no attention to him as I exited my office, while Oren stopped Bix from following me by grabbing his collar. Don't get too excited and make another mistake, you idiot, he warned Bix. Am I a child? Bix coldly retorted. Worse than a child, Oren rolled his eyes, then noticed I had already left. Where did he run off to so quickly? I still need to respond to Alpha Konar's beta regarding Reuben's decision. Oren hurried out of the office, only to find me downstairs. He panicked. Reuben, where are you going? You should call Alpha Konar to confirm your attendance, he shouted. Later, I'm busy right now, I replied without turning back. Busy? I don't remember you having any meetings scheduled for today, he murmured, perplexed, but I was already gone. Willow, after my encounter with Ella, I retreated to my bedroom, seeking peace in the shower to clear my mind. From our first meeting in Reuben's office, a small sense of doubt had lingered in my mind about her feelings for Reuben, and now everything seemed validated. Her expressions, silence, and concealed truths had decimated years' worth of a close friendship, memories, and trust. The sudden shift in my relationship with my once close friend after 6 years was beyond my wildest imagination. Then again, Reuben had said that Ella was just a friend and that she didn't have feelings for him. Hadn't he? A pang of hurt pierced my heart. Was he lying to me? Yes, he obviously had. He had lied to me a lot. Why had it bothered me this time? They were already engaged. I aggressively shut off the shower and stepped out. As I wrapped myself in a towel, I realized it was already late in the morning. Wyatt and Lori, who had been ready to head out since I went done earlier, were likely waiting for me. My tangled thoughts had kept them waiting far too long. I hurriedly dressed, opting for a red knee-length sleeveless dress after drying my hair. There was too much to get done today, and I needed to get going. Checking my purse one last time to ensure I had everything that I could possibly need, I made sure the Wade Moonpack papers were safely tucked inside before leaving my bedroom. Today was the day that I had planned to return the papers to Alpha Benjamin and delve deeper into the mysterious incident involving the Silver Moon Pack, which had become a looming threat to all werewolf packs. Lost in thought as I descended the stairs, I heard the cheerful voices of my children. They were already in the living room. "Wyatt, Lori, let's go," I called out to my children affectionately, but my words caught in my throat when, behind their small figures, I noticed a tall figure dressed in black, exuding a devilishly handsome and affluent aura. "Where are you going?" I barely managed to whisper, taken aback by the unexpected sight. "Shopping, obviously," he replied in a cool tone. "Shopping?" I repeated in disbelief, eyeing him from head to toe. That was when it dawned on me. Impossible! I raised my voice. The very idea that this man was even considering it shocked me. "I'm not taking you shopping with me, Reuben." Unexpectedly, he stared at me for a couple of seconds before calmly replying, "Okay." He walked closer to me, and I couldn't help but look at him in surprise. How could he accept it so easily? He was not someone that accepted refusal easily. Then he suddenly lifted Wyatt and Lori into his arms and stated, "I am going with my children." What? My jaw dropped in shock. He was going with the children? But I was supposed to be taking them, and indirectly it means he was tagging with us. "Let's go," he said cheerfully to the children and began walking away. I stood there stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, "No, wait!" But he ignored me and continued walking. "Reuben!" I yelled. This time he looked over his shoulder, but not to argue with me. "We are going to be late, Mama," he smiled before leaving the pack house, taking my children along with him, right before my eyes. I couldn't help but grit my teeth. How cunning was this man? Had he planned all of this? Earlier at the dining table, I had made the mistake of mentioning shopping in front of him, but he had seemed like he hadn't heard or cared. Yet, out of the blue, here he was, all dressed up to go shopping and taking my children out. I quickly walked out of the pack house, only to find all three of them had already disappeared into my car. Once I looked inside, I found Wyatt and Lori were in the back seats like usual, while Reuben had settled into the passenger seat. I opened the driver's side door and glared at Reuben. "Get out of my car right now, or..." Before I could say another word, he suddenly grabbed my hand and pulled me inside. The door shut behind me, and before I could realize what was happening, I found myself sitting on Reuben's lap. "Or what?" he whispered, his breath fanning against my lips. My heart raced with our close proximity. "Or I will fight you," I retorted, trying to push him away, but he caught my hand and rested it softly against his cheek. "Fight all you want, Willow," he whispered, gazing into my eyes and brushing his nose against mine. "I am entirely yours."
Willow. Fight it all you want, Willow. I am entirely yours. As his seductive words lingered in the air, a gentle spark coursed through my veins. His possessive grip around my waist drew me closer to his chest. The soft glint from his earring caught my eye, triggering memories of the past. It reminded me of the time when he had taught me how to drive, and we had ended up in the same position due to his playful teasing. The recollection of our midnight escapes from the pack, secret rendezvous, sultry whispers, and the thrilling love we shared in the past tickled my heart with a mere glimpse. The sound of someone clearing his throat interrupted us. Slowly tearing my eyes away from Reuben, we both turned to see Oren at the window, sporting a sly smile. Reuben rolled his eyes at Oren, but my attention was caught by the fact that Oren wasn't alone. Bix and Ella were behind him, observing the scene. Ella's expression was full of discomfort, while Bix had a displeased look in his eyes. That was when it dawned on me that I was still in Reuben's lap. I struggled to get up, but Reuben's grip on my waist tightened. "Let me go," I demanded, my voice strained. It was already an embarrassing situation, and the redness in my face didn't escape his sharp gaze. "I thought you were going to fight me," he smirked, tracing small circles on my lower back with his finger. His sudden bold touch sent shivers down my spine. Glaring at him, I pushed his chest hard, summoning all my strength to break free from his grip and swiftly move to the driver's seat. Reuben chuckled at the sight of my flushed ears, then redirected his attention to the people outside the window. "What's up?" He rolled down the window. "The treaty our pack has been longing for has been secured by Ella." Oren beamed with excitement, sharing the news with Reuben. Reuben's expression shifted at the revelation. I couldn't help but notice his intense gaze immediately landing on the papers in Ella's hands. Ella stepped forward and approached the window, aiming to speak with Reuben. Ella did manage to spare me a fleeting glance. I simply ignored her and looked straight ahead, though neither of our reactions to each other escaped Reuben's notice. "I've secured the treaty, but they've presented additional demands that I find difficult to accept. We should review them together before making a decision," Ella explained, clutching some papers that I instantly recognized. The Emerald Bright pack had a long-standing dispute with that pack. Apparently, Ella had the ability to resolve it. Her posture exuded nothing but seriousness, embodying the ideal traits of someone fit to lead a pack. Ella possessed all the qualities of a perfect Luna. I envisioned both her pack and Reuben's working in tandem, jointly making decisions. There were rumors circulating that after their wedding, both Reuben and Ella's packs would merge. Ella was bringing a lot to the table for Reuben, much like what a pack's Luna was expected to. An uncomfortable feeling surged within me for some reason. Reuben began conversing with her. "Good job. For now, We're running late for our shopping trip, so please step out of my car and handle your business outside, then we can be on our way." I cut in, starting the engine and signaling for him to get out. He was a workaholic, prioritizing the pack above all else and never neglecting even the smallest task. As I spoke, he shot me a knowing glance from the corner of his eye, signaling that he was aware I wanted to kick him out and leave him behind. But to my surprise, instead of getting out of the car, he simply rolled up the window and brazenly remained seated. "I'll take care of this matter after we're done shopping," he turned to face Ella, then added, "I'm occupied at the moment. You can come to my office later and we'll discuss it." Ella gave a slight nod as Reuben quickly fastened his seatbelt, urging me, "Let's go." A bitter twitch tugged at the corner of my lips at his obsession with tagging along. "Mommy, let's go!" Wyatt and Lori chimed in from the back seat with excitement, eager to get moving. I put the car in gear and pulled out onto the main road, using a map to navigate the unfamiliar roads due to recent city developments. However, the man seated beside me seemed to be lazily keeping his eyes fixed on me the entire time. Our gazes accidentally met a few times, yet I deliberately ignored him, treating him as if he were invisible. It was a strange and entirely new experience for me, having him in the passenger seat. So I drove a little faster to the mall and hurriedly got out of the car, eager to escape the awkwardness. Getting out, I opened the car door for the children, but Reuben did the same at the same time. Wyatt and Lori looked at the two of us in confusion, unsure of which side to choose. Reuben locked eyes with me for a couple of seconds, then closed the door, saying to the children, "Always go to Mummy's side." His words surprised me. Although the children couldn't fully comprehend it, there was a deeper meaning to his statement. Wyatt and Lori slowly exited the car from the door I had opened, and Wyatt looked up at Reuben. "But Daddy, if we go to Mummy's side, you would be left alone." "Never," Reuben smiled, coming around the car to stand beside me, "because you will always find me next to her." My heart skipped a beat at his statement. Our shoulders brushed slightly, causing me to clench my dress at my side. I didn't dare to look up into his intense green gaze, so I turned and started to walk inside the mall with the children. Reuben closed the door with a chuckle. After walking for a couple of seconds, I noticed too many eyes turning in our direction, especially women gasping at a certain someone's handsomeness. I stopped and looked back to find Reuben walking behind me, his handsome face and indifferent attitude obviously attracting too much attention. "What do you think you are doing?" I paused at the entrance, glancing at Reuben. "Walking?" He raised an eyebrow. "Don't walk with me or the children," I warned, looking around at some of the people who had cameras in their hands. "Why?" He frowned. If someone snaps a photo of you with Wyatt and Lori, it will be in the world news. I don't want my children's normal life being destroyed, I remarked and took Wyatt and Lori with me, leaving him behind. Mommy, Daddy. Lori kept looking over her shoulder. Don't worry about him. He's an adult. He won't get lost, I stated dryly, knowing he might be trying to garner the children's attention. The problem was that allowing him to walk with us would risk Wyatt and Lori's future. He was more eye-catching than any movie star in the entire country and had already been in the news due to shouting my name at the airport. As I grabbed a trolley and entered the mall, the weekend crowd made it chaotic. Wyatt, Lori, I quickly scanned the area for the kids, intending to keep them close before they wandered off, but to my surprise, they were already gone. Wyatt, Lori, I panicked. Leaving the trolley behind, I spun around to search for them, only to find them in the arms of a tall man wearing glasses and a cap. My eyes widened when I realized it was Reuben. He had shed his expensive coat and was now dressed in just a black shirt. Untucked from his pants, he now looked like any other regular guy shopping at the mall. He had completely transformed his appearance. Now it shouldn't be a problem, right? He asked, taking a step closer to me. I blinked at his willingness to change for me. Daddy, you are the best. Wyatt and Lori happily wrapped their arms around his neck in a hug. He smiled at them and looked at me for approval. I averted my eyes and turned to grab my trolley to continue shopping. Don't cause trouble or fall behind, I murmured, ignoring his chuckle. I began selecting dairy products and meat that I had planned for dinner. Then I headed to the stationery section to buy items for Wyatt and Lori. Throughout my shopping, Reuben followed behind me like a shadow, observing my every move. This continued even when we entered the ladies' lingerie shop. I picked up a black lingerie set in size 32A, appreciating its fabric and design. As I checked the price, I felt a pair of green eyes on me. I shot him a disapproving look. Then he grabbed a similar lingerie set from the next section, placing it in my hand before walking away with the children. As I examined the lingerie set Reuben had given me, I realized it was a 32B. My cheeks flushed red instantly. 6 years ago, I had more weight on my bones than I did now. 32B was my actual size. Had he figured out my size just by looking? I selected a few more lingerie sets and went to try them on in the changing room. After completing the purchase and stepping out, I couldn't spot Reuben anywhere. On top of that, the mall was too crowded to pick up his scent among the crowd. Frowning, I wondered, where did he run off to with my children? I entered the snacks section in search of them until my eyes landed on Lori's favorite snacks. She had a particular fondness for that flavor, and it seemed there was only one packet left on the shelf. As I reached for it, someone else's hand suddenly appeared, trying to grab it from the other side. I paused and glanced at the middle-aged man next to me. Excuse me, but I picked it up first, I calmly informed him. So what? You haven't paid for it yet. It's not yours, he retorted rudely, attempting to snatch the packet from my hand. I could say the same to you. Just let it go, I frowned, firmly holding on to the packet. His attempt to take it from me, fueled by his ego, couldn't overpower my grip. What if I don't let it go? He aggressively confronted me. I remained composed, firmly standing my ground. Don't complicate things. You'll regret it, I calmly warned. It wasn't about the snacks anymore. I would have relented if not for his rudeness that triggered both my wolf and I. Ha, this bitch, he sneered, stepping closer, his breath reeking of smoke. You dare to threaten me? Do you know who I am? He yelled, making a scene but abruptly halted when his eyes drifted past me and settled on something. His disdainful expression shifted from shock to horror. A terrible feeling crept up within me. I turned around to find Reuben standing behind me, glaring at him with intense, dark green wolf eyes. Did I hear you calling her a bitch? Reuben released a low growl, his grip on his glasses tightening until they shattered into pieces. Panic surged through me at the thought of Reuben attacking the man at any moment. He must have overheard the derogatory term directed at me. Unintentionally, memories from my school days when I had been bullied by a senior flashed in my mind's eye. Reuben had intervened, severely beating the bully, causing a major scandal since the senior was human and an alpha had attacked him. His father, Alpha Luis, had paid a hefty sum to hush up the matter. but now I feared that Reuben wouldn't stop until he sucked out the man's soul as payment. A crowd had gathered, drawn by the low growl resonating in the store's aisles. "You can keep it." I tossed the packet into the man's face and immediately grabbed Reuben's hand. "Let's go." I pulled him away from the crowd before his eyes attracted unwanted attention. People watched us curiously until we were well away from the snack store. Tightly gripping Reuben's hand, I kept moving until we reached a quieter area, away from prying eyes. "Didn't I tell you not to cause trouble?" I admonished him, stopping in front of a less crowded store. He responded in a cool tone, looking all innocent. "When did I cause trouble?" My frustration flared. Did he think I couldn't see through his act? "You." I began to scold him, before the voices of Wyatt and Lori interrupted me. "Mommy." Their voices drew my attention toward the ice cream parlor. Blinking, I glanced back in the opposite direction to the snack store. From where I stood, I could be easily seen from that ice cream parlor. Looking back at Reuben, I realized he had been watching me the whole time, even though I hadn't sensed it. Ignoring his gaze, I stepped into the ice cream parlor to purchase treats for Wyatt and Lori. They happily started enjoying their ice creams. Just as the server behind the counter handed me my treat, Reuben asked, "Where's mine?" Glancing up at him, I replied, "Buy it yourself," then turned to head toward the table where Wyatt and Lori were seated. "I don't have any money," he followed, his expression pleading. I paused, surprised. "Why don't you have money?" I inquired. "I forgot my wallet," he admitted with a pitiful look. I couldn't help but smile, responding, "Well, no wallet means no ice cream for you," as I continued walking towards Wyatt and Lori. He narrowed his accusing eyes at me. Ignoring him, I brought my ice cream up to my mouth to eat. Just as my lips touched it, I noticed Reuben also lowering his mouth to steal a bite of my ice cream from the other side. Our eyes locked and my heart started beating faster. His green eyes flirted with mine, making my hands shake. My hold on the ice cream loosened, causing it to drop from my hand. Reuben grabbed the ice cream in midair and wrapped his arm around my waist, pulling me into his chest. "What are you so scared of?" My eyes widened. I couldn't put up my dirty hand on his chest with a gasp. "What are you doing?" I pulled away in shock, looking at him with wide eyes. Did he just? He brushed his thumb over my lower lip and leaned down to lick it, eating my own personal ice cream.
Eating my own personal ice cream. His hot tongue took a lick at the ice cream on my lips. My eyes widened as my whole body was assaulted by the sparks that showered me with an unimaginable amount of pleasure, playing dirty with my wolf to the point that Sari was a limp, moaning mess in my mind. I was surprised when my whole body reacted wildly to his simple lick, causing me to froze due to his sudden close proximity and his bold actions until my sense was knocked back to my brain. I immediately raised my hand to push Reuben away, though in reality, he did not move so much as a step away. Instead, I had to push myself back. "What the hell are you doing?" Placing my hand over my lips, I angrily glared at him. My whole face was red hot. "Can't you tell?" Reuben's lips curled into an evil smile as he shamelessly licked his lips. "How about I repeat it until you understand?" He began getting closer to me again. No, no, no. Stay where you are." I growled in a warning while taking a few more steps back in panic, but it was not like Reuben to obey me at the time like this when he could take full advantage of me. His strong arms pulled me back into his chest, caging me in. "What are you doing? Let go! Let go!" I wriggled. Gritting my teeth, all he did was laugh. "Why? Let me repeat it so that you have a better understanding." He always took pleasure in teasing me, but what I realized was that Wyatt and Lori had joined him. "Yes, Daddy, show Mommy again," Lori chirped with a giggle. "Lori, let's give Mommy and Daddy some privacy." Wyatt took Lori's hand and started to walk away. "Yes, let's go to the toy shop," Lori grinned, following her brother. My eyes nearly popped out of my skull as I listened to them. How could these children think about giving privacy? Why even give us privacy? "Good kids. My children know me well." Reuben had a proud smile on his face. I gave him a venomous glare, then called, "Wyatt and Lori, you stop right there. Don't you dare go there alone. Mommy is coming." I paused when someone blocked Wyatt and Lori's exit. Once I looked up at the person standing in front of them, my eyes widened at a familiar face that I had not seen in 6 years. Reuben, who was still busy teasing and holding me, cocked his brows at my sudden stillness before frowning at my expression. Following my line of sight, he tilted his head to glance to the side to find Wyatt and Lori standing in front of a man who was none other than Alpha Lewis, Reuben's father. Reuben's expression took a 180-degree turn once he locked eyes with his father. Alpha Lewis looked between Reuben and I with wide eyes, but once he laid eyes on the two little figures resembling Reuben and I, his eyes grew larger and mouth opened wide. Are they? He choked in his words, but my heart dropped in my stomach in horror. In the Emerald Bright Pack, if there was one wolf that I desperately wanted to avoid, it was Alpha Lewis. I had two strong reasons for this. The first being he was an extremely powerful and aggressive alpha. Some speculated that this demeanor had arisen after the death of his soulmate. He instilled fear in every wolf in the pack, myself included, especially when I was an Omega. My own identity was the second reason I wished to avoid any encounters with Alpha Lewis. Despite having Omegas among his pack members, the Alpha considered them lower than dirt. If an Omega made even the smallest mistake, Alpha Louis wouldn't hesitate to banish them without a second thought. I successfully evaded Alpha Louis for 5 years while living in the Emerald Pride Pack. I existed as an invisible presence, unnoticed by most except for fellow Omegas and friends. However, that changed on the day of Reuben's Alpha ceremony. Reuben was about to be officially declared as the next in line for the Alpha position. It was like a crown prince ceremony. His father intended to pass on his position to Reuben the following year, and this ceremony marked the initial step in that process. Filled with joy over Reuben's accomplishment and his future role in leading the pack, I spent half of my day in the pack's garden. I carefully selected 12 different types of roses to craft a beautiful bouquet. It was a gift I had prepared for Reuben, intending to present it to him later that night when we were going to be alone. While the high-ranking wolves and elders attended the ceremony inside the pack house, I remained in the garden, planning to offer my heartfelt congratulations to my soulmate in my own quiet way later that night. This bouquet represented the love and care I held solely for him. As I finished arranging the precious bouquet, I heard the ceremony drawing to a close. Just as I stood up, I saw Vin approaching me. His voice held authority as he questioned, "Are you Willow?" Startled, I nodded, feeling a surge of nerves. It was rare for me to speak to any high-ranking wolf in the pack. "Alpha Louis is requesting your presence in his office," he informed me. My breath caught in my throat at the news. "Why is the Alpha summoning me?" I asked, my anxiety evident. "You'll find out once you get there. Hurry up. The Alpha doesn't like to be kept waiting," he firmly ordered. I nodded and quickly made my way up there, feeling a surge of questions running through my brain while simultaneously trying to calm my racing heart. The front entrance of the pack house was congested due to the ceremony that just finished, so I opted for the back entrance, swiftly ascending the stairs leading to the Alpha's office. The office door stood wide open, revealing the Alpha seated behind his desk. My anxiety surged when I sensed his formidable presence even from a distance. Taking a deep breath, I knocked on the door. He lifted his gaze immediately upon my approach. His green eyes scrutinized me for a few moments before signaling me to enter. I cautiously stepped into the room, halting in the center as the Alpha's gaze held me in place. He observed me in silence for a few moments. Strangely, his features were an uncanny resemblance to Reuben's, almost a mirror image, except for the age lines etched upon his father's face. "Alpha, you summoned me," I began, but before I could finish, he flung a stack of photos onto his desk. "Is this you?" His voice was deep and grave as he questioned me. I took a few hesitant steps closer to the desk as I caught a glimpse of the photos. A chill swept down my spine. There they were, pictures of Reuben and I, riding on his motorcycle around the college campus. Since his expensive car always attracted too much attention, I refused to go to college with him in it, so he had bought a bike. Even though the bike was also expensive, due to his stubbornness, I had agreed to sit behind him on the bike, but I'd ask him to drop me off at a secluded college entrance, away from prying eyes. My reasoning had been simple. I did not want to get caught with Reuben, as the rumors could reach the Emerald Bright Pack, but never in my wildest imagination had I ever thought that the Alpha would have photos of us together. Fear gripped my heart in a vice. How did the Alpha obtain these pictures? Only a handful of people knew about my relationship with Reuben. Who could have disclosed this to the Alpha? Did you not hear me? Is the girl in the photo you? He repeated his question, but I was paralyzed by fear, unable to utter a word. Observing my distress, he leaned back in his chair and continued. There's a rumor circulating about Reuben being seen with a girl. Some even claim she's his hidden girlfriend. Alpha paused, giving me a meaningful look. It's not you, is it? My grip subconsciously tightened around the bouquet. He was sure, but he still wanted confirmation. There was no doubt in his inquiry. I could sense it in his eyes. Somehow, he was convinced that there was something between Reuben and me. It dawned on me then why Alpha Louis had orchestrated the ceremony announcing Reuben as the next Alpha before he turned 25. As the next in line for the Alpha position, he was pressuring Reuben to find his soulmate or marry to secure the position. Everything seemed orchestrated to unravel the truth behind our relationship. A chilling realization dawned on me. If my mate bond with Reuben were exposed to the Alpha, then I would instantly become a rejected she-wolf. Panic and fear overwhelmed me, leaving me suffocated in my own emotions until Reuben stormed into his father's office. What's happening here? His expression was sharp, mirroring his tone, sensing something amiss. He had left his ceremony immediately after it ended, rushing up to his father's office upon sensing my distress. His arrival added fuel to my fear as Alpha Louise looked at me more suspiciously. Why is she in the Alpha's office? Reuben demanded answers from his father. In the whole world, only Reuben dared to address his father this way and met his eyes without fear. The Alpha glanced lazily at him and replied, Nothing special. Just a little chat with this Omega to confirm if she is your. No, I am not. I interrupted the Alpha and confidently looked at him. I am not Alpha Reuben's girlfriend or anything. I lied, despite Sari and I being in great pain from it. Reuben's eyes snapped to me in surprise, but I refused to meet his gaze. Denying our soulmate bond wasn't easy, but I feared rejection, abandonment, and losing Reuben. What are you? Reuben started, but I cut him off, continuing. In this photo, I am indeed with Alpha Reuben on his bike, I confessed. Alpha Louis's expression immediately turned hostile. But it's not what you're thinking. That day, I missed my bus and was late for my examination. Alpha Reuben took pity on me and gave me a ride to the college. That's it. I lied to the point that the Alpha's expressions lightened, but Reuben was burning inside. I sensed his fury through our mate bond, but I felt helpless. I knew I was being selfish, but I couldn't risk exposing our relationship. I couldn't jeopardize his future, his Alpha position, or our mate bond. That day, the Alpha dismissed me without further questioning, but the rumors in the pack associating Reuben's name with an Omega stirred more anger in the Alpha. He imposed stricter rules on the Omegas, including a prohibition on Omegas being seen around the Alpha's family. Violating this rule meant immediate banishment without trial. From that day on, I accepted not to be greedy and found my happiness even in the limited time that Reuben and I could spend at night in my house. It was enough for me that we were still together, he only loved me, and I held on to the hope that someday we could find happiness. But questions always lingered. How had the Alpha come to suspect Reuben and I? How had he obtained those photos? And why was he so sure that I was lying? All those years that I lived in fear of being exposed and rejected, now seeing the Alpha in front of me once again after 6 years, that fear returned to my mind, especially when Are they your children? Alpha Louis murmured in disbelief as he set his wide eyes on Wyatt and Lori. My heart dropped in my stomach as he discovered that I gave birth to Reuben's children. Watching as he stretched his hand towards Wyatt and Lori alarmed me. Was he going to harm them? I took a step forward, but before I could do anything, I felt like a breeze passed by me. They are my grandchildren. The Alpha touched Wyatt and Lori, but the next second, Reuben violently pushed his father's hands away and pulled Wyatt and Lori behind him. Don't you dare to touch my children, he growled at Alpha Louis. My body grew cold seeing Reuben's hostile glare directed at his father and Alpha Louis's helpless expression. That's when I realized Alpha Lewis' scent seemed different, and the hatred in Reuben's eyes was beyond my imagination. What was going on? What exactly happened over the last 6 years? Reuben. Alpha Lewis opened his mouth, but Reuben turned away with Wyatt and Lori. He came back to me, looking into my panicked eyes. "It's okay. Let's go." He took my cold hand and gently led me away. I stared at Reuben's back, feeling his emotions going up and down to dangerous levels. "Reuben," I whispered. His grip tightened on my hand when he heard me, but he did not look back at me and kept walking. "Reuben," I called again, noticing that his hand was shaking with anger. Why was he reacting like that? Once again, he neither stopped nor looked back at me. So this time I stopped and softly put my hand on his shoulder. "Reuben." As soon as my voice fell on his ears this time, he stopped abruptly. His hands shook more violently, and the next thing I knew was he turned around and pulled me into his arms. My breasts bumped into his hard chest. I gasped and froze in his warm, tight embrace. "Willow," he whispered, my name burying his face in my neck. I held my breath as my heartbeat slowed when I felt his heart broken through the bond. He was hurt and alone, just like me. He was wounded and abandoned, just like me. A sudden pain raised in my heart that mirrored Reuben's. I closed my eyes and bit my lip, feeling my own emotions breaking. My hand subconsciously rose to touch his back. Why? Why was he hurting so much? Better yet, why? Why was I in so much pain seeing him like this? Alpha Benjamin. "Alpha!" Ken burst into my office with urgency, his pace frenetic. He'd been handling crucial matters for the pack in my absence, but returned in the evening, bearing news that had sent shockwaves through the werewolf world. "Alpha, the Greenwood pack has suffered the same mysterious attack as Silver Moon. They've been annihilated and burned, yet the remains of no bodies were found." He halted abruptly, observing my desperate scrutiny of the reports detailing the Silver Moon and Greenwood pack assaults. My attention remained fixed on the report, refusing to lift my gaze to meet Ken's eyes. My focus was absorbed by every minute detail within the document. I had dispatched my spy to covertly infiltrate both territories, which were currently under the control of top-ranking packs. The spy returned with photographs and a handful of other items that had occupied me for nearly half the day as I meticulously cross-referenced the evidence. As I perused the reports from the laboratory that had arrived just minutes ago, my eyes widened in disbelief. "How is this?" I murmured under my breath. I felt as if the ground was crumbling under my feet. "Alpha, what's the matter? What does the report say?" Ken's voice was tinged with worry as he approached my desk. With no response from me, he glanced at the reports, his brow furrowing. After studying them for a moment, he looked back at me, clearly puzzled. "I can't spot any difference between the two pack incidents, Alpha. It seems that they're both the work of the same individual, but..." He trailed off, sensing my abnormal reaction despite my unreadable expression. "Is something amiss, Alpha?" "No, nothing's wrong," I interrupted, swiftly closing the files and reports, tossing them into the trash. "It's probably just stress and lack of sleep causing me to mix up the two pack incidents," I explained, shaking my head as I reached for a cigarette to calm my racing heart and mind. I had fucking lost my mind thinking about this nonsense and scaring myself. Ken nodded in agreement. "I agree, Alpha. The situation is so delicate that suspicion is brewing among the packs, even among allies. The entire werewolf world is on edge and uncertain due to these mysterious attacks. Anyone could be the assailant and anyone could be the next target. We need to take measures to protect ourselves, Alpha," he urged urgently. My grip tightened on the cigarette as I nodded in response. "For now, fortify the borders and focus on bolstering our manpower. We must be ready for war at any moment, anywhere," I commanded, turning on my heel to exit the office. "I understand, Alpha," Ken affirmed, trailing after me as I issued a few more directives until we reached the living room where Willow had just entered the pack house. "Alpha, Beta Ken," she greeted, coming to a stop and beaming at the two of us. "Willow," I returned the smile, my mood instantly lifting at the sight of her. I had been anticipating her arrival since the messages she sent earlier that morning. "Willow, my girl, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you all morning," I exclaimed, spreading my arms for a warm embrace. "I apologize for coming late, Alpha. I wanted to see you both as soon as possible. but there were a few matters I had to deal with, she explained, pulling away from our hug, then embracing Ken. It's okay, Willow. As long as you remember us and make the effort to visit, we're happy, Ken chuckled. I nodded in agreement with Ken's sentiment. How could I ever forget you two? I may have left the pack, but not my people, Willow chuckled. How are you doing, Alpha? How's your health? I'm perfectly fine. Please don't worry about me anymore, I reassured her, glancing around. Where are my little angels? Didn't you bring them along? There. Those little rascals must have been drawn to something along the way. I'll personally go fetch them, Ken chuckled, heading out of the pack house. I shook my head smiling, then noticed Willow's gaze fixed on the entrance for some reason. Don't worry, Ken will bring them in, I assured her. No, actually, Alpha. She wanted to say something, but an Omega interrupted her. Coffee, Alpha? Put it on the table. We will be there in a bit and about dinner. Willow, while the Alpha was engrossed in conversation with an Omega about dinner and other matters, I swiftly rummaged through my purse. Alpha, these are the Wade Moon Pack's documents, I said respectfully, handing him the papers. He was momentarily taken aback, holding the papers as if they weren't unreal. I could see the array of emotions flickering through his eyes as he beheld his name, seal, signature, and the Wade Pack's insignia. The mixture of relief and joy at regaining his possession was unmistakable as a smile finally graced his lips. Willow, you truly rescued our pack, he spoke, his eyes brimming with emotion. You've saved the lives of hundreds of people, he clasped my hand in his. Thank you so much, Willow. I placed my other hand atop his and smiled warmly. I'm glad to have helped you and my pack. There's no need for thanks, I assured him. He nodded appreciatively, tucking the papers securely into his pocket. Let's continue our chat over coffee, he motioned for me to walk beside him. Dinner will be ready very soon. Nodding, I smiled as we both circled the sofa, heading toward the dining area. I looked around a little, searching for Sky, who was not in the pack house. Well, Willow, when do you plan to return to the Wade Moon Pack? As he posed this question, my steps faltered in the middle of the living room, and I glanced at him. Return? My heartbeat quickened. Yes, you went to the Emerald Bright Pack to abide by Alpha Reuben's terms to acquire the papers, right? Now that you have obtained the Wade Moon Pack's official documents, you don't need to continue staying at Emerald Bright any longer. So leave and come back home to Wade Moon. Shit, it appeared that Alpha Benjamin had misconstrued my intentions, assuming that I would return to the pack right after obtaining the papers. To be honest, I hadn't explained everything to him initially, thinking I would be leaving the Emerald Bright Pack shortly after completing the rejection ceremony. However, Reuben had ensnared me with the conditions that he had set and the issue over the custody of Wyatt and Lori. Moreover, the sacred cave was sealed for the next 3 months, so nothing had gone to plan. Actually, Alpha, I began, intending to clarify, but he spoke before I had the chance. I'm afraid that is impossible. Alpha Benjamin, a deep, authoritative voice resonated through the living room. Frowning in confusion, Alpha Benjamin turned his head toward the pack house door, where Wyatt and Lori had entered. Behind them stood a tall, handsome man, hands shoved into his pockets as he locked eyes with Alpha Benjamin. I turned to look at Reuben with meaningful eyes to remind him of the promise he had agreed to. Pulling my car over to the side of the road, I stepped out of the car to have a conversation with Reuben. I crossed my arms over my chest and fixed my gaze on the man standing before me. Don't even think about it. I'm not taking you to the Wade Moon Pack with me, I declared as the evening breeze swept past us. Why? He demanded, staring back at me with a stubborn glare. Because I said so. Call Oren or Bix to come get you with one of their cars and return to the Emerald Bright Pack. We're heading to the Wade Moon Pack, I stated firmly. Wyatt and Lori poked their little heads out of the window, moving their gazes between Reuben and I. After the encounter with Alpha Lewis, Reuben fell silent for an extended period, which led me to mistakenly assume he was upset. However, as soon as he heard from the children that we were headed to Wade Moon, he seemed intent on joining us. I stopped the car in the middle of the road to confront him. Despite my refusal, he shamelessly continued arguing with me. Suddenly, he stepped closer and stated, Why is it that you can take Wyatt and Lori but leave me behind? I blinked in surprise at his complaint, his expression portraying a sense of injustice. I straightened my back and responded, I'm heading to my father's pack. Taking my kids to visit their grandpa's pack isn't unusual. It's not exactly a place you're allowed. He loomed over me and retorted, then I'm going to my father and mate's pack, my kids' grandpa's pack, so I'm allowed too, he declared confidently, rendering me speechless with his absurd reasoning. How swiftly he accepted Alpha Benjamin as his father and mate just to justify tagging along. This man, he'd do anything to get what he wanted. Mommy, please, let's take Daddy to Grandpa's pack too, Wyatt pleaded. Yes, Mommy, please, Lori chimed in, echoing her brother's request. Their persistent pleas only worsened my headache, especially when Reuben's hopeful gaze fixed on me. Defeated, I took a deep breath and relented. Fine, you can come with me, but I'm warning you, there better not be any scenes like the last time. No fighting, not a single problem, I cautioned firmly. Okay, he nodded, immediately accepting. Frowning at his compliance and finding it somewhat unbelievable, I added, keep a low profile. It'll be problematic if your true identity is revealed to the pack members. Whatever you say, he smiled softly, promising whatever I wanted. It seemed he had forgotten his promise to keep a low profile. His very countenance alone was enough to give away his status and dominance. His voice oozed superiority, even when spoken slowly, making it evident that he was no ordinary wolf. Even Beta Ken, who couldn't recognize Reuben's face, stood back with a doubtful expression, having remembered Reuben's scent from their previous encounter. Glancing at Alpha Benjamin, I noticed his widened eyes at the sight of Reuben. He had clearly sensed Reuben's strong aura and realized he was an alpha. Then, his gaze shifted between Wyatt's little face and Reuben's, noticing the similarities between the two figures, small and large. Is he? His mouth slightly agape, he looked at me, seeking confirmation. I nodded slightly. This is Alpha Reuben Emerald, I stated as Reuben walked in and positioned himself beside me, his gaze fixed on Alpha Benjamin. The Alpha blinked in surprise a few times out of disbelief. It is quite a surprise that Alpha Reuben is willing to visit our pack. The Alpha smiled, then stretched his hand to Reuben for handshake. Welcome to my pack, Alpha Reuben. I am Alpha Benjamin Wade. Reuben observed the Alpha's outstretched hand, but remained motionless. Holding my breath, I looked at Reuben, hoping he wouldn't offend the Alpha. After a brief glance at me, acknowledging my desperate expression, he raised his hand for a handshake with Alpha Benjamin. Alpha Reuben Emerald, Reuben stated. Finally, I exhaled in relief. Luckily, he was keeping his promise. However, just as I relaxed, Reuben unexpectedly wrapped his arm around my waist and drew me closer as he remarked, Willow's soulmate. Reuben. Willow was an orphan, and despite being provided every advantage in life, I was no different than her until she entered my life and became an inseparable part of me. We had meant everything to each other. So when she abandoned me 6 years ago, disappearing without a trace only to resurface as the adoptive daughter of Alpha Benjamin, it was incredibly difficult for me to accept. I had contemplated turning the Wade Moon Pack land into a desolate and barren wasteland, ensuring that nature would not thrive or smile upon it again for decades. But Willow's love for this pack and care for the Alpha residing over it had led me to exercise restraint. She was going to hate me even more if I hurt the Wade Moon Pack. The other reason I exercised self-control was that I felt as if I had seen this old Alpha somewhere. I could not remember where, but Dex also had a feeling which was strange, as I never met lower-ranking packs, nor had I ever crossed paths with Wade Moon Pack before. Alpha Reuben Emerald. It was only out of regard for Willow's happiness that I extended my hand to shake hands with the man responsible for keeping me from finding my soulmate all these years. If he had not sent Willow to Britain, then I would not have waited for 6 fucking years. A vein throbbed wildly in my forehead at the thought, but I managed to calm down, ensuring my thoughts didn't reflect in my expressions. Willow's soulmate, I declared, instantly earning Willow's wide eyes. So I don't wish for my mate to live anywhere other than my pack or house. The room fell into dead silence as all eyes fixed on me. Judging by Alpha Benjamin's initially shocked expression that shifted to Willow's face, it seemed evident that Willow had disclosed that she was my soulmate. However, Alpha Benjamin's beta, whom I strongly suspected suffered from face blindness, appeared to be equally surprised as he was horrified while seemingly forgetting how to breathe. Alpha, Reuben Emerald, is Willow's soulmate? The beta struggled with forming the words, his expression reflecting his recollection of the recent incident when I had arrived at the pack and subdued some of his pack members. On that day, he had regarded me as a random wolf with a few screws loose, completely unaware that I was someone whose face even influential figures in the werewolf world weren't privileged to see, let alone meet. Willow shifted slightly, facing the beta, while still within my grasp. I apologize for concealing the truth from you last time, Beta Ken, she said with a guilty expression. I frowned, not liking to see her upset, and glanced at the beta, who had once again failed to recognize my expressions but sensed the shift in my aura. It's all right, Willow. This revelation may be quite surprising, but ultimately it's your personal matter. We have no right to interfere or pass judgment, Ken smiled, his words as genuine as the sincerity in his eyes. Willow shot a thankful smile in his direction, then gave me a meaningful look, saying with her eyes, "You broke your promise." "How? You made me promise to not cause trouble. You never said that I had to hide our mate bond." I replied to her wordlessly with my own eyes. She blinked at me with mixed emotions, then Alpha Benjamin said, "I am so glad you finally introduced us to your soulmate Willow," he stated happily. Willow forced a smile, looking at me from the corner of her eye as I smiled at her. "I would be grateful if your mate also joins us for dinner." The old man looked at me with a gentle, requesting smile. Having dinner had never been part of my plan. I had only come to this pack so that I could take Willow home with me, as Dex had a feeling that she would stay here for a night or longer, which would be something that I would absolutely hate. "Thank you for the invitation, but I have to return." Willow's soulmate! Before I could refuse, a very displeased male voice entered my ears. I tilted my head towards the door to find a tall man with a familiar face standing there frowning at me. "What is this fucker's problem?" Dex growled in my mind, triggered by the look that the man was shooting at us. "Sky!" Willow called the man's name. "What the hell are you doing here?" Alpha Benjamin furiously boomed. "The punishment that I set for you of guarding the east borders is not over. How dare you step foot inside my pack house? Go out of my sight immediately." I stole a look at the furious Alpha before moving my attention back to his son. It seemed like the old man had kicked his son out of the pack and had punished him with the difficult task of guarding the pack borders. Normally, there were small outbuildings along sensitive borders for the guards to live in. Judging by his son's condition, it seemed he had been having a hard time guarding the borders day and night. I only came when I heard Willow's soulmate was here. Sky walked into the living room and stood face to face with me. "So you are that Alpha that ran away after knocking up an innocent woman," he glared at me. Hearing him say that, my mind went blank as my sanity snapped like an elastic band. Willow noticed my blank expression and panicked. "Sky, what the hell you are saying? Wyatt and Lori are still here," she yelled as Beta Ken picked up the children and quickly walked out of the pack house. "What did I say wrong? The children should know the true face of their father. They should know that this man truly does not deserve you, and..." Before he could say another word, I grabbed him by the jaw and pulled him closer. "What the fuck did you say, you motherfucker?" I roared, digging my claws into the skin of his face. "Reuben." "What the fuck did you just say, you motherfucker?" I roared, digging my claws into the skin of his face. This fucking mutt just ran his mouth in front of my children, based on the crumbs of information that he fucking knew. The memories of that day 6 years ago in Willow's house, when she cried in front of me for our babies, stabbed my heart, making my furious to no end. The memories that haunted me day and night were being dragged up at the absolute worst time and place by this fucking mutt, and all I wanted was his blood to assuage my burning bloodlust. "No, Alpha Reuben," Benjamin pleaded in fear as his son screamed in pain in my grasp. "Reuben, don't." Willow screamed in horror, but my wolf took charge when it came to burying this asshole alive where he stood. All her begging fell onto my deaf ears as he struggled in my grip for his life. "Let me show you who and what I deserve." I sneered, looking deep into fearful eyes. Before I could drag him around by the skin of his face and rip it off, Willow tightly grabbed my wrist. "Please, let him! Let him go, I beg you." Her face was flushed red and her eyes were slightly watery, knowing what my next move would be. She made me look deep into her eyes before she added, "Please, let him go for me," she whispered. Her wolf suddenly connected with mine like a soft touch to my rabid wolf. Dex roared in my mind once as I took control over him and released Sky's face from my grasp. I stared at Willow, who was sucking in deep breaths. She and Sari had initiated a connection with Dex and I for the first time in 6 years. Willow read the surprise in my gaze, knowing what she could do to me and how much I was affected by the smallest approach by her. "Let's go." She inched closer to me. "We are going back to Emerald Bright now." She held my hand tightly and quickly started leading me out, fearing that I would begin attacking the Alpha son again, who was bleeding from his face. "Alpha, I am sorry for everything that happened. Please take care of Sky," she apologized as she passed by them. Alpha Benjamin nodded, his panic over my anger flashing in his eyes. Then another man rushed into the pack house before we could exit. "Alpha! Alpha!" A man rushed in among swearing and yelling. "What's wrong?" Alpha Benjamin stepped forward as Willow and I halted, sensing something was wrong. "The Shine Moon pack has been attacked, and it is suspected that it is the same culprit that attacked Silver Moon and Green Wood." He almost screamed in terror. I cocked my brows at the news. I had seen Shine Moon pack's Alpha Alex at the Alpha Ball when Willow had spoken to him about a peace treaty. "What?" Alpha Benjamin's reaction startled everyone. "The Shine Moon pack's borders abut ours, and Ken has taken Wyatt and Lori to the river that runs partially through Shine Moon's territory. If they were attacked, that means..." The Alpha's face turned white in horror as he raised nervous eyes to meet Willow and mine. My muscles tightened, not understanding everything, but comprehending the magnitude of the situation. I shifted my gaze to Willow's wide eyes as her hand that was holding mine had turned ice cold. "No," she took a step back in panic as she looked at me. "Reuben, Wyatt, and Lori," she whispered. I froze in place, fully grasping the meaning behind Willow's reaction. Willow immediately let go of my hand and raced out of the pack house. Without wasting any time, I followed her, matching her speed in the woods, leaving Alpha Benjamin behind as he instructed his pack members to spread out around the pack and woods to protect the pack. "Wyatt! Lori!" Willow's shouts echoed in the woods as we raced towards the river. Running, I looked at her small face that revealed every single negative thought that was running through her mind. The fear of losing our children was already haunting her, breaking her internally. "Wyatt! Lori!" she screamed. This time her voice shook. "Willow," I grabbed her hand, making her look at me, circumspectly stopping her negative thoughts for a second. Shouting is useless when the pack on the other side of the river is being attacked. Wyatt and Lori seem to have gone into the river because I can't smell them either. If the river is large, then they could be anywhere. "Yes, the river is large," she replied, her face growing paler, understanding what I meant. "It will take too much time for us to find them in that case. But the Shine Moon has been attacked. Wyatt and Lori, they also went to the river where the attackers can harm them too." Her eyes watered out of fear for her babies. "Nothing will happen to them." I gave her hand a reassuring squeeze, making her look in my eyes as I assured her. "We will protect our babies, Willow." I could clearly hear her heartbeat, even though we kept running, as her eyes softened when she nodded, trusting in me. I smiled with a nod. "Let's separate. We can cover more ground that way as we search for them," I remarked, gently letting go of her hand. "Okay." She let go of my hand too, as we turned in different directions, then ran off at lightning speed. It was very dark in the woods, so I used my wolf eyes to see my surroundings. So far, I had not found any enemies, which was very strange. It was a risk to shift in someone else's territory, so I remained in my human form. Hearing the sound of the river, just as I had traveled about a kilometer, I saw a figure racing towards me in the dark. I half-shifted to attack whoever it was until I recognized the man as Beta Ken, but he was not alone. Wyatt and Lori were in his arms. "Alpha Reuben," he raced faster at the sight of me. "Wyatt, Lori," I yelled, racing over to my children. I took both of them from Ken, clutching them tightly to me. Their little bodies were wet from the water and cold with fear, as if they had witnessed something that scared them. "Daddy." They both hugged me back with their short little arms. "You two are not hurt, right?" I pulled away from them, checking them over. My heart was still beating crazily in my chest. They shook their heads and thankfully looked perfectly fine. Then Ken said, "They are fine, Alpha Reuben, but the same cannot be said for our boarders along the river." My ears perked up at his words. What happened to boarders? "The Shine Moon pack seems to have been mysteriously killed and is currently on fire like the other two packs," he replied, his pulps blown large at having witnessed that scene firsthand. "On fire?" My eyes widened as I instantly grew alert, glancing in the direction that Willow had gone. She had also gone to the river, and that part must be on fire. "Fuck," I mumbled under my breath. No, Willow is heading towards the fire. Memories from the past hit me. She can't. "What's wrong, Alpha Reuben?" Ken asked in panic. "Take the children safely back to the pack house. I am going to get Willow." I turned to Ken with the order, then immediately raced away in Willow's direction, mind-linking her about Wyatt and Lori, but she did not reply to my mind-link even once. Why is she not answering me? I muttered to myself, my wolf going crazy over her lack of response. We have to find her. We have to find her before something happens to her. Dex growled in my mind, wanting to shift and take charges. Willow! Willow! I yelled her name as I got closer to the sound of the river until the red and yellow light of the flames hit my eyes. The hair on my exposed skin stood up on end, not because of the fire, but at the sight of Willow. Her eyes were wide as saucers as she stood there frozen, staring at the sea of fire, shaking and sweating, recalling the nightmares that were only triggered by fire. Willow, I called, quickly as I gently grabbed her hand, then turned her away from the fire to pull her into my chest. Her eyes remained wide and her body cold with a noticeable tremble as she sweat like crazy. Willow. I softly called her name again, raised her chin up, forcing her to look into my eyes. Fire, she murmured, looking into my eyes as a pool of tears gathered in hers. Everyone died, fire, fire. She started to say the same thing that she had always had in the past whenever she encountered a fire in real life or her nightmares. She would end up in the same condition that she had been then. I was still unable to bear to see her like this. It's nothing. I shook my head, touching her cheek, but tears began rolling down them as she started shaking all over. Fire, everyone died. Fire, run away, run, run. She began losing her mind, repeating the same thing again and again. Then I realized that she did not recognize me either. Willow, Willow. I tried to get control of her over and over again, but when she started losing it completely, I grabbed her small face in both of my hands. Willow, I yelled, boring into her gaze with my dark wolf eyes. Look at me. I let out a low growl, making her gasp as she stared at me. Who am I? I pulled her closer to my face as I asked. Tell me who I am, I whispered, completely taking her over with our mate bond. She looked at me with big water eyes as her breath grew less erratic. Reuben, she whispered. My heart quickened when she softly called my name for the first time in over 6 years. I felt as if I was thrown 6 years into the past when I was the center of her warmth and love. Yes, it's me. You're Reuben. I wove my fingers into her hair and crushed my lips to hers. Her teary eyes widened as I gently nibbled her lip, then whispered, It's your Reuben, so come back to your Reuben, Willow.
Willow. Barefoot, I ran with blood-soaked feet on the rocky path amid the burning forest. But why? Why couldn't I see its end? The flames caught at the end of my clothes, and I discarded them while running, desperate to reach the river to save my life. Everyone died. Fire. Fire. The always silent forest suddenly filled with screaming. Terrified, I increased my speed toward the river. However, something caught a hold of my leg, stopping me from running. Looking down, I found a burning person gripping my leg. Screaming in terror, I tried to struggle out of its grasp, but slowly I found myself surrounded by numerous burning figures that grabbed at my body, dragging me down with them. No, I have to run, run. I screamed in fear, attempting to break free and escape, but their burning hands covered my body and face. Engulfed in their fiery embrace, my entire being succumbed to the flames. I continued to scream, witnessing the sea of fire extending even onto the river, and then the flames consumed me entirely. As my vision blurred as I slipped into a slow, agonizing death, a pair of dark green eyes appeared before me, calling my name, Willow. Who am I? In a daze, I felt his warm touch on my face. It was so familiar. So familiar to me. How could he be here? Staring into his intense eyes, they became the only thing that was visible to me among that fire. I subconsciously replied, Reuben. Yes, it's me. You're Reuben? He whispered. Something wove into my hair as I felt a soft and warm pressure against my lips, abruptly pulling me away from the fire. It's your Reuben, so come back to me, Willow. The fire engulfing my body vanished, replaced by Reuben's face as he kissed me. My eyes widened as I realized the tender, featherly touch on my lips was his kiss after 6 long years. His green eyes locked with mine, his lips moving against mine with the same familiarity as before. My head spun with his urgency and my own repressed longing. I closed my eyes as a fat tear slid down my cheek when I felt Reuben nip my lower lip. In his strong yet warmly possessive embrace, I grew limp, slowly succumbing to this familiar sensations my wolf had yearned for over the years until I drifted into unconsciousness. Reuben gently broke the kiss, pulling me into a warm embrace. Willow, it's all right. I am here with you, he whispered, his hand caressing my hair, a gesture he'd done countless times in the past, soothing me from nightmares I couldn't recall when they began. Unconscious in his comforting embrace, more tears escaped my eyes as the distant sounds of many people surrounded me. Hurry! Put out the fire in the woods before it reaches our side of the forest. I recognized Alpha Benjamin's Gamma urgently shouting. He had hurried to the riverbank with a group of pack members, using the water to extinguish the fire and protect the Wade Moon Pack's territory. Why is she so cold and shaking? Reuben murmured under his breath in panicked confusion. At that moment, I felt my body being lifted. Reuben pulled my half-unconscious figure up into his arms like I weighed nothing at all, letting my head rest against his chest, where I could hear his frantic heartbeat and sense his restless emotions. Unbeknownst to me, when he turned around carrying me in his arms, he saw Alpha Benjamin among the pack members, frantically attempting to extinguish the fire. The Alpha stood frozen, his face pale and dripping sweat as he stared at the raging inferno that consumed the Shine Moon Pack territory. The shock and horror on Alpha Benjamin's face was more profound than Reuben had anticipated. Alpha Benjamin tore his gaze away from the flames. His eyes met Reuben's as he passed by without a backward glance. Nestled in Reuben's arms, I could sense the cold touch of the forest against my skin, surrounded by the chilling darkness where Reuben shielded me with his possessively protective embrace. However, the frantic beats of his heart gradually faded from my ears. I struggled desperately to open my eyes, yearning to witness the expression on Reuben's face at that moment. Did he have the same expression and emotions in his eyes that he had when protecting me from nightmares 6 years ago? Was he struggling and sharing my fear just like in the past? If so, why? Why was he going to such lengths for me? Why had he run all the way to the riverside on my behalf? Willow? Sky's loud yet panicked voice echoed as he rushed out of the pack house. As the Alpha's son, his responsibility was to protect the pack house when the Alpha was at the border. What happened to Willow? Don't get closer to her, Reuben growled at Sky in warning. He cautioned him against approaching, as allowing me to be touched was out of the question for Reuben. Sky took a few steps back, intimidated by Reuben's wild demeanor, recalling their previous encounter where Sky had come close to being killed. The sudden, violent screeching of a car's brakes in front of the pack house was accompanied by Oren and Bix's loud shouts, "Reuben!" "Are you all right?" Bix asked, sounding panicked. "What happened to Willow?" Oren inquired. "How did you both get here?" Reuben countered, dodging their questions. "When you didn't answer our calls, I called Willow's number. Beta Ken answered her phone that had been left in the pack house. He briefed me on the situation and the attack on Shine Moon," Oran explained. "Daddy," Wyatt's voice interrupted their conversation. Beta Ken had brought both children out, and they hurried over, Wyatt leading the way while holding Lori's hand. "What happened to Mommy?" "Nothing happened. Mommy is fine," Reuben assured them with a smile. Then he turned to Bix. "Take them back home." "I understand," Bix nodded seriously, then quickly drove out of the Wade Moonpack with the kids. As the car vanished with children safely tucked inside, Oren approached Reuben with concern etched on his face. "Reuben, something seems very off." "I know. That's why I've mind-linked Bix to return as soon as possible after dropping the children off safely at home," Reuben replied, striding towards my car. "You called Bix back here?" "Not here, but to Shine Moonpack." "What are you planning?" Oren asked, quickly opening the car door for him. "Taking over Shine Moonpack territory," Reuben declared, sitting into the car and placing me on his lap. He wrapped his arms around me, pulling me closer to his chest as I felt his hot breath brushing on ears and cheeks. That was the last thing that I heard, as from that moment forward I kept losing and regaining my consciousness. It felt as if it was a never-ending cycle, where my mind and heart were confused as to whether I was in a dream or reality. It was scary, and I just wanted to wake up, but I could not. I did not know how much time had passed, but the next thing I heard was Ella's voice. "Reuben, I heard from Bix about the Shine Moon attack and you." She paused abruptly as I felt myself being solidly back in Reuben's arms. "What happened to Willow?" she gasped, the sound of the car door shutting echoing in the background. "Nothing. Just call the doctor," Reuben ordered her, quickly striding towards the pack house. Doctor?" she stammered, sounding slightly confused. "Ella, don't just stand there. Please get a doctor," Oren repeated. "There is not one. This evening they all went to my pack to help the seriously injured warriors," she replied, and I felt Reuben's steps come to a halt. "What the actual fuck is this? Why did you send all of them at once?" Reuben growled. "Alpha, I can take a look." Mia rushed into the front yard of the pack house. Though driving was her part-time job, she had been studying to be a doctor. "Please let me check, Willow," she requested. "Follow me inside," Reuben agreed, having no other option. Once again, I lost consciousness. The next thing I felt was something touching my chest, and that my body resting on something soft. However, I couldn't make out any of the words that I was hearing clearly. "She is not in any danger, but she is not able to stay conscious," Mia stated. "Why is it happening?" Oren asked. "She seems to be experiencing shock. She regains consciousness from time to time and can hear us but is not able to remain fully conscious." "Alpha, did something happen that caused her to fall into this state?" Mia questioned Reuben, who remained silent, obviously never disclosing my nightmare to anyone. "Could it be that she grew scared witnessing the Shine Moonpack being attacked?" Ella pointed out. "No, that's not the case. Willow is not scared of war or blood." "Everyone, stop assuming things," Reuben sternly remarked, then turned to Mia, asking, "When will she wake up? And why is she so cold and shivering?" "It's a reaction to the sweating. Her skin and clothes are all wet, and the weather in the woods made matters worse," Mia explained. She hesitated before continuing. "Alpha, a good rest will help her a lot, but what?" Impatience was evident in Reuben's voice. "You need to warm her body, or she will be in great danger due to the hypothermia," Mia stated, excusing herself from the room, leaving it in silence for a long while, as if no one was there. Then I'll leave," Oren cleared his throat. "Ella, let's go." "Wait, if we go, then who will take care of Willow?" Ella asked, panicking. "Reuben will obviously do it," Oren replied casually. "Reuben," Ella gasped. "That's impossible. Why? What's wrong with me taking care of Willow?" Reuben raised his eyebrows at her. "Nothing, but you don't need to bother yourself. I am a woman. I will help Willow to the best of my abilities. I have learned a lot of ways to keep one's body warm in this kind of situation." Ella walked closer to the bed. "There's no need. I can do it," Reuben interrupted her. "Taking care of my soulmate is my responsibility. Leave us alone," he remarked, dismissing her. But Ella wanted to say something, but Oren interrupted. "Let's go. We are not needed here." He took her away, then the door was closed. My body grew colder at the thought of Reuben and I being alone in this room, and judging by his scent filling the room, I realized that I was in his room and lying on his bed. After a couple of seconds of silence, "Willow, I know you are cold. I promise I will warm you." Reuben's whisper sent shivers down to my bones. Panicking, I pushed myself to the point that I forced my eyes open. What are you doing?" I stared up at him with hazy eyes. He was already half naked and straddling my thighs. Reuben leaned down to face me and gently pinned both of my hands above my head. "What do you think?" He put his warm body over mine and buried his face in my neck, making me moan. Reuben. I weakly moaned his name. Willow. You can't, I moaned, wanting to squeeze my thighs together to stop the achiness between my legs. But you need me. I lay bare under his body as he watched my naked form with lustful eyes. Still you can't. Why? He growled, pinning my hand about my head again as he hovered over me, looking deeply into my eyes with his obsessive ones. He had barely been controlling his lust and desire. It is your punishment. Upon hearing that, he stared down at me for a couple of seconds. My bare body completely touched him as he lay beside me. We lay facing each other. I am ready to accept every single punishment you give me, he whispered, brushing his lips against mine as he slowly kissed me. As long as I get to have you in the end, I am willing to even die by your hand. Willow. In the gentle embrace of slumber, I languidly shifted, drawing comfort from the delightful warmth enveloping me. It was an embrace so reassuring that I yearned to immerse myself further, to dissolve into its familiar, inviting embrace. Amidst this comforting cocoon, an unmistakable masculine scent mingled with the familiar warmth, wafting up to greet my senses. Gradually, I roused from my somnolent state, my gaze meeting the blurry apparition of Reuben's countenance. With a series of deliberate blinks, clarity seeped into my vision, revealing his peaceful repose. His eyes gently shut, deeply ensconced in slumber. Our faces were in such close proximity that the slightest movement on my part threatened an inadvertent meeting of our lips. Stationary and contemplative, I directed my gaze upward, registering the unfamiliarity of my surroundings. I was in Reuben's bed. How had circumstances conspired to place me in this condition with him? As I tried to piece together the events of the previous night, my mind felt like a foggy puzzle that was missing crucial pieces. However, when my gaze locked onto Reuben's lips, the memories flooded back. I remembered him rushing to the riverbank to rescue me, escorting me back to the sanctuary of the Emerald Bright Pack, then enveloping my cold, shaking form with his warmth. I hesitated, pausing in my recollection as my mind touched upon the segment where he stripped me, leaving me bare as we shared the warmth of his body. My pulse quickened at the recollection of the fervent heat that coursed between us. His lustful eyes held the depths of his desires as he warmed me with his body heat. Just thinking about his self-control from the previous night when it came to his lust for me drew my attention subconsciously to his crimson-hued lips. I found myself compelled to graze my fingertips over my own lower lip, still tender from the lingering imprint of his kiss. He had kissed me, not once but twice throughout the night. Then, to make matters worse, I could not resist it, even though I did not kiss back. After 6 long years, I was once again back in his arms. The memory of our naked bodies, tucked beneath this blanket, brought back the vivid recollection of Reuben's arousal from the previous night, his desire to be intimate with me. Even in the throes of undeniable desire, he refrained from laying a finger upon me after my refusal. His self-control surprised and attracted me for some reason. I couldn't resist the impulse to lift my hand and brush a fingertip over Reuben's eyelashes. The contrast between the Reuben I knew from 6 years ago and the person laying before me now was surprising. How profoundly he had transformed over these 6 years. If this were the Reuben I knew 6 years ago, he would have employed any means necessary to coax my compliance, whether it was pushing me, cajoling me, or manipulating me to have a sex with him. But this time, he accepted his punishment. Sari's voice reverberated within the recesses of my mind, her words resonating with my thoughts. My heart raced hearing her words. Reuben was never one to concede fallibility or entertain the notion of making mistakes, let alone accept a punishment. Yet last night, he acquiesced. He cradled me in his arms, exposed and vulnerable, yet abstained from any sexual advances, embracing me solely to impart warmth upon my chilled form. The boundaries between being a married couple and lovers had blurred for Reuben and I long ago, especially after we learned we were mates. Our naked, entwined bodies throughout the night had become our version of a marriage bed. His whispered, intimate confessions served as our vows. The warmth radiating from his body had woven itself into my very being, creating an addiction that persisted even after 6 years apart. Throughout our time together, there had rarely been a day when we refrained from physical proximity. Our hands seemed to have a mind of their own, seeking each other out instinctively. However, this time, despite the familiarity and history between us, he respected my refusal and kept his hands to himself. It was a departure from our usual closeness, a testament to his restraint and respect for my boundaries at that moment. My fingers, seemingly guided by some subconscious impulse, grazed his long, beautiful lashes. Suddenly his eyes shot open, catching me off guard. Startled, I withdrew my hand, but his swift grip captured my wrist midway. "Where did you learn this bad habit of touching me in sleep, Willow?" His voice, slow and seductive, penetrated the air as his gaze bore into mine. I bit my lip, unable to think of an excuse. I did not know why I touched him either. A small smile appeared on Reuben's lips as he rubbed his nose against mine softly. My face flushed crimson in realization. I'm sorry," I stammered, quickly averting my eyes in embarrassment. Wait a minute, why was I apologizing and feeling guilty for his hardness? Sari suddenly shot me a meaningful look at this thought. As I pondered this, I could not help but wonder, was he awake all along? Had he merely closed his eyes, waiting to see how I would react? Reuben chuckled warmly, pulling me into a tight embrace. "It's all right. You can try out every possible bad habit on me one by one. Your torture brings me pleasure too," he teased, lowering his face to nibble softly on my flushed ear. Unexpectedly, a soft moan slipped past my lips, eliciting a reflexive flinch and a rush of embarrassment. I glanced at him with wide eyes, cursing myself for sounding so needy and explicit. Shit, I hadn't meant to reveal that side of myself. His smile in response to my reaction only deepened the redness stealing over my cheeks. He still knew exactly how to find my weak points, even after all this time. This man, he was intentionally turning me on. I should go," I stammered, attempting to push him away, feeling a surge of panic that he might notice my arousal. "No, you'll get cold," he pulled me back, refusing to release his tight hold on me. Sari got lost in his embrace, relishing the attention of our mate. I, however, felt a conflicting rush of sensations. "I'm really fine now, I should go," I insisted, squirming in his grasp, urgency pushing me to escape the room before things escalated. "Shh!" His sudden movement caught me off guard as he gently pressed me back onto the bed, his body hovering over mine, maintaining the closeness between us. "It's not something you or I can decide, Willow," he murmured, tucking my hair behind my ear. The warmth of his touch sent a shiver down my spine, his gaze locked onto mine, observing my every reaction as our bodies remained intimately entwined. "Then who gets to decide?" I asked, averting my gaze from his, feeling the intensity of his presence, combined with the awareness of every curve and contour that our close proximity allowed him to feel. A knock on the door broke the charged atmosphere as Mia's voice filled the room. "Alpha, it's Mia. You called for me?" Startled, I became acutely aware of our nakedness, feeling like I had been caught in the act while Reuben remained unfazed. "Why did you call her?" I questioned, shooting a disapproving glance at him. Calm as ever, he rose from my body, then from the bed. "Don't worry, the doors are locked," he chuckled, tossing one of his clean white shirts at my head. I looked at his shirt for a second, then realized it was the shirt that I had gifted him for graduation. He still had it? Wear it for now? He playfully ruffled my hair, reminiscent of the way he used to treat me when we first met 11 years ago. My hands paused before I could pull the shirt over my head, the tips of my ears turning red at the familiar gesture. Back when we were together, he had acted like my guardian, treating me delicately, and my feeling couldn't help but be stirred by his nostalgic behavior once again. It made my heart tingle. "Stop it," I began, pushing his hand away and gazed up at him with a serious expression. "I haven't failed to notice how handsy you've been all morning." I gave him a serious look. "Have you misunderstood something? Just because I slept with you last night doesn't mean you can." "Cannot what?" he interrupted, leaning down and silencing me with a sudden, passionate kiss. I gasped in surprise, my eyes widening as he deepened the kiss, leaving me breathless before gently breaking it. "Don't threaten to snatch something away that is already mine, Willow," he whispered, his thumb possessively rubbing my lower lip. His eyes burned with desire as he continued. "You know how easily I am provoked, right? I stared into his intense gaze as my breath caught in my throat, uncertain of his cryptic words. "Put the shirt on. I am opening the door," he stated, withdrawing his hand and heading towards the door. I sat there, buttoning the shirt, still processing the intensity of the moment and meaning behind his words as he opened the door for Mia. "Check her," Reuben ordered Mia, prompting her to approach me. However, my attention was drawn to the wide-open door, through which Ella had passed with another pack member. Her eyes locked on the scene, me in Reuben's shirt with messy bedding tucked around me, and Reuben halfway dressed in front of the wardrobe. She paused abruptly as I witnessed a pinched expression on her face. "How are you feeling, Willow?" Mia's inquiry grabbed my attention. "I'm fine," I replied with a smile, glancing back at the now empty doorway where Ella had vanished. I doubt it," Mia murmured while checking my eyes. "Are you feeling weak?" "Yes, a little," I shyly admitted. Reuben, who had been standing by the wardrobe, immediately glanced in my direction. "Why is she weak?" Reuben frowned, walking back to the bed. "She seems to be skipping meals, Alpha." Reuben's eyes immediately snapped back to me, which I intentionally ignored. He used to become brutishly overbearing when it came to my meals whenever I skipped them. Even 6 years later, I could feel the same intensity in his gaze over the matter. A sense of panic rose in my heart. I felt that if I did not give a proper explanation, allowing Reuben to fully grasp the situation, that he was going to do something crazy over this trivial matter. So I replied to Mia, "I've been engrossed in my designs and projects, so I didn't pay much attention to eating, but let's keep it brief. What needs to be done now?" Reuben cut in, redirecting his focus to Mia. I couldn't help but glare at him. Mia stood up from the bed, answering him. "It's not a serious situation, Alpha. She simply needs to eat properly and rest for a day or two without stressing herself with work or anything else. It would be best for her to stay in bed as much as possible." "That's impossible," I interjected, resisting the idea of being confined to a bedroom. "It is possible, and I will make it happen," Reuben countered. "I will take care of her myself for the next 2 days." "That's great. If the Alpha is going to take care of Willow, then I believe she will be fine. Please excuse me then." Mia exited the room, winking at me before closing the door behind her. Wait, did she get the wrong idea about me spending last night with Reuben? Taking a deep breath, I glanced at Reuben. "What do you mean you will take care of me?" He approached me and explained, "It means you're not leaving this room until you have regained your strength." I stared at him in disbelief. "What are you?" "Don't get out of bed. You need to rest if you want to leave this room. Willow, or is it that you've become addicted to my warmth and want to sleep with me every day?" A playful smile curled at his lips. "Nonsense," I snapped, my cheeks burning. "If not, then obey," he chuckled. "There's no way I can rest. I can pause my work, but I have to take care of Wyatt and Lori," I murmured. "Don't worry about them. I'll take care of our children and everything else," Reuben assured me, sitting on the bed beside me and grabbing an orange for a bowl of fruit. "That you'll take care of the children?" I couldn't help but softly laugh. "You can't handle them. You've only ever been around them while they were being cute. When you experience their mischievous natures, taking care of them like I do, you'll go mad." I shook my head, drawing my legs close to my chest. "Well, I want to go mad," Reuben muttered, his focus on peeling the orange. I paused, sensing the pain in his heart through our mate bond. "I want to see my children's naughtiness and take care of them," he continued, his voice filled with a subdued emotion. He placed a piece of orange gently in my hand. "I want to feel like a father," he confessed, slowly meeting my gaze, his finger hooking with mine. "I want to get back everything I've lost during that last 6 years."
Willow. I want to get back everything I've lost during the last 6 years. My chest was stabbed with the sadness and pain that was in Reuben's heart. I witnessed the love in Reuben's eyes for Wyatt and Lori, aware that there was probably more that I could not see. He did not want to trap them, snatch, or steal them away from me. He just craved their love. I could not even blink to escape the weakness that Reuben had shown me for the first time. "Don't I deserve that much? Willow," he whispered, barely brushing my fingers with his. My heartbeat quickened at his question. He hooked his fingers in mine, entangled our emotions, and reignited our buried passion for each other. His beautiful, soft green eyes were almost begging me to hold his hand as he traveled down this path that he had refused to walk 6 years ago. He silently gazed at me, waiting for a reply, his eyes desperately waiting for my permission. My fingers subconsciously brushed against his fingers as I replied, "As long as you don't hurt them," I murmured. A small smile appeared on Reuben's lips at my unexpected permission as he hooked another finger into mine. My cheeks heated, and I lowered my eyes. I wasn't any more sure as to why I had given him permission that would clearly allow him to get closer to my children, but Reuben's sincerity had convinced me. I never thought that behind that smile and calm demeanor, he hid such pain. "Why did you give me permission?" he asked in a lowly, as I watched his fingertip brushing over mine again. "Did you feel my pain?" I slowly raised my eyes to meet his gentle one. "This is the pain that you earned all on your own 6 years ago, when you rejected our babies, Reuben," I replied, hooking another finger with his. "You can never go back to the past and fix the horrible mistake that you made." Reuben's eyes grew sadder. "I don't know whether you can get back everything that you've lost or not, but since you desire redemption, maybe you will not lose the future." The sadness in Reuben's eyes vanished upon hearing me as he completely hooked my fingers with his, as a small smile played on his lips. "I vow that I will not lose the future," he promised, his happiness revealing the most handsome side of him that quickened my heartbeat again. I slowly pulled my hand back and got out of the bed. I'm going to take a shower. With quick steps, I made my way to the bathroom and locked myself inside without looking back. Leaning against the door, I closed my eyes, feeling Reuben's presence on the other side of the door. I thought he would say something, but he remained mute for a long time, like he knew I was there too. A while later, I heard his footsteps retreating from the door as he exited the bedroom. Moving away from the door, I stepped into the shower, but my mind was filled with only thoughts of Reuben and his words. My heart was still beating faster at his claim of not losing the future. I did not know if what I had done was wrong or right. I was not even sure if my decision would end up giving me more pain or end up becoming just another regret of my life, but at that moment, I followed my stupid heart. I bit my lip and clenched my chest. What the hell was I doing? A while later, an Omega knocked on the door. She had come to deliver my clothes that obviously Reuben had sent to me. I could not help but frown to see my bra and underwear among the pile. That man! Every drop of water on my skin felt sensitive, and this feeling helped distract me. After finishing my shower and getting dressed, I exited the bathroom only to find Reuben sitting on the sofa with his laptop and a delicious breakfast sitting on the table in front of him. He seemed quite serious when he worked. Once he saw me, he closed his laptop. "Come here. Let's eat," he gestured. I quietly sat on the sofa across from him, clearly starving as I had not eaten dinner last night either. To my surprise, my breakfast consisted of a fruit salad, a glass of milk, and half of an omelet. It had all clearly been prepared by Reuben. Like I had predicted, his overbearing button was pushed due to the discovery of my weakness, which was not a big deal. He was taking it as a serious health issue. I glanced at him from the corner of my eye, instantly getting caught by his knowing look. "Do you have anything to say?" he asked, taking a sip of his coffee. Being in no mood for an argument, I just started eating my food that was incredibly delicious, even though it was a simple breakfast. A look of satisfaction crossed Reuben's face at my obedience. As he picked up his fork to eat his omelet, Lori's voice bounced around the room. "Mommy!" She raced into the bedroom. Her hair was down, but she was dressed and seemed to have taken a shower, which surprised me. It was still 8, so how was it that the children had woken up without me going to wake them up, give them a bath, and get them dressed? Lori looked at Reuben and I with big blue eyes. "Come to Daddy." Reuben stretched his arm to her. She immediately raced over to him. "Did you finish your breakfast?" Reuben brushed his thumb on her soft cheek. "Yes, but my brother is still eating downstairs," she replied in a childish voice. "Good," Reuben smiled, pulling Lori up his lap. I blinked at the scene in front of me. Wait, could it be that Reuben went to wake up and dress the children while I was taking a shower? He even fed them and got them ready for kindergarten. "Why were you looking for Mommy?" Reuben sweetly asked Lori. Mommy does my hair for me every day, but she was not in her room, so I came here looking for Mommy. I put my fork back down on the plate with a smile. Come here. I will do your hair. You eat your breakfast, I will do Lori's hair, Reuben remarked, taking a comb and the hair elastic from Lori's hand. You will do it? I was surprised. Yes, I can, he stated proudly, starting combing Lori's hair. Lori, do you want Daddy to do your hair? He asked her. Yes, I do, she nodded happily. Reuben looked twice as happy. I stared at him as he separated her hair into two portions very professionally, then collected one side of her hair. He indeed had some difficulty and stopped a couple of seconds as he recalled something before he continued. Lori sat on his lap, moving and playing with her puzzle. She moved her legs like she always did, but Reuben was too engrossed in the hair to notice. My heart warmed at the sight in front of me. Reuben, he really looked like a father. As this thought crossed my mind, I was surprised at myself. What was I thinking? I continued watching Reuben as he took her cartoon hair elastic bands and finally made two beautiful buns in Lori's hair. I blinked in surprise. She looked absolutely adorable. Did he practice that or something? Done, Reuben grinned happily. My princess is ready for kindergarten, he kissed her cheek. Thank you, Daddy. Lori kissed him back on the cheek, then raced to me for a kiss. Mommy, I am ready. Good, I smiled. Willow, I am here to take children to the kindergarten, Mia shouted from downstairs. Let's go, Aunt Mia is here. I gave Lori a goodbye kiss and got up holding her hand. Daddy, Lori stretched her other little hand towards Reuben. Reuben smiled, taking her other hand as we started walking her out of the room. At that moment, Wyatt was coming towards the hallway. He paused, looking at the three of us with big watery eyes. Daddy only loves Lori. He forgot me. I want to hold hands with Mommy and Daddy, he pouted. Reuben laughed and lovingly rubbed his head. Daddy loves both Wyatt and Lori. That's why we were coming to get you. Now quick, hold your sister's hand, he gestured to Wyatt. Wyatt's face lit up as he quickly joined us. The children were sandwiched between us while I held Wyatt's hand and Reuben held Lori's. Both of them were just delighted over the fact that they were holding hands with Reuben and I. I've always wanted to hold hands with Daddy and Mommy like other kids, Wyatt chippered as he continued talking with Lori. Hearing them, I glanced at Reuben, who was already looking at me. This feeling was so different from anything I had experienced before. We looked like, what a beautiful family. Mia's cheerful voice pulled me out of my thoughts. I looked straight ahead to find her standing by the car, grinning from ear to ear. She shot me a meaningful wink. I rolled my eyes. I knew she had gotten the wrong idea earlier. Eat your lunch and take care of each other, I said to the children. They nodded and got in the car. Then we are leaving. Mia smiled at Reuben and I. Drive safe, Reuben remarked. As Mia got in the car and children began waving their hands at us, I felt someone's eyes on me. It was the same feeling I had that last time that I had lived in the Emerald Bright Pack. My hand paused as I looked around. Once again, there was no one there, but I could feel it, their gaze and insanity. What was this feeling? Bye-bye, Mommy and Daddy. Wyatt and Lori's voices pulled me out of my thoughts. I smiled and waved my hand at the vanishing car until I felt Reuben's chest touching my back. I never knew that sending children off to school felt this good. I want to do it again tomorrow. I looked over my shoulder at him. Why are you telling me? I want you to do it with me. Willow. A gentle brush to my cheek and a hot breath fanning against my face made me slowly open my eyes. Blinking softly, I tried to see everything clearly. A pair of beautiful green eyes appeared in front of my field of vision that did not appear to have gotten even a wink of sleep the previous night and were focused solely on me. I blinked at my position, which was clearly different than when I had curled up on the other side of the bed away from him last night. At the moment, my head was resting on Reuben's arm, our bodies touching, and our faces were an inch away from each other as he stared at me without blinking. Why are you staring at me like that? I asked in a slow voice, looking into his eyes that were brimming with different emotions. He gently tucked my hair behind my ear. You will no longer be staying in this room after today. The mere thought of you leaving makes me restless. I just cannot seem to look away from you for even a second, he whispered, touching my lower lip as he kept his eyes locked with mine. This bed will be empty, and you will not be in my arms anymore. A thick layer of sadness crossed in his eyes. I could not help but silently stare into his eyes. It was indeed my last day in Reuben's bedroom. Yesterday, I felt worlds better due to his taking care of me and making sure I ate properly. He had stubbornly kept me away from my work and handled children on his own too. We spent the whole time together, eating all 3 meals together, spending time with children, and walking in the garden in the evening before we went to bed that night. The last ended what felt like a few minutes ago. Now it was the next morning, which meant it was my last day in Reuben's bedroom. I looked away from his pleading gaze that was clearly asking me to not go. This has to come to an end. You knew that from the beginning. Saying that, I tossed the blanket back and got up from the bed to head to the bathroom. As soon as I took 2 steps, Reuben wrapped one arm around my waist and the other around my chest as he hugged me from behind. "You are so cruel, Willow," he whispered, burying his face on my neck. His pain grated at my heart, though our mate bond. I clenched my nightgown at my side and closed my eyes to control my crazy heartbeat. I opened my mouth and said, while controlling my own emotions, "Let go." My voice was barely above the whisper. Reuben shook his head. "I still have 1 day to spend with you," he murmured in my ear, hugging me tightly. "I will not let you go before that. You are tied to me until then." Captured in his arms, I could not say anything to him. I stood still, listening to his breathing and heartbeat that mirrored my own. Later that day after, I went to my room to get my laptop once Reuben left to deal with some important pack business. There was nothing to do for me in his room alone. I was bored to death, so I sat on the sofa with my laptop and started going through my emails. There were way too many, as I had not checked them for 2 days. Scrolling and ignoring the less important emails, I clicked on my assistant Lola's emails. "Willow, I have arranged a model for you according to your requirements. The model is new to modeling, but trust me, they are perfect. Please check the attachment in the next email." Curiously, I checked the attachment to find the details. Surprisingly, the model was perfect, but Lola had not mentioned their name. Well, I never cared about such things as long as the model would fit my designs. Handling the rest of the details was Lola's job. "Thank you for making the arrangements, Lola. Please send the model here as soon as possible," I replied to her email. The event was growing closer by the day, and I did not have much time in hand to prepare. For hours, I continued to talk with Lola via emails and replied to other emails until someone knocked on the door. "Willow," Mia stood in the doorway smiling. "Hey, come in," I smiled, putting the laptop aside. "I have brought Wyatt and Lori back. They got busy playing with other kids in the pack as soon as they got out of the car. I came up here to chat with you. I am not disturbing you, right?" She made her way inside the room. "No, actually, I am glad you came. I was getting bored. Please have a seat." "Thanks. Actually, I came to see you so that I could share the welcome party date with you. The pack members want to throw the party over the weekend. So please be free that day and please don't refuse," she requested. "All right," I let out a small laugh. "I will definitely come to the party. It will be a good change of pace for Wyatt and Lori too." "Correct," Mia chuckled, but slowly her smile became nervous. Willow, Ella will be there too," she hesitantly informed as she continued to gauge my expression. "It's okay. I don't have any problem with that." I gave her a small smile. Ella was not someone in the pack that they could ignore, so obviously she would be invited as well. At the same time, we were in the same pack, and encounters could not be avoided. "That's great." Mia's face lit up. "Honestly, I cannot bear the tension between you and Ella. It scares me. My poor heart is too weak to handle it. I just want to dance, drink, and enjoy your welcome home party. So please don't change your mind about the party no matter what happens and break my heart." She held my hand dramatically with damp eyes. I rolled my eyes at her theatrics. "I understand, drama queen. I promise, even if there is a storm, I will come to the party," I swore as we both laughed at our own stupidity. "Then I am leaving." She got up from the other side of the room. "I am glad you are perfectly fine now. The Alpha took really good care of you. I wonder what he did to keep you alive during that steamy night," she smiled evilly. Nothing happened. Keep your mind out of the gutter. Really? Then why is your face so red? She smirked. My hands immediately flew up to touch my cheeks that were flaming hot. That's only because the room is hot, I reasoned. Mia laughed. All right, I am not going to tease you anymore. I'm going home. She turned to exit the room. I smiled, watching her leave until she stopped in the doorframe and turned to me. Willow, how did you thank the alpha? Thank him for what? I cocked my brows. Girl, don't you know that he ran to my house in the middle of the night to get me to come check on you the night you were sickest? My eyes widened. Reuben came to get you that night? Yes, I was absolutely petrified to see the alpha at the door, too. The alpha doesn't show up at any pack member's house, but he did when your condition had worsened that night. I checked on you and suggested he use some home remedies to get your body temperature back up. He spent the whole night feeding you medicine, checking on you, and warming you. That's how your condition was stabilized. Mia exposed a truth that I was unaware of. I did not know Reuben had so much for me that night. Then in the morning, he did not breathe a word about any of it. He really went through a lot for you. I even saw a deep cut in his left arm. It would be great if you thanked him, Willow. Mia smiled and left. I sat on the sofa, surprised as my heart raced like crazy in my chest. Why did he? I bit my lip. Reuben. The fire that consumed the Shine Moon Pack territory has finally been put out completely this morning. I am ready to enter the territory with your permission, Bix informed me as I put the Bluetooth in my ear and entered the pack house. Be alert when you enter the territory. Even though it is burnt, we can't take any risks. I have sent Oren to help you, I replied, glancing through the living room window at Wyatt and Lori, playing with the other children in the far garden. Actually, Oren already arrived, but I sent him back some time ago. Why? I frowned, resuming my walk. As soon as we met up, he received a phone call from Blue Heaven Pack's beta. After the incident with the Shine Moon Pack, they changed the date of the Alpha's meeting. The meeting is being moved up to this evening. Oren is on the way to pick you up, Bix explained. Fuck. Frustrated by the news of the meeting, I glanced at my watch. I only had 2 hours at best, and I wanted to spend that time with Willow. I wanted to eat dinner with her, talk to her, look at her, and sleep with her in my arms. My head was ready to explode when this sudden meeting ruined the precious planned time I had with Willow. It was not easy for me to get close enough to kiss her. Never mind get her to sleep in my bed, even though she did not kiss me back. Even if she had her walls up, I was not going to give up. Just as my mind was boiling with anger, a familiar smell entered my nose, instantly calming my mind. My legs immediately walked into the kitchen where I found Willow making the tea that she only ever made just for me 6 years ago. Surprised, I continued to close the distance between the two of us. It did not matter if 1,000 years had passed, I would never be able to forget its smell. She used to make it for me whenever she wanted to thank me. Was she making it for me? Happiness and excitement flooded my entire being. She looked at me and walked closer. Give me your hand. She took my hand in her own, rolling up my sleeve a little to find a deep cut on my wrist that I had gotten 2 days ago at Wade Moon while searching for her. I normally did not bother to heal such trivial wounds. However, Willow's expression changed into one of guilt at the sight of the wound's condition. I pulled my hand away. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. But she took it back, pulling out her beautiful and soft handkerchief. Heal it before it gets any worse, she murmured, wrapping the handkerchief around my wrist. My heartbeat raced like a galloping horse to see her caring for me. She noticed my expression and said dryly, Don't overthink this. I am only doing it due to the fact that you got hurt because of me. I don't want to feel like I owe you, she explained, but it only deepened the smile on my lips. Before I could tease her, I got a mind link. The tea water had yet to boil, so I quickly made my way up to my office so that I could return to have it with Willow. What's the matter, Ella? I hastily entered the office. It is about the treaty papers that we have to review together, she explained. Whatever it is, get on with it quickly. I took the papers from her hand as she pointed out the problems. I answered all of her concerns and pointed out the part that I did not agree with before returning the papers to her. However, She remained standing beside me in the same position. I looked up at her to find her staring at me. Is there something else? I raised my brows. She smiled softly. Yes, actually, Alpha Jones asked me out for a date. I cocked my brows. Why are you telling me? I thought you would want to know. Her voice shook slightly. Why would I? Date whomever you wish, I remarked, straightening some of the papers on my desk. Ella suddenly took a step closer to me. I thought you would be jealous. Why would I? I frowned at her strange behavior. I am your fiancé, she remarked, suddenly touching her lips to mine. My eyes widened. I was totally caught off guard for a second. I love you, Reuben, she confessed. What the fuck? I snapped, pushing her away. Why did she kiss me all of a sudden? That was when the sound of a cup dropping attracted my attention to the door. Willow. My heart was in my throat at the sight of her standing there. She took a few steps back before turning and running out of there. Fuck. She saw Ella kissing me. She saw everything yet misunderstood it all. So what if she loves me? I grabbed her hair and pulled her face closer to mine. She looked at me with wide, teary eyes, feeling betrayed. Willow. I ran my thumb under her eye where her tears flowed freely. Does it really matter who loves me when you are the only woman that I love? I whispered, looking deep into her eyes. More tears rolled down her cheeks at my confession. What do you mean? Her voice shook. Nothing else matters when we love each other, right? I lifted her chin and kissed her tears away. Reuben has always loved Willow and will continue to only love her until his dying breath, I whispered, nipping the corner of her lips. Can't you trust me this once? Willow. I love you, Reuben, Ella confessed, stabbing a sword right through my entire being. It was a living nightmare to witness Reuben and Ella kissing firsthand. Her body flattened against his, lips pressed firmly against his. All of my strength, sanity, and emotional control immediately abandoned me in that instant, causing the tray to fall from my hand, leaving me miserably smothered. Unable to bear seeing them together, I fled in the direction of my room. Willow, Reuben yelled, chasing after me. I put my hand over my mouth to stifle any noises that might escape, my breathing uneven, and my head was spinning, unable to forget what I had seen. They were engaged, soon to be married. Kissing and touching was expected, but a sense of disgust had risen in my very being. Reuben's lips, they were the same lips that he had pressed against mine countless times in the past when we had been together, then once again over the past 2 days. I was the only one that had a claim over them all this time, but now they had been touched by another woman, Willow. When I did not stop, Reuben chased me upstairs. Not wanting to see his face, I just ran inside my room wanting to lock myself in. Before I had a chance to do it, Reuben pushed the door hard, forcing it open. Why are you running? He charged at me, growling furiously, triggering my flight response. Don't do that with me, Willow. He grabbed my arm. Get out! I screamed, pushing him away before he could get any closer to me. I did not want him to see how broken my heart was. I felt betrayed once again, even though I knew that it was wrong for me to feel this way. When I discovered the information about Ella being Reuben's fiancée and their impending wedding, I had prepared for worse when moving into the pack house with Reuben. I had turned my heart to stone so that unnecessary feelings would not get in the way, as this journey was supposed to end at the sacred cave and rejection. However, witnessing that kiss between the two of them was more than enough to steal all the strength that I had managed to accumulate over the past 6 years. Listen to me, he begged, grabbing me tightly by the arms. Let go, I screamed, struggling in his grasp. It is not what you think. Reuben's voice rose as he pulled me closer to his chest. He looked into my eyes with his wolf's eyes and tried to clear up the matter. Whatever you saw was not true. I did not know Ella was going to kiss me. I also did not kiss her back. There is nothing between us. She loves you. I cut him off. Tears threatened to spill over my lashes. I clutched at his chest, dug my nails in, and whispered, Ella loves you. He paused, staring at me as our emotions, specifically my pain, entangled. He loosened his grip on my arms, only to sink a hand into my hair and pull me closer to himself. So what if she loves me? He asked in a very deep voice. My eyes widened at his words. How could you take Ella's confession so lightly? She even kissed you. I choked on my words, unable to say more. He brushed that kiss aside like it was a normal thing. Or could it be that it was not the first time the two of them had, after all, they had been together for 6 years? The way Ella had confessed to him with a kiss, it did not seem like it was her first time doing something like that. Another blow was delivered to my wounded heart. I was unable to hold back my tears any longer. Willow. Reuben ran his thumb under my eye where my tears flowed freely. Does it really matter who loves me when you are the only woman that I have ever loved? He whispered, looking deep into my eyes as if he were reading my mind. Does it really matter, More tears rolled down my cheeks at my confession. What do you mean? My voice shook. Nothing else matters when we love each other, right? He lifted my chin and kissed my tears away. Reuben has always loved Willow and will continue to only love her until his dying breath, he whispered, wrapping me in his arms. Can't you trust me this once? I closed my eyes, the tears continuing to escape as I listened to his frantic heartbeat. Trust, that was something that I had done all my life. That was something I had put completely into only my soulmate until that one word turned into a form of abuse. I can't forget. My voice was barely above a whisper. I can't forget what I saw. Reuben pulled away from me a little to look at me. I can't forget you and Ella. I could not bring the word kissing to my lips. So that's your answer? With our gazes locked, I watched Reuben's heart break the same as mine. The only difference was I could shade tears while he was drowning in them, yet did not shed a single one. The last 2 days of our being together had been a dream that was coming to an end in this way. Reuben, Oren's voice broke into the room as he stopped in the doorway at the sight of Reuben and I. He read the room right away, understanding that this was not a pleasant situation, and said in a lowered tone, "We have to leave for the Alpha meeting right now," before he immediately turned to leave. Reuben never broke eye contact with me the entire time. Once Oren left, he loosened his grip on my hair and body, then took a step back, his gaze fixed on the tears still rolling down my cheeks unchecked. A pregnant silence fell between us, the only sound our heartbeats echoing in the room as he stared at me for a couple more seconds with dim green eyes before he turned to follow Oren. Watching his back vanish in silence left my heart cold and lonely. My legs could not support me anymore, and I sank to the floor. The sound of Reuben's car driving away from the front yard was the last thing that my ears registered. Sitting alone in my room, I just closed my eyes and sobbed. Blue Heavens Pack, the Alpha meeting. What the fuck? The tension in the conference room surged as an Alpha's booming voice reverberated off the walls. Other Alphas, their faces contorted in frustration, exchanged worried glances. You think that I traveled all this way just to listen to some absurd theory about magic and spells being behind these attacks? The Alpha continued, his eyes blazing with intensity. His words hung heavily in the charged atmosphere, challenging anyone to dismiss his concerns. A rival Alpha, equally incensed, shot back. You're always going against the tide. 3 entire packs have been systematically wiped out, consumed by flames in a single night. If dark magic is not at play, then what the hell is it? Explain that. Tension crackled in the room as the debate intensified. I agree. One Alpha, exasperated by the notion of magic, lashed out sarcastically. If it is not magic, then did the entire pack just decide to bury themselves or sprout wings overnight? Supporters of the magic theory snarled in frustration, while those who dismissed it grew even more infuriated. Oh, they must have sprouted wings indeed. Or are you suggesting that the witches have broken their sacred treaty with werewolves and are now attacking us? Retorted another Alpha, their voice dripping with disbelieving anger. Nonsense. The witches wouldn't dare betray us like that. A different voice firmly interjected. That's right. You're just trying to pass blame on the witches by talking about magic. But maybe you're the real traitor here, betraying your own kind, accused another Alpha, their allegations sharp and accusatory, aimed like an arrow at the heart of the debate. Tensions reached a breaking point as accusations flew across the room like gunfire in a war zone. What the fuck did you just say? One Alpha barked, their voice dripping with anger and disbelief. Are you seriously accusing us of being murderers? Another Alpha shot back, their tone laced with indignant fury. The meeting devolved into a clash between the two factions of dominant and aggressive alphas. Each side was locked into a battle of words with the other. The atmosphere was thick with suspicion, amplified by the recent devastation that had seen 3 packs within the werewolf community being completely wiped out. Oren's frustration spilled over as he sat by the riverside, frowning at what he was hearing from the far. "They're a hot mess. It's utterly idiotic. It might just be better if they all got wiped out," he grumbled, not wanting to listen anymore to the tumultuous meeting. "This meeting is going nowhere. I doubt there'll be any real resolution," he lamented, lighting a cigarette, his gaze fixed on me. After receiving no response from me for a long time, his unease only increased. "Reuben," he called my name again, observing me closely. "I know you didn't come here to be part of this mess, but to show respect to the Blue Heavens Pax Alpha. You haven't even taken a seat at the meeting. Instead, you have been standing out here since you arrived." He noted, then glanced towards the handkerchief that was neatly wrapped around my wrist that I had been staring at the entire time we had been there. Concern etched on his face. He voiced his concern. "Something happened between you and Willow, didn't it? Did you two fight? I don't understand. Everything was going so well over the past 2 days, right? Why was she crying?" Rising from his seat on the stone, he walked over to stand beside me. "Talk to me, Reuben. You've been silent ever since you left Willow's room at the pack. It's painful to see you like this, holding in your wrath and turning mute," he implored, worry evident in his voice. The soft, pristine white fabric held my unwavering attention, its surface marred by a faint trace of my blood. Memories of Willow's concerned gaze and the image of her gently wrapping it around my wrist played on an endless loop in my mind. Yet, those recollections were swiftly replaced by the haunting image of her tear-filled eyes, etching themselves repeatedly into my thoughts. "Ella kissed me, and Willow saw it," I finally revealed, my gaze still fixated on the handkerchief, unable to tear my eyes away from it. "Ella did what?" Oren's shocked voice pierced the air, nearly a shout as it shattered the prevailing silence between us. The weight of Willow's heartbreak lingered heavily in my heart as I whispered, "Willow says she can't erase the image of Ella and I kissing. She misunderstood my relationship with Ella. Instead of fixing things, I've only earned more hatred from her." "Fuck!" Oren's expletives slashed through the air, his anger palpable as he moved closer to me. "Reuben, you have to come clean to Willow," he suggested desperately. "Tell her the truth about 6 years ago." My gaze hardened. "No," I responded sharply, adamant in my stance. His frustration surged. "If you keep hiding the truth, she'll keep blaming you, seeing you as the man that betrayed her. I can't stand watching you suffer again without her like I did 6 years ago. If you won't tell her, then I will." "Don't you dare utter a word of it to Willow, Oren," I growled, my wolf's eyes locking onto him without a bit of mercy. "She doesn't need to know a damn thing about the past 6 years." It was my final warning, a boundary I wouldn't allow him to cross. Reluctantly, he averted his gaze, conceding defeat, but the stifling anger hung heavy in the air as he grappled with the weight of our shared history. Taking angry, heavy breaths, I lit a cigarette, losing my control over my wolf. I desperately wanted to kill someone. The incessant bickering among the foolish alphas grated on my nerves, pushing my patience to its limit. Just as I contemplated silencing a few noisy throats to quell my rising frustration, a piercing shout shattered the tense atmosphere. "Rogues!" The word echoed through the clearing, a jolt of alarm coursing through every alpha engaged in the heated arguments. All eyes snapped to the surrounding forest as figures emerged from the darkness, rogues pouring forth to encircle the top-ranking alphas of the werewolf world. The invasion of these renegade wolves threw the entire gathering into chaos, catching everyone off guard and plunging the scene into a state of certain panic. "What are these disgusting creatures doing here?" spat an alpha in revulsion, dismissing the rogues with disdain. His contempt, however, was swiftly stifled by the realization of their rapidly increasing numbers, far beyond the norm for a typical rogue group. In a moment of dreadful understanding, another alpha exclaimed, "Damn it! Is this another orchestrated attack meant to wipe out all the alphas in one fell swoop?" The curse hung in the air, a harbinger of impending chaos, as the once serene river began to darken with spilt blood, staining the lands of the Blue Heavens pack crimson. With alarming speed, every alpha transformed into their wolf forms, their instincts shifting into a relentless killing mode, an unstoppable force in the face of the encroaching threat. However, the enemy had arrived armed with surprises. As Reuben and I stood by the riverbank, observing the chaotic battle unfolding before us, his frustration boiled over. "Damn it, how many of them are there?" He hissed through clenched teeth, his gaze fixed on the relentless stream of rogues emerging from the woods. Their numbers seemed to swell, exceeding the count of those being taken down by the alphas. How the hell did they pluck up the nerve to infiltrate a territory teeming with dangerously powerful alphas? Oren's thoughts ran wilder with each passing seconds. Don't tell me these damn rogues are behind all these mysterious attacks, that they are the ones wiping out werewolves' packs. Reuben growled with a tinge of aggression, his eyes locked on the relentless advance of the rogues as they finally converged on the riverbank where we stood. Reuben's transformation into his wolf form was swift. He lunged into the rogues at lightning speed, choosing offense over defense. His killer instinct took over as he tore into the ranks of the rogues, dispatching them with ruthless efficiency. His ferocity was a sight to behold, ensuring none of the rogues could get close to me as I calmly lit a cigarette, a detached observer amidst the chaos. Despite the relentless assault of the rogues, none of the alphas had fallen thus far. The attackers continued to pour in, their numbers seemingly unending, resembling the relentless rise of the dead clawing their way out of the earth. Strangely, amidst the battle, no fires erupted, a curious absence in contrast to the usual mysterious attacks that plagued the other werewolf packs. Nothing that I had been waiting to see happened. Fuck! There are too many of them. Reuben cursed through our mind link, his brown fur drenched in the blood of our enemies as he leapt to dispatch 2 more rogues, discarding their heads with practiced ease. Exhaustion was creeping in not just for Reuben, but for all the alphas and members of the Blue Heavens pack, who were being pushed to their limits by the relentless assault. Though my attention was drawn to a sudden shift in the dynamics of the battle, a change that didn't escape Reuben's keen eyes either. What the hell is happening? Reuben's voice echoed through our link as he shattered the bones of a few rogues, freezing in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Reuben, tell me that's my imagination. Are these bastards actually abandoning the fights with the other alphas and heading straight for us? His shocked urgency was palpable. A sense of impending doom tinged his words. In the midst of the unfolding chaos, I calmly took another drag from my cigarette, listening to Reuben's words through the mind link. As the rogues advanced, their predatory steps closing the distance between us, they inexplicably bypassed Reuben as if he were an invisible entity in their midst. Reuben, clearly taken aback by this turn of events, swiftly shifted back into his human form, standing among the group of rogues without any harm. His eyes met mine. Surprised confusion etched on his face as he tried to make sense of this latest unexpected development. I remained unmoving in the same spot I had been in since arriving, an observer to the strange phenomenon, the cigarette in my hand slowly burning as the tension in the air thickened with uncertainty. Why are they only coming to you? Reuben's face drained of color as he witnessed the rogues coming to a halt in front of me, fixating their yellow-eyed gazes on me with an unsettling intensity. His voice held a mixture of concerned confusion, contemplating whether this attack was somehow linked to me. They seem attracted to you for some reason, Reuben. Could it be that this attack took place because of you? Reuben muttered in bewilderment, his eyes meeting mine as he searched for answers. However, what he found was a smile playing on my lips, directed at the rogues gathered before me. I dropped my cigarette to the ground and smiled. Now this is interesting. Bix. I felt it again. That unsettling sensation surged within me once more, a constricting weight seizing my chest, rendering every breath a struggle. Each step faltered, sickness knotting my stomach as an undeniable sense of wrongness permeated the air. Something wasn't right. Did something happen to... I shook my head to brush these feelings of paranoia away, but it did not help. By inquiring amongst the pack members, I discovered that Reuben and Reuben hadn't returned to the pack grounds yet. Their lingering absence since the previous night and being unreachable by phone when I had called was worrisome. Having just returned a moment ago after being within the Shine Moon Pack's territory overnight, I kept track of the timing of the Alpha meeting. Reuben and Oren were expected back late last night, so how come they were not here yet? Reuben loathed prolonged stays away from the pack unless it was a dire situation. It seemed improbable that he'd have agreed to the Blue Heavens Pack's hospitality, particularly with Willow staying in the Emerald Bright Pack. Ella had been unresponsive to my calls since last night. What had occurred during my absence? As I entered the front yard of the pack house, I glimpsed Ella passing across the clearing. "Ella," I called out, hastening toward her. "Why haven't you been answering my calls?" I inquired, noting the dark circles under her eyes and their puffiness. "What's happened?" I furrowed my brow, lifting her chin to meet my gaze. Her eyes held a faint redness and a lifelessness that deeply unsettled me. "Have you been crying? Who caused you pain? I'll make them regret it." Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke in a hoarse voice. "I confessed my feelings to Reuben," she sobbed, burying her face in my chest. Ella's confession struck me like a spring blizzard, despite being aware of her feelings for Reuben. The revelation froze my heart, though her distraught state already hinted at the outcome of her admission. Reuben must have brutally rejected her, or worse. I put my hand on her back. "It's okay," I began, but before I could offer further support, a gust of air surged past me, violently thrusting Ella away from my embrace. It was Oren. "What the fuck did you do?" Oren's voice thundered, his intensity hinting at a primal rage. He loomed over Ella, a threatening presence poised to tear her apart. Oren. Shock engulfed me as I beheld his bloodied form. A moment of blankness swept over my mind. How had he ended up in such a state? Despite his towering 6-foot figure, he bore evident wounds, scratches, and other signs of a savage attack, yet he stood resolute, fixing Ella with a menacing glare. Ella winced in discomfort, the force of Oren's grip on her arm pulling me back to the present. "Oren, let her go," I interjected, quick to intervene and easing his grip on Ella's arm. I shielded her as she wept. "Why are you yelling at her?" I demanded. "Because she kissed Reuben." Oren's growl pierced the air, his glare directed at me. "What?" The mention of a kiss froze me in place. I turned to Ella, who stood, gaze fixed on the ground. "You kissed Rue." "Yes, she kissed Reuben. And you know what else?" Oren took a step closer, locking eyes with me. "Willow witnessed the entire thing," he revealed, a smug of dried blood marking his temple. I stood there mute, anticipating the inevitable misunderstanding that must have plagued Reuben and Willow due to Ella's actions. Reuben, I could not begin to predict how insane he must have gone. Their bond was already fragile, but she... Oren clenched his jaw, edging closer to Ella once more. "Oren, no," I gripped him firmly, preventing any regrettable actions from coming back to haunt him later. Oren's usual demeanor was serene, akin to a tranquil river, but when provoked, he transformed into a raging beast. Containing his fury was a daunting task. Some likened him to a psychopath, second only to Reuben. "Oren, please calm down. First, tell me what happened to you. Why are you wounded and where is Reuben?" I attempted to redirect his focus, yet Ella unexpectedly spoke up. "It's not as if you were unaware of my feelings for Reuben." Ella's voice trembled with emotion as her words pierced the tense air. "What did you just say?" Oren halted his struggles in my grasp, reduced to a low growl directed at Ella, while I also turned my gaze toward her. Why did she have to say that in front of him at this moment? "I've loved Reuben for years. What harm did I do by confessing and kissing him? After all, I'm his fiancée," she spoke, biting her lip, her gaze meeting Oren's intense stare. "What you call love is nothing more than a betrayal," Oren snapped, wrenching free of my grasp. "You claim to have loved Reuben for years. How's that possible? Wasn't Willow the first to fall for him? How dare you set your sights on your best friend's lover? You've not only betrayed Willow, but Reuben as well. Seeing that he has only ever seen you as a friend and nothing more." Oren's words dripped like venom as he confronted Ella head-on. "Let me make one thing clear, Ella. You're not the only woman attracted to Reuben. There are many within this pack alone. Does he need to respond to every admirer? Just because he hasn't, did that prompt you to act shamelessly and kiss him?" You kissed a man that has a soulmate and 2 children. You shouldn't even begin to think that Reuben noticed the affection in your eyes all this time, because that selfish bastard can't manage to see beyond Willow. He's blinded by love. So don't weave some twisted fantasy that he noticed your love and just didn't acknowledge it, giving you false hope. Reuben never saw you as a woman, Ella. Not even before Willow came into his life. He's not responsible for anything concerning you. You claim to be his fiancée, so does that excuse your actions towards him? Oron laughed bitterly before continuing. You don't even want to get me started on the pathetic fiancé facade. You're the one that knew your relationship only existed on paper and accepted it 6 years ago without a fuss. Reuben never gave you the slightest bit of hope. He always kept this situation crystal clear from his end. He was well aware of the messed up game your uncle played 5 years ago, yet he gave you the benefit of the doubt all these years. Though as it turned out, you ended up being the one to clutch at his hand when only a finger was extended. Everything about your supposed love for Reuben or the act of kissing him was wrong of you. Oren's bark cut through the air, causing Ella to flinch in horror. Those damned marriage papers, that binding spell that was forced on him, shackling you around his neck. Everything is. Oren, that's enough, I yelled, tightly gripping his arm, feigning a private conversation to deter his outburst. Why? Does it hurt when she cries? Oren's glare intensified, drawing closer to my face. Stop it, I growled at him. Why? Are you angry at me? He chuckled. Don't provoke me, Oren, I cautioned. Why, do you want to kill me? He leaned dangerously close. Why not do it now and be done with it, Bix? He whispered. Stop it, I roared, shoving him away and landing a powerful punch to his mouth. He made no effort to evade my blow, instead accepting it. Ella gasped in shock, while my hand trembled, the one that had struck Oren, faltering at the sight of his wolf's piercing gaze fixed on me. His hair was down, covering his forehead like always, yet I felt ensnared by the radiant intensity of his wolf's eyes lurking beneath the shadows. The sight of blood at the corner of Oren's mouth combined with his eyes jolted me back to reality. What had I done? I shouldn't have raised my fist against Oren, knowing well he'd never retaliate. I shouldn't have. Enough, the both of you. A commanding yet subdued voice that was unmistakably Reuben's pierced the tension. Looking past Oren, I spotted Reuben leaning nonchalantly against the car, smoking. His condition looked far worse than Oren's. He'd been observing the 3 of us in silence all along. Reuben. Love and friendship had been the essence of my life. The sight of Oren and Bix at odds, a rarity over the past 8 years, was unbearable. Stop this before I toss the both of you over the pack's cliff, I muttered, crushing the cigarette under the heel of my shoe. They remained fixated on each other, enveloped in an eerie silence that gripped the surroundings until another voice shattered the stillness. Alpha, Mia's entrance into the clearing, her loud shout grated on my already frayed nerves. Pissed off and battling a pounding headache, I turned my gaze toward her, causing her to flinch and freeze in place. What's the matter? I inquired in a hushed tone. Willow. At the mention of Willow's name, my attention sharpened, and Dex's voice echoed in my mind. What about Willow? Mia took a deep breath before responding. I can't find her anywhere in the pack, she exclaimed. What the hell does that mean? My eyes instantly darkened. What about Wyatt and Lori? When I went to pick them up for kindergarten this morning, they were missing too, she stuttered. The news made my mind go blank. The children were missing, and Willow too. Did she? My sanity snapped like an overextended thread. How did she disappear? I roared, any trace of composure I had shattered. Mia screamed in fear, stepping back while Ella flinched, gripping Bix's hand tightly. Reuben. Bix's voice held a tinge of panic as they watched my wolf taking over, their fearful eyes fixed on the blood trickling from various injuries on my body, flowing more steadily with every passing moment. Reuben, stay still. You are losing a lot of blood. They both attempted to approach me, seeking to stop whatever was happening, but I turned my gaze around. Where's Willow? Did she run away? I repeated the question, my mind grappling with the possibility of her taking advantage of my absence to escape with the children. Her words echoed in my mind. I can't forget Ella and you. My heart skipped a beat, remembering her tearful confession. She was hurt and resentful toward me. She didn't want me. She abandoned me once more. No, this couldn't be happening. "Willow," I roared, my voice echoing through the clearing. She couldn't leave me. I couldn't lose her. "Search for Willow before Reuben does something insane." Oren's urgent yell pierced the air, the entire area becoming a frantic game of hide and seek. I stood alone in the clearing, my eyes desperately searching for her. Willow! If I couldn't find her, if she escaped, I was going to annihilate every living thing I possibly could. Then I was going to end myself until Reuben. She came to stand in front of me. "Mommy, where's Daddy?" Lori inquired again while munching on her dinner. I'd lost count of how many times she'd asked by now. "Daddy didn't play with me this evening or join us for dinner. Where is he, Mommy?" Wyatt blinked up at me, his captivating green eyes filled with curiosity. Every day after returning from kindergarten, I'd serve them lunch. Then they'd head off to play with the other pack kids. Typically, once they finished playing with the other children, they'd seek out Reuben. He'd indulge them in any game they desired. Then we would eat dinner. But today had been different. I hadn't realized how quickly they'd grown attached to Reuben. When they returned from kindergarten and didn't find Reuben in any of the usual places, they started missing him terribly, asking about him every few minutes. Mia stood by the dining table, worry etched on her face. Reuben had collapsed in the clearing earlier due to significant blood loss. The doctors had tended to him throughout the afternoon, stabilizing his condition. He was now out of immediate danger but remained unconscious and was resting upstairs. Of course, I couldn't divulge the details of his injuries to the children. "Daddy's busy with work." I gently wiped both of their little mouths while simultaneously managing a smile. "Now, don't keep Aunt Mia waiting. She's here to take you both home with her. Hurry along." "Let's go, kids. There are treats waiting for you in my fridge," Mia cheerfully announced. The children nodded eagerly and dashed towards Mia, excitedly waving goodbye to me. "Don't worry. I'll take care of our little alphas. You take care of the alpha," she winked at me mischievously. "Good night." I rolled my eyes, accompanying them to the front yard and watching until they disappeared from sight. Mia had proposed that the children spend the night at her place to steer clear of their inquiries and divert their attention from Reuben. Seeing no harm in the idea, I agreed to it. Just as I was about to head back into the pack house, a cluster of doctors exited a house in the distance, grabbing my attention. If memory served me right, that was Oren's residence. Mia had mentioned that Oren's injuries mirrored Reuben's, being equally as severe. I clenched my lips, feeling concerned, and opted to check on him. Oren resided in a lavish house that exuded wealth and opulence. Truthfully, no one within the Emerald Bright Pack struggled financially. Specifically, Oren and Bix had both been born with silver spoons, inheriting numerous businesses and possessing significant wealth. They were billionaires in their own right. The door to Oren's house was unlocked, but I refrained from knocking, not wanting to disturb Oren's rest. However, my steps halted by the window of his bedroom, where I spotted Bix seated beside an unconscious Oren, sitting vigil. Despite bearing cuts and wounds, Oren's handsome face appeared serene, while Bix's countenance remained sharp, like an irritated snake. I had heard that Oren lost consciousness in the woods during his search for me, and Bix had brought him back on the back of his wolf. Initially, I believed little had changed in the Emerald Bright Pack over the last 6 years. However, after overhearing the heated exchange between Bix, Oren, and Ella in the clearing that morning, and learning about Ella's uncle's involvement in their marriage treaty, I realized I had missed a lot. Oren's fury over Ella's audacious advances toward Reuben, coupled with the revelation that Reuben had set boundaries with Ella from the start, that despite them she still referred to him as her fiancé, confessed, and kissed him, that left me bewildered. The complexities deepened with Bix's evident dislike toward me. It was not like he liked me much in the past. Actually, his personality was not that amazing, so he sounded rude even though he was a good person at heart. Even when taking all this into consideration, I sensed that his reasons for disliking me now ran far deeper. It was something profound that I had yet to uncover. Seeing that Oren's condition was stable, I resolved to depart without drawing Bix's attention, aware that he wouldn't appreciate my visit. Yet, as I arrived at the front yard of the pack house, I noticed Ella standing there, staring at the door. It seemed she wanted to go in but did not dare to. Our eyes briefly connected as I walked past her toward the door, treating her presence as if it didn't register. "I thought you'd fled," she suddenly murmured, her voice barely audible. My hand paused on the doorknob as I turned toward her. "Why would I run away?" I countered. "I love Reuben and I kissed him too," she disclosed. "That alone isn't reason enough for me to flee," I responded, noticing the surprise in her eyes. "Not enough." She took a step forward, puzzled. "Then why did you bolt that day when you saw us kissing? Weren't you hurt?" I began, slowly approaching her. "The kiss and your confession from that day will always linger in my memory. After all, it was disgusting. Though to be clear with you, never once did I consider running away, no matter how much pain I was in." "Why?" "You kissed and confessed to Reuben, fully aware that I was standing by the door of his office." I halted a hand's breadth from her. Ella's eyes widened. I had rendered her speechless. I had taken a shot in the dark, yet her expression confirmed my suspicion. Simultaneously, she didn't know I had been among the trees, concealing my scent and listening in to their conversation yesterday. Oren had said that Ella was forcefully shackled around Reuben's neck, and Reuben never gave her hope, making everything clear from his end. Those words were not ready to leave my mind. Let's say I was aware that you were standing there, but you can't disregard that I kissed Reuben. I know you aren't one to willingly share your possessions. Once shared, you'd discard it and never look back. Reuben is your soulmate, now tainted by me. Won't you feel tainted every time he kisses you? How can you not let him go now?" she questioned. "You seem to know me quite well," I smiled, but my eyes remained emotionless, "but not as well as you think." Without a glance back at her, I turned toward the pack house, closing the door firmly behind me. "Ella has changed," Sari's voice echoed in my mind. "Or maybe I never really knew her at all." I replied to Sari. She nodded. Over the past few days, Sari had started conversing with me again, like she had in the past. I didn't understand why, but she had become active in my mind. Having her back made me feel complete. The pack house felt so quiet without the children around. Filling a pitcher with water, I made my way upstairs. As I walked toward Reuben's room, the realization struck that we were alone. Despite the doctors having tended to him, they left abruptly, leaving me to care for Reuben. However, they said he would be unconscious for a couple of hours and would need a lot of rest, so I hadn't entered his room since evening. Cautiously entering his bedroom, I noticed the lights were off and the moonlight softly illuminated the space, but the bed was empty. Where could he have gone? Scanning the room, my gaze fell upon Reuben, seated by the window. His upper body was enveloped in bandages, concealing deep wounds and marks underneath. With a cigarette held between his fingers, his entire form glistened in the moon's light, almost as though he were bathing in it, while his piercing green eyes remained fixed on me. Despite his injuries, he remained as strikingly handsome as ever. He started moving as soon as he woke up, I mused silently in my mind. An alpha's remarkable healing ability couldn't be underestimated, especially his. "Where were you?" he asked, his expression inscrutable. "I went outside to see the children off. They're staying overnight at Mia's place," I responded, stepping further into the room. "Not now, but earlier. Why couldn't we find you in the pack? Where did you go?" As he inquired, I remembered a moment that he lost control, screaming my name. The intensity in his eyes lingered vividly in my memory. It felt as though if he had caught me running away at that moment, my fate would have been to be tied to his bed, naked, and moaning a fate he had ominously promised me last time. I went to pick berries for the children in the forest after personally dropping them off at kindergarten. I left a note for Mia on the living room table before I left the pack house, but she didn't notice it. I was aware that he had presumed that I had run away. When I had appeared before him in the clearing, he stood there, unmoving, stunned by my presence, not even registering the handful of berries I held, while I was terrified at the sight of his bloodied head, the cuts, the wounds, and the torn-apart chest that incessantly bled. He had blacked out due to severe blood loss in my arms. Approaching him, I gently took the cigarette from his hand and put it out. The doctor advised against smoking or drinking until you've recovered, I stated in a calm tone. Surprisingly, he remained silent, observing me as I placed the pitcher down and collected the prescribed medication from the doctors. Unfortunately, the table was positioned near the window where he sat, and I could feel his penetrating gaze fixed on me. Under the weight of his intense stare, my hands grew weak, and the silence became unbearable. I felt compelled to break it, so I inquired, "How did you sustain such severe injuries?" Some folks dropped by for a game. His voice was low, almost gravelly. He clearly didn't want to elaborate. "You didn't seem inclined to join them," I remarked softly, avoiding direct eye contact. "Yes, they weren't following their own rules and attempted to steal something from me. So I put an end to their game," he replied. I sensed a deeper meaning behind his words. Were they thieves? What had they stolen from him? "These pills should be taken on an empty stomach," I informed him, handing over the medication while avoiding his gaze. As I reached for the pitcher to pour water into the glass, he spoke up. "Do you think I'm tainted?" His question halted my movements. Realizing he had overheard the conversation between Ella and I, when I did not reply, he drew me closer, still seated by the window. "Would you feel dirty if I kissed you?" The clatter of medicine being dropped on the floor resonated amidst our breaths. My eyes finally locked on his like he wanted. "Would you stop kissing me if I said yes?" I asked. "I need to die and be reborn. Then maybe I can give it a thought," he replied without breaking his possessive eye contact. I was not surprised by his crazy words. "When you get what you want, then why ask me?" I challenged him. "I'm still unsure why you didn't run away." His hand inched closer to my waist, while his unwavering gaze rooted me in place. I blinked, staring at him in silence. I did not answer Ella earlier, but in reality, if Reuben had kissed Ella back, I would have run away from Reuben as if the hounds of hell were chasing me. Even if it would have cost me my life to escape from his cage, I would have run. The events with Ella and Reuben had left me shattered and bewildered, stirring emotions I shouldn't have been feeling. It was unsettling. I shouldn't have been affected this deeply. It affected me more when Reuben's claim of not liking Ella seemed truthful to me, and he wanted me to trust him. In truth, my feelings toward Reuben were now uncertain. It frightened me because Sari was no longer within my control. A sudden surge of heat coursed through my body as if I were burning. Fearful, I pulled away from Reuben, staring at him with wide eyes. What had just happened? Reuben furrowed his brow as I withdrew from him, leaving his hand hanging in the air. "You haven't answered my question," he pressed. His voice sparked something within me, making me unusually sensitive. I struggled to shake off the sensation clouding my mind. I'm already leaving in 3 months, so why would I run?" I replied, taking a step back, fearing that if he came any closer, my body might betray me. "What did you just say?" Reuben's eyes darkened at my words, his demeanor shifting with obsession. Seeing him approach, I swiftly turned and fled his room, rushing to lock myself in my own. My body felt as if it were aflame. Hurrying to my table, I grabbed 2 pills and swallowed them in haste. "There's no way it is what I think it is." Reuben. I knew that I was an obsessive bastard, paranoid, and sometimes psychopathic. Well, most of the time if I was being completely honest, especially whenever the matter was related to Willow, then my dark side crept out from the depths. That was the real me that I never tried to hide. I was never ashamed of my personality. However, I wanted to believe that this time my dark side was not kicking in and making me believe lies. Neither was I overthinking, nor was I misunderstanding that. Willow was avoiding me. I scratched the wall next to the window where I stood watching Willow driving away from the clearing with Wyatt and Lori. For the past 3 days, she had been dropping children off at kindergarten on her own. When she returned, she would immediately go for a morning run, vanishing into the woods until children's return. After feeding them lunch, she would go to Mia's place with her laptop for hours and only return when it was time for dinner, only to lock herself in her room before I could return from work. I could hardly catch a glimpse of her these days. Not once did our eyes lock, even if we accidentally bump into each other due to the children. She would just spare a glance in my direction. I had been watching the same cycle for the past 3 days. First, I tried to reason with myself that I was being paranoid over nothing. After today, I could finally conclude that she had been avoiding me. I could clearly tell that it all started that night when she suddenly pulled away from me. She looked like she had been provoked by my touch for some reason. I couldn't help but glance down at my hand. I was sure my greedy hands had not made any bold move to her that night. So why had she looked frightened? I had touched her countless times, so why was she behaving like this? Could it be that she did not want to be touched by us? Dex growled lowly in my head. That's why she is maintaining her distance by avoiding us. The corner of my lips twitched bitterly. I had yet to forget her claim to be leaving in 3 months. That girl, she seemed to be really working hard on her plan to escape from me. If she only knew that it did not matter whether it was 3 months or 30 years, she was never leaving. How long are you going to hold that cigarette? Are you planning to give up smoking? Bix's voice came from behind me. He was seated on one of the chairs in my office, sipping wine as he went through the photos that had just come in. Willow said not to smoke until my injuries finished healing. I tossed the packet of cigarettes in one of the drawers, ignoring Oren and Bix's surprised gazes. They were well aware of my addiction to cigarettes. After Willow left me, cigarettes had become the surest way that I could use to calm my mind. You know, she lied, right? Oren asked curiously. I nodded. I know, but I will follow it as long as it is what she wants. I knew she had been lying back then. No werewolf doctor would stop a wolf from smoking, as it would not affect us in the slightest. She simply wanted me to stop smoking. She must be too shy to ask us directly, Dex chirped in my mind. I looked at both of their faces and asked Bix, brushing their expression off, is there any news about Shine Moon Pack's territory? Did you send the samples and other things to the laboratory? I did, but it will take some time for the results to come out. They have to go through a lot of tests and comparisons before they give us the results. However, Bix's expression grew seriously. There is indeed something wrong, just like you suspect, Reuben. There were no dead bodies found, just like the previous attacks, and everything was burned to ash. The strange thing is that even though Shine Moon Pack and Wade Moon Pack share a border, not one attacker entered Wade Moon's territory, not even by mistake. They were all wiped out silently under the cover of darkness. What's more important, I noticed that not even a spark from that fire touched the Wade Moon Pack soil, he pointed out. Indeed, that is very strange, Oren murmured. First, we had been thinking that the attacker was only targeting top-ranking powerful packs, but by wiping out the Shine Moon Pack, which was among the second tier of powerful packs, the attacker's motive is hard to figure out now. I wonder why only werewolf packs are being targeted. The reason seems simple. There is some fucked up brain behind it, just like these fuck-up photos. Bix spoke up dryly, going through the photo of the Blue Heavens pack from the Alpha meeting. The riverbank was covered with the dead bodies and torn limbs of rogues. Everything was painted in red, including the river water where countless wolves' bodies lay. It was indeed a great plan to wipe out all the top-ranking alphas. Thankfully, no alpha died in the attack. However, if the news of this attack got out, then it is going to set off mass hysteria in an already messed-up situation. Unfortunately, some big-mouth assholes could not keep their mouths shut, and now even the small packs have the knowledge of this incident. Oren sighed. More terror has been incited in our world. Now the other alphas are spamming our emails in a panic, requesting Reuben to deal with the rogues, seeing they are also a part of the werewolf community and can be dealt with by using only Reuben's command. Fuck, I agree with those requests. It turns out that those disgusting rogues are behind these mysterious attacks. They are really asking for their own death, right? Bix tossed away the photographs down on the desk in irritation. Let's wipe them out completely and put the end of these fucked mysterious attacks. Oren nodded as they both glanced at me. What do you say, Reuben? I tapped my finger on the desk and glanced at the photos. Even if we wipe out the rogues, these mysterious attacks will continue, I murmured. What is that supposed to mean? Oren frowned. If you look carefully, the 3 previous attacks on the top-ranking packs are unknown and ended in fire where no living or dead were found. However, in the attack at the Alpha meeting, the attacker was known. No Alpha died, the dead bodies were found, and most importantly, the fire was missing, I explained. Oren and Bix both took a second look at the photos with wide eyes. True, the attacks on 3 top-ranking packs seem the work of professionals, and the attack on Alpha meeting seems unplanned, Oren realized. Unplanned? Do you see the dangerous injuries on your bodies? Especially yours, Reuben. Bix looked at my still bandaged left arm with a bitter frown. Most of my chest injuries had healed, but my left arm was still in the process of mending. It seems like they wanted to eat you or something. I even heard that the rogues were only attacking you. I wonder why. My fingers stopped tapping on the desk as my eyes landed on my left hand that had been bitten by rogues, like it was a delicious piece of meat that everyone wanted to take a bite of. Then my eyes landed on the silky, beautiful white handkerchief that was no longer white, but red with my blood. It was still wrapped on my wrist. I did not know why the rogues were after me, or why they wanted to kill me. I had just killed every piece of shit in the Blue Heavens pack that had come my way. I had released all my pent-up anger on them, then sat on the mountain of dead bodies once I was done. Though one rogue had managed to escape with their life. I clenched my fist, staring at the handkerchief. The rogue escaped, but not empty-handed. They escaped with the half-torn part of the handkerchief. Unknown to me, far off on an unknown piece of land, the escaped rogue walked in the middle of a forest with the torn handkerchief in their mouth. Their paws came to a halt with a dark figure standing in their way. Once the wolf's gaze locked with the dark figures, the wolf's head severed in two, dropping dead in a pool of its own blood. A reflection of a fair, smooth hand with long fingers plucking the torn piece of cloth from the ground appeared in the wolf's dead eyes as the tainted cloth came into the possession of the darkness.
Sky. I had enough. A donkey was treated way better than I was being treated by my own pack. Guarding the borders like a stupid dog day-night, sleeping in an uncomfortable bed, and staring at either the blank wall of the spooky room or out at the woods, fucked with my brain. I had been cut off from the outside world. I was kind of grateful for it, because if my friends would have seen me in this pathetic condition, any reputation that I had would have been left in tatters. There was no way an Alpha's son should be treated so poorly. This pointless punishment would have no meaning if my sexual frustration continued. Then Dad's future grandchildren would never come into the world. So I returned to the pack house, deciding to have a chat with Dad. It did not matter to me if it ended in an ugly argument, a physical confrontation, or him threatening to take away my Alpha position. At this point, I did not give fuck about anything. I believed I had endured enough. The inhuman punishment that I had borne all this time was more than enough, seeing that the pack's papers were back in our possession thanks to Willow. Now that I was here, my dad had to listen to me. I just wanted my freedom back, whether it was by hook or crook. Walking straight ahead, taking long strides with a firm expression, I walked down the hallway towards Dad's office, only to encounter Beta Ken on the way. "Where is Dad?" I stopped him. Ken's eyes carefully swept over my face, taking stock of the injuries that had been left by Alpha Reuben a few days ago. Thanks to my healing ability, my face was healed and had not lost a bit of its handsomeness. However, Ken failed to see any of that. "The Alpha is in his office, but I advise you not to bother him." "Why? You can go in, but I can't?" I frowned bitterly, doubting if this was another one of Dad's punishment for me. "Actually, that Alpha does not seem to be in a good frame of mind, Sky. I have not seen him myself in days, as he has not left his office at all. I don't know how to explain this to you, but if you still want to go in there, I won't stop you," Ken warned before walking away. I continued my journey to Dad's office, ignoring his words. The office door was shut. I had no patience for knocking, so I just pushed the door open. As soon as I entered, the strong stench of cigarettes and alcohol greeted me with their suffocating darkness. "Dad?" Coughing, I used my wolf's eyes to spot Dad sitting in his chair behind the desk. "Why are you sitting in the dark?" Just as I raised my legs to walk closer, my feet pumped into something. Pausing, I looked down at the floor to find numerous empty wine bottles. "Fuck! Did he finish all of these? Was he still alive? Dad?" Stepping over the bottle, I walked closer to my father, only to find his body leaning back in the chair, his eyes closed. "Dad! Why the fuck you are shouting?" He suddenly spoke, startling the shit out of me. "Fuck! I really thought he died. Why the hell are you sleeping here like this? Did you drink all of these wine? You are so loud," he growled in irritation, pinching the middle of his brows, probably due to a headache. "How dare you return here? Get out," he grumbled, his eyes still closed. My eyes blazed with anger. Just as I opened my mouth to begin arguing with him, my eyes landed on the paper on his desk. I picked it up only to realize it was an invitation to an alpha meeting that the top-ranking packs held a few days ago that the rogues had attacked. "Dad, how did you get your hands on this invitation when that alpha meeting was top secret among the top-ranking packs?" I murmured. "Why the hell are you touching my stuff?" Dad suddenly snatched the invitation from my hand. He appeared downright threatening and displeased for a second. He quickly started gathering some other papers that looked like reports that he did not want me to see. Of course, my quick eyes caught a name on one of the reports that sent a chill down to my bones. Blue Heaven's Pack. "Dad, did you know that the Alpha meeting would be attacked?" My voice was low when I noticed that Dad's hand abruptly stopped straightening things. I could not see his expression because his face was tilted downward, yet I felt his aura changing. After a couple seconds of silence, he spoke. "How could I know such things?" He spoke without looking at me as he resumed gathering papers and got up from his chair to leave the office without looking back. "Willow, you?" Letting go of the steering wheel, Mia crossed her arms over her chest as she narrowed her eyes dangerously at me, not bothering to hide her suspicion. "You are hiding from the Alpha, aren't you?" The cappuccino I had just taken a sip of nearly got stuck in my throat, then I nearly spewed it all over the car in surprise. Coughing hard, I grabbed a tissue to whip my lips and looked at still suspicious Mia. "Why do you think that?" "Shit, that means I am correct," she exclaimed. In the Emerald Bright Pack, one could avoid a monsoon but not Reuben. That was exactly what I had been doing. How the hell did I not notice that this was what you had been doing for the last 4 days? You are hiding from the Alpha. Somehow I have become the thief that has stolen Alpha's mate. Won't I be killed? For the past 4 days, I had been tagging along with Mia almost everywhere. We went shopping for my welcome party, chatted a lot about when we were in school. She had been asking me countless questions about my fashion designing career and how I had been doing over the last 6 years. Today, I knew that Reuben was supposed to be in the pack house all day, so there was no way I could stay in the pack house around his aura. So in the late morning, I dragged Mia to the nearby city to buy something, and only returned 6 hours later. However, even though my car was parked in the parking lot at this moment, I had been working on my designs on my laptop with no intention of getting out anytime soon. Mia had nothing to do, so she sat with me as we chatted about random things when I got an email from Lola saying I should expect the model's arrival today. However, observing my reluctance over getting out of the car and going to the pack house before dinner, Mia finally sensed my unusual behavior over the past 4 days and finally linked it with Reuben. "Shit, I really am dead meat now." She started panicking. I rolled my eyes at her wild imagination. "I am not hiding. You could say that, I am avoiding him," I stated as I put my laptop back in my laptop bag, then added, "And don't worry, you will not be killed. If he intended to kill you, then would not have survived until now," I chuckled. Mia let out a relieved breath. "Thank goddess, but why the hell are you avoiding the Alpha?" "No, wait. The other day I saw him looking in your direction. Now I realize you were intentionally ignoring him. I swear the look in his eyes would give anyone nightmares. I advise whatever your reason is for avoiding him, don't test his patience, Willow," she advised in all seriousness. And for some reason I noticed that there was a different level of fear in Mia's eyes when it came to Reuben. Mia had not been my best friend in school like Ella. She had just been my classmate and neighbor that I talked to when we crossed paths, yet back then she had not been this scared of Reuben. The look in her eyes was enough to tell me that she had been triggered by some memories that caused her to speak so seriously. Honestly, I had no idea how Reuben had been doing over the past 6 years, and prior to this I had intentionally avoided conversations about it. When I discovered Ella's uncle's involvement in the marriage contract and everything else that Oren wanted to discuss before Bix stopped him had piqued my curiosity about the past 6 years of Reuben's life. Ella, during the last 6 years, just as I opened my mouth to ask her about it, the whispers of some young women interrupted the two of us. We both looked straight ahead to find some unmated she-wolf drooling and eyeing a passing by Oren. I wish that on my next birthday that the moon goddess will choose him as my soulmate. You are already 20, her friend snapped at her fantasy. So what? Maybe he will take me as his chosen mate. When no one else had lost their hope, then why should I? The group continued arguing when I heard Mia's long sigh. Unfortunately, their dream will never come true. She unlocked the car. Why do you say that? I asked curiously. He already has a soulmate. She let out another deep sigh and got out. Surprised by the news, I followed her out with my laptop bag in my hand. Oren has a soulmate? Who is she? Why is he unmarked? Actually, I don't know about any of that, but years ago a rumor spread around the pack about him finding his soulmate. However, no one knows who the woman was, she revealed as we walked across the parking lot side by side. I blinked at the news and started thinking about Oren's mate as Mia said goodbye and started making her way towards her house only to stop. Hey, I still have your meds, Mia stated as she tossed a small box at my side. Thanks. I raised my hand to catch that box only to see a large hand grab it in the midair before I could. It was Reuben. What kind of meds are these? Both of our faces turned pale at the sight of Reuben holding the med box. They were my heat-preventing medication that I had run out of, which had been the reason we had gone to the city nearby. Mia immediately ran away in fear while I stood in horror, realizing the truly fucked-up situation I had gotten myself into. If Reuben had even the slightest suspicion about those pills, then give that to me. I dashed over to him and tried to snatch the container from his hand. Oh, he immediately raised his hand up over his head. What is the rush? He smirked, wrapping his arm around my waist. As our eyes met for the first time in 4 days, my heart skipped a bit. It was a clear sign to me that I was going into my heat, but I had rarely gone into the heat in the last 6 years, so why was I going into the heat because of Reuben? The heat was supposed to rise between a couple due to love. So how come? Scared by my own thoughts, I stared at Reuben with wide eyes. It could not be happening. What the hell was I thinking just now? Now you are finally looking at me, he whispered, a handsome smile playing on his lips. He rubbed his thumb over my lower lips, greedily eyeing them like he wanted to chew them and suck my blood until I moaned mess in his arms helplessly. A sudden rush of heat overwhelmed my blood like last time, alarming me. You, give that back to me. Give that back, Reuben, I demanded, stretching my arm up to grab it. He kept smiling at me, keeping his hand up and the meds out of my reach until a familiar voice entered my ears. Willow. I paused and glanced to the side to find a familiar face standing in front of me. Walter? What are you doing here? I gasped, pulling slightly away from Reuben. Reuben looked at Walter's wide smile, then back to my wide eyes as I recalled Lola's email from earlier. Wait! There was no way! Walter, don't tell me you are the model. Before I could finish my sentence, Walter pulled me into a tight hug. I finally found you, Willow.
Willow. I finally found you, Willow. I gasped as Walter pulled me into a sudden hug. The heat burning inside me was extinguished as if I were thrown into a river of ice, but it wasn't because of my proximity with another man. It was due to my suspicions that I was going into a heat coming true because of Reuben. The extremely cold, dangerous, and deadly aura I felt behind me made my heart drop into my stomach. I froze in that 2-second hug, realizing the ominous presence came from Reuben. When I pulled away from Walter and turned to stop Reuben, it was already too late. Reuben had acted. Reuben roared, "Who the hell do you think you're hugging her?" He shoved Walter away from me before pulling me into his chest. My mind screamed at how quickly I was back in his embrace and at the force with which Walter was thrown off me. "No, Walter!" I gasped, desperately wanting to pull away from Reuben and assess Walter's condition. My mind raced with countless possibilities. Had he been flung into something, sustained a severe injury or worse? Perhaps impaled on a jagged object? However, I didn't even have a chance to act as Reuben gripped my chin firmly. Dex's fury burned in his eyes as he forced me to look at him, overriding my immediate concern for Walter. "Eyes. On me?" he growled, each word punctuated with a dangerous intensity. The madness in his dark green eyes betrayed the possessive obsession that had been sparked by Walter's embrace, which was something that he absolutely could not tolerate. His gaze demanded my full attention, overriding any concern for Walter's well-being. I complied with his demand to stop him, keeping my gaze fixed on him, acutely aware of the madness in Reuben's eyes. It was more pronounced now than it had been years ago when a stranger had hugged me in a club while dancing. Back then, Reuben had almost torn the man's hand off. The guy had mysteriously vanished after being taken to the hospital. It was insane how even after 6 years apart, Reuben's obsession hadn't diminished. Instead, it seemed he'd become a ticking time bomb, and I was the trigger. Well, looks like we're onto something, aren't we? Walter's voice, tinged with amusement, emerged from behind me. It was clear he wasn't exactly pleased with what had just transpired. Reuben redirected his focus, his gaze locking onto Walter's, his demeanor growing darker in response to Walter's demeanor. Although I faced Reuben, I glimpsed Walter's figure reflected in his eyes. Walter stood, untouched and at a distance. Earlier, the sharp scrape of shoes against the dirt had reached me. It seemed Walter had managed to steady himself against the shove. How could I have forgotten? Walter wasn't an easy man to overpower. He would not back down either. I swiftly made a decision to step in before things escalated further, but I paused in my actions when I noticed a shadow materializing behind Walter. If something's truly starting, how about I join the fun, human? Bix's voice whispered into Walter's ear as he loomed behind him, gradually pressing his long claws into Walter's neck. The gradual slide of Bix's nails against his throat seemed like a threat that would end the game, yet Walter's expression remained unchanged as he addressed Bix. "I'd love to have some new people join the fun, but labeling me a human might be a tad premature, don't you think?" As Walter spoke, Bix felt something brushing against his abdomen. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a sizable silver dagger, exuding a thirst for blood, poised against his abs, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. "Oh, so you're a hunter," Bix remarked dryly, his eyes devoid of emotion. However, Oren's gaze held a dangerously intense look at witnessing Bix's life being threatened. "If you so much as leave the slightest scratch on his body, your soul will be wandering this world until the end of the time, searching for your lifeless shell." Oren's voice, though low, dripped with a bloodthirsty warning as he half-shifted. "That's enough," I yelled, whirling around to face them all, unwilling to witness this madness any longer. "No one is starting anything here. All of you, stop at this instant. There will be no fight, no killing, and no bloodshed," I stated firmly, trying to bring an end to the escalating tension. It was unsettling to see even Oren, who usually handled matters quietly, becoming violent at a moment like this. I strode over to Bix and Walter, placing a hand on each of their wrists. I said, "Stop." I reiterated my final order firmly, casting a decisive look at both of them. Bix frowned in displeasure but complied, retracting his long claws from Walter's throat. Simultaneously, Walter obeyed my command, withdrawing his blade from Bix's stomach, all the while sporting a charming smile. "Willow, you're as dominating as ever. That's why I have foul." "Shut your mouth before I punch it," I interrupted sharply, shooting a deadly glare at Walter. I knew if I didn't stop him, things would escalate beyond my control, and whatever nonsense he was going to say would fall on Reuben's ears. "All right," he acquiesced, flashing another handsome smile as his weapon vanished neatly into his high-end jacket. Oren, Bix, and even Ella, who had silently observed the scene from the front yard, fixed their gaze on me, their unspoken questions scratching at my resolve. Slowly, I pivoted to confront Reuben. He was the one I needed to handle at this point, or the things were over. "Walter is not an enemy. He's my friend," I asserted, locking eyes with Reuben. "You're friends with a hunter?" Bix's displeased voice cut through the air. "I wonder why I'm not fucking surprised," he taunted venomously. "Yes, he's a hunter, but," I began to explain, "Walter Abbott, one of the richest men and successor of the largest hunter organization in Britain." Ella spoke out of the blue. All eyes turned to her as she stared at Walter, seemingly peering into his soul. She had been an encyclopedia on information related to supernatural creatures and their adversaries since we had been in school. She had discerned Walter's identity through his name. The revelation shifted everyone's expressions once they realized the magnitude of who Walter was. It also dawned on them that this man was a walking, talking bomb with legs when it came to this pack, and he was already standing on their land. Yes, you're correct, but Walter isn't here to initiate a war or anything of that sort. There's a major fashion show that I have been invited to participate in here in this country. Walter is my model, and that's why he's here. I trailed off when I got to the last line, speaking slowly, and glanced meaningfully at him, silently confirming that his presence was indeed for that purpose. Indeed, I'm here as Willow's model, he grinned broadly. Actually, I lost the address of the hotel where I was supposed to stay, so I tracked your location and came here, he explained, eliciting nothing but a blank stare from me. Did he honestly think I'd believe he genuinely lost the address? Judging by Reuben's emotionless gaze fixed on Walter, it was evident he didn't buy Walter's lie either. However, Walter paused, directing his sea-blue eyes at Reuben. I didn't anticipate such a warm reception. Tension crackled in the air as they exchanged unfriendly glares. Who might this man be? He inquired, turning towards me. I glanced over my shoulder at Reuben before returning my gaze to Walter. He is. My lips parted, but no words escaped. At that moment, I realized the dilemma of how to introduce Reuben. Should I call him my alpha? The problem was that I wasn't part of his pack and would depart in 3 months' time. We were soulmates, but not committed to each other. I resided in his home, but not as his partner. We even shared a bed, but I wasn't his lover. I was the mother of his children, yet not his. She is my wife. Reuben's voice reached me, yanking me out of my thoughts as his strong arms encircled my waist from the side. What did he just say? Wife? Walter's shock mirrored my own as my eyes snapped to Reuben in surprise. When did I become your wife? I mind-linked him, utterly confused and speechless. He smiled and lightly kissed my lips. The moment you entered my life.
Chapter 43.
Willow, I am really, really sorry for not telling you that your model is none other than Walter. Lola's panicking voice came from the other side of my phone. Actually, he volunteered to become your model but asked me to keep it a secret. He wanted to surprise you. I never thought that he would appear where you are staying unannounced. Amidst Lola's repeated apologies, I ran my hand through my hair out of pure frustration. The reason behind Lola referring to Walter as the new model in modeling now became evident. Despite his role as a top fashion show organizer and Walter's sexy physique, he had never worked as a model. Lola, constrained by Walter's influential position and status, found herself unable to offend him in any way. Unbeknownst to her, beyond his billionaire facade, Walter concealed the hidden identity of a formidable hunter. It's all right. No need to fret, I said calmly, ending the call. I turned my attention to the dining table, where Wyatt and Lori had greeted Walter with an enthusiasm akin to a reunion after decades apart. Spotting Walter from a distance while they had been playing on the playground, they had eagerly ushered him into the pack house, inadvertently bringing him into further danger. Uncle Walter, is this robot for me? Wyatt inquired joyfully, while Lori's eyes gleamed with anticipation, clutching a doll in her arms. He had bought them a lot of expensive toys. Absolutely, Walter affirmed, embracing the both of them as he always did. The trio became engrossed in their endless chatter, seamlessly lost in the joyous exchange for the past 15 minutes. I couldn't overlook Reuben's furrowed brow as he witnessed the undeniable connection between Walter and the children. The trust and affection Reuben had diligently cultivated over the past 2 weeks seemed to effortlessly redirect its flow toward Walter, having been established over the course of the last 5 years, an outcome that did not sit well with Reuben. Approaching the dining table at a measured pace, I observed Oren and Bix seated on either side of Reuben, their expressions mirroring Reuben's disquiet as they observed Walter. Wyatt, Lori, it's time to head up to your rooms to play with your toys, I announced. Both children eagerly extricated themselves from Walter's embrace, racing up the stairs with their toys in tow. As they departed, the palpable tension between Reuben and Walter resurfaced, their gazes locking in an unspoken exchange. Walter, let's go. I'll take you to the hotel that Lola arranged, I suggested, gesturing toward the exit. Walter approached me, questioning, didn't you tell Lola that you needed to collaborate on the design work with the model? You and I even have a lot to discuss about the show as well, ensuring that you remain anonymous to the public. With the fashion show looming, there's much to catch up on. Won't it be inconvenient for you if I stayed at a hotel? I had indeed said that, unaware that the model in question would turn out to be Walter. While he was the perfect fit as a model, the pack house couldn't be where he stayed. It's all right. I'll come to your hotel room tomorrow, then we can, I began to explain. He can stay in my pack house, Reuben interjected, catching me off guard. My eyes widened in surprise. Had I heard him correctly? Was he allowing Walter to stay here in his pack? His gaze shifted slowly to me before adding, it will be convenient. Wait, what was happening? Locking onto his calm eyes, I realized he was honoring the promise he made earlier, back when Wyatt and Laurie had brought Walter into the pack house. Facing Reuben's unreadable expression, I maintained a calm demeanor as I began to calmly explain to him, I know you don't like Walter. He is bold and crazy, but I assure you Walter is not an adversary, and he poses no threat to the pack. However, this fashion show holds immense significance for my career. Please promise me that you won't harm Walter. He will only be here for 2 days. Reuben fixed me with an intense look for a few heart-pounding moments, then unexpectedly agreed. All right, I promise. Really? I replied, my eyes widening in astonishment. But he abruptly closed the distance between us, trapping me between a tree and his imposing figure. What will I gain in return? He inquired, his eyes unmistakably lingering on my lips as he slowly licked his own. I swallowed, a sudden warmth spreading through my body, especially between my legs. I secretly clenched my thighs together. What do you want in return? My voice barely rose above a whisper. He playfully bit his own lip, maintaining silence as he looked deep into my eyes before replying, I'll tell you later. With that, he pulled away, but I had read the meaning behind his words. Uncertain about what he might ask, I felt compelled to agree at that moment. Ensuring Walter's safety while in the Emerald Bright Pack was my priority. I was willing to consent to almost anything to get it. Yet, a nagging sensation told me that agreeing to Reuben's terms without understanding the full extent of them might lead me to regrets later down the road. Walter's sudden chuckle, circumspectly directed at Reuben, jolted me back to the current situation. All right, I'll gladly accept your offer of hospitality and stay here, he stated. Then turning to me suggested, Willow, how about assigning me the room next to yours? It would be the most convenient. Considering there was an empty room next to mine, I was about to agree, but Reuben's grave voice interjected before I had the chance. The guest rooms are on the first floor. That's where you'll stay. Carve it into your head. His tone carried an ominous warning, signaling to Walter that he should not venture anywhere beyond the first floor, especially in the vicinity of my room, not even by mistake. Walter's emotionless gaze locked with Reuben. I couldn't recall the last time he had tolerated a blatant offense. The Walter I knew was the nightmare of every werewolf in Britain. No werewolf pack dared to offend him, as doing so would result in their complete eradication from Britain's map. What set Walter apart was his tendency to openly attack and ensure that the message he sent was not only received by the intended pack but others as well. Walter had earned the moniker of the Grim Reaper, but unfortunately for him, Reuben was the embodied death itself. The pure presence that these two men wielded, even when standing 100 meters apart, was unsettling for me. The only consolation was that my fashion show was just 2 days away, and Walter would be leaving afterward. I positioned myself in front of Walter, bridging the distance between the two of them. Let's go, I'll show you to the guest room. I gestured for him to follow me. He smiled, grabbing his luggage. However, I noticed Ella standing in the doorframe. So now this hunter is allowed to stay in the pack too? She began staring blankly at Walter. Your attitude and arrogance scream your identity as an alpha. Walter stood face to face with her, his handsome face radiating arrogance. However, I don't believe you belong here, Miss Ella Martin, the soon-to-be alpha of Opal Moon Pack. Ella frowned slightly in response. It wasn't difficult for Walter to dig into anyone's identity. Surprised? He chuckled. She smiled. No, just wondering if you are staying here for 2 days, does that mean you will be joining Willow's welcome party tomorrow? As she spoke, the room fell into dead silence. Shit, Walter shouldn't know about my welcome party. Walter turned to me abruptly. Willow, is tomorrow your welcome party? Why haven't you invited me yet? I forced a smile and replied, I was just about to invite you. I could feel my head on the verge of exploding under Reuben's burning gaze. He detested having his personal space invaded. And that's exactly how he viewed Walter joining the party. It was one of the reasons I had insisted on having Walter stay at the hotel. I swiftly guided Walter through the hallway before anything else could happen. Once we were alone, I finally inquired, Did you have a death wish? How could you enter werewolf territory so boldly? I demanded. To come visit you, I would find a way to climb up to the heavens, you know, right? He smirked playfully. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Don't you dare talk to me like this in front of Reuben, I warned him. He is not the slightest bit welcoming of jokes. Walter's feet slowed at my remark. My feelings for you are not a joke. His voice was low and held hidden emotions, ones that I always pretended not to understand. I slowed my pace, choosing not to respond. Instead, I stated, all these rooms are empty. You can choose whichever you like. He smiled, understanding that I didn't want to delve into that forbidden conversation, as always. Life doesn't usually offer so many choices, so I'll take my time in choosing a room if you don't mind, he remarked, slowly passing by each room as we walked together. I never expected your husband to be an alpha, he murmured, peering into a room through an open door. The moment he mentioned Reuben, my husband, a different feeling stirred in my heart. I should have corrected him, stating that we were not married and were soon to reject each other. However, no words escaped my lips. It was as if I didn't want to refute his claim. My eyes slowly drifted to my hand, which held the heat prevention pills that I had pilfered from Reuben's pocket in the front yard during our earlier conversation. I had rarely experienced my heat cycle during the past 6 years, so now it was completely disrupted. Reuben's proximity was fueling my irregular heat, but I believed I only had to endure it for another 4 to 5 days until my heat would be avoided for this month. Sari let out a frustrated groan in my mind. She was vehemently against taking heat prevention pills, but I had no other choice. When I didn't reply, Walter continued. The more surprising fact is that he just so happens to be the strongest werewolf in America. He really has made the hunters in this country pussies. I swear that when I looked into your location in this pack earlier, I honestly wondered if he had kidnapped you or something. But that push he just gave me was very personal. It's what clued me in earlier that he was into you. I always thought that you were a single mother, but you turned out to be a woman with such a strong man behind her. You really have hidden a lot of stuff behind that beautiful face of yours. At this point, I feel as if I know nothing about you, even though I've known you for 6 years, he commented lazily. I have always told you that you know nothing about my life, I murmured, pushing the door open to the room opposite to where we stood. I chose a room for him on my own. I agree, he chuckled, following me inside. Yet, I have figured out another thing. Do you know what? What? I murmured, failing to discern Walter's expression at that moment, and taking it as another one of his peculiar talks. Your husband does not trust you, he whispered into my ear, his words freezing me in place. A moment later, I glanced at him to find a handsome smile plastered on his lips. However, it did not reach his eyes. It was the smile of someone who had just discovered something precious. Am I wrong? He pulled away from me, only to sit on his luggage like a king on his throne. He let a hunter stay at his home just because he didn't want you to go to my hotel room, a place where he couldn't keep an eye on you. He gave me a guest room that is on another floor from your room. Is he afraid that something will happen between us if I am next door to you? He questioned. I couldn't deny that I was already somewhat aware of all of this. Reuben's obsession kicked in whenever other men were around me with different intentions, and I was damn sure Reuben could smell Walter's interest in me. This is not new for me. I've been dealing with this side of him for 11 years. I brushed Walter's comment off, wanting to leave when he spoke. Don't tell me you're taking his attitude as jealousy, because from where I'm standing, it was suspicion. My feet immediately paused in the doorframe upon hearing the most sensitive word of my life. The memory of Reuben tossing the pregnancy report at my feet, refusing to recognize our baby as his, stifling my breathing. Sitting in the dark room, Walter's sea-blue eyes remained fixed on my expression as he added, "Why does it look like this is not the first time this has happened?" As he spoke, the room fell into a dead silence. A couple of seconds later, I walked out of his room without looking back or answering to him. Unknown to me, Walter closed his eyes, throwing his head back and murmured, "Just like I thought, they are not together. 2 days should be more than enough time to break something that is already broken, right?" Walking out of Walter's room, I could only manage to cross the hallway before my legs refused to support me any longer. I curled up in a corner, breathing hard and clutching my chest. That day, Reuben had never directly accused me of cheating on him. I still did not know on that day whether he had doubted my character or my love. That day, did he believe me even in the slightest? Reuben. I found her, curled up in a corner of the hallway, eyes closed, looking completely innocent and lonely. My hand slowly slid across the warm, soft skin of her cheek as I rubbed my thumb under the corner of her eye where a tear was stuck. Earlier, she had been fine when suddenly I had felt her emotions fluctuating through our mate bond. I knew she was crying, but I did not know why. I felt her pain and knew she was fighting with it alone. Scooping her up into my arms, I headed upstairs, only to place her sleeping figure down on my bed as I settled beside her under the covers. Our bodies were in contact along the entire length of our bodies as I wrapped my arm around her and kissed her forehead. "Willow, why were you crying? Am I the reason for your tears again?" I murmured, closing my eyes and leaning my forehead against hers. "I am sorry," I whispered, wanting to steal away all of her pain and suffering. I did not know how long I watched her before I fell asleep, listening to the steady rhythm of her breathing and heartbeat. Unbeknownst to me, Willow opened her eyes as soon as my breathing steadied into the rhythm of sleep. She had only had her eyes closed the entire time. The next morning, my internal alarm clock woke me up at 5, but I found myself alone in bed. Willow was gone, though. Her scent lingered on the blanket, as if she had been there only moments ago. How had I not woken up when she left? At this point, I realized that whenever I slept with Willow, I would sleep peacefully. Getting out of the pack house, I checked on her through her window to find her working on her design, which the dummy was wearing. She was exceptionally beautiful when she was engrossed in her work. Without disturbing her, I went for my morning run, attended the pack's morning meeting, and went through a couple of files that required my signature. Upon my return hours later, I found Lori playing in the front yard with her toys. "Daddy, Daddy!" Lori raced happily toward me, as if she hadn't seen me in months. I immediately pulled my little girl into my arms, relishing the attention from my child. "You didn't go to kindergarten today?" I questioned, wiping the smudge of dirt from her little cheek. She shook her head in response while Wyatt's voice came from behind us. "Mommy said today was our welcome party, so we got to skip kindergarten today." I nodded, glancing up at the window to Willow's room. The lights were off and I couldn't catch a hint of her scent. "Where is Mommy?" I asked. "Mommy went to work with Uncle Walter," Lori replied in a childish voice. "Had she gone with the hunter?" I looked for her car, but it was absent from the parking lot. Without her, my heart felt empty. Welcome party. As the evening unfolded, the clearing radiated a newfound splendor. Bedecked like an exceptionally beautiful bride, excitement, merriment, and the rhythm of music enveloped the pack, drawing in its well-dressed members who had gathered to revel in the party. Seated at the bar in elegant black attire, I ran my finger over the small, round, white object before me, then slid it toward Oran's wine glass. He silently picked it up, then closely examined it as he inquired, "So this is the pill Willow had. You want to know exactly what its purpose is?" I nodded in response, raising a wine glass to my lips while keeping a watchful eye on the pill. If my little mate believed that she had deftly swiped the pill box from my pocket unnoticed, she was unbelievably naive. Anticipating her move, I had already secured a pill from that pill box. What intrigued me was the necessity for her to travel to a neighboring city to obtain this specific medication. She seemed perfectly healthy in my eyes, prompting questions about the purpose behind her taking these pills. Moreover, her peculiar reaction upon my discovery of these pills added another layer to the mystery. I couldn't ignore the unusual flush in Willow's cheeks most of the time. Was she unwell? The mere notion of Willow being sick tightened my muscles. Werewolves weren't prone to easily falling ill. If they did, it often signaled a serious ailment. Dex grew alert in my head, and I could not stay calm. Tilting my head, I said to Oren, "Find out what this pill is as soon as possible." "You got it," he affirmed, securely stowing the pill away in his pocket. "Why are you two sitting here?" Bix finally made an appearance at the party, sporting a bad boy look that seemed to have taken more time than any woman's attire. "Not diving into the fun with the rest? You're already acting like old men," he teased, slinging an arm around Oren's shoulders. Unfazed, Oren paid little attention to Bix, while I managed a light smile, albeit not a genuine one. "How about you join the fun, young man?" I gestured towards the side where she-wolves, who were the actual organizer of this welcome party, forced the men to dance together to romantic songs as a punishment for losing the games they had been playing. Laughter echoed through the party as the men engaged in a comically awkward zombie-like dance, yet a bitter frown settled on Bix's face. "Women are truly peculiar creatures. They derive pleasure from the oddest things," Bix remarked. I shook my head with a chuckle while keeping an eye on Wyatt and Lori in the buffet area of the party eating cupcakes with other children. They were sure enjoying themselves. Oren and Bix followed my line of sight as Oren questioned, "I have not seen Willow since this morning." My expressions changed right away, which he failed to notice. "This welcome party is for her. Where is she?" he asked, taking a sip of his wine. "Why not ask me?" Bix stated, snatching the wine from Oren. "I saw her leaving the pack this morning with the hunter. It seems she forgot about her own party, or maybe the hunter is more fun for her," Bix remarked. The last sentence made me frown. Bix shrugged his shoulders innocently in response, walking away. "That's mine," Oren growled at Bix for stealing his wine and followed him away. I sat there listening to Dex's growling in my mind. He could not bear that our mate had been away from us for so long, especially when she had left with that hunter. I could smell that his intentions towards Willow were not pure. His eyes, when they fix on Willow, were not as a friend. His words did not match his expressions. And his smile, it had countless hidden intentions. One of them was probably directed to Willow. I could feel it. I could not bear him around Willow for even a second, let alone letting him stay in my pack. He should have been dead the second that he stepped foot onto my land, yet my hands were tied due to the promise I made to Willow. If I broke it, then she was going to hate me. I guzzled down the wine in one go out of the frustration that was growing with every passing second due to Willow's absence until my nose picked up her scent. People's chattering died down and everyone started calling her name. "It's Willow. Willow is here." Still holding my wine glass, I glanced to the side to find Willow entering the party. My hand holding the glass paused abruptly at the sight of her, dressed in a sexy, sleeveless dark blue gown. Her sleeveless dress revealed her smooth skin, yet it was the deep neckline and her curves that held my undivided attention. The women surrounded her like ants, swarming a cupcake, congratulating and complimenting her. As she turned around and bent down slightly to hug Mia's 5 frame, my eyes slid down to her long, flowing hair that brushed her hips, causing my body to react with her unintentionally seduction. It felt intense as I saw her smiling and giggling with her group of friends until her eyes met mine. The smile on her face slowly melted away as we stared into each other's eyes in silence, while she also eyed me up and down, just like I had done to her. Just as I decided to get up and walk over to Willow, Walter appeared at her side. I froze in my seat. His presence immediately distracted her attention from me. "They seem to have come together," Ella commented, pouring herself a glass of wine. I did not bother to spare her a glance as I kept staring at Willow, whose eyes kept moving back to me when she accepted a congratulatory whine from Walter. "Mommy, you are back," Wyatt and Lori chirped. Yes, she smiled and kissed both of their cheeks. You two are looking so cute. Walter bent down to rub both of their heads. Who dressed you two up? Daddy took us shopping this afternoon. He dressed us up, Lori revealed excitedly. Willow immediately raised her eyes to look at me in surprise. Following her line of sight, Walter also noticed me at the bar counter, a sudden smile appearing on his lips. Mommy and I have bought you two a lot of surprises. I will show you if you two give me kisses. He pulled both of them up into his arms. Wyatt and Lori immediately covered Walter with kisses. The sight of that playing out right in front of me caused a tornado of emotion in my brain. The feeling of something being stolen from me stabbed my mind as everyone surrounded them. They look like a family, Ella commented. This time I could not ignore her. Try to say that again and see if you will be able to step foot in my territory for the following second. I growled lowly, glaring into her eyes with my wolf's. Reuben. She was completely taken aback by my reaction and felt embarrassed when a passerby heard me and gave Ella a second. People are watching, she stammered. So what? Don't expect respect from me after what you did a few days ago. I made a disgusted expression, refusing to even name what she had done as a kiss or confession. After what you did, I don't see you as my friend. The only reason I am allowing you stay in my pack is because of those fucked up marriage papers of yours. That's it. Don't misunderstand the situation. I have not forgotten your actions just because I have not said anything. I have not forgotten a single thing and never will. I have marked that incident down as your first and last mistake that you will ever make in my pack. The next time you do something that fucks with my relationship with Willow, trust me, you will not like the side of me that you will unleash, I warned, getting up from my seat to leave. How can you say such cruel things to me? She mumbled, crushing the glass in her hand. I glanced at her, finding tears rolling down her cheek. I have waited 6 years for you, Reuben. She raised her voice, her eyes teary and red. I have waited for Willow every day of my existence, I countered sternly. But has she waited for you? Ella suddenly chuckled. What do you mean? I frowned at her expression, then she sent a message to my phone. Willow has moved on with her life, Reuben, she stated. I slowly shifted my gaze to the screen of my phone, tapping on the article about Walter that had popped up. He was seen exiting a hotel late at night with a woman that was rumored to be his secret girlfriend. My eyes got stuck on the woman's back. She was wearing a beautiful backless dress. Walter was hiding her face with his coat as they headed to his car. My hand shook when I realized Walter's girlfriend was Willow. That's when Ella sent me a private photo of Walter and Willow having a candlelight dinner, as she added, "She has abandoned you. She is never coming back to you." Ella, Opal Moon Pack. Why have you suddenly come back? My uncle, Alpha Adam, questioned as soon as I entered the living room of my pack house, a pack house that was mine but that I had been a guest in since my parents' death. Today is Willow's welcome party, so I came back home, I murmured, taking a seat on the sofa across from him. I never planned on attending it, especially with what had happened a few days ago. That damn bitch is still in the Emerald Bright pack. He crushed the papers in his hand in fury. Alpha Reuben is really getting out of control. Last time he had nearly blinded me over that she-wolf. He is not honoring the marriage contract with you at all. The werewolf community worldwide knows about the two of you being engaged. The two of you are together according to the entire world, and our pack's reputation will be in dirt if this marriage agreement is broken. Thankfully, there is no way Alpha Reuben can break the engagement. He will have to marry you. However, that damn bastard is really not allowing you to save any face by celebrating his mistress's welcome party, he growled, losing his mind. I am here so that I can have peace. Please, don't talk about this stuff for a while. I closed my eyes and leaned back against the sofa. It is not time to find peace. It's time to expose that mistress of your fiancé, Uncle snapped. What do you mean? I murmured, my eyes still closed. I heard that Hunter Walter Abbott is in the Emerald Bright pack, my uncle remarked, causing my eyes to fly open right away. What about him? I sat up straight, looking at him seriously. Do you see this? He turned his laptop around for me to look at. I had a hacker dig into his personal life and found out that he is the she-wolf's current lover. Alpha Reuben's mate is nothing but a two-faced bitch. She is two-timing him. I could not sit still when I saw Willow's photos with Walter. Their relationship did not seem ordinary. Uncle sent me all the photos and the links to the articles online where they were seen exiting the hotel together late at night. I had to show it all to Reuben. I thought after seeing these photos, it would bring him out of his daze. Then he would face the truth that over the past 6 years, not only had my feelings changed for him, but Willow's had too. However, I never expected he would threaten to kick me out of his pack. I could not hold back my tears and snapped. She has abandoned you. She is never coming back to you. I turned on my heel to leave, but I did not expect to find Oren only a short distance away. He seemed to have heard everything. His eyes were blank as they drilled into the depths of my soul. "Why the fuck did you do that?" he demanded, his eyes full of threats. I just showed him the truth. "Do you want to attack me like last time?" I demanded. He had both his hands shoved into his pockets as he spoke. "How many more insults do you need to be handed before you give up on Reuben?" "I don't know," I chuckled, wiping my tears away as I walked closer to him. "But why are you looking so disappointed in me?" I raised my brows, my voice heavy. "Wait, come to think of it, you have no right to disappoint me, Oren," I snapped, poking an angry finger into his chest. "If there is anyone to blame at this point, it is you." "Me?" The corner of his lips lifted into a half smile, but nowhere near a full one. "Yes, if you had not broken up with me on my 18th birthday, if you had not stopped loving me, if you had not given up on me and would have only continued loving me, then I paused abruptly when I saw Bix standing some distance away from the corner of my eye. My eyes widened and my mouth immediately snapped shut. In high school, I had secretly started dating Oren. He was not sure if things would work between us, so we kept it a secret. Of course, having a crush on him from the beginning, I wanted to have him in every way. One day at a school function, we had sex in the locker room. I lost my virginity to him, but Bix walked in during the middle of us having sex, searching for Oren. I did not know what happened after that, but the next day, Oren broke up with me. The reason was, Bix was secretly in love with me. That's when Oren stated, "You were my mistake, Ella." My eyes widened at him hearing his words. He tore his eyes away from me only to fix with Bix, a mistake that I made intentionally. "Reuben, it had to be a lie. How could Willow be Walter's girlfriend? She was mine. She would only ever be mine. I was her soulmate, lover, and the only man meant to be with her. How could she move on with her life so easily when time had stopped for me the second I realized she left me 6 years ago? How could she choose another man over her soulmate? How could she forget my love?" My whole world seemed to have stopped at that moment. All the voices around me slowly faded away. Going through my private life, an amused voice pierced through the silence of my shock. Walter eyed the photo of the candlelight dinner displayed on my phone with a mixture of amused pride. I glanced at him when he did not deny the news or call it a lie. Instead, he leaned against the bar counter while neatly grabbing a glass of wine. "Your connections appear to be stronger than I thought. You got your hands on my and Willow's private photos, I can see. I understand you must be curious about us, though I would appreciate it if you keep this a secret from Willow. She would be angry with me if she discovered that I had pictures of us together. You see, she does not want to expose our relationship," he remarked, bringing the glass up to his lips while his blue eyes remained fixed on my expression that was obviously not normal, but growing darker by the second. "Care to explain what kind of a relationship you have with my wife?" My voice was low, but the demand for an answer was planned in my tone. How should I break this to you?" His voice was almost like a mumble as he seemed to be lost in deep thought, but his lips had soft smile like he was reliving some precious memories while recalling something. "In simple words, I love her," he confessed, not bothering to beat around the bush. My grip on my phone tightened to the point that I crushed it in my hand. For such a bold statement, his head should have been in my fist, bleeding and crushed instead of my phone. "That's impossible," I let out a low growl, yet kept my wolf in check and controlled. continuously reminding myself of the promise that I made to Willow. Why is it impossible? He raised his brows and glanced down at the crushed pieces of phone dropping to the ground, then smiled at me. I know you lied about Willow being your wife. You two are not married. She is single. You could be her ex-boyfriend or ex-lover, but I am her soulmate, I snapped. My voice boomed over the loud music for a second, then was covered again so that our conversation did not reach others' ears. Walter's expression did a 180-degree change. His eyes widened as he stood stunned at the revelation. Obviously, as a hunter, he knew the weight of these words. I see no importance in explaining my relationship with my soulmate to strangers. However, I would like to tell you that soulmates do not need to marry each other. From the time we recognize each other as soulmates, we are bound to each other. From that point on, marriage is an option. I walked closer to him, then added firmly, Willow and I are one soul, made only for each other. One soul that left her alone for 6 years, during which you also got yourself a fiancé? He sharply cut me off. What the fuck did you just say? I growled lowly, taking another step closer to him. Did I say something wrong? Is that she-wolf Ella not your fiancé? You got yourself a toy to release your rut on, but when Willow does the same, you can't bear it? What the fuck did you say, you motherfucker? I barked, grabbing his collar. What do you mean by Willow does the same? What the fuck do you mean exactly? I demanded, yelling in his face, my wolf threatening to rip him in shreds. Walter remained motionless in my tight grasp as he stared deep into my eyes. Are you seriously asking me what that means? Willow and I have been together for years. We are both consenting adults. Everything we do is out of love. Do you really want me to dive into the details of our private personal moments? As he spoke, my mind went blank and Dex completely turned mute in my mind. Willow, my heart broke. The only reason for my existence seemed to have abandoned me. That's when the third person that was part of this conversion presence was noticed. It was Willow. She was watching me silently and had heard everything from the beginning. Walter took the opportunity to remove his collar from my grasp and walked away.
Willow, a few hours ago. With no time to spare that morning, I departed the Emerald Bright pack clad in a simple square-neck crop top that left my waist exposed. Walter's hand approached the strip of bare skin, hovered mere inches away from making contact with my waist. I dare you to touch me, I asserted, standing close to his formidable 6'2" frame. Adjusting the coat on his broad chest, I raised my gaze to deliver a warning glare. I wouldn't mind if my model struts down the runway with an unsightly scratch marring his face. Oh, you caught me again, he grinned, revealing his easy charm and retracting his bold hand in response. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. I can smell your arousal. Can't you get your head out of the gutter for once and focus on work? I shot him a stern look, wondering how I managed to work with this man for 5 years. The frequency with which this man got turned on around me resembled that of a werewolf, making his human identity questionable. This morning when I went to his room to wake him up and asked him to join me on the fashion show stage for fitting and practice. In the car, he shared his insights about car sex, offering to have me join in the fun. Just now, after flawlessly strutting the runway like a male deity when I came on stage for a final check on his suit, he was once again stirred by our proximity. Willow, I can't seem to control myself around you, he admitted, his gaze lingering on my chest due to our close proximity. Biting his lip, he continued, my mind veers into dirty thoughts I want to devour. I pulled away from him, rolling my eyes. If you're done with your dirty ideations, then go and change. It's already evening. The party is about to start. We need to get back to the pack as soon as possible, I stated, grabbing my purse and exiting the hall. Where are you going? His shout echoed in the empty hall. Shopping, I shouted back, making my way to the shopping mall I had spotted on the way. Although it was a 5-minute walk, I opted to take my car. I had initially purchased a dress for my welcome party with Mia, but anticipating that by the time I reached the pack, it would be too late to change, I decided to buy a new dress. Additionally, I picked a few things for Wyatt and Lori. Fortunately, Walter, as the organizer of the fashion show, had granted me the opportunity to have him practice on the stage in the actual location that the event would take place tomorrow. Everything seemed to be aligned in my favor. I harbored hopes of winning this show as well. As I concluded my clothing shopping, my gaze drifted towards the men's section. The memory of Reuben's apology from the previous night lingered in my mind, as if he were present embracing me in his arms, his warm breath whispering in my ears. My feet moved automatically, leading me into the shop. Half an hour later, I returned to the fashion show building and entered the common room where I had left my belongings since morning. Placing my dress on the chair intended for a pre-departure change, I glanced at the small box in my hand. I couldn't explain why I bought it, but once my eyes landed on it, thoughts of him and how he might look wearing it crossed my mind. I closed the small box, neatly placing it in my purse, only to catch some unusual sounds emanating from the bathroom. Alarmed, I shifted my gaze to the bathroom door. Who could possibly be in there? I was certain I had locked the room the last time I entered around noon. The room's potent air freshener effectively masked any other scents. Walking cautiously toward the bathroom, I pushed the door wide open, ready to confront a potential intruder. However, my intentions were thwarted as I was taken aback by the sight of a naked Walter standing under the shower. He casually looked over at me and quipped, "Want to join me?" Stunned, I averted my gaze, but not before spotting a coffee stain on his discarded shirt. Just as I was about to make a hasty retreat, I felt a firm grip on my wrist, pinning me to the wall beside the bathroom door. It was Walter. He had emerged from the shower completely naked. "What are you doing, Walter?" I demanded, steadfastly making sure to avoid looking anywhere beyond his face to his exposed form. "Willow, you've been aware of my desire for you for 5 years, yet you are here alone with me. Isn't it because you want me too?" he asserted. "I don't want you, Walter," I replied, meeting his gaze with unwavering determination. "And you've known that from the start." "Why, because of Reuben?" His expression shifted to one of displeasure. My silence seemed to provoke him. "Am I not handsome? Am I not rich? Am I not?" "You aren't Reuben," I candidly replied. "That's all." His eyes betrayed a mixture of emotions, grappling with both the sting of rejection and the weight of his unspoken feelings. A silence settled between us. After a couple of seconds, Walter loosened his grip on my wrist. I lowered my arm, tore my eyes away from him, and walked away from him towards my dress. Determined to change in another room, I chose to distance myself. "He doesn't love you, Willow. A man who doubts his woman is not a man you should love," he asserted. The hand that clutched my dress halted at his statement. I felt Reuben's warm embrace enveloping me as I whispered, "That's what I assumed in the past, that he doubted my love or purity, but it was only my feelings that he doubted." "What if I prove it to you?" Walter demanded, turning to face me. My hand trembled slightly in anticipation of what his proof might entail. "Will you leave Reuben and accept my love?" However, I never anticipated that Walter would employ such audacious lies to provoke Reuben. "What the heck did you say, you motherfucker?" Reuben barked, seizing Walter's collar. "What do you mean by Willow does the same? What exactly do you mean?" "Are you seriously asking me what that means? Willow and I have been together for years. We are both consenting adults. Everything we do is out of love. Do you really want me to delve into the details of our private, personal moments?" I desperately wanted to interject, to tell Reuben that whatever Walter was saying was a fabrication. But Reuben's expression froze me in place until he noticed my presence. Walter pulled away from Reuben's grasp and departed, casting me a meaningful look that seemed to assert that he had proven his point. As Walter left, Reuben and I stood staring into each other's eyes for a long time. For some reason, the distance between us seemed cavernous, and the fear in my heart started to dominate my whole being. I felt an unimaginable amount of pain through our mate bond that was a result of him being emotionally hurt. My heart ached when he took slow steps towards me until we were a step apart from each other. His eyes were sad and voice weak. "It's a lie, right?" His voice shook along with the pain rising in his heart. "He is lying, right? You two are not." My heart squeezed in my chest. He believed it. He believed every single lie that Walter had told him. He doubted me again, just like he had 6 years ago. "Everything he said is true," I lied, forcing my tears back. Reuben froze at my statement. When the trust in our relationship no longer existed, leaving nothing but suspicion between us. Did I really need to clutch at the disintegrating thread from my end? Walter and I are together. I tried to keep my voice strong. I have given him my heart and body. That's a lie! Reuben suddenly burst out, grabbing me by the arms. I don't believe that my Willow could betray me, he growled, pulling me closer to him. I gasped, seeing tears in his red eyes. He was suffering. He was trying to endure it, as he died under the strain of my lie, but refused to let his faith waver for even a little bit. If you still want me to believe in your lie, then I will do it. I will believe in your lie, but... He touched my cheek and made a connection with Sari, completely entangling my heart with his. I will never let you go, he whispered. My own eyes watered at seeing the trust in his for me, but that day, the memory of him refusing to accept our babies flashed in my mind's eye. Stop it, I clenched my fist. Stop pretending. My tears threatened to pour out of me as I broke free from his grip. You don't trust me, Reuben. You doubted me 6 years ago. I screamed, turning on my heel to leave. Biting my lip into an attempt to grasp the last thread of my control that was preventing a breakdown, I dashed towards the pack house, only to get caught by Reuben. He stood before me, looked deep into my eyes. I never doubted you, he confessed. I shook my head, refusing to fall for his words again. You are lying. I am not, he shook his head, wiping away my tears with his thumb. That day, out of fear of losing you, I said some very harsh things. That day, my fear was greater than the news of our babies. I decided to be selfish, to live my life in that way, and said something that I regret to this day, he confessed, and I saw the truth in his eyes. Fear of losing me? What did he mean? Why was he going to lose me that day? During no stage of my life have I ever doubted you, Willow. He looked into my confused eyes full of love and cupped my jaw. I broke into tears, his hand getting wet with my warm tears. I never thought my words broke you to this level. Reuben silently watched my tears and gently kissed them. There is no way that I could ever doubt my other half. I can doubt my shadow, but never you, Willow, he confessed, slowly capturing my lips. I looked at his closed eyelids, feeling his soft kiss, while freely letting my tears flow down my cheek. Reuben never doubted me. He never stopped believing me. My heart quickened to the point that I could not bury my feelings anymore. Please trust me this once, Willow. Trust me this once, he begged between the kiss. Kiss me. Please, kiss me. My heart eased a bit with his pleading. Feeling his soft kisses, my hands automatically clenched his coat as I moved my lips and kissed Reuben back.
Willow. I kissed him. I kissed Reuben back. After 6 long years, we were sharing a proper kiss, and I did not know which one of us that I should blame for it. Though admittedly my wolf, my buried heat, and lack of impulse control were not helping the situation. At that moment, I completely forgot about our past, the pain, and memories. I let him embrace all the pieces of my broken self, revealing the weakness that I had been hiding from the world. His lips gently crashing into mine were like silent whispers from the past. His tongue teasing every inch of my mouth was like every moment it met my lips would be its last. The dark sky was flooded with colorful fireworks, highlighting both of our frames in an array of different hues. The both of us slowly broke the kiss, our lips parted an inch away from each other, but I kept my eyes closed, catching my breath. Reuben softly rubbed his thumb under my eye, sending sparks through to my whole body. I slowly opened my eyes to see Reuben's beautiful green eyes, only to realize that after 6 years, I was once again back to his arms. What kind of game was the moon goddess playing with me? Alpha, this woman invaded our territory, a warrior informed, pulling me out of my thoughts. Let me go. I swear I am not a thief. Let me go. A woman's cry entered my ears, pulling me out of my thoughts as I found the voice very familiar. I immediately tore my gaze away from Reuben and turned to find 2 warriors holding a woman. Lola, I gasped. Lola looked at me in shock with fearful tears in her brown eyes. Willow, save me. Tell them I am not a thief, she begged, desperately struggling in their grasp. I panicked and stepped forward. Let her go. She is my friend. I ordered both men, but they looked past me at Reuben. Reuben gestured for them to retreat. Once Lola got free of them, she dashed closer to me in fear. Lola, what are you doing here? I came to handle the Walter situation for you since I messed it up by hiding the name of the model from you. I had learned your address from him, so I came here directly, but this. She choked and secretly glanced at Reuben before whispering to me, "These people, I saw an exceedingly large number of dangerous-looking men earlier. Are they part of the mafia?" "No, they are not," I whispered back, feeling helpless. "Then they must be criminals," she stammered, but was loud without realizing it. I gave her a tight smile and replied, "They are not." She gave me a weak nod while eyeing Reuben. In the next moment, I saw a soft blush steal over her cheeks at the sight of Reuben. "Who is that? He is damn handsome," she whispered once again. I flashed her another tight smile. If she only knew that he could hear her, no matter how quietly she whispered. "Is he your boyfriend?" she whispered. When she called Reuben my boyfriend, my heart quickened as I recalled our kiss a few moments ago. My face flushed red when I felt Reuben's eyes boring into my face. I did not dare to lift my eyes to look at him as I grabbed Lola's hand. "Let's go to the hotel where you are staying." I walked away quickly before Reuben could stop me or could die of embarrassment. Lola followed me in confusion, as desperate as me to leave the pack, even though both of our reasons for wanting out of this pack immediately were different. However, before I could take another step, I felt a strong arm wrapping around my waist from behind. I gasped and froze in Reuben's warm embrace as he whispered, "Drop me a message when you reach the hotel with her, and best of luck at tomorrow's fashion show. I will be waiting for you here when you get home." He kissed my cheek from behind. My ears turned red hot. What was that? Did he know I was running away and would not return tonight? I clenched my dress at my side without answering him, but my heartbeat betrayed me. Reuben chuckled and slowly let my waist go. I resumed walking and quickly drove my car out of the pack with Lola. "Reuben, I never thought waiting could be this hard." "The reports from those incidents with the 3 packs and Blue Heavens are about to be made publicly available out," Bix informed, resting his back against the chair after a 2-hour-long meeting. I just nodded in response, my eyes once again going to the clock that stated it was already 9 in the evening. She was still not back. Was her fashion show still not finished? Oren stated, "Reuben, don't you find it strange that those mysterious attacks have suddenly stopped?" This question immediately attracted my attention. I had noticed it long ago. After targeting those 4 packs in the difference of a week's time, it was actually a pattern of attacks. The attacks stopped out of the blue. However, I did not fail to notice that they stopped only after I was attacked by rogues at Blue Heaven. I believe that those 2 attacks were not connected, but I have yet to discover why all the rogues were after me the day of the Alpha meeting. I did not know why, but as I thought about it, my eyes immediately fell on my wrist where Willow's handkerchief was still tied neatly. That half-torn piece of handkerchief, it had been bothering me since that day. Why did that last rogue steal half of it, then run away with its prize? I tapped my finger on my desk, thinking a lot of things about those 3 attacks in silence, until Bix remarked dryly, "If you ask me, I strongly doubt it is the work of the hunters." "No, actually, if you ask me honestly, then I strongly doubt that it is the work of Willow's so-called friend and hunter, Walter Abbott. He is a big shot in Britain and is the terror of werewolves there. The pussy hunters from our country must have shook hands with him to get revenge on us." I chuckled at his imagination that was always wild, then glanced at Oren, who had his eyes still lowered on the reports in front of me. I couldn't help but glance at Bix too. Was it my imagination, or were they not talking to each other? It seemed something must have happened at the welcome party yesterday that I had missed. Oren caught my observing eyes and straightened his back, replying, "I agree with him. Walter is a big shot. The proof is right in front of us." He gestured at the reports in front of me that I had been reading since late afternoon. From the time Walter had entered the pack, I had Bix look into his background for the past 5 years during the time he was friends with Willow. I did not exactly know how I felt about it. Just as I got lost in thought, I received a call from... I paused abruptly reading the name on the screen. I picked up the call at lightning speed. Willow. Unexpectedly, a condescending soft chuckle stabbed my ears from the other side of the line. "You still have her number saved in your phone 6 years later?" My expression darkened upon hearing Walter's voice. Why do you have Willow's phone? Oh, about that. As his next words fell on my ears, my hand abruptly paused as Dex grew sharper in my mind. I cut the call, immediately got up, and rushed out. Where are you going? Bix's shout echoed behind me, but I had long ago climbed down the stairs, then walked straight out of the pack house to where Willow's car was parked, and Walter stood next to the car, holding Willow by her arms. She staggered like a child who had yet to learn how to walk. Willow. I rushed over to her and gently pulled her into my chest. Her head rested against my chest and her eyes remained close, yet I smelled the very strong scent of wine coming from her. How dare you get her drunk? I outright snapped at Walter. Who the fuck do you think I am, that I could possibly have the power to get this girl drunk? He snapped at me. She drank of her own volition, but yes, she was pushed by the other models that knew her into drinking. They wanted to celebrate her since she stole the fashion show. She is too modest to refuse someone, so she ended up like this. However, he paused and glared at me. Don't tell me you think I got her drunk so that I could do something to her. I can't lie and say that I did not have my suspicions, I murmured, wrapping my arm around Willow's waist and pulling her up in my arms. Your suspicions? Walter's glare sharpened. Don't you know that when she starts drinking, she does not stop, then once someone stops her, she just attacks whoever's around here, he growled, showing me the bite mark on his hand. The struggle of stopping her from drinking could not be written any more plainly on his face. A proudly satisfied expression took over my expression. Willow was a bad drinker, and it seemed she still was. Her personality would change. She became wild whenever she was drunk. Suddenly, Willow started to wriggle in my arms. I looked down at her flushed face and stopped in the middle of the living room. Walter also stopped as Willow jumped out of my arms and dashed into the kitchen to vomit in the sink. I quickly walked inside the kitchen, gathered her hair behind her head, and rubbed my hand on her back. She vomited in the middle of the road on the way back, too. Walter sighed, quickly rushing over with a glass of water. I took the glass from him, glancing at him once as I found something odd about his statement, and made Willow drink it, even though she was whining like a child, completely unaware of where she was. If you handled her there on the road, how come you called me outside to get her? I questioned, knowing there was no way drunk Willow could beat him. He could easily provoke me by carrying Willow inside in his arms, but he had not done that. Things had gone completely different from the aggravating behavior from yesterday. I obviously did not want to call you. I wanted to hug and enjoy Willow in my arms, he admitted, earning a glare from me. How dare he? Dex growled in my mind as I securely sat Willow on the kitchen counter and kept hugging her sides to keep her from falling. Why? Want to kill me? He chuckled, leaning against the wall across from me, and looked amused by my expression that did not bother to hide my hatred for him. Don't worry, I am planning to give up on Willow. He took a deep breath. I could not help but raise my brows. Give up? I looked him up and down, not buying his claim. Yeah, after all, she rejected me in the worst possible way, he murmured, looking at Willow's flushed face and closed eyes. A painful expression ached over his face that revealed his broken heart. You saw us kissing, I predicted. He immediately locked eyes with me, but did not say a word, which proved me right. If it had only been a kiss, then maybe I would have not accepted defeat at your hands, he murmured, grabbing a glass of water from the side. Then what is it? I raised my brows. It's her answer, he chuckled, looking at me. I asked her would she leave you and accept my love if I proved that you didn't love her and doubted her. My ears perked up at his words. Do you know what she said? A soft smile came over his lips that increased my heartbeat at the thought of what Willow said. Instead of replying, he pulled away from the wall and walked closer to me until we were face to face. I thought that she would hate you. It turns out that she is a very special woman. She said, I have only ever loved Reuben, and I will die hating only him. My heart skipped a beat hearing Willow's reply. I could not help but look down at her sleepy figure leaning against my chest as Walter remarked, She rejected me back at the fashion show building, yet I tried my luck with provoking you. As it turns out for her, whether it's love or hate, there will only ever be you. Reuben. With a sleeping Willow sitting in my lap, I leaned back against the cold wall of the kitchen that I had slid down in surprise, my gaze never tearing away from her innocent face. She only loved me and would die only hating me. My heart drummed in my chest. I did not know whether I should be happy or sad, happy that she loved only me and would not give even a chance to any other men. Or should I be sad that for her, me and my love were a painful part of her past? One that she would hate until her last breath. Our kiss from the previous night crossed my mind, and I hugged her tightly. Willow, please don't hate me. I mind-linked her, even though she was sleeping. I just wanted her forgiveness, but I knew I had a long way to go before I was granted absolution. My sins were not something that could be easily brushed aside, but I did not want to give up, otherwise I could lose Willow forever. Walter sat across from me on the cold floor with a lit cigarette as he watched me the entire time. You seem to have a lot of regrets in life, he slowly pointed out, refused to reply or even glance at him. It reminds me of the day that I first saw her. When he said that, I raised my eyes to look at him. He blew out a puff of smoke. His eyes were fixed on Willow as he began telling the story of what had transpired 6 years ago. I had been born to kill werewolves. I had been born to kill them, to crush them under my heel without mercy or regret. That's how I lived, and I loved it. Blood and death had become an integral part of my life, where I found peace and pleasure. That's how I was raised. It was how I had spent 26 years of my life, and how I believed I was going to continue on until my dying breath, until the fateful day that my eyes fell on her, the she-wolf that I was never meant to meet in this life. A beautiful figure sitting alone in a classroom, engrossed in drawing something in her sketchbook, looking all lonely, yet extremely innocent. She looked like a life that was born to be cherished. Seeing her felt like prior to that moment I had accomplished nothing in life, that all along I had been missing something. She unknowingly challenged my own feelings that I always believed to be satisfaction and pleasure. My heart tingled with this feeling. I came to the realization I was attracted to her. The attraction disgusted me. I was lost for a moment, to the point that I just wanted to get rid of her immediately. Hey, lifting her chin with the tip of my silver knife, I forced her to look into my eyes. She was so lost in her drawing that she had not noticed my approach. Her drawing hand paused over her sketchbook. As soon as our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat at the sight of her beautiful blue eyes that were fearless, despite having someone use a dagger to lift her chin. Could it be that she was pretending to be brave? How could there be a werewolf that was not afraid of silver? How dare you enter my territory? I raised my eyebrow. She blinked long lashes as she continued to stare at me. She was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen, but knew that her innocent face was just hiding a monster, a threat to all humans. I believe this college is not situated in hunter territory, she calmly spoke, never making any attempt to pull her exposed throat away from the knife. This entire country falls under my territory, I whispered, leaning closer to her face, emphasizing the danger as I glared into her eyes, including this fashion school where I sit on the trustee board. So what? She raised a defiant eyebrow at me. I could not help but chuckle at seeing this woman audacity. She was arguing with me when I could jab this knife through her throat at any moment. A werewolf has no place in my territory. Seeing you are new here, I am giving you a chance to flee before I change my mind and dig your grave right here. I glared down at her, then added, "Get the fuck out of here and never let me see your face again." "I am not going anywhere," she countered, surprising me for a second. "Care to repeat that so I can seal your fate?" I slid the blade slightly further under her chin, letting her know the danger she was in if she was mistaken about her current situation. I have paid my tuition fees to attend this college. I am here only to study and mind my own business. I don't see any reason to withdraw from school. As she spoke, her fearless eyes never looked away from mine. Her boldness stole what little patience that I had left when dealing with this she-wolf. She was not scared of me. How dare she look me in the eye? I violently grabbed hair and yanked her closer to my face. "Fuck off before I abruptly paused when the scarf that she had been wearing over her chest slid down, revealing her large pregnant belly. I was so shocked that I froze for a long time. How could she be pregnant at such a young age? I would guess that she looked to be around 20. My grip loosened on her hair subconsciously. Was this the reason she had not attacked or defended herself so far? Confusion, surprise, disappointment, anger, and jealousy rose in my heart. It doubled when I could not find the source of my questionable emotions. Why was I angry, and for what reason? Jealousy? That did not make sense. I immediately pulled away from her. I turned my heels to leave the classroom, frustrated with myself for some unknown reason. That she-wolf had really fucked with me without doing anything at all. I hated her. And I did not know why. That day I left the college before my knife could taste her blood. She did not show up at the fashion school from that day on. I would visit that classroom daily, only to find the desk and chair I had found her that day in empty. I knew I should have been glad that she had obeyed me or gotten scared for her life, but her disappearance left me more frustrated. I felt empty. Walter passed as he ran his hand on his hair, slowly watching Willow before he continued the story. Then a week later, I spotted her exiting one of the lecture halls with a group of people. Immediately exiting the classroom, I rushed out only to watch as she disappeared into the crowd of students. After searching for her for half an hour, I believed that it had just been my imagination, until I saw her once again sitting in a small room that was a female cleaner's room. Curious to discover what she was doing there, I stepped into the room only to find her breastfeeding two small infants. I froze in place as the reason behind her disappearance was right in front of me. She was neither afraid of me, nor had she run for her life. She had simply given birth, then returned to her coursework a week later. The more surprising fact was that she had given birth to fraternal twins. A few moments ago, I saw the female cleaner exiting this room with some cash. It turned out the cleaner was taking care of babies in the she-wolf's absence. While I was lost in thought, she had already sensed my presence in the room. "Why are you here?" she questioned, hiding her children from my sight. An evil grin formed on my lips. "Did you think that you could hide them from me forever? How dare you bring them here? Don't you know the rules?" "I believe my babies are not disturbing anyone," she remarked, clutching them close to her chest. Her overprotective nature, combined with the way that she had brought her children to college and hid them, clearly told the story that for some reason she could not leave them at home or let them be away from her for any length of time. Another evil grin formed on my lips when I realized that she had run away. She had run away and was hiding from someone. She probably got knocked up by some random dude, then was abandoned with those two little things that didn't have a father. I picked up something in my hand to crush rather than that arrogant she-wolf. "I wonder if you know that you have broken an important rule of my college." I walked closer to her in amusement. Her expression told me that she was afraid of being kicked out. "Sadly, the fees that you spoke of the other day are no longer going to allow you to stay here after your little decision to bring your babies to the college." I grinned, stopping a hand's breadth away from where she sat. "What would you prefer? Do you want to be exposed and dragged out into the spotlight with your two little bastards? Or would you rather get down on your knees and beg me to keep your secret so that you are allowed to outlive your dignity?" I smiled as her blue eyes stared at me all the time. After I finished speaking, she suddenly put her babies in a basket and walked over to me. A proud smile spread over my lips. She was wise enough to choose the second option and beg me for mercy. However, as it turned out, that had only been wishful thinking on my part. She raised her hand and gave me a harsh slap across the face. My head snapped to the side, leaving me shocked and speechless. Did she just slap me? "My babies are not bastards." Her voice was low. Still in a state of shock, I slowly turned to look at her, only to find her wolf in her eyes. "They have me, their mother. I will love and protect them. I am their everything, just like they are mine." She gently grabbed the basket from its spot on the floor and looked up at me. "So expose me if you want. I will be waiting to be dragged off of campus, but until then, I am not withdrawing from this college," she declared, then turned on her heels and left with her babies through the back door. I stood there watching her disappearing figure as I realized that I had gone crazy. Instead of killing her for slapping me and challenging me, I let her walk away. Not only that, I let her attend my fashion school without exposing her. Then, to my surprise, I had been prowling every bit of the campus, from the lecture halls to the female staff room that she would use daily to breastfeed her twins. Days became weeks that turned into months. I used to stalk her from the shadows. I knew her routine of checking on her babies every hour and taking them out from the back door of the college that was never used by anyone. Hiding and bringing her babies was never easy, while she managed her studies until one day a rumor spread through the fashion school. Did you know someone heard a baby crying from the cleaner's room? Really? Yeah, some boys have gone to secretly break down the door. When Willow heard about it, she raced out of the middle of a lecture to get to her babies, but the door to the room was broken and her babies were missing. She went crazy and started searching for them until the female cleaner led her to my office room where I had the little basket placed on my desk. When she saw that her babies were safe and hugged them, she burst into tears. It was probably the best moment of my life. When I saw tears glistening in her eyes, I could not help but find her even more beautiful. It was also the moment that I realized I had fallen in love with her. When he ended his story, he had a smile on his lips. Now I finally realized who I was really jealous of. He put out his cigarette and got up from the floor, leaving the kitchen. Still sitting on the floor, I looked down at Willow, whose face was buried in my chest, but I felt it getting wet from her tears the entire time Walter was telling the story. She had gone through a lot during those 6 years that I was not with her. I leaned down to her head and buried my face in her hair. I am sorry. I kissed her head and whispered, I will not let you go through the same pain again. I promise. Willow. A resonant wail pierced the recesses of my subconscious, abruptly wrenching me from slumber. Startled, I sat upright in bed, momentarily oblivious to the persistent throb of the headache that had accompanied my awakening. The source of this unsettling cry became evident. It emanated from none other than Lori. Lori, I exclaimed, hastily rising from the bed. Hurriedly, I made my way out of the bedroom and descended the staircase. Why was she in such distress? A sense of unease gripped my heart, for my children were not accustomed to cry unnecessarily. Rarely did the sound of their weeping reach my ears after they had crossed the threshold of 3 years. Guided by the mournful echoes, I hurried into the dining room, where Reuben, too, made his appearance almost simultaneously. Evidently, he had rushed downstairs upon hearing Lori's lamentations. Our eyes locked for a fleeting moment, long enough to resurrect the memory of the kiss we shared just the other day, and the recollection of last night when my tears sought solace against his chest. Disentangling our gaze, we both directed our attention to the dining room, only to discover Walter cradling a tearful Lori in his arms, with a concerned Wyatt standing by his side. It's okay, don't cry, Walter reassured her. Concerned, I swiftly entered the room, Reuben following closely behind. What happened? I inquired, my eyes scanning the scene. Wyatt, with urgency in his voice, rushed toward us. Mummy, Daddy, he implored. Uncle Walter is leaving, but Lori wants him to stay. Please, stop Uncle Walter. My gaze shifted to the stack of Walter's luggage by the room's edge, and Lori's sobs echoed once more. Since their infancy, Wyatt and Lori had found a nurturing guardian in Walter, particularly after our friendship blossomed on the day he protected my children from intruders attempting to breach the female cleaner's quarters. Our initial encounter, marked by animosity, had indeed been unsightly. Subsequent events had only intensified my disdain for him. Yet, with a sincere apology and a genuine desire for self-improvement, Walter sought redemption. Slowly, we became best friends, reaching a point where he assumed daily care for Wyatt and Lori while I attended my lectures. He swiftly grew intimately connected with them, tending to their needs as if they were his own progeny. At one juncture in our friendship, he confessed his regret about not being their biological father, professing a love for them that surpassed even his own life. It was this profound affection that bound my children to him, explaining Lori's unwillingness to part with him. Lori, I promise I'll come back to visit you, baby girl, Walter reassured her, casting me a forlorn smile. The time allotted for his stay in the Emerald Bright Pack was nearing its end, and in compliance with the law, he had to depart promptly. "Lori, come here, baby." I attempted to embrace her, but she adamantly clung to Walter's chest, her cries intensifying. After several futile endeavors to pry her away, a sense of helplessness engulfed me. It was then that I witnessed Reuben pass by, extending his hand to rest gently on Lori's little head. "Lori, come to Daddy," his voice tenderly urged. With just a single word from Reuben, a tearful Lori relinquished her hold on Walter's chest, seamlessly transferring herself into Reuben's arms, surprising me. He handled her so smoothly. "Why are you crying?" Reuben gently wiped the tears from her small face. "Uncle Walter is going," she sobbed. "Yes, he has to go." "Why?" she inquired. "If he doesn't go, how can he come to visit you again?" Reuben patiently explained, his words surprising me. Did he imply that he permitted Walter to visit the pack again? Lori ceased her tears, casting a hopeful gaze at Walter with her large, watery eyes, seeking confirmation. "Yeah, I will go and then return with a lot of toys for you," Walter reassured, offering a bright smile. "Okay," Lori nodded, but as soon as she witnessed Walter grabbing his luggage, a tear welling up in her eyes. Another bout of tears seemed imminent. If she started crying anew, no explanation would suffice to cease her tears, a reality unbeknownst to Reuben. "If you cry again, Uncle Walter won't stay for lunch before leaving," Reuben suddenly declared, surprising not only me but Walter as well. "Wait, did he just mention lunch?" Reuben turned to me, then to Walter. "Join us for lunch before leaving," he whispered. Lori's tears remained suspended, her eyes no longer shedding them. Instead, a broad smile adorned her lips. "Uncle Walter, you're staying for lunch," she exclaimed in a joyously childish voice. Walter found himself momentarily taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, a surprise shared even by him. However, the warmth emanating from the little girl's radiant smile melted his heart. "Yeah, I am going to have lunch with Lori and Wyatt once they return from kindergarten," he grinned, cradling her in his arms and affectionately kissing her puffy cheeks. Wyatt and Lori both hugged Walter happily. My gaze shifted to Reuben, who wore a composed expression as he observed his children in the arms of another man. His dislike for Walter remained, yet, for Lori's sake, he permitted the extension of his stay. Reuben's newfound flexibility surprised me. The Reuben I had known tended to be indifferent to the emotions of others, but now he displayed a concern for others beyond his own comfort. Reuben shifted his gaze to me. "Are you having a headache?" He gently touched my cheeks to gauge any signs of fever. His touch ignited a warmth in my cheeks, and in an instant, the memory of our kiss from the other day flickered in my mind. What was happening to me? Since when had I become so attuned to Reuben's touch? Could it be my heat? Yet what about the heightened beat of my heart, pulsating with our proximity? I withdrew from his touch, feeling the urgency to take my medications promptly. "I think Mia is there to pick up the children," I stated, turning to grasp Wyatt and Lori's hands, signaling our departure. However, as we stood in the middle of the room, I paused and glanced at both Walter and Reuben. Their exchange of glances revealed a swift unraveling of the masks they maintained in front of the children. I issued a warning, "No fighting in my absence. If you two can't get along, then wait for me in the study. I'll be there shortly." With that, I left the pack house. Reuben and Walter exchanged another displeased look before dutifully making their way to the study, adhering to my instructions. Unbeknownst to me, both of them adhered to my request and maintained an air of indifference towards each other. Seated in the study, Reuben immersed himself in the report detailing the mysterious attacks on the top 3 packs. Obtaining the report earlier that morning, he was determined to unravel the enigma shrouding all 3 packs. Meanwhile, Walter silently surveyed the office, perusing Reuben's certificates, awards, and photographs until his gaze fixated on the photos laying on Reuben's desk. Why does it look familiar?" Walter leaned in, placing both hands on the desk, scrutinizing the photos documenting the mysterious attacks on the top 3 packs. Reuben's hand halted abruptly at Walter's observation. "What do you mean familiar?" He locked eyes with Walter. "I don't know why, but I find it familiar," Walter mused, his expression pensive as he delved into deep thought. Do werewolf packs in Britain also experience mysterious attacks? Reuben inquired with a grave tone. He struggled to fathom why Walter would find these incidents familiar. Mysterious attacks? What's this about? Walter's curiosity was piqued. Reuben contemplated for a while, weighing the decision to share this information with the hunter. Eventually, he chose to disclose the details of the attacks. Taking a seat across from Reuben, Walter attentively listened while examining the photos, files, and reports one by one. Holding a tray of coffee in my hand, I paused upon hearing Walter's words. "Wait, now I remember why I find these attacks familiar," Walter exclaimed, slamming his hand on the desk. "Where?" Reuben's attention sharpened. 11 years ago, I heard from my father's friend in America about a mysterious incident that wiped out a werewolf pack. The whole pack was engulfed in a fire, and not a single pack member was found. I remember it vividly because it was an exceptionally rare case, Walter explained. Reuben frowned in response to the revelation. Wait, does it mean these mysterious attacks took place years ago too? It's not the first time? Honestly, I think so, Walter affirmed. Which pack was wiped out? What was the name? Reuben pressed for more details. I don't know. My dad's friend is no longer alive, and at that time, I didn't care about a werewolf pack mysteriously being wiped out, especially when it was none of my business. Walter shrugged nonchalantly. Reuben's frustration mounted. If what you're saying is true, how come I didn't hear anything about it? And I believe if it had happened in the werewolf realm, these incidents must have been recorded in books too, he questioned, a mix of confusion and curiosity evident in his tone. The only explanation is that someone intentionally kept the news of the attack from spreading and concealed the incident, Walter remarked, observing Reuben's darkening expressions. So this fucked up mess is rooted in the past, Reuben growled, his eyes intense as they fixated on the photos on his desk. If you suspect a hunter's involvement, let me assure you that no hunter can single-handedly eliminate shifters in one night, Walter explained solemnly to Reuben. Despite being from a different country, he held a strong belief in justice, especially when it came to matters involving hunters. I know it's not the work of humans or witches, Reuben murmured, his gaze shifting to the photos depicting the decimation of all three packs. Not even a work of witch? Then it could be a werewolf. Walter inquired with curiosity. Reuben shook his head. It's not the work of a normal werewolf, he murmured, lifting his eyes to lock with mine as I stood by the door. Normal werewolf? Walter furrowed his brows in confusion. Are there different types of werewolves? Maintaining eye contact with me, Reuben was fixated on the unsettling threat looming over Shine Moon Pack and the impending danger to Wade Moon Pack. Reuben kept his eyes locked with me as the Shine Moon Pack's horrifying attack and Wade Moon Pack being the next target threatened my heart. He rose from his seat and approached me until we stood face to face. Reuben suddenly asked, running his finger along my cheek, "Is there something you're hiding from me?" "What do you mean?" Confused, I blinked at him. He leaned down to my neck, inhaling my scent deeply. "Why has your scent grown so strong suddenly?" His question caught me off guard, and my hand tightened on the tray. My heart raced when I realized he had detected my heat. "It's because I am sweaty," I lied, holding my breath. "Really?" Still leaning close, he glanced at my expression with a smirk. "Then I advise you to take a bath quickly," he whispered, licking my neck softly. I moaned as the tray dropped from my hand, a sensation between my legs overwhelming me. "Or I am afraid of tasting every inch of you." Ella, Opal Moon Pack. Fuck! Why the hell is that she-wolf still in Emerald Bright Pack? My uncle roared, tossing the photos of Reuben and Willow's kiss from her welcome party away. After being confronted with all of the evidence of her love affair with that hunter, he dared to embrace that dirty little whore. How dare he insult you in such a way? He banged his fist down on the desk in a burning rage that he could obviously not let out, as the person offending him again and again was Reuben. I see that he has gone blind under the glow of this woman's love, whether it is from a mate bond or not. He scratched the photos with his claws. It would have been great if that mysterious attack would have taken place on Wade Moon that day. Then she would have been killed by that mysterious fire. He cursed non-stop as if it were the only thing he could do. Uncle, you are being too loud. You are just making my headache worse, I murmured, keeping my eyes closed and leaning back motionlessly against the chair. You have a headache because I am loud? He snapped at me. My niece returned to our pack in tears and is unwilling to return to her own fiancé's pack, a place that she is supposed to spend the rest of her life. Do you have any fucking idea how I'm feeling at this moment? His eyes were red. I was my uncle's pride. When I was hurt, he could not bear the sight of it. That night, I returned the pack after my encounter with Oren. Reuben had openly threatened and insulted me thanks to Willow. Then, when that had not been enough humiliation, Oren had added to my broken state by revealing the fact that our brief relationship in the past was a mistake in his mind. A mistake that he knowingly committed. Even though I could not understand the meaning behind his words, I felt utterly humiliated. I left the party only to encounter Willow and Reuben kissing in the clearing. That had been when I reached my breaking point, as it was no longer one-side kiss from Reuben. Willow had kissed Reuben back. It has been 2 days, and he has neither called nor come to bring you back. Isn't he dishorning his fiancée with his actions? I will not tolerate it. I will not fucking let this stand to pass, growling. He picked up the receiver. I opened my eyes slightly to look at him. Who are you calling? Alpha Luis, he remarked, dialing Reuben's father's number. Reuben has to know that the marriage contract he signed is not a tissue paper that he can just throw away after using. He has tossed away his slut soulmate and bastard children. He has to know that you are putting up with him because of the love you bear him, and that it is time for him to wake up. It seems that he has fucking forgotten the year he spent caged up in prison and beaten regularly, only earning his freedom when he signed this marriage contract. Now I will let him taste the power of the marriage contract. He spoke resentfully in one breath. Before the call could be connected, I took the receiver from my uncle's hand and put it down. What are you doing? He frowned bitterly. Alpha Luis cannot help you, uncle, I said quietly. If he cannot, then who will? He raised an eyebrow, then realized. What is in your mind? A small smile appeared on my lips. Frank has returned. Frank? Uncle's eyes widened. Do you mean? I just smiled and walked past him, my expression becoming void of emotion. Now I am done being the one that is hurt. Willow, I advise you to quickly take a bath, otherwise I am afraid that I'll be tasting every inch of you. His soft lick on my neck pitched me into a storm of memories of the intense sex we would have during my heat, his hungry touches, the impatient thrusts, the soft bites, and lustful nights that we spent together in the past. After 6 years of living the life of a celibate, my skin had grown ultra-sensitive just like it had before, only because of Reuben. I could not control my moan as long-buried desire and heat threatened to erupt, inflaming the overwhelming sensation between my thighs, causing the tray to drop from my hand. Sari got out of my control as my body grew limp in his arms. My reaction led to Reuben abruptly freezing as Sari lured Dex in with her seduction, provoking Reuben to the point that he grabbed my neck and pulled me closer to his lips. Willow, are you? He paused when the sound of someone's running entered the room. Willow. Mia rushed into the room shouting. My senses immediately knocked back into my mind. I wrangled my wolf back under control, took over my slipping heat, covered it like it was never there, and immediately looked at the door where Mia stood. Her eyes were big and she was sweaty. Hiding her panic, she managed to give me a nervous smile and said, You said we would go for a run. Let's go. The moment that my heat had started taking me over, I had mind-linked Mia to come and do something before I was exposed to Reuben. The room fell into a dead silence as the two men standing in the room gave Mia a blank stare, clearly picking up on her lie. I could not help but give her a tight yet thankful smile. She really was bad at lying, but she showed up to help me at the right time. Yes, I am coming. I pulled away from Reuben and turned to exit the office. When Reuben's arms were left empty, Dex let out a dissatisfied growl. Mia flinched in horror, practically running out of the room, but I kept my back straight and quickly walked out without looking back at him. Unknown to me, Walter, who had been observing the scene the entire time, came over to Reuben. What was that? Reuben remained silent for a couple of seconds as he looked down at his hand. She is definitely hiding something from me. I can tell something is off. I just can't put my finger on what it is, he murmured. Does it have something to do with what you call the mate bond? Walter looked at Reuben's hand. Why is your mate bond still so strong with her when you two were separated for 6 years? It should have weakened by now, seeing that she hates you. Reuben raised his gaze to look at Walter, answering his question with one of his own. What do you think? Walter blinked, realizing the answer on his own. When Mia and I both made it to her house, Mia shut the door behind her and let out a shriek of fear. Shit! I can't believe I lied in front of the Alpha. She pulled at her hair in fear. On the other side of the room, I grabbed the pillbox from her bedside table, sat on the bed quickly taking another pill. To avoid Reuben's suspicion, I had hidden the pills at Mia's place. I groaned, closing my eyes. This heat, it is really making me insane. I don't know how I will make it through tonight. I buried my face in my hand, enduring the pain that was growing inside me. Pain that was a clear indication that my heat was going to be over tonight. You know what you did is extremely wrong, right? Mia remarked, taking a seat across from me. She had calmed down slightly at the sight of my pained state. I look at her slowly, feeling a deep guilt in my heart. You are also aware that a she-wolf goes into heat when her mate is affectionate with her. And judging by your intense heat that is taking way long to dissipate, the alpha's obsession with you is clear. Taking heat-preventing pills behind your mate's back is so unbelievably wrong and against the goddess's rules, Willow. Are you that scared of mating with the alpha? She murmured. I fiddled with the pillbox in my hand in silence, listening to her, while Siri kept growling in my mind in displeasure. I cannot risk going into heat at this point, Mia. I could not help but give her a helpless smile. Yes, I am scared because you don't know what Reuben becomes when I go into heat. I got up from the bed and placed the pillbox in her hand that I no longer needed. There can be no mating between Reuben and I. She pursed her lips, turning mute for a long time. I knew she had suspicions that not everything was normal between Reuben and I, but she always played dumb. I admit that I don't know what exactly is going on between you and the Alpha, Willow, but I wonder if you know that you have to bear the consequences of preventing your heat, right? What consequences? I cocked my brows. Never learned about such things. Mia tore her gaze away from the pills and replied, I don't know, but the elders say that when we play with Goddess's rules, she plays with us. Mia's words left me silent before I replied, I am indeed going against the Goddess's rules, but the Goddess will also see the reason behind my actions. I could not cross that line with a man who was another woman's fiancé. I could not mate with a man that I was bound to be separated from in 3 months. Or is it that you do not want to get hurt? Mia interrupted me. You are simply preparing your heart for rejection? My hand shook at Mia's words. With that, I left her house without looking back. I was going to be rejected. The kiss that we shared that day appeared in my mind only to tighten my chest. Over the past few days that I had spent with Reuben, I had forgotten that I had only returned to Reuben's life for 3 months. He wanted a rejection so that he could marry Ella. What was this feeling? I placed my hand over my intense heartbeat. Why am I in pain at the thought of leaving Reuben when I had been prepared for it from the beginning? I asked myself, walking in the clearing, why am I so affected by Reuben marrying Ella? When he broke my heart 6 years ago, when he brought an alpha's daughter to the pack as his fiancée, why did I believe him even after that betrayal? Why did I kiss him back? Is it not because you still love him? A voice came from the side that froze me in place. I raised my eyes to find Walter standing with his shoved in his pockets. You still love him. My heart jumped into my throat at Walter's words. I don't. I took a step back. I don't love him. If you want me to believe that, then don't make your lie so obvious, Willow. He took a step closer to me, then he added, During the 6 years, you've accompanied me as my fake date. You even visited my parents as my girlfriend. We have spent so many good times together, but you always drew a line between us. Knowing my feelings for you, you never responded to my attempts at seduction and advances. You had ample opportunities during this time when you could have chosen me, the man who is ready and willing to die for you and wants to become the father to your children, but you always turned me down." He paused and took another step closer to me. "All this time I thought that I was not enough for you, but it turned out it was all a lie, because now I have realized that you were stuck in the past with Reuben." A smile appeared on his lips as a pool of tears gathered in my eyes. "You could never move on from him. You could never fall in love with me because you still love him." Walter spoke a truth that I had been denying with all my might, yet failed at miserably as I broke into tears. Unable to control my emotions, I shifted into my wolf and raced off aimlessly into the woods. How could I be in love with Reuben? I hated him. I knew it. So why I could not. Stopping in the middle of the woods, Sari howled up at the sky, releasing all the pain that I had been experiencing in my heart. Whimpering, I curled up into a ball between some roots at the base of a tree and closed my eyes. My mind was blank and my heart was a mess. I just wanted to disappear from the world, to escape from reality, until I felt the same warmth on my face that I had been feeling whenever I used to fall asleep. The sensation used to vanish as soon as I would open my eyes. This time, when I opened my eyes, I found a alpha wolf standing behind me, lovingly rubbing his face against mine, sharing in my pain. He lay down beside me and cuddled me. Willow.
Willow. His fingers were tangled with mine, and his nose was buried deep in my hair. He found me again. I wonder if during the past 6 years I had really been hidden from him? He used to be able to find me whenever I was in the most pathetic mental condition, and my dark thoughts would start consuming me. What was actually harmful was that my messed up emotions would instantly be corralled back under control and calmed by him, even though no words would be spoken between us, just like the peace that had existed between us for the past 2 hours under this tree. The entire time, the black wolf behind me cuddled me in silence, stealing all my restlessness while simultaneously pulling me into the unimaginable comfort of his warmth. I also discovered that the warmth and touch that always disappeared as soon as I would open my eyes had been none other than Reuben. Earlier, when I had shifted into my human form, he had done the same. When I changed positions and leaned back against the tree, he also changed positions, then came up to become the support behind me. I tried to pay as little attention to him as possible. However, his breathing and our proximity made it hard for me. At the same time, nervousness secretly grew inside me at the thought that he had overheard the conversation between Walter and I in the clearing. Though he had not brought it up so far, which put my heart at ease. It made me believe that I was still in a safe zone, and he was unaware that I was finally thinking and figuring out my feelings for him. I was confused and fighting with my own heart. "Do you feel better now?" Still gently playing with my fingers like he had been doing for the past half an hour, his breath fanning against my ear. What will happen to me? I was doing fine on my own. You just stalked me out of suspicion that I would escape, then you stay with me so that you could keep an eye on me. Out of annoyance, I blurted out anything that came to my mind, even though I was clearly aware of what he felt, seeing my discomfort and fluctuating emotions. And that's how he came to discover my location. His soft chuckle entered my ears, raising a sense of embarrassment in my heart. It's true, I am a stalker. I am asshole, and I am a fucked up psycho. He shamelessly admitted all his bad qualities, clasping both of our hands, and slightly leaned down to my face from my neck, then whispered, "And I am yours." When his flitterous words fell into my ears, the tip of them turned red. Compared to 6 years ago, his flirting had become even more bold and sharp enough to play dirty with my wolf. Sari started making noises in my head, lured by Dex's seduction. My heart quickened with his provocative gazes and hot breath brushing my cheek. Nonsense. I looked away from him to hide the flush spreading across my cheeks when suddenly I became aware of my naked state. I had been naked this whole time. During my shift earlier, my clothes were completely destroyed. How long had he been like that? My heat was bound to end completely tonight, but if my wolf picked up on Reuben's arousal, then I was done for. The first thing that came to mind was for me to get up and look for some spare clothes in one of the nearby trees that were always available for pack members for such situations. My second thought was to walk naked in front of Reuben, but my body would not allow me to move a single muscle. I looked meaningfully over my shoulder at him, wanting him to turn around to face him, only to find an amused smile plastered on his lips. What? You want to leave, but you are afraid of being watched by me? My cheeks flushed at his words. He got me. He could always see right through my thoughts when his own mind was full of naughty things. When I did not reply, he continued. What's wrong? If I am right, it is time for the children to return from kindergarten, then we have lunch plans with Walter. I bet you don't want your friend to leave without saying goodbye to you, right? A handsome smile played on his lips that showed how thoughtful and sincere he was being, but in reality he just wanted me to walk in front of him naked. Fine, he wanted to embarrass me, then he got his wish. Gritting my teeth, I got up from the ground, accepting the fact that I would be exposed in front of his lustful eyes. However, as soon as I took a step away from him to search for clothes, a warm knee-length coat draped over my shoulders. Wear it. It's cold. Reuben's voice came from behind me. I looked back at him to find him slipping into light blue jeans and white shirt. He did not seem to have shifted abruptly like me. Without arguing, I slipped into his warm coat that was soaked in his addicting scent. Sari whimpered weakly, diving into the warmth of our mate's scent. Willow, he called my name, making me look into his green eyes. Don't cry or cause yourself any pain because of me. Yes, I want you. I want you to love me. I want you to realize that you still love me and want me too. I want you to admit it and confront your feelings for me, but in no way do I want you to break down to the point that you deny your feelings for me, he stated point blank. I held my breath and clenched the coat lightly around me. He heard the conversation between Walter and I. Yes, I am impatient, but I can wait for you. He caressed my cheek with the back of his hand. The serenity in his beautiful eyes and his soft tone quickened my heart. My lips parted slightly. Don't wait for me. I will not allow myself to fall in love with you again. A small smile appeared on his lips as he inched closer to me, our bodies aligning perfectly. You are already in love with me, Willow. You are just too afraid to admit to yourself, but you will soon. I asked, what if I never admit it? You will. He raised my chin and leaned down to kiss my lips. You love me, Willow. You love me. I closed my eyes as a single tear rolled down from the corner of my eye. Yes, I loved him. I loved Reuben.
Willow. Walter vanished without a trace. Upon our return to the pack house from the woods, his luggage was nowhere to be found, and there was no sign of him anywhere. His disappearance wasn't entirely surprising, as he had vanished similarly to this on numerous occasions in the past. However, Mia informed me that when she had gone to pick up the children from kindergarten that day, Walter had accompanied her. He took the children out for lunch at a fancy restaurant, spent a delightful hour with them, then sent them back with Mia, only to disappear without a word. I stared at the last message on my phone, one that Walter had sent me before he left. Stay away from Ella. She is dangerous. 2 days had passed and still had mixed feelings about the message. Why would Walter say such a thing about Ella? After all, they were strangers. What had he meant when he referred to her as dangerous? As I watered the plants in the pack house, I couldn't help but steal glances at Ella, who was surrounded by pack members. Thanksgiving was approaching. As per tradition, the Emerald family hosted a feast for all pack members. Ella seemed to be taking charge of the Thanksgiving preparations, a responsibility typically reserved for the Luna. Her dedication was palpable. One might easily misconstrue that she was already married to Reuben. Maya mentioned that Ella had been overseeing the Thanksgiving and other major festival preparations for the past 6 years in Emerald Bright Pack. The crowd gathered around her. The apparent respect and admiration she commanded from the pack members made it obvious that she was already viewed as Reuben's Luna in their eyes. My heart grew uneasy. Reuben had assured me that he had no intentions of marrying Ella, yet she was listed as his fiancée on official documents, and he allowed her to act as his Luna. No matter how I tried to explain myself, my heart refused to be satisfied in the slightest. Sari growled lowly in my mind. While conversing with a female warrior, she noticed me watching her. Our eyes met, devoid of any visible emotions. I suppressed Sari, unwilling to incite a confrontation with Ella. However, she dismissed the other females around her and approached me. Willow, why did you look at me like that? Are you angry with me? She softly inquired, her innocent face radiating its usual charm, but her words attracted the attention of some passing females that were famous for spreading gossip. Why would I be angry with you? I questioned, maintaining a neutral expression. I'm afraid that you might think I'm trying to take your place, she confessed, a guilty smile tugging at her lips. However, I sensed the insincerity behind the facade of gentle kindness that she was presenting to the pack members. Don't worry about such things, I replied, unable to resist smiling as I met her gaze. You could never replace me, Ella. Anywhere means anywhere, I added. Her smile immediately faltered, replaced by an ugly frown. You shouldn't be so confident, Willow. The corner of her lips twitched. 6 years have changed almost every aspect of our lives. She walked closer to me, so that we were standing face to face. Reuben has become the alpha and my fiancé. Your position among us no longer exists, neither in this pack nor in Reuben's life. I clenched my fists at my sides, locking eyes with her. What do you mean by that? If you want to understand the situation better, don't forget to make an appearance at the Thanksgiving feast. She smiled, then turned on her heel to rejoin the group. What did she mean? Why was she so confident? A jumble of emotions churned within me, unsettling my heart. Lost in thought, I failed to notice a figure standing behind me until only a hand's breadth separated us. Startled, I turned to find Bix standing there, his expression stern. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, I asked, "What's the matter?" It was highly unusual for him to linger around me for so long, given that he couldn't stand the sight of me for even a second. Reuben wants your opinion on the Thanksgiving gathering for your family of 4. I'm arranging it, so come inside and check the list that's been sent for you. He spoke quickly before entering the pack house. I blinked in surprise. It was the first time Bix had spoken to me, even though he was merely trying to fulfill one of his duties. Taking a deep breath, I followed him to the living room where he placed the list on the table for me to inspect. As I picked it up, I couldn't help but notice his slightly swollen face. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and he frequently touched his stomach, his discomfort evident in the pained expression he concealed so well. Are you feeling unwell? I asked casually, but his reaction seemed alarmed. No, he murmured, withdrawing his hand from his stomach. Why are you lying? Should I call Reuben or Oren if you don't feel well? Sensing something was amiss, I suggested. I knew he wouldn't readily accept help from me, but he might feel more at ease with his friends. He frowned immediately for some reason and retorted, "How about you just focus on the list and let me get the fuck out of here?" He glared at me in displeasure. Ignoring his hostility, I went into the kitchen and returned a while later with a cup of herbal tea. Have this, then you can get the fuck out of here, if that's what you want. He glanced at the cup placed in front of him, then shifted his focus to me as I added the items I wanted for Thanksgiving. Pushing the cup aside, he sneered at me. Stop pretending to be a decent person in front of me. Save it for the others. I could not help but just stare at him. Why do you hate me so much? I finally asked the question that had been weighing on my mind since I arrived at this pack. Is it because of Ella? You really don't know anything, do you? Bix's eyes flashed red, as if he was recalling something truly soul-crushing. I don't hate you. I loathe you. Why? I stared at him sternly. Why did you leave Reuben 6 years ago? He demanded. I was slightly taken aback by the sudden change of the topic that went to Reuben and I. How could his hatred towards me be connected to us? I straightened my back and replied, that is between Reuben and I. Then why the hell was I being dragged into this? He suddenly barked. I flinched, staring at him in surprise. He was being dragged into it? What did he mean? Let me tell you something, Willow. He abruptly rose from his seat, then yanked me up out of my own as well. Whatever reason you had to leave Reuben, it could never have justified what Reuben has lost since then, he growled, gripping my arm tightly and pulling me closer to his face. You have destroyed his life to the point that he has nowhere to turn. With that, he shoved me away and turned to leave with the list. I collapsed onto the sofa, overwhelmed with restless confusion. Bix's hateful glare frightened me for reasons I couldn't comprehend. Such intense hatred couldn't stem from trivial matters. What did he mean? What had Reuben lost because of my departure? How had I ruined Reuben's life? What had transpired 6 years ago that was irreparable? Memories of Reuben's animosity toward his own father flooded my mind, intertwining with Bix's words. Since my return to this pack, I hadn't seen Alpha Luis, and his name had not been mentioned by anyone. I hadn't shown interest in delving into the matter, not wanting to disrupt my life further, but it seemed I was missing crucial information. I sat there for a long time, pondering everything. Why was I being blamed for things that I wasn't even aware of? Taking a deep breath, I made a decision. I needed to uncover everything that had transpired in this pack and Reuben's life during the past 6 years. I had to understand what had happened to Reuben and why they accused me of ruining his life. If I didn't unravel this mystery, I knew it would haunt me for the rest of my life. I had to uncover every detail about Reuben's life during the past 6 years that I had been absent. It became my top priority and the most significant challenge of my life. Little did I know, the biggest upheaval had already silently arrived in my life, like a gentle wave lapping the shore before the storm. Somewhere far away, a werewolf pack lay deserted, the land surrounding it resembling a barren wasteland. The houses stood with doors thrown open. There were no sounds of birds or animals echoing from the woods, casting an eerie atmosphere over the once beautiful land. A gentle wind pushed aside the curtains of the pack house, infiltrating the Alpha's office, where 2 figures sat across from each other under a dim light. A game of chess rested between Alpha Rick, drenched in sweat, and a tall figure exuding a potent yet malevolent aura. The Alpha's hands trembled violently as he reached for a chess piece. It was his turn to make a move, but a single wrong decision would spell the end of his own game. This was his last opportunity to either win or lose. Paralyzed by the fear of making a mistake, the hand holding the chess piece hovered in midair. He ever so slightly glanced up at the figure, leisurely seated on the sofa with their legs crossed and face partially obscured in the dim light. As his eyes finally settled on the man's strikingly handsome yet unsettling features and the aura of malevolence surrounding him, Alpha Rick's heart quivered with dread. He quickly looked back down at the chessboard and in a panicked moment dropped the chess piece onto a random square on the board. The Alpha's face drained of color, his complexion alternating between white and blue as he realized the irreversible nature of his mistake. Before him, 2 long, slender fingers appeared, deftly picking up a chess piece and cornering Alpha Rick's king, effectively ending the game in a single move. Checkmate, a deep voice intoned, bringing the game to its inevitable conclusion. Alpha Rick's heart leapt into his throat as he watched his king topple from the chessboard. It was over. He had lost the game that would determine his fate. Raising his eyes slightly, he met a pair of eyes with different colors, akin to a ghost's stare. The Alpha nearly tumbled from his seat in horror at the sight of the man before him. He was no ordinary werewolf. He was a monster. "Please, spare me, please," he cried, pleading desperately, his skin burning with the intensity of the man's gaze, but mostly from the silence. Rick knew that he was doomed. He didn't understand how or why he had become the sole person of the pack, forced to play a life-and-death game of chess with the man before him, who had just walked into his pack as if he were on an evening stroll. Only now that he had lost, he decided to strike first. "I will damn well kill you." With a roar, Alpha Rick staggered in fear before lunging at the man, only to be swiftly sliced in 2. Alpha Rick's lifeless body crumpled to the floor of his own pack house. "Too bad. Many have tried and failed. Perhaps in your next life," the man remarked, stepping over the lifeless body as he exited the pack house, which was already engulfed in flames. He strolled leisurely amidst the burning woods, pausing only under the moonlight to inhale the scent of a small torn piece of white handkerchief tied around his hand. "Willow Rathbone," he moaned.
Willow. Balancing a tray of freshly baked cookies, I observed 3 figures in the backyard, 1 large and 2 small. It was Thanksgiving, and Reuben was playing football with Wyatt and Lori while I prepared the Thanksgiving meal. Since the pack feast was scheduled for the evening, everyone was enjoying Thanksgiving meals with their families at lunchtime, and we would all gather for dinner later. Reuben, clad only in football shorts, glistened with sweat as it trickled down his well-defined 8-pack abs. Sari melted at the sight of him while I felt my throat a little dry. His sweaty hair and chiseled features were breathtakingly attractive as he dashed after the ball. A sudden tingling sensation filled my heart. I could not tear my eyes away from him no matter how much I tried. As the goal neared, Reuben deliberately slowed down, allowing Wyatt and Lori to chase after the ball. With a swift kick from Wyatt's short legs, the football soared into the net. Wyatt and Lori erupted with excited cheers, exclaiming, "Yay, we won the game! Daddy, you lost!" "Oh no, I've lost again," Reuben lamented dramatically, collapsing onto the ground and covering his eyes with his hand as he lay on the grass. Forgetting about the football, Wyatt and Lori hurried closer to him and settled on either side, concern etched on their faces. "Daddy, are you sad?" Wyatt inquired. "Daddy, are you crying?" Lori asked with a furrowed brow. Reuben glanced at them affectionately and then enveloped both of their little bodies in a tight embrace. "No, Daddy is happy," he declared with a grin before launching into a round of tickles. The children giggled and squirmed in Reuben's arms as he chuckled and embraced them, rolling around on the ground together in joyful laughter. Unbeknownst to me, my lips had been curled into a smile all this time. My heart warmed at the sight of the three of them, their happiness palpable and infectious. Prior to this day, the three of us would celebrate Thanksgiving among ourselves, and I would go to great lengths to ensure that my children never felt the absence of their father. Yes, we were content, and each year was memorable in its own way. However, I had never witnessed my children having so much fun. With Reuben, they found themselves immersed in unbridled joy, experiencing a sense of normalcy they had long yearned for. Growing up without a father for 5 years, they had finally found the fatherly love they had always lacked. Lost in my thoughts, I pondered how long this newfound happiness would last for my children, and what twists and turns awaited in Reuben and my relationship during my remaining days in Emerald Bright Pack. But for now, all I wanted was to see them happy and together. As I drifted in contemplation, I noticed Reuben pouring a bottle of water over himself. The droplets cascaded over his head and down his sculpted chest so perfectly that it stirred something within me, summoning Sari to my eyes. I swallowed hard, feeling a rush of emotions surge because of him, until I realized his gaze was fixed on me. We locked eyes for a fleeting moment before he flashed me a devilish smirk that caused my heart to skip a beat. My ears flushed with heat as I hastily placed the tray of cookies for them to enjoy and made my way inside the pack house, only to be suddenly ensnared by 2 large hands from behind. "Was someone peeking on me?" Reuben inquired, his voice tinged with amusement. Startled by his question, I glanced over my shoulder at him. "Who was peeking on you? I just came to give the children cookies." "Don't get lost in your fantasies. I don't have bad habits like peeking on others," I retorted, trying to mask my own surprise. "Really?" He abruptly turned me to face him, his arms coiling around my waist like a snake. "Then who was that girl who used to peek at me when I played football on the school grounds and who would wait for me obediently in the locker room to make love with her?" A sudden blush spread across my face in shame. That's in the past. Why was he bringing up our past actions so suddenly? And why the hell did he remember everything so clearly? Now, as I thought about it, I realized I had done a lot of shameful things out of love. One of those was having sex with Reuben in the locker room. It was indeed thrilling, and it used to turn me on. There was hardly a day when we kept our hands to ourselves. "Past?" He raised his brows, sliding his hand down to my ass. "How about we relive those memories, Willow?" Whispering seductively, he slid his one hand inside my loose top and the other inside my shorts. I was taken back by his sudden bold move. "What are you doing?" Surprised, I grabbed his hand. "Children are outside." Instead of growling at him for touching me, children being outside the house came out of my mouth that sounded like I wanted it if children were not there. And Reuben's evil grin suddenly make it obvious. Shit, he took it in wrong way. Before I could explain myself, he made another move. "Let's head up to our bedroom." He pulled me into a deep kiss. My eyes widened as I felt his lips already started softly caressing mine between the kisses. "Our bedroom?" I broke the kiss in surprise. "Yeah, our bedroom, where you'll be moving very soon." He lifted me up, took a few steps, and gently pinned me against the near wall. My bedroom, in other words, our bedroom, he added seductively, only to capture my lips again. My heart raced wildly when he referred to his room as our bedroom and mentioned that I would soon be moving in. He didn't seem to be just saying it casually. He sounded absolutely certain about it. I had already spent a few days in his room and had shared his bed a couple of times, which had been challenging for me. Even if I would control my heart and desire, my body would betray me. I had even went into the heat because so of him, so I couldn't imagine how permanently moving into Reuben's bedroom would play out, especially when I had a clear idea of his intentions. He desired me, my body and soul. He yearned to possess me, and my wolf echoed those dark desires. But I feared the repercussions if I allowed my wolf and heart to follow the path that I had closed off for myself. The more I dwelled on it, the more complex my feelings became. I locked eyes with his closed ones, and closed mine as well, his kiss engulfing me in every way, rendering resistance futile. Yielding to his advances, I returned his kiss, heedless of everything else. Excited by my response and kiss, he moaned, "So sweet," softly biting and sucking my lips. A needy moan escaped my lips, as his lips softly and gently crushed into mine. I couldn't help but slowly part my lips, granting him access to my mouth. Our tongues intertwined, leaving me breathless. But then Lori and Wyatt's voice entered my ears as they raced inside the living room. "Mommy." Alarmed, I opened my eyes right away and pushed Reuben away. My push could only make him a step away from me as I stared at him with my wide eyes. I had really lost my mind just now. I let him touch me. Reuben still stared at me intoxicatingly. There was no regret or shame in his eyes for what he did. Rather, he looked like he wanted more. "Mommy, when are we having lunch?" Lori chirped. I calmed my heart and smiled at my two adorable children. "In a few minutes. Let's go and get dressed." I grabbed both of their hands and quickly led them upstairs, feeling Reuben's gaze lingering on my ass. Entering their room, when I settled both of them, Wyatt questioned, "Mommy, Thanksgiving is celebrated among family, right?" I simply hummed in response. "Then where is your family? Your mommy and daddy?" My whole body froze as if plunged into icy waters. At my mom and dad? The faint memory of my parents flitted across my mind, accompanied by hazy scenes. The voices that echoed in my mind were difficult to comprehend, and whenever I tried to think about it, I would be plagued by headaches. In reality, I didn't remember much about my past beyond my name, age, and surname, which I was supposed to conceal from the world, though I didn't know why. There were some more memories, but they were all blurry. Wyatt awaited my response eagerly. "I have family, and it's you two," I smiled, kissing him. "You forgot Daddy, Mommy," Lori reminded me, catching me off guard. I smiled guiltily. "Yes, Daddy, too." After dressing both of them, I sent them downstairs. Then I changed into a fitted, deep neckline white dress that reached above my thighs. Applying a touch of makeup and styling my hair into a bun, I stood straight in front of the mirror after placing the lipstick on the dressing table. That's when I saw Reuben standing behind me in the mirror. I blinked in surprise. "What are you?" He gently traced his finger along the deep neckline of my dress and kissed my neck. "You look so beautiful." I bit my lips lightly and closed my eyes when his gentle lips touched my skin. It was so good. As my eyes were closed, I felt something around my neck. I opened my eyes to find him adorning me with a beautiful necklace that coincidentally complemented my dress perfectly. Surprised, my hand subconsciously reached up to touch the necklace, then moved to Reuben, who was looking at me with dreamy eyes. "Do you like it?" he asked, his eyes never leaving mine. I nodded, feeling my cheek bruising. A small smile graced his lips as if my appreciation for his gift meant the world to him. Honestly, I loved the necklace, but if I said that, then he could act like a rogue and pounce on me. "It's beautiful," I murmured, looking away from him, but he leaned down to my ears and whispered. "You look so fucking sexy when you blush, Willow," he grinned, inching closer to me. "It's our first Thanksgiving with our children and as a family. I am so happy," he murmured, leaning down to kiss my cheek. My heart raced with his tender kiss, and I could not help but lowered my eyes. "I also have something for you," I murmured. "For me?" He blinked, his gaze following me as I walked to my drawer. I retrieved the small box that I had purchased from the mall the other day while shopping. I had never imagined I would give it to him on this occasion. Taking his hand, I placed the box in his palm. Curiosity flickered in his eyes, but he looked between the box and me as he slowly opened it. When his eyes landed on the exquisite blue-gold tie pin inside, his expression shifted. I felt nervousness all over, trying to read his face and wondering if he liked it or not. Reuben tore his eyes from the tie pin and looked at me, a happy smile gracing his lips. "I love it," he declared. He took my hand and softly pulled me closer to his chest. "Wear it on me," he said, passing me the tie pin, his eyes flirtatiously locked with mine. I lowered my gaze shyly as I fastened the pin onto his tie, feeling his unwavering gaze on my face the entire time. "Willow," he called my name softly. "Hmm?" I raised my head to look at him, only to receive a kiss on my lips. "I love you."
Reuben. In her absence, I never celebrated any festival or participated in any celebrations or occasions. I locked myself away in a self-made prison. During those 6 years, day and night had no distinct meaning in my life. I killed and destroyed, but I was never able to forget her, not even for a second. She was everywhere. She was an integral part of me, but still far from my reach. Each second without her felt like an agonizing punishment, and every one of those sleepless nights became my destiny. I sat alone in my room, staring out the window, watching the seasons and weather change their cycle, continuing on, yet my torment never ended. No matter how long I waited, she never returned, until now. Placing my empty glass on the bar counter after toasting with the pack members that had thanked me in unison, I stepped out onto the dance floor. Her slender back and long hair that brushed her hips held my attention as I swiftly turned her around to face me, just before she could accept another man's hand for the dance. "Reuben," she gasped, her eyes darting around at the surprised faces of the pack members before returning to my possessive ones. "What are you doing?" she whispered. "I'm never letting you go, Willow," I declared, wrapping my arm around her thin waist and pulling her closer, leaving no space between us. She was taken aback by my sudden declaration and surprised by the intensity of my newfound obsession. "Never dare to run away from me again," I whispered, my breath fanning against her face. She looked at me with beautiful, wide, fearful blue eyes. She had no idea what was driving me to suddenly say such things, but all she needed to know was that she would never escape from me. Never. I brushed my fingers over her wet lower lip as her heartbeat intensified. I had finally gotten her back in my life after putting in so much effort to make her believe in me, even though it was only a little bit of trust at this point. She had kissed me back and had started realizing her feelings for me. After sharing lunch with the children and Willow today, I realized how much I loved having a family. I realized how much had been lacking in my life. I had become greedy for the happiness that I lacked the last 6 years, greedy to have Willow in my arms, greedy for her presence in my life. Now there was no way that I would be able to let her walk out of my life with my heart and soul in her hand. "Reuben," Orrin mind-linked me. I tilted my head to find him standing by the bar counter, his expression serious. He had been out of reach since the early evening. "I have some bad news," he continued. As he spoke, I tore my gaze away from him to focus back on Willow. "Don't dance with other men," I said, loosening my grip on her waist. She blinked at me, clearly surprised. I took a step back, looking at her, and then walked over to Orrin. However, I kept hearing her. "Willow, are you all right?" Mia asked, her tone filled with concern as everyone looked on, confused about the events of the past few moments. Willow shook her head and managed a smile. "I am fine." "I noticed that you've been checking your phone repeatedly. Are you waiting for someone's call?" Mia inquired curiously. Willow nodded. "Actually, I tried calling Alpha Benjamin, but the call won't connect. The same thing happened with Sky and Beta Ken. Before Wyatt and Lori were born, I had spent Thanksgiving at the Wade Moon Pack with the Alpha's family. Since then, the Alpha always calls me on Thanksgiving and often visits us in Britain. But this year," she trailed off, her gaze returning to her phone. "Why is everyone's phone off?" she murmured, a hint of worry creeping into her voice. I heard everything with my wolf hearing but did not turn to look at her. "What's the matter?" I asked Orrin. Last night, another mysterious attack took place, he informed. I frowned and inquired, which pack? Actually, you should be asking me how many packs. His voice was grave, indicating that I should be ready for the worst. What do you mean? He was silent for a moment before he replied, This time 3 werewolf packs have been wiped out at once. What? My eyes widened. It took me a couple of seconds to digest the unbelievable news. How can 3 packs be wiped out at once and in only one night? He shook his head. I don't know, but it seems that mysterious attack never stopped. Instead, there was a pause before it reached its shocking doom. What I know is, all 3 of the packs that were attacked share a border with the Wade Moon pack. I raised my eyebrows. So you're saying that all 3 packs were burned and destroyed, yet no fire touched Wade Moon? Oren nodded in reply. I couldn't help but frown. Shine Moon also shared one of Wade Moon's borders, and now all 3 of the other packs had been destroyed, leaving Wade Moon vulnerable without its protective armor. Reuben, will you tell Willow? Oren asked worriedly. I glanced at Willow giggling with other women. She immediately caught my eye. If I told her about the attack, she would obviously freak out for Wade Moon and run to check on them. It was already late at night, and she could be in danger too. No, I will tell her later. Just as I spoke, I saw her pick up a call, and her expression did a 180-degree change. In the next moment, she cut the call, looked at me, then turned to exit the party. Fuck! She has discovered the attacks, I growled, chasing after her. I was sure that she was going to Wade Moon. I didn't know why, but my heart was telling me that I should not let Willow go there. I needed to hide and protect her from something that I didn't even know what it was. Willow. I called out as I chased after her, eventually ending up in the clearing and grabbing her hand. I saw her staring wide-eyed at something. Following her gaze, I found a half-shifted Ella and Walter. Walter held large silver daggers in both hands, and Ella's long claws were out, both of their eyes bloodthirsty and dangerous. They were ready to rip each other apart. What the hell was going on? Some time ago, a young warrior hurriedly strode into the clearing where the Thanksgiving party was in full swing, nearly colliding with an expensive black Mercedes due to his own carelessness. Thankfully, the brakes were pressed just in time, preventing an accident. Scared to death, he looked at the person getting out of the car. I am incredibly sorry, Miss Ella. He apologized in a panic as soon as Ella came into view. It's okay, just be more careful next time. She smiled sweetly as always, causing the young man to instantly blush. I will, he exclaimed. Their future Luna was kind-hearted and perfect in every way. Miss Ella, why are you so late to the party? Everyone has already toasted and thanked Alpha. You've missed a lot, he stated. Ella raised her gaze to find that the Thanksgiving party had already started. She had gone to the Opal Moon Pack to have a Thanksgiving lunch with her uncle and pack members there. They held her for longer than expected, making her late for the Emerald Bright Pack's party. It's okay, I will toast with Reuben now, she smiled, then asked. Why were you running? Is something the matter? She questioned, noticing an envelope in his hand that he had been holding very carefully. Oh yes, just now I received these reports that I need to deliver to Beta Oren as soon as possible as he had instructed. Reports? Ella raised an eyebrow, curiosity flashing in her eyes as to why Oren was so desperately waiting for them. Give it to me. I am going to see him, so I will pass the reports along for you, she said with a charming smile as she reached for the envelope. After a moment of hesitation, the man walked away, unaware that instead of delivering the report to Oren, Ella opened the envelope and read the unexpected and shocking contents. Willow is taking heat preventive medication? Her eyes grew larger. Despite the progress of the last era and generation, the rules and regulations regarding she-wolves in the Emerald Bright Pack remained conservative. She-wolves were not allowed access to birth control or an abortion behind their mate's back. Even having heat prevention pills was seen as an unforgivable crime against one's soulmate. Women who engaged in such acts were either kicked out of the pack or outright rejected by their soulmate. If this evidence was submitted to the council, the she-wolf in question could be banished to life as a rogue or even killed. Ella's eyes gleamed with a feverish light at the proof in her hand. It was the solution to all of her problems. It was evidence of Willow's insincerity and betrayal to Reuben. She just had to submit this evidence to Reuben, then the council would remove Willow from Reuben's life. However, before she could fully comprehend it, a gust of wind whisked the letter from her hand. Frowning, she looked up to see Walter reading the report. An amused look came over his face as he immediately understood Willow's use of heat-preventative pills with a single glance. "What do you think you're doing? Give that back," Ella demanded, her voice brimming with authority. Walter's lips curled into a smile. "Why? So that you can harm Willow with some nonsense about heat? Seeing that you couldn't use me to sow discord between Willow and Reuben and failed to break them up, you want to resort to this method?" The corner of Ella's lips twitched bitterly at Walter so clearly seeing through her. He had already realized that Ella had intentionally mentioned Willow's welcome party in front of him, knowing he was interested in Willow. "It's none of your business. Outsiders like you should stay out of our pack affairs. So return that report to me right away, or..." "Or what?" Walter asked. "Or..." Ella's voice trailed off abruptly when Walter crumpled the paper in his hand and tossed it directly into his mouth. Ella's mind went blank in shock, then turned red as she watched him chew the report right in front of her eyes. Without that evidence, there was no way she could prove to Reuben that Willow had betrayed him. "You!" Burning with anger, she trembled all over, half shifting. "I will kill you," she growled lowly, looking dangerous and frightening as her alpha wolf was awakened by Walter. Well, Walter spat out what remained of the paper from his mouth and pulled large silver daggers from his jacket, holding them in both hands. "Why are you stealing my line? It hurts my ego when it comes from a dog." "Willow, stop," I shouted, stepping into the clearing and interrupting Ella and Walter before they could engage in a deadly fight that would only lead to a war between the powerful Abbott Hunter family of Britain and the Opal Moon Pack if either of them were killed. Both of them looked Reuben and I, but neither of them seemed to be inclined towards changing their mind. "Walter, calm down." I walked closer to him, knowing he would listen to me while Reuben stood calmly in the clearing, observing the unfolding scene in silence. "Why are you angry? What's going on?" Just as I opened my mouth to ask Walter, Bix arrived at the worst time possible and was immediately triggered by the scene unfolding in front of him. In his eyes, Walter was clearly the villain. "How dare you threaten Ella?" Bix glared at Walter while shielding Ella. Wasn't he sick enough so that he hadn't even attended the party earlier? Then why was he suddenly here? Do I really need a reason to slit that woman's throat? Walter raised his eyebrows, triggered by Bix's attitude that was clearly spoiling for a fight. "Yes, you need my permission," Bix growled, his wolf visible in his eyes. What the hell? How did this confrontation escalate between Walter and Bix? Bix had been provoked by Walter. Before I could intervene, Bix began to half shift, ready to charge at Walter. However, Oren suddenly appeared in front of Bix, preventing him from fully shifting. "Bix, what do you think you're doing?" Bix growled at Oren. "Don't shift. You're not supposed to shift in this condition," Oren quietly stated, but I overheard him. What did he mean by this condition? What had happened to Bix? Why was he not supposed to shift? Bix frowned at him for some reason, then shoved him away. "Get out! Why are you getting into a fight for Ella with the hunter?" Oren growled, inching closer to Bix. "Because I want to. Get out of my way," Bix warned. "That's not happening," Oren shook his head. "Oren," Bix furiously grabbed his collar, only to be interrupted by Ella. "Bix, it's my fight," she declared, circumspectly asking him to back down as she stepped forward and fixed her gaze on Walter. As an alpha, once she made a decision, no one should oppose it. Over the past 6 years, Ella had won countless battles for her pack and was just as fearless as any male alpha. That's how she had earned respect in the werewolf world. She smiled at Walter. "I thought you were going to kill me, Hunter. Why is it that now you are hiding behind a woman?" She provocatively taunted Walter. Walter's expression darkened. This time I couldn't pretend that everything could be handled normally. "Ella, enough. You're still judging your enemy with your own mindset. I advise you to be careful or you'll lose face in front of others," I remarked. Her beautiful smile dropped immediately as she clenched her fists at her sides, feeling offended by me. You sound so high and mighty, Willow. I would love to be proven wrong then, she smiled, shifting her gaze to Walter. This dog, Walter chuckled under his breath as he swung his knife ready to charge at Ella. However, this time I grabbed his hand and pushed it down, stepping in front of him to face Ella. If you are so eager to fight them, I will fight you, Ella, I announced. Oren and Bix's surprised eyes snapped to me as Reuben's calm expression immediately turned serious. Willow, you should not. Walter tried to stop me. Sure, Ella smiled, cutting him off. Just don't blame me if you get hurt because I am no longer the old Ella. She shifted into her wolf form and charged at me. What a coincidence, I smiled, racing at her in my human form, surprising everyone in the clearing as I spotted a shine in Ella's eyes. A human and an alpha wolf were no match. She believed that she would defeat me in one move. I am no longer the old Willow either. With that, I half-shifted in mid-run, raising my hand for her to pounce at, while simultaneously using it to grab her wolf's neck and slamming her down on the ground with all my might. Her wolf's head was badly injured. Unable to bear the pain, she shifted back into her human form, hissing in agony. Ella. Bix stood there in shock, rooted to in place, unable to move closer to help her because she was lying naked. Walter was shocked at the sight of me in this form, a side of me that I had never disclosed to him. In his eyes, I was always a pretty petite she-wolf that had 2 children. Of course, Reuben's lips curled into a smile as he knew me better than anyone else. When I accepted Ella's challenge, Reuben saw the confidence in my eyes and predicted my victory. After all, he had been teaching me how to fight since I was 14. Even though I had been living among humans for 6 years, I had not forgotten a thing and practiced in the woods so that I could protect my children. I looked down at Ella, who lay at my feet. You never change, Ella. You could never defeat me in the past or now. Really? Ella whispered, her lips suddenly curling into a victorious smile as she mouthed, Let's break this chain then. I read her lips, unable to understand the meaning behind her words, as a familiar male voice entered the clearing. Alpha Reuben. Reuben turned in the direction of the other side of the clearing, where an old man stood in the royal robe. Elder Frank, Reuben was surprised. What are you doing here? A past encounter with that elder crossed my mind, but this time a very bad feeling arose in my heart with the arrival of Elder Frank for some reason. I am here with the imperial decree from the king for you, he smiled at Reuben. What imperial decree? Reuben raised an eyebrow. The marriage contract you signed with Alpha Ella. It is time for it to finally come into effect. Reuben's expression did a 180-degree change as my heart leapt into my throat. What do you mean? He asked. It is an imperial decree for your wedding date with Ella. My eyes widened and I forgot to breathe. Reuben and Ella's wedding date?
The day Reuben saved me from the rogue trafficking ring, I fell for him. I slowly realized he was the man I wanted in my life, and nothing else mattered. His gentle nature, his devotion, and his love had all been reserved just for me, and that gave me a sense of security. After learning that he was my soulmate, there was nothing else for me to wish for. The problem was, the more I loved him, the more my fears became centered around him. My greatest fear was Reuben's sudden disappearance. He used to disappear without a word, never telling me why. With my own dark secrets and past in my life, I never dared to ask him about it, no matter how scared I was. Until that night when I opened the door of my house, I never expected that Reuben would be standing on my doorstep. He had disappeared for a week, only to reappear in front of me at this time of night. His sudden return was as surprising as his flushed face, which was blood red. His hair was messy and his wolf's eyes were slightly hidden beneath it, were filled with nothing but lust. I just stared at him with wide eyes. The silence between us was scary as my heart skipped a beat, realizing he was in rut. A rut was the most dangerous state for a wolf. Before I could think any better of it, he carried me up in his arms. Rube. The door of my house slammed shut behind him before I knew it. I found myself tossed on the bed, then under him, moaning in pleasure. He was so desperate that he had not bothered to undress himself. He was just an animal at that point who wanted me, that's all. The scariest thing about that night had nothing to do with his wild thrust or his groaning like a beast every time he released. It had everything to do with the fact that he had unprotected sex with me all night. Reuben was completely taken over by a lust-infused haze thanks to his rut. I knew that he was not in his senses, but what captivated my heart was that no matter how far gone he was, he came to me when he was in his rut. He hadn't chosen another woman to fulfill his needs. That's what made me fall in love with him even deeper. That night, we made love until Reuben's rut faded away in the middle of the night. Early the next morning, I felt a soft kiss on my lips before Reuben murmured in my ears, "Sleep well." When I opened my eyes, the bed beside me was empty. He was gone. I knew he had just stepped out. Quickly throwing on some clothes, I rushed out of my house despite my whole body feeling like a giant toothache. "Reuben." I found him in the clearing, just as he was about to open his car door. When he heard my voice, he turned with a big smile and spread his arms. I rushed into his embrace, hugging him tightly. "Are you leaving again? When will you be back?" He chuckled and kissed my forehead. "Soon, I'll be back very soon." "Then, I'll be waiting for you." I raised my tiptoes and gave him a soft kiss on the lips, which wasn't enough for him. He kissed me deeply and passionately before reluctantly pulling away and driving off. I watched his car until it disappeared from the clearing, already feeling his absence. Taking a deep breath, I turned around and found an old man standing in the clearing watching me. My face turned pale when I realized it was none other than Elder Frank. He was one of the royals and an acquaintance of Alpha Lewis. I didn't know why, but he visited the Emerald Bright Pack from time to time. "So this is the reason Alpha Reuben left all that important work tonight?" He raised his brows, his gaze becoming absolutely disgusted when it fell on me. "Did you sleep with him?" he asked. My whole body grew cold with fear. He had seen everything, me with Reuben, us kissing. The only thought that crossed my mind was that I was doomed. If he told Alpha Louis about Reuben and me, I would be rejected and banished. I would lose Reuben. "Didn't you hear what I just asked?" He walked closer to me, taking note of all the bite marks on the exposed skin of my neck. Trembling in fear, I tried to cover my neck, but it was no use. I lost my voice as he stood face to face with me. I opened my mouth, unsure of what to say, until he asked, "Are you his whore?" "What?" I abruptly froze in place, my mind going blank. I couldn't fathom why he would think of me in such a demeaning way. "Are you not?" He raised his brows, his tone accusing. Once again, I was rendered speechless. I couldn't reveal the truth about being Reuben's soulmate, nor could I admit to our intimate relationship. I was trapped. "Are you listening to me?" He suddenly barked and slapped me. I fell to the ground, my hand instinctively covering my cheek where the sting of his slap lingered. I was shocked and in pain. Before I could fully process what had happened, he roughly grabbed my hair and yanked me up. "How dare a slut like you be rude to royalty?" he sneered. I'm sorry. I sobbed, tears streaming down my face as I pleaded for mercy, but he showed no compassion. "Please, let me go. Please." "Not before you tell me exactly what your relationship with him is," he growled, tightening his grip on my hair, causing me more pain. "Are you his whore?" he repeated his question. As tears streamed down my cheeks as the fear of death gripped my heart. I knew what he wanted to hear, and in my agony and humiliation, I whispered, "Yes," admitting to the false accusation of being my mate's whore. He suddenly looked satisfied, and just when I thought he would let me go, I felt a dirty lick on my cheek from him. "He really has good taste in whores," he chuckled, touching me inappropriately. I burst into tears out of fear and helplessness. I never thought that the touch of another man could be so scary. He shoved me away in disgust, causing me to fall to the ground again. "Make sure you don't get knocked up by him, okay?" He suddenly smiled, raising my chin up with the toe of his shoe. "Otherwise, you know what happens when a whore bears a prince's child, right?" "Prince?" I felt my body freeze at his words. "Don't you know?" He raised his brows in amusement and leaned down towards my face with a dangerous look in his eyes. "You are the whore of a prince. Alpha Reuben is the nephew of the Alpha King." My eyes widened and my whole body turned to ice when I realized Reuben's real identity. Alpha Louis and the Alpha King were brothers, and my soulmate was of royal blood. I also found out the mystery behind Reuben's disappearances. He was leaving to deal with issues concerning the royals. That day, the elder let me go, thinking I was Reuben's plaything. For royals, women were tools for men to satisfy their needs then discard. But from that day on, I lived in constant fear. I couldn't sleep properly, afraid that Alpha Louis could appear at my doorstep at any moment and either drag me out of the pack or worse, kill me. The Alpha never came. However, I realized that I was being watched. I didn't know if it was Alpha Louis or Elder Frank, but someone was tracking my every move. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't go to the pack's hospital to buy a morning after pill. I knew that if my actions were caught by the Alpha's eyes, it would confirm his previous suspicions about Reuben and I. I was trapped in my own home due to fear. Every day I wished for Reuben's return, but 1.5 months passed and he never came. Then my fear came true. The pregnancy test showed me 2 red lines. As much as I wanted to be happy that I was carrying the symbol of our love, the elder's warning crushed my happiness. I knew that if my pregnancy was exposed to the Alpha, he would kill my baby. I was scared for my unborn pup. I did not want to lose it. I was alone, but I knew Reuben was with me. I believed he would never leave me. I had decided to tell him everything that had happened. But when Reuben returned, he refused to accept our child. His rejection of our unborn child was scarier than anything I had ever experienced in my life. That day, I truly lost hope for the first time in my life. That's exactly how I felt again at this moment, 6 years later as I watched Elder Frank and Reuben entering the pack house. The same fear that consumed me 6 years ago gripped my heart now, the fear of losing everything in my life. "Our wedding date is fixed," Ella said as she approached me. My heart quickened. "Reuben will not marry you. He loves me," I stated firmly. "Love does not give you position and power, Willow," she retorted. "What do you mean?" I inquired, though I feared her answer. She met my gaze and replied, "Do you know why they say that Reuben cannot break the marriage contract?" Despite my own apprehension, I asked, "Why?" "Breaking the marriage contract means losing the alpha position of Emerald Bright Pack," she explained. "What?" My eyes widened in shock. Yes, Reuben only obtained his father's position after he signed the marriage contract with me. Breaking it means he would no longer be alpha. Breaking it means losing his dream and passion that has been his reason for living. And let me tell you something else that you still seem to be missing. Reuben was the first one to sign the marriage contract, she revealed. Impossible. I shook my head. How could Reuben sign the papers with Ella first? If you don't believe me, then ask anyone around the pack, or better yet, ask your so-called friend Mia. She will tell you how respectfully I was called over to this pack to sign those marriage papers, she stated proudly. Reuben and I even exchanged rings, she added, showing me her ring finger. I took a step back in shock, shaking my head. That's impossible. I know you are lying to me. My words will be proven correct when the elder or someone else comes out of the pack house and announces our wedding date, she remarked confidently, happiness evident in her eyes. Tears threatened to appear in my eyes, but I controlled them. Reuben will not marry you. He has Wyatt and Lori. He loves them. I am his soulmate. She interrupted me. You were his soulmate that day, too, when he brought another woman into the pack 6 years ago, right? She was his choice over you at that time. Now I am, though he does not want to admit it to you, she declared. Her words pierced me like icy shards, freezing me in shock. Don't misunderstand, Willow. I didn't come between you and Reuben, Ella said, her voice cutting through the air. Because Reuben never wanted to hold your hand. You can be his soulmate, you can be the mother of his children, but you can never be his Luna. If he wanted you, he would have never hidden you from the world. If he wanted you, he would have broken the marriage contract with me the moment you returned, but he never did. Do you know why? He wants his alpha position, and I, as an alpha's daughter, can help him achieve it. Not an omega like you, she declared, closing the distance between us until we were face to face. I can warm my fiancé's bed just like you do, so he doesn't need a mistress like you, Willow, she sneered. Her words left me speechless, the weight of her accusation crushing my spirit. All this time, I've respected our friendship and withheld the truth out of kindness, Ella said, her voice dripping with disdain. But now I've had enough. He's keeping you by his side for his wolf, but we're about to become chosen mates. Don't worry about your mate bond with Reuben. As soon as we mark each other at the wedding, your bond with him will be broken anyway." With that, Ella turned and walked away, leaving me stunned and shattered by her words. I stood there in shocked heartbreak, unable to comprehend what I had just heard. Reuben signed the marriage contract first. He had the power to break it, but had chosen not to. He brought that alpha's daughter and had chosen her over me. The promises of love and devotion he made to me just days ago, were they all just a facade to satisfy his wolf's desires? Facing the pack house, I remained motionless, refusing to let my tears overwhelm me. I couldn't believe Ella's words. She was lying, trying to drive a wedge between Reuben and me. I knew deep down that Reuben couldn't betray me again. He couldn't. Alpha Reuben and Alpha Ella's wedding date is set for this full moon. A warrior burst out of the pack house, announcing jubilantly before darting off to join the festivities of the Thanksgiving party. "The pack is getting a Luna. The Alpha is getting his Luna." The entire pack erupted in excited cheers as I collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down my cheeks uncontrollably. How could Reuben do this? He was going to marry Ella. Then what was I to him? A mistress, like Ella said? Once again, he chose another woman in position over me. He betrayed me once more. I covered my mouth with my hand and sobbed inconsolably. "Mommy," Wyatt and Lori called out to me. I lifted my head to see both of my children standing before me, their eyes brimming with tears at the sight of my distress. I pulled them close to my chest and cried in silence. Did I truly deserve this? Was it my punishment for falling in love? "Mommy," Wyatt and Lori hugged me tightly. For their sake, I composed myself, wiping away my tears, and got up from the ground. "Let's go," I said, taking their hands and leading them back to our car. "Mommy, where are we going?" Lori asked. I touched the necklace around my neck, recalling Reuben's confession of love in the room. Tears gathered in my eyes again, shattering my heart into countless pieces. I removed the necklace and dropped it on the ground as I walked. I refused to be his plaything, whore, or mistress. I refused to be with him for his wolf. After putting my children in the back seat, I drove my car out of the Emerald Bright Pack without looking back.
Why is her phone switched off? Walter murmured to himself, frustration mounting as he repeatedly dialed Willow's number. For the past 15 minutes, he had been searching all over the pack territory, but neither she nor the children were anywhere to be found. He had only returned this time to bid her a proper goodbye, yet she had vanished without a trace. Continuing his search, Walter soon found himself re-entering the Thanksgiving party, despite his disdain for being among werewolves. His concern for Willow outweighed any discomfort as he scanned the gathering in hopes of locating her. However, amidst the festivities, Walter noticed an unusual level of excitement among the pack members. They were discussing something fervently, but he hadn't paid much attention until a key phrase caught his ears. Alpha Reuben and Alpha Ella's wedding date is set for this coming full moon. Those words struck Walter like a bolt of lightning, causing him to pause abruptly. His mind went blank for a couple of seconds as he processed the unexpected news. Reuben is going to marry Ella, but what about Willow? Walter's mind raced with confused anger. Clenching his fists in fury, he muttered angrily to himself. Reuben betrayed Willow. All of his claims turned out to be lies. He chose another woman over Willow. Walter had accepted the fact that Willow loved Reuben, but this betrayal was too much to bear. His blood boiled with rage as his hand instinctively reached into his jacket to grab a silver dagger. However, before he could follow through on his actions, a deafening roar shattered the party, freezing everyone in their tracks. What the heck is going on? Who is spreading these rumors? Bix entered the party, glaring at the people. A dead silence fell over the party, and everyone, except Walter, lowered their heads. Gamma Bix, no one is spreading rumors. A man stepped forward. The Alpha's wedding date to Ella has been announced. They are marrying on this full moon. Bix was stunned for a second before he demanded, "Who said that?" Everyone started to look around for the man who had come out of the pack house with the news, but no one could find him. Then the man spoke again. An elder from the royal family has arrived with an imperial decree containing this news. Imperial decree? Bix frowned at the seriousness of the matter. Which elder? He raised his eyebrows. Elder Frank, someone said. What? Walter noticed the 180-degree change in Bix's expression as soon as Elder Frank's name was mentioned. Fuck! Where is Elder Frank, and where is Reuben? Bix yelled, his suddenly aggressive and wild attitude scaring everyone around them. Sensing that something was not right, Walter walked over to Bix and asked, momentarily forgetting their prior hostility, "What's wrong?" Bix opened his mouth, but no words came out as he stared at the pack house that the elder had disappeared into with Reuben, his eyes wide with shock. 6 years ago, Bix's father held the esteemed position of being the Gamma of the Emerald Bright Pack while it was under Alpha Lewis's leadership. This role entrusted him with the crucial responsibility of overseeing the entire security of the pack, which included monitoring the CCTV cameras strategically positioned throughout the pack territory. Aside from Bix's father, only Bix himself had access to this security system. It was through this access that Bix had stumbled upon the distressing footage of Willow being abused and harassed by Elder Frank. Every night, he would meticulously edit the footage of the area around Willow's house whenever Reuben paid her a visit. However, his routine took a drastic turn when he discovered the shocking footage of her being mistreated. He knew he had to do something about it. With no authority himself and Reuben's current absence, he made the difficult decision to confide in his father about the elder's reprehensible behavior that had crossed the line. Unfortunately, even his father, who had his own sense of justice, found his hands tied in this situation. The elder involved happened to be one of the royals, making the predicament even more complex and challenging to address. Bix was stunned when his father instructed him to handle the matter discreetly and delete the incriminating clip himself. Unbeknownst to Bix, the elder had returned directly to the palace to confront Reuben, revealing that he had seen him with Willow and was aware of their relationship. Hoping to exploit this vulnerability, the elder aimed to manipulate Reuben. However, his scheme took an unexpected turn. The elder hadn't realized that Willow wasn't Reuben's weakness. She was his source of strength. "Did you tell my father about her?" Reuben's voice cut through the tension, his gaze piercing Frank's soul. Pressed mercilessly against the wall by Reuben, Frank felt the weight of impending doom. With his neck in danger of being snapped in two, he struggled to find his voice amidst the fear and pain. "And no," he managed to choke out, his breaths ragged and desperate, realizing the enormity of his mistake in that harrowing moment. Reuben released his grip on Frank's neck, causing Frank's body to plummet to the floor with a violent thud. Gasping for air and coughing uncontrollably, Frank came to the realization that if Reuben hadn't loosened his grip in time, he would have been dead. He had just narrowly escaped death's door. The sudden shift in his circumstances left him reeling. How had things changed so suddenly? He had intended to exploit Reuben's secret relationship with an Omega to his advantage, but now he found himself on the brink of death. As the terror and reality of his pathetic condition sank in, Frank flinched at the sight of Reuben squatting down in front of him. "Now that you've discovered her, let me share a secret with you, Elder Frank." Reuben's voice resonated low and deep, sending a chill down the old man's spine. Frank couldn't tear his gaze away from Reuben's dangerous wolf-like eyes, his own wolf quivering in fear. "That woman is not an ordinary woman," Reuben continued, each word weighted with significance. "She is my treasure," he declared, his voice unwavering. "She is my life," Reuben affirmed, his conviction palpable. "She is my soulmate," he concluded, his words carrying a weight that reverberated through the tense air between them. Reuben's revelation left Frank paralyzed with shock. His eyes widened like an owl's, his mouth gaping in horror. Soulmate? The realization hit him like a ton of bricks, draining the color from his already wounded and bloody face. The woman he had labeled a whore was actually the other half of the royal bloodline? It seemed impossible, yet the truth stared him in the face, mocking his ignorance. Suddenly, memories of his own actions flooded his mind like a tidal wave. The slap, the insults, the despicable acts of molestation he had inflicted upon Willow came crashing back, and he felt a surge of panic. Thankfully, he realized that he hadn't let any of his atrocious actions slip to Reuben earlier. However, standing before the imposing Alpha, Frank couldn't shake the feeling that he might as well have surrendered his own soul to the devil after his reprehensible deeds. Now that you know all my secrets, Reuben paused, wiping the blood from his hand on the trembling elder's royal robe. From now on, if anyone, including my father, finds out about Willow or my bond with her, I will come and find you. If even the slightest scratch appears on her body, then I will come and find you. Reuben's voice held a dangerously sharp edge. If you ever show your face around her, even accidentally, I will come and find you, Reuben declared firmly, his gaze piercing into the old man's fearful eyes. Do you understand? Frank nodded his head repeatedly, his head moving like it was on a spring, despite the pain coursing through him. He was so terrified of Reuben that, at that moment, if Reuben had demanded his heart in exchange for his life, Frank would have willingly torn it from his chest without hesitation to save himself. Only Frank knew the sheer terror of surviving the beast's claws that day. From then on, he made sure to never cross paths with Reuben, nor did he utter a word about their encounter. With the blessing of the Alpha King, he swiftly transferred his job to that of a pacemaker, a role that kept him away from the kingdom and beyond scrutiny, unless the king personally wished otherwise. Running inside the pack house alongside Bix, Walter questioned, "So what's the problem now?" Wasn't that issue already settled? He never disclosed Reuben and Willow's relationship? Bix shook his head. Actually, the problem is before my father deleted that clip from the CCTV footage that day, I had already saved a copy of it. When Reuben returned to the pack 2 months later, I showed him that clip. Walter was stunned into silence as they continued running. That was when the realization hit him like a ton of bricks as they approached Reuben's office. Does this mean that all these years, Reuben knew about Frank's actions towards Willow, and he had been waiting for the elder's return like a snake hidden in the grass? Bix nodded. The elder actually walked in the devil's den, he said as both he and Walter stormed into Reuben's office, only to freeze in shock at the sight of Elder Frank's body, partially strung up in the middle of the room with a large iron rod stabbed through his throat. His entire face was disfigured, his intestines were hanging out, and his figure could barely be called human. In front of him, a bloody Reuben stood leaning against his desk. A smoking imperial decree lay burning between them. Bix rushed into the room in panic. "Reuben, you burnt the imperial decree." There was no one that did not know the consequences of disobeying or denying the imperial decree, let alone burning it. "So what?" Reuben raised his dark eyes at him. "Nothing can force me to marry someone that is not Willow," his eyes filled with obsessive craziness. His words left Walter confused. "What do you mean? Did you not agree to marry Ella? Your wedding date is fixed for this coming full moon." "Who the fuck said that?" Reuben frowned. "Why would I fucking agree to such nonsense? I have Willow." Bix's throat went dry and he took a step back that did not go unnoticed by Reuben's sharp eyes. "What's the matter?" he demanded, his expression looking more dangerously aggressive with the splashes of blood. "Someone announced a while ago that you and Ella's wedding date is fixed for this coming full moon, that you take her as your Luna on that day." Reuben's expression darkened as he crushed the cigarette in his hand. "Where is Willow?" His voice was low, but the danger beneath it was clearly audible. "Reuben." That's when Orrin raced into the room yelling, "Willow has run away with children." Reuben's expression changed completely at the news of Willow's escape. He raced out of the pack house to the parking lot where Willow's car really was missing. He could no longer smell her in the pack. His eyes landed on the broken necklace on the ground. His mind went blank. "Willow!" He screamed at the top of his lungs, burning in anger, and his eyes red. Crushing the necklace in his hand, he spoke. "You should not have run away from me. You should not have." Willow. In some small corner of my heart, I had known that waiting 3 months for the rejection was just an excuse from Reuben. He never planned to reject me to begin with. However, what I was unaware of was that he only wanted to keep me around for the sake of his wolf. After listening to everything that Ella had to say, I really appreciated the fact that our bond would be dead the moment that they marked each other. The need for rejection had suddenly lost its value. Reuben had known that from the beginning, but I was naive. Mommy, Wyatt, and Lori raced over to me, each clutching a handful of colorful candy. I bought it myself, Wyatt declared proudly, handing me back the change. Good job, I smiled, affectionately ruffling their hair. What do you want to do next? I want to go play by the water, Lori exclaimed, pointing eagerly toward the ocean ahead of them. All right, then let's go, I grinned back at them. Both children jumped up and down in excitement, ready for their seaside adventure. I had brought the children to Miami after abruptly leaving the Emerald Bright Pack far behind us, with no luggage and nowhere to go. Thankfully, I had left my purse and card in my car. I booked a hotel room, then purchased some clothes and other essentials. Of course, I had switched off my phone after confirming the safety of the Wade Moon Pack through some trusted sources. Going to the Wade Moon Pack was definitely a tempting option, but I didn't want to bring trouble to Alpha Benjamin's doorstep. I believed they were already on high alert and upset after the destruction of their 3 neighboring packs all at once. The recent attacks concerned me greatly as well. Adding my situation to the mix would only bring more trouble for the Alpha. More importantly, I knew that Reuben would find me too easily there. Reuben would likely search Wade Moon for me first. If he found me hiding there, it could put the Wade Moon Pack in jeopardy. So, I decided to avoid the possibility of that scenario altogether. I sat in the warm sand, watching Wyatt and Lori digging in sand and making a sandcastle. Mommy, why didn't Daddy come on vacation with us? Wyatt suddenly asked. I discreetly curled my toes deeper into the sand while maintaining a neutral expression. No matter how hard I tried to forget, little things kept reminding me of him. Sari had been heartbroken and deeply hurt just like me. Every kiss, hug, and promise that he made crossed my mind again, making my heart bleed. It was all a lie. He was just using me. I just didn't want to think about him. I didn't want to see him. I just wanted to close my eyes and erase those memories that I had made with him over the past few weeks. I wished I could go back in time and stop myself from falling in love with him again. Mommy, when will Daddy come and join us? Lori questioned this time. When we left the Emerald Bright Pack, I had lied to the children, telling them that we were going on vacation. It had only been a day, and they had already asked me so many times about Reuben. I already knew I was going to regret letting Reuben get close to the children, and now they were missing him every second. He's busy, I lied. Then will he come when he's finished with work? She asked again. My heart squeezed in my chest at her innocent question. Soon, I would have to tell them that he was never coming to meet us, that we were never going back to the Emerald Bright Pack. But for that to happen, I had to be able to escape this country as soon as possible. I just needed time to think and figure out how to do it without getting caught. The custody case was still filed. If I got caught, there was a good chance that I would lose Wyatt and Lori. I decided to spend a few days here, calming my mind, then creating my plan to safely return to Britain. As I was lost in thought, my phone that was sitting beside me rang. I recognized the number as Sky's. It was my new phone and SIM card. I had purchased it after leaving Emerald Bright. I had switched off my old phone, not wanting to be tracked. However, I had left a message for Sky with my new number so that he wouldn't worry about me. As soon as I picked up the phone, his panicked and impatient voice came from the other side. Willow, where are you? Don't worry, I'm fine, I assured. Honestly, I'm in no position to worry about you when everything here is so incredibly messed up, he replied anxiously. His statement instantly worried me. What's wrong? Alpha Reuben Emerald came looking for you, he exclaimed, the tension in his voice clearly audible. My head abruptly snapped up as I looked straight ahead at the water. My suspicions had been correct. Reuben had actually gone to Wade Moon looking for me, but now the situation was even worse. I was well acquainted with Reuben's temper, and it was something no one could handle. Oh ho ho! Trust me, that insane Alpha arrived here at midnight without warning and broke our laws. Dad and Beta Ken had joined a meeting of the second-ranking powerful packs after the mysterious attacks, so I was handling the pack. He already hates me because of our previous heated argument and encounter. So he didn't believe me when I said you never came to Wade Moon. He personally checked every corner of this pack himself, And when he didn't find you, he dipped even further into the pit of insanity. The entire encounter was nothing short of a government raid of a criminal's hideout. If he had found you in our pack, then trust me, he would have sucked my soul or maybe swallowed me alive. I clenched my fist at my side. I'm sorry for everything, Sky. I've caused you guys so much trouble. It's okay, Willow. Don't worry about us. Everything is fine here. I just want to advise you that now that you've run away, don't get caught. I won't ask you why you made that decision or why you took the children with you, but trust me, after witnessing the anger, insanity, and obsession in Alpha Reuben's eyes, I advise you not to get caught. Don't contact people you know, or they'll get into trouble. I admire that you dared to run away from him, knowing how dangerously insane he is. I was already aware of those facts, and that was the reason that I had avoided seeking any help from Walter. He had no relation to my problems, and I didn't want to drag him into my mess. But you can contact me anytime if you need help or anything. I'll be there for you, he promised. Thank you, Sky, I smiled. After exchanging a few words, I hung up the phone. Now, after there was no way that I could call Sky, he had seen only a little of what Reuben was capable of. My hand tightened on my phone when I realized that Reuben was after me so that he could snatch my children from me. He wanted to steal my reason for living, and I was not going to allow that to happen. Wyatt and Lori were mine. I was going to keep them with me at any cost. Children, let's go. I took both of their hands as we started to walk off the beach. Mommy, what are we going to eat for lunch? They looked up at me, clearly hungry after playing for so long. What do you two want to eat? I'll buy it for you, I offered. A bright smile appeared on both of their lips. I want some of that yummy Cuban food, Wyatt said excitedly, and then Lori chimed in. I want churros with chocolate. All right, then let's go and fill our stomachs with lots of delicious food, I exclaimed as we left the beach and headed back to our hotel room. After changing into nicer clothes, I drove us to a restaurant close to the hotel. I quickly found an empty table and ordered the food. Surprisingly, the food arrived earlier than I expected, and we started happily digging in. Another reason for coming to Miami was that it was far away from the Emerald Bright Pack. The two were hours apart from each other. I had managed to escape unnoticed, and by the time they realized I was gone, I was already in another city. No one could track me here. At the same time, I had carefully chosen a hotel that only catered to humans. Everything had gone smoothly so far. I felt slightly satisfied after so much turmoil in my mind. My children were safe with me, and I knew I could quickly find a way forward. I finished my churro while leaving a few messages for Lola. Wyatt and Lori were eating slowly, but I needed to use the restroom. Wyatt, I'm going to the restroom and will be back in a minute. Take care of your sister and yourself, and don't go anywhere. Sit here quietly until I return. Do you understand? I understand, Mommy, he nodded obediently. Good. I smiled, getting up from my seat and leaving my purse and phone on the table before I turned to walk towards the restroom. As soon as I took a few steps, I slowed down because I realized the restaurant was completely empty. When we arrived, it had been full of humans. There were not even any waitresses. There was just an alarming silence that had spread throughout the whole restaurant. That's when my nose caught the scent of something that wasn't human. My wolf senses immediately kicked in, and I froze in my tracks. It was a werewolf. Why was there suddenly a werewolf? No, actually, it wasn't just one, but too many. I immediately turned around to run towards Wyatt and Lori. I had to get them and run away as soon as possible, but just as I took a few steps, someone's hand came from behind and covered my mouth. I had been caught, but I struggled against their hold as I watched Wyatt and Lori, who were watching me. I tried to kick and thrash, aiming to free myself, but another pair of hands grabbed my arms, preventing me from breaking free. Then, the unmistakable scent of chloroform overwhelmed me. Then everything went dark. Mommy! Wyatt and Lori jumped out of their seats to run towards me as I slipped into the darkness. No, my children. The last thing I felt was someone roughly throwing me over their shoulder as I heard my children calling out for and chasing after me.
Alpha Adam. Fucking awesome, I roared in utter delight. That little slut has finally disappeared from the Emerald Bright Pack. My laughter echoed through the entire pack house. The warrior standing in front of me grinned. Yes, Alpha. I saw her running with her pups as soon as I lied about Ella's wedding date being fixed with Alpha Reuben. Now she will no longer try to come between the two of them. True, now that little slut is not there to disturb my niece's life. Soon, Ella will be married to Reuben and become his mate and Luna with no further interruptions. It seems that all my hard work in bringing Elder Frank back did not go to waste. That old man was really able to obtain an imperial decree from the king after I requested it, though I believe he also had some personal issues with Reuben. This way he could get revenge on Reuben using it, and I could clear the path for my Ellas to Reuben. Now they will marry on this coming full moon. I sat on my chair with a satisfied smile. Congratulations, Alpha, the warrior exclaimed. I nodded proudly, but then a stray thought crossed my mind. Elder Frank was supposed to come and visit me that day after he delivered the imperial decree to Alpha Reuben. I wonder why he never came here, I murmured. To be honest, I never saw Elder Frank leave the pack house, Alpha. I don't know how he could have left the pack without me having noticed, he replied. I cocked my brows and thought about it for a long time before I brushed it off. I did not want to ruin my joy with thoughts of that old man's disappearance. He no longer held any value to me. Didn't you say that you had recorded that little slut leaving? Show me the video, I demanded. Let me see what she looks like. He nodded and pulled out his phone. I thought you saw her already in those photographs, Alpha. I glanced at the picture of her kissing Reuben that was lying on my desk. These photos were taken from far because getting any closer meant being discovered by Reuben. They were not able to see the girl's face. I never saw the girl face clearly. He nodded and placed his phone down beside the pictures that I had been staring at. I shifted my eyes from the photos to the video, but as soon as Reuben's soulmate came to view, the smile on my face slipped off and my heart dropped into my stomach. My eyes widened in horror. This woman. Willow. Heaviness and pain, that's all I could feel as soon as I started regaining consciousness. My eyelashes flattered, yet opening eyes seemed like an endless battle. For a long time, everything in my line of sight was blurry, but soon I realized that everything around me was just dark. Slightly moving my body, the sounds of jiggling reached my ears as I discovered that my arms and legs were chained. At the same time, the constant chill coming from beneath alerted me to the fact that I had been carelessly tossed on the ground. I panicked. Shit! I had been kidnapped. Wyatt and Lori. As soon as they came to mind, I started struggling wildly as my heart beat a frantic rhythm against my chest. What happened to them? The last image I had was of them running after me when I was being carried away. My children had been left alone to fend for themselves in an unfamiliar city. There were not even humans there to help them. They were innocent. They did not know what to do or where to go. They could be in any number of untold dangers without me. I didn't even know how long I had been unconscious in this location. The more I thought about it, the more restless I became. I was curled up painfully in the middle of the room. I tried to use my full strength to break the chain. It's no use. The creepy voice of a man entered my ears from behind, freezing me on the spot. So there was someone else in the room, watching me all this time? I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. The more you try to break them, the tighter they will grow around your hands, you know. I slowly tilted my head, finding a middle-aged wolf with yellow eyes and messy appearance standing there. He was a rogue. He was not alone. I caught the figures of 3 other men standing behind him in the murky darkness, and they were all naked. I immediately scurried back, even if all that I was able to manage was an inch. Who are you? Why did you kidnap me? I demanded, even though I was incredibly scared. Rogues were always bad news. All of their eyes were full of evil. The man that I assumed was their leader came closer to me and touched my cheek. Don't touch me! Panicking and filled with nothing but disgust, I pulled my face back from his touch. His eyes darkened, and in the next second he grabbed my hair and buried his nose on my neck. I flinched and closed my eyes in revulsion when I realized he was inhaling my scent. She is real. Dark's Rose is real. The rogue murmured, his eyes as wide as an owl's and shining as if he had gotten his hands on the Hope Diamond. Another layer of panic was added to my current state. He looked intoxicated by my scent. What the hell are you saying? What dark? What rose? I glared at him. A sudden silence fell over the room before I noticed the sick grin spreading over his lips. Fuck, she does not even know anything about herself. A creepy redness spread across his cheeks as he put his hand over his mouth like a giddy high school girl. My stomach turned into a knot at the sight of him. He was a psychopath. I was positive he was not of a stable mind, and I was trapped with them. You see, I don't know what you're talking about. I think you have got the wrong person. I am not Rose, okay? And don't know any dark. I am a normal. Like, he gave me yet another creepy smile. She sounds so sexy when she lies. I stared at him stunned. He was definitely a psychopath. Had he been listening to me at all? I could not bear this nonsense anymore and shouted, "Let me fucking go, you psychopath. Let me go while I am still asking you nicely." Slap. My face snapped to the side before I could say another word. A sharp pain spread across my cheek as my lower lip bled. He slapped me. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my jaw as he grabbed it like he planned to break it. "You slut. Do you think I will go easy on you just because you are Dark's Rose?" He barked, his yellow eyes looking like he had taken a deeper dive into the pool of insane. I am not scared of Dark. Do you understand? My whole body froze in his grasp and my heart dropped to my stomach out of fear at his words. What did he mean before night falls? The other rogues standing behind him suddenly became restless and started making disgusting, lusty noises, while they eyed me as if I were a delicious piece of meat. "What are you planning to do with me when night falls?" I stammered as my whole body shivered when his gaze landed on my body. "Planning to marry you," he grinned, leaning down to lick my neck. My face turned pale at his plan. "No!" I screamed, struggling to get away from him, only to receive another slap. "You raised your voice again?" He barked, tearing at the front of my dress. I bit my lips, but I could no longer shout. It seemed that he was triggered by my screaming, or he thought a woman's scream was an offense to his delicate senses. He giggled at the sight of me biting my own lips until they bled. "That's a good submissive bitch, just like we want." With that, he let go of my hair, got up, and left me in a state of pure terror. What the hell was going on? Why were they calling me Rose? And who was this Dark that they were so scared of? Why were they calling me Darks? Nothing made any sense to me. I had suddenly been kidnapped by a group of rogues, and it seemed like they knew me. It seemed like they had been waiting for me to appear, but I had only been safe early due to Reuben. As soon as I came out from under his protective wings, I had been caught. I did not know what time it was or how many hours were left before nightfall, but I knew one thing for certain. There was no way that I could be ruined by their hands. My head suddenly spins, probably due to the chloroform still being in my system. I had to get out of here. I had to get back to my children. My vision blacked out and my eyes slowly closed. I had to get back to Willow. Reuben's smiling face appeared in front of my eyes. "Reuben?" I whispered, looking down at our entwined hands. The two of us were in school uniforms and sitting in our meeting spot. "When did you fall in love with me?" He pulled me into his lap as I wrapped my legs around his trim waist. I looked into his beautiful green eyes as I confessed, "The first time you held my hand back in that rogue trafficking ring encampment." His ears turned red, which was a rare sight to see. A small smile appeared on my lips as I wrapped my arms around his neck. "When did you fall in love with me?" I asked. He wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me closer until our bodies touched. "I don't know. Maybe I fell in love with you when I caught your scent and entered into that rogue hideout." I blinked as my heart skipped a bit at his confession. I always wondered how a strong alpha like Reuben had ended up in rogue encampment. I never knew that he had purposefully gone there and intentionally got caught for me. Or maybe when you promised to protect me and take me home. Or was it when you put your trust in me? Sitting on his lap, I silently admired him as my heart beat insistently in my chest. He was so pure in his feelings for me. I could not help but touch my lips with his. Reuben slowly closed his eyes, smiling as he enjoyed my one-side kiss. "Reuben, what will you do if I die?" I did not know why, but I asked this question. Reuben's smile disappeared and he opened his eyes to meet mine. "I will never let you die." His eyes were full of crazed obsession. No one knows the future. I touched his cheek. Maybe I am in a situation where dying is the only option left. He stared into my eyes, peering down deep into my very soul in silence, then whispered, "If that day ever comes, I will follow you, Willow." If Willow dies, then what does Reuben have left to live for? He hugged my waist and buried his face in my neck. My life begins and ends with you. Willow. My life begins and ends with you, he whispered, hugging my waist and burying his face in my neck. So, don't die. I immediately opened my eyes upon hearing his voice, my breathing uneven. Reuben. I scanned my surroundings. I was still tied up and being held against my will. I had passed out again, though I wasn't sure for how long. Has night already fallen? I needed to find a way out of here, but I didn't know how. The chains around my hands and feet tightened whenever I tried to break free. I wondered what kind of metal these rogues had used to make these chains. The faint patter of footsteps caused my ears to perk up. I froze in place, while Sari stayed alert in my mind. Were they coming to get me? He had said that he would marry me. My heart started beating wildly in panic. Then I realized that I was hearing the footfalls of only one person. The room was so dark that I had to use my wolf's eyes to see who it was. A pair of dirty, bare feet came into view out of the darkness ahead of me, followed by a naked rogue. I recognized him as one of the 3 rogues who had stood behind their leader earlier. He carried a plate of food in one hand, which he set down beside me. "Eat," he said after staring at me for a long time. A sense of revulsion rapidly built up inside me. "No," I sternly replied, refusing to take the food. "But you need to eat and gain strength for tonight's gangbang, you know," he said, his tone casual as if he were discussing the weather. My mind went blank. I couldn't bear to listen to any more after he mentioned that they had kept a dead she-wolf's body and continued their abuse and sexual activities on her. I couldn't help but instantly vomit. It was sickening. These rogues were sick, and I was their next target. "Oh no, you vomited. Your stomach must be completely empty now. You have to eat the food I brought you to gain your strength," he said, his tone oddly childish. My whole body trembled in anger. The more I heard him speak, the more I realized that he was a psychopath just like the rest of them, only different from the others. His mind was unstable, like that of a pathetic child who was eager to commit crimes and rape women. "Eat," he repeated insistently, but he never hit me like their leader. "I will not eat," I growled lowly, causing him to flinch away. Then I will have to force all the food down your throat," he stammered, sounding like a scolded child. I clenched my fists. I didn't know why, but I had the gut feeling that this deranged lunatic was really going to do it, and I would choke to death in the process. I felt so helpless, and it just angered me further. I masked my hatred and looked at him. "How am I supposed to eat when my hands are tied?" I questioned. "Oh," he scratched his head. Just when I thought he would untie my hands, he pushed the plate in front of my mouth. "Now eat," he smiled, treating me like a dog. I couldn't help but secretly grit my teeth. His mind was like that of a child, but he couldn't be reasoned with. "Okay," I said as I lowered my head towards the food. I knew it was drugged with something, probably a sexual drug or worse. I could clearly smell it. These rogues turned out to be more dangerous than I imagined. I had to get out of here before nightfall. He looked at me closely, eagerly waiting for me to take a bite. I coughed and rolled on the ground. "What's wrong?" he panicked. "I have been inhaling dust for a long time. Why did you not clean this warehouse?" I demanded, giving him an accusing glare. He flinched and then said, "It's not a warehouse. It's an abandoned pack house that we use as our hideout. That's why it's dusty and smelly." "I'll clean it for you," he murmured. I secretly clenched my fist. So I had been kidnapped and was being held in an abandoned pack house. They made sure to take me to a place that was hidden from the rest of the world. It was obvious that no one would ever come here and no one would find me here. Wyatt and Laurie's faces came to my mind. What would happen to them without me? My children? My heart grew heavy, but I shot him a shy smile. "Thank you. You're so good to me," I said, trying to keep up the facade. His whole face instantly turned red with happiness. I wanted to slap him to death, but I continued smiling at him. "Yes, I am. Now eat quickly. There's only an hour until nightfall," he pressed. My smile immediately dropped. Only an hour? I was only an hour away from my ruin? The shock was too much for me to bear. I fell silent for a long time. "Why aren't you eating now?" he asked. I held back my emotions and looked at him. "My stomach hurts. Does this gangbang have to be tonight?" "Yes. He doesn't want to take the risk of losing you to Dark. If he found out about us, then we're done," he explained. Wait, did that mean that Dark was a person? A man? It just made everything even more creepy. At the same time, I found out their leader's name was Mark. He looked at my face, then at the food plate as a few of my tears fell on the ground. "Are you crying?" he gasped. I nodded, looking up at him with tearful eyes. His expression immediately dropped as I finally got him. I smiled in my mind. It was so obvious that a mentally ill creep like him would be ignored and would be given leftovers. "So it's true?" I gasped dramatically. "Yes," he nodded. "Mark only lets me fuck the she-wolf last. It's wrong. This time you should demand a first chance with me," I exclaimed. He looked excited. "Is it possible?" "Why not? Do you always want to be 10th in line?" I raised my brows. "No, actually my position is 15, he confessed sadly. 15? That meant there were 15 rogues? This was a disaster. I had finally figured out how many of them were, but now I regretted knowing. "You are weak," I snapped at him. His eyes widened. "I am not." "You are. Why is it that only Mark gets the first chance?" I glared at him. I growled, looking away. He panicked. I am not weak. He scratched his head and then crawled closer to me. As soon as he came an inch closer to me to grab my clothes, I smirked. Using every bit of my strength, I raised my hands up and pulled him down, strangling his neck with the chain around my hands. What are you doing?" He started grumbling as loudly as he could. "Go fuck yourself, you asshole." I struggled with him a little more. "Now tell me how to break this chain. If you don't tell me in the next 3 seconds, I will strangle you to death." His face turned red as blood. He knew I was not joking. Struggling to breathe, he spoke. "It's a magical chain. It will break with our blood." I was stunned by his statement. So that was the reason he had been maintaining a reasonable distance from me? "I told you the truth. Now let me go," he begged. "Sure," I snapped his neck, leaving him dead. I slammed the chunk of chain into his face, and once his blood touched the chain, it really did break. I did the same with the chains on my feet. I could not believe I was finally free, but I had to get out of here. As I stood, my legs were in a great deal of pain, but I kept walking. Exiting the room, I found myself walking through dusty and smelly hallways. It was really a pack house. Tonight will be fun. The voices of 2 rogues reached my ears. I stopped when I realized they were coming towards me. I looked around for a hiding spot, but there was only a room. I quickly hid in it, only to realize that the room had some equipment, food, water, and a landline. I quickly rushed to it and dialed my new number. Thankfully, the landline was working. I had left my purse and phone on that table in the restaurant. I was sure Wyatt and Lori had it with them. "Hello," Wyatt's voice came from the other side. "Wyatt," my heart swelled at hearing my child's voice. "Mommy," he exclaimed. "Wyatt, how are you? And Lori, are you 2 safe?" I asked in a single breath. "Yes, Mommy, we are safe. Where are you, Mommy?" he asked. My racing heartbeat finally eased a bit. My babies were safe, but how? "Where are you 2? We are with." Before I could hear more, the landline was suddenly cut. I looked down at it to find that someone had ripped the wire out of the phone. I immediately dropped it when I saw Mark and his group. "How dare you kill one of my men?" "I have only just begun. You should have let me go when I asked you nicely," I smiled sweetly. "This bitch, she really thinks that she will get out of here, doesn't she?" Mark laughed in anger. "Stop me if you dare," I said, and immediately jumped out of the window behind me. "Fuck!" Mark barked. I had jumped out back first, so I had been facing the window, and I watched Mark and his men jumping out after me. They would do anything to catch me. I had to get ready to fight to the death, but first I had to execute a safe landing. Seeing before I jumped, I hadn't known I was on the 3rd floor. I could not seem to hold my position. That was when I realized that I was going to hit and likely hurt my head. I closed my eyes, readying myself for the pain and bloodshed, probably even death when I felt my body falling into something unexpected. I instantly opened my eyes to find myself an inch above the ground and my waist gripped in a pair of strong arms. A familiar scent filled my nose, and my whole body shivered when I realized who was behind me. What did I say about running away from me, Willow? Willow. What did I say about running away from me, Willow? Reuben's soft yet chilling words sent shivers down my spine. How had he found me? Could it be that I was imagining this? But his possessive touch on my waist felt real. His hot breath on my ear felt undeniable, and his intense heartbeat felt as physical as my own existence. He was real. Thanks to our bond, I could clearly feel the rage hidden behind his soft voice. He was holding himself back, but I could sense that he was already at his limit. The aura surrounding me was colder than ice and darker than the evils from the very pit of hell itself. My heart started racing in fear. It felt as if I would have a heart attack at any moment. Despite being his soulmate, his dominance had never affected me before. However, for the first time, I was scared of Reuben. So scared, in fact, that I stood in his grasp like a statue, holding my breath and not daring to so much as glance back at him. I had momentarily forgotten about the rogues who had jumped from the window one after another and landed in front of me, immediately noticing me in the arms of an unknown male. The angry look in Mark's eyes after seeing me with Reuben was one of someone who saw a piece of his meat in another wolf's mouth. "Who the fuck are you?" Mark demanded, making the biggest mistake of his life. "How dare you?" He choked abruptly on his yell when Reuben lifted his dark green eyes, fixing them on him. Mark went silent, rooted in his spot beneath Reuben's piercing gaze. The unexpected presence of an alpha in his domain had caught him off guard, especially one who exuded such a formidable aura. The intensity emanating from the alpha was akin to the keen edge of a blade, poised not to merely wound flesh, but to pierce the very essence of one's soul. Mark swallowed hard, visibly intimidated, wary of making any further noise. Yet, amidst his apprehension, he couldn't ignore the desperate growls of his fellow rogues, eager to reclaim the rose that lay within their grasp. Mark's expression contorted into an ugly frown upon discerning Reuben's unwavering determination to retain me. He could not bear to lose me to the hands of an unknown alpha in his own territory. "Release that she-wolf to me," he roared. "She belongs to me." His voice reverberated on the air, echoed by the 13 rogues behind him who had already transformed into their wolf forms, their menacing stares and bared teeth aimed at Reuben. "She belongs to you?" Reuben's deep voice slowly reiterated. "Yes, she's damn well mine." Mark failed to perceive the imminent peril underlying Reuben's tone, but I did. If only he realized he was inviting his own demise. "That wretch killed one of my men." Reuben's voice carried a hint of amusement. "It appears I've interrupted your revelry," he remarked, his grip on my waist gradually easing. Mark's expression darkened at the sudden shift in Reuben's demeanor. "Now that you're aware, then surrender the she-wolf to me. I'll spare your life," Mark declared. Reuben's lips curled into another wry smile as his hand slid down my back, boldly grasping my hips. "Your request seems rather difficult to fulfill," he murmured. I clutched at the fabric of my dress, trembling at Reuben's touch. "Why?" Mark growled, his voice laced with defiance. "Now I crave the same revelry," Reuben murmured, his touch gentle as he studied my reaction from the corner of his eye. "However..." He paused, releasing his hold on my rear and locking eyes with Mark. "I desire it to be gruesome and chaotic." With that said, a gust of wind swept past me, unmistakably Reuben's doing. In the blink of an eye, he bypassed Mark, who glanced down to find his chest to neck grievously torn open. Bleeding profusely, he collapsed to the ground, his life extinguished in an instant. The other rogues stood in shock, mouths agape at the sight of their fallen leader. Reuben rested a foot mercilessly on Mark's lifeless head, his gaze fixed on me. He left the fun of the party far too quickly. Perhaps he didn't appreciate my idea of a gangbang, or maybe his interpretation of enjoyment held far more intriguing implications. My palms grew clammy as I grasped the implication behind Reuben's words. It was a calamitous situation, one that had arisen solely because I had fled from him. The other rogues emerged from their stupor, their growls resonating with the flames of vengeance ignited by Mark's demise. They encircled Reuben, fueled by the desire to avenge their dead leader. I took a cautious step backward, seizing the opportunity presented to me. While the rogues were engaged with Reuben, their inevitable demise looming like a dark cloud overhead, I saw my chance to escape. I had barely evaded Reuben's grasp once before, and there was no way I could return to him now. Just as I prepared to retreat further, the rogues lunged at Reuben from all directions. Yet, despite the onslaught, Reuben maintained his focus on me, fully aware of my intentions. "Don't even entertain the thought," Reuben's eyes bore into mine, a wild fervor burning within them. "If you dare to flee again, then—" Before he could finish the threat, I pivoted on my heel and sprinted away at a full sprint. There was no way I could remain there and wait for him. All I knew was that I had to escape him by any means necessary. I had to find my children and... As thoughts of Wyatt and Lori flooded my mind, a sudden realization struck me. I had detected their sense emanating from Reuben, unmistakably strong. How could this be possible? Wyatt had assured me that they were safe, but how? Unbeknownst to me, as I was being abducted and driven away, Wyatt and Lori dashed after the car that had taken me. After a frantic pursuit, they eventually returned to the restaurant where they discovered my purse and phone that had been left behind. In a moment of desperation, they dialed a number they had inadvertently memorized over the past few weeks, a number I hadn't even realized they had committed to memory. "Daddy, Mommy's been kidnapped," he exclaimed into the phone. "Kidnapped?" Reuben's voice thundered through the restaurant. Wyatt and Lori turned toward the entrance to find Reuben standing there. "Daddy!" They both rushed over to him. Their short little legs couldn't match Reuben's long, urgent strides as he immediately gathered his children up into his arms, clutching them tightly to him as he showered them with kisses. "Don't worry, Daddy's here," he reassured them, enfolding them in a tight embrace. His own heart pounded in his chest after the harrowing experience of losing then finding his children. Abandoned and frightened, the little ones sought solace in his arms. And Reuben, through their bond, became their source of comfort. As I sprinted through the forest, thoughts of Wyatt and Lori's scent lingering on Reuben's body plagued my mind. Suddenly, the agonized cries of the rogues pierced the air, causing me to recoil in horror at the sounds of their demise. The battle raged on behind me, but I dared not look back, my only instinct being to increase my speed and evade capture by Reuben. I couldn't fathom how he had managed to find me. There was no conceivable way he could have tracked me through a device or my scent. An unfamiliar forest surrounded me, but I relied on my instincts to navigate and find a way out. After a few tense minutes, the distant sound of a vehicle reached my ears, indicating that I was nearing a highway. My pace quickened instinctively, fueled by the hope of a successful escape. However, just as the highway came into view, a sudden gust of wind swept past me, as Reuben seized me before I could reach safety. "Ah!" I screamed at the top of my lungs as we struggled, our bodies crashing to the ground. How had he caught up to me so quickly? I had taken great care to conceal my scent all along the way. Rolling on the ground, I found myself pinned beneath Reuben's weight. "Let me go," I shrieked, but my plea was met with a forceful kiss, his lips sealing mine shut. My eyes widened in shock as I fought against his grasp. Yet, the more I struggled, the more fervent his kiss became. His angry desperation was an overflowing cup, and it felt as if he wanted to eat my lips. I sank my teeth into his lip, causing him to break the kiss with a sharp intake of breath. "Let go!" I attempted to scream, but he crushed his lips against mine once more, silencing my protests. This time, I couldn't manage to bite him again. His overpowering presence rendered me helpless, unable to squirm away as he kissed me with wild abandon. He growled like a beast, his fervent embrace leaving me breathless. Exhausted and overwhelmed, my strength waned until I finally succumbed to unconsciousness right then and there. The only sensation I faintly registered was that of my body being lifted into the air. I couldn't gauge how much time had passed, but when I finally opened my eyes, my head felt hollow. After a considerable struggle, I managed to pry my eyes open. At first, everything appeared blurry, but after a few moments the ceiling came into focus. Blinking rapidly, I tilted my head to the sides and surveyed my surroundings. I found myself in an unfamiliar, dimly lit room lying on a soft bed. Panic surged within me as I attempted to move, only to discover that my hands were tied to the bed, and to my shock, I realized I was naked.